Okay, open wool handlers who haven't got a t-shirt and haven't registered, can you do so now, please? Open wool handlers, be underway with this event very shortly. 3 long wool fleeces here this morning, competitors. We'll also get underway with our wool pressing men's semi-final and Farmlands Woolpack New Zealand women's wool pressing final. Those events are all on the card to get underway shortly this morning.
Test 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Friday morning session of the Golden Shears 2014. We will be kicking off with the open wool handling heats. I think we're just waiting for a draw and we'll get fired up. So all you open wool handlers, get yourselves prepared because we would like to start ASAP. My co-commentator for the wool handling is Gerald. He was with me yesterday and we had a very, very good day with the novice junior wool handlers.
Yeah, thanks, Tuma. A very warm welcome to you all here this morning. Day 2 of the Golden Shears. Once again, I can say it a million times and it won't matter. The pinnacle of all shearing and wool handling. The Golden Shears. Another bonny day, beautiful day. You're right, Rick? You want to?
Thank you, fellas. We'll just get Heat 1, competitors Heat 1 ready for this first event of the morning. Pania Pawari, Juliet Lyon, Sandra Edmonds Reary, Hanatia Tippany. Those are the first 4 competitors for our open wool handling, so can you be ready, please? We'll get underway as soon as we get some shearers up there and some judges.
Primary ITO are the sponsors of this event, the open wool handling. We'd just like to make a quick mention to our shearers. Thanks to these shearers for coming in and shearing for these wool handlers. Paddy tells me it's hard enough to get some of them to work, but they go to shear for the Golden Shears are there every day early as. So thanks a lot to these shearers, Paddy and the crew. We've got a lot of people that work in with this wool handling. We've got the judges, we've got the shearers, we've got the wool, what are they called? Wool couriers, I suppose? Wool removal from this, wool assistants, there we go. We've got wool assistants, I think there's half a dozen of them floating around.
Yeah, some of that shearer on number 3 looks like he's been working out too. He's got muscles on muscles, that fella. McGregor, I think his name is. There'll be a bodybuilding competition a bit later on, mate. You could jump into that.
Okay, our first heat, we can get up there and get your baskets organised. Wool handlers, when you get up there, you are allowed to take a wool buddy with you. A wool buddy is someone that can sweep your board while you set up your baskets, and that way we can just keep things ticking over a little bit quicker.
Right, just while we're getting set up there, bit of housekeeping. Number 1, smoke-free stadium and surrounding area. So if you need to have a smoke, move beyond the area of the stadium and the stadium itself, please. If you need some help towards smoking and have decided or trying to or thinking about or maybe in the future giving up, there's a tent out the back there with some lovely ladies in there. Linda's one. Go and see them and they can have a chat to you about the choices and ways of getting off the craving of nicotine. and replacing that habit of smoking with something else. Remember, you can't break a habit, you must replace a habit. As soon as you break a habit, there's a void in your life and you'll just go back to the old ways. So replace it with something else. Otherwise, the chairs here, mainly for shearers, but we'll do it a few times a day. Please look after these chairs on the floor, thank you, with oil and the likes, and hand pieces and brooms and just that dirty gear. Keep it on the floor, thank you. Otherwise, we'll have a lot of action. We're going to ease our way into day 2, but it's very difficult to ease our way when we've got the open wall handling up for grabs here in the morning. We're going to have some pressing going on, some semi-finals and the pressing up the back. So a little bit of simultaneous sort of action front and back again. So again, you need that swivel chair because there's going to be action happening all over the place.
On the board here, on the wall handling board, you wall handlers, you work within the black lines. Okay, those are your guidelines. We know how some of you wall handlers try to push those lines and bend them at times. So it's the black lines, you wall handlers, those are your boundaries. Hunter Tier tries to push the boundaries sometimes.
Just a call to competitors in Heat 2 of the Open. Be ready to go as well. Rocky Happy Tate, Joanne Kumara, Cody Hawkins, Tia Potai.
Just waiting on a green light and some names and the likes to come up on these TVs. And we'll be underway. We'll live stream, of course. PGG Wrightson's given, oh no, sorry, it's actually Rabobank, don't get it right. Everyone's supporting the show here, but Rabobank's given money to this live stream. So you can Google that baby and be watching live from all around the world. I was discussing earlier actually how you could be shearing sheep in the world in a day and a half on a plane. Well, the world's even smaller than that these days. You can do it live. You can chat to one of your buddies over in Ireland or whatever you want to do. So all good. So at the moment they'll be watching us, and probably when the Worlds are on, we'll be watching them. Unless you've got the great privilege of going over there. Rightio, we're not far away from a kick-off.
Just waiting on our green light, Gerald.
Just going to give the muscles a bit of a flex. Starting to feel a bit of tension in the ear. There's a fair bit up for grabs here. And it's not all about the cash. She's more the prestige and honour of having that ribbon or trophy on the wall in the cabinet with the Golden Shears label stamped across it. Good talking point.
She was a brilliant speech here last night, wasn't it, Gerald?
Yeah, great stuff. Great night out, actually. By jolly it was. Lots of action-packed. I really enjoyed the, you know, how accurate everything was with the cord to cord. No disputing that. 2 at a time was good. Giving them 2 or 3 goes, as in, you know, with top 8, was it top 16 in the Open, top 8, then top 4, then top 2. So for whatever reason, because we're down to, what, 100th of a second, aren't we? We're down to the hundredths. It just gives them that chance to have another go if it just didn't quite pan out. They just got hooked up just here and there, which it is. We are down to those little details when it comes to a speech here. But hey, great night. Everyone had a good time. The bar was open. So everyone was just relaxing, and it's about that as well, and you know, rubbing shoulders with a few buddies. So yeah, good night out.
Primary ITO are the sponsor of this event, the Open Wool Handling. Training is the thing with primary ITO. They're not just in the shearing and wool handling sector. They're in dairy, forestry. You know, they're the main suppliers of funding for training.
Yeah,
so thank you very much to those guys.
Very much so. Highly subsidised by the government too. The farmer or the contractor or the whoever it might be pays the money. Tuma, do you want to get this underway, mate?
Shearers to the board. Okay, that's only a minor thing. We can change around, can we?
Got the green light, Tuma. We're smoking it.
We just, we're not sure what our names are this morning, and we're just finding out what they are, so we just got to catch up.
Well, just while we're doing that, remember primary ITO is highly subsidised by the government. So myself as a dairy farmer now, we put all these people through these courses, and they're terrific courses, and it might cost us $250 a course as a boss or owner of the dairy farm. However, highly subsidised because the courses are very thorough and very professional.
Timekeepers ready. Shearers. Get set, go. Sorry about that, wool handlers. But I mean, it's a good thing because you're already amped up, you're on your toes, you're ready to go, and switching a few baskets around is a minor thing. I see down there on table one, we've got Pania Piwari. Pania is fresh up into the open class. This is her first show. Good to see her up here. She's been in the seniors for about 44 years, so you know, it'd be nice for her to get up in the open. She can be there for another 55. So well done, Pania. Juliet Lyons, table number 2, Alexandra. We've got Hanatia Tiffany. I think she's living up around the Tikawiti area, but she's from a little place by the beach called Paronga Hole. And Sandra Reri from Masterton, local. This is a good start to the open wool handling heats, Gerald.
Yeah, very much so. We want those shearers to really crank it out. I'm presuming 4 fleeces, Tuma, is it? 4, I'm presuming. Someone down here might be able to help me. Is it 4?
Three long wool fleeces.
3. There we go. We don't want to upset the 3 fleeces.
Just looking, Gerald, their sealed time is 1 minute 10 seconds. So from at the end, when the shearer pulls the cord at the end, they've got 1 minute and 10 seconds to clean up. I think that's a bit hard. Well, you know, a lot of these wool handlers, they can't even do up their shoelaces in 1 minute and 10 seconds. How are they going to clean up? Here we go.
Here we go. Pani on the front here, just a bit of bunching at the top, back to the board she goes.
Well, you can see it's the open class, can't you? This is a whole new ball game.
Yeah.
Hanatia Tiffany and Juliet Lyons, they had very, very good throws, as is Sandra down here on table number 4. A little bit of bunching. But you can see these wool handlers, they try and get one side done before they go back to their shearer. If they can, they try and get both sides done. But you see some of these wool handlers, they'll walk right around the edge of the table, and you'll see others, Gerald, they'll skirt one side there, they'll pull the other side of the fleece over to them so they don't have to walk around. Saves them a bit of time.
Yeah, true. It's like the shearing game, really, isn't it? You just got to work with your physique. If you've got longer arms and long legs, you can reach over that table and roll it back to yourself, and you're comfortable doing that. The risk you take with it, there's a little red flag in that baby, and that can get tangled up if you're flicking it over.
Have a look around, shearers. Keep together.
So back to the tables they all go. A lot of heats to come. Going to cut them down to the semi-final. So again, no time for complacency up here this morning at the Golden Shears. Rattle the tables. I think we're going to hear a little bit of rattling and banging the tables. We've got 1 minute and 10 to do the big tidy up, Tuma.
Yes, that's right. Here we go. Table number 2 about to hit. Table fleece number 2. Oh, hang on, we've got a fleece here. Hanatia, good throw. Her fleece was a little bit loose, so she had to baby it on. How's Pania down there, Gerald?
Yeah, she's going well. We've got a bit of a woolen down the bottom end there. The local girl. That's it. Who are you? Sandra. Get under it, Sandra. That's it. Get that baby rolled up. Take a punt on that one. Yeah, put her under the bridge. Right, move. That's us. Back to the board. Oh, this is a difficult thing when you've got to re-grab those fleeces. Even from a farmer. When you sit at the side and then you've got to go and grab another one. But she's pulled it off quite well. Back to the crutch will they go. Pani, she's working away here. She's onto that little eye wig sort of stuff. Half the fleece is done on the table. Juliet Lyon, of course, that famous name from Alexandra. Toiling away there. Quite sure, I'm very sure she's actually a trained school teacher as well, Juliet Lyon. Or training, one of the two. She'll be trained now, I'm quite sure of it. Onto the far side of the skirt she is going right now. But hey, like riding a bike, really, shearing a sheep or wool handling, once you've done it once, you can just hop back on the baby and away you go again. So here she is, trained school teacher and at the Golden Shears Woolhandling in the open. Pania chucking the table around a bit early, lost her footing.
Come on, Woolhandlers, because here come the shearers. This is the third and final fleece. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, once they shearers turn that cord off, switch their machine off, these Woolhandlers have 1 minute, 10 seconds. Oh, watch out, here comes the carnage. Juliet Lyons, what a beautiful throw. Sandra Reddy down here on table 4, as is Hunter Tiffany. These Woolhandlers, they're really showing their class, Gerald.
Beauty. At 4:50, we pulled the cord, so here we go from here. Minute 10. We're going to be seeing that little wind thing I was talking about yesterday. I know that. That broom's not going to be big enough in a minute 10. We're going to have to use all that wind. Swish, swish, swish. Get all those second pieces when that table's clear. Let's hear some noise. In for the roll. Pani on the front. Juliet Lyons doing the same. Tiffany. Really working, grab those little bits out there. She's in for the roll. She leans right over, picks up the bigger bits off the table, and onto the broom they go. Under there. Lion reaching right through to the far side. Got a lot of the work done. Pania onto the last and final little sweep up. What's going on down there, Tumar? He's gone in action. Come back to me. On to the second piece of this goes Pania. Shake, shake, shake into the basket. Juliet Lyons down there as well. Hands in the air. Stand 1, 3. Sandra down on the bottom stand. Getting a wee bit walled in there. That would have cost her a bottle or two after work if she was in the shed situation. Just going through that basket, having a last tidy up. A local girl supporting the local show. Is she happy? Smile, Sandra. That's the... Thank you.
Thank you, fellas. Heat 2, please. Open Woolhandling. Rocky Hape-Tate from Dannyberg on table 1. Joanne Kumara, 2. Cody Hawkins. Beyond table 3, Tia Potai from Masterton on 4. Heat 3, Vance Brown, Fiona Christensen, George Hawkins, Tina Rimini.
One minute, Woolhandlers, yeah, 1 minute to get yourselves organised and we'll be giving the start. 1 minute. Just watching those throws this morning and talking to a couple of the judges, Jill, they reckon that even though it's the first heat of the Open, that the throws, just points on throws, has gone from mid-20s down into the early teens. Now, like yesterday in the seniors, they were giving sort of 20 to 25s, and at the moment, you know, they're getting 10s on some of these throws. So that's the class of these Woolhandlers.
Yeah, dead right. It's a different, and a lot of that is based actually just sheer knowledge based or experience based, where they know instantly by touching that fleece, because this is what they've done for. It's hard to quantify the years, isn't it? Because some of them have been around for such a long time. But as soon as they touch that fleece, they know exactly what sort of weight they need to throw to hit the table, whether they need to walk around the side of the table and place it and basically just fold it out nice and slowly, or hey, look, just turn and just
Shearers to the board.
And she's going to land square.
Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go.
Right, front stand. Rocky Hape-Tate from Dannyberg, Joanne Kumaroa, Wanganui, Cody Hawkins, Martinborough, and Tia Potai, Masterton. He's a Masterton girl. Into the first one, slowly but surely. They get it nice and easy here for a start. For these girls, this is just like the beginning of the day. It's just sheep number one. We've started what they call the first run of the day. It's going to be 2 hours long. With some smoko, do another run of 2 hours, have some lunch of 1 hour to 3/4. Smoko was half an hour. And another 2 hours, and we've smoko another 2 hours, and she's 5 o'clock or thereabouts. And we'll knock off and we're on our way home. So this is just getting warmed up, but here we are at the Golden Shears. Of course, we've got to mention this just a wee bit without letting people dominate the commentary or getting too carried away. But Joanne Kumarawa, if you've got one of these fancy books in your hand I've got here, if you haven't, go and buy one. It's going to give you all the records. Good work. Yeah, not Masterton down there, but here, Milton, that's the South Island. Oh, I've got to back that up, don't I? I'm a South Islander myself from Southland. Anyway, Joanne Kumarawa does a wee chuck there, nice and light. Anyway, have a look at this book here, ladies and gentlemen. What are we going? We step back. We've got Joel Henry is the champion at the moment, the reigning champion of the open wool handling here. Then we go back a year. Champion Joanne Kumarawa. Go back a year. Champion Joanne Kumarawa. Go back another year. 2010. Champion Joanne Kumarawa. Go back to 2004. Champion Joanne Kumarawa. Go back to 2001. Champion Joanne Kumarawa. So she's been around a long time, Tuma, and she's good.
She is very good. Apparently she snuck into the country last night. I don't know if they smuggled her in or how she got in. But yeah, here she is, and she's down in Masterton, up on the bright lights. This is her home. You know, she's made her mark here. But just looking at these throws, these wool handlers, you know, you can see the skill level is way up there. And it's good to see. We got Tia Portai here on table number 4, local. We got Cody Hawkins on table 3, local as well. So I'm not sure if there's any local people around this place. I think they might all still be at home asleep. They probably went to the hotel last night and had a few too many. But if there is, you know, they should be cheering for these local competitors. 3 competition fleeces, Gerald, I understand. It's 3.
Yeah, 3 to be handled.
And these shearers are...
That's the only downside of speed shears, Tuma. We've struck that ourselves at home, where we do that little package thing where we have the speed shear, then the Lumsden shears, then we have a speed shear, and then they are New Zealand crossbred lamb shearing champs the next day at Winton. Yeah, some of the boys forget to turn up, but they've got a sore head and she's sitting on the pillow. More throws, back to the wool handling. A little bit hanging over here for Rocky, Joanne. A little bit there, but doesn't even look at that, doesn't even phase her. That's just how it is. She just moves on. Got the mindset set. It's just, that's subconscious as well. It's just right, that's how it's landed. Let's just go for it.
Oh, just looking down these tables, Stuart, I'm pretty sure tables 1, 2 and 4 have all represented New Zealand. You know, they've all had the silver fern wearing the blazer. You know, that's the class of these wool handlers, and they're in the late entries, so I don't know what's going on there. Usually the better ones are sort of at the end, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, well, we're going to get a lot of these people, of course, are going to be and have represented us for the silver fern. So it's a pleasure to watch them here, and it's an honour to be commentating on them or announcing, and just to stand here and watch. It's one of the joys of being a commentator, is you do get the best seat in the house. Back to the board, so what's going on? We've done one side of the table. This is the last and final fleece arriving. Joanne's back to the board. Cody's up there.
This is the third and final fleece, is it, Gerald?
Yeah, this one on the board will be. This is us.
1 minute 10.
They're all coming off at the same time. Bit of a shake here by Rocky. Gets that little fluffy stuff out of the way, that little sock wool. It's not up to much, but it's going to devalue the main line. There we go. What's the time? It's 4:55. Knock off. That's good shearing because it's exactly the same speed as the last heat, which is very, very good. Now they've got a minute 10. To the board for Potai. Under the table. Swish, swish. Back to the basket. It's only a little bit hanging over there. Joanne's got that area clean. Rocky. Up to the top where the head would be. Thinks there's a wee bit of neck wall there. Clears that. Thinks, yeah, right, that can go over there. Look at the fingers go. It's a hard call to know what the judges are looking for. Tight roll by Rocky. Joanne onto the roll as well. The shake of the table, Tia. Table's free there, up on the side. We saw that yesterday. Get the table out of the way. Chuck, chuck, chuck. Onto the broom he goes. Joanne, she's got her table free. Look at that. Picks up that longer wool. She also knows that just because a bit of wool lands on the ground, it doesn't mean it's contaminated. It's still good. Shouldn't be there, but it's still good. Rocky's wrapped up well and truly within the time. Joanne, Tia's wrapped up all the way from the South Island. Cody and Joanne does the finishing touches. Give them all a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Gerald, I'm not sure what the ruling is on turning your table on its side on the board, but I think that there is a health and safety issue with it. If that table falls over onto somebody and injures someone, somebody will be held accountable. So I don't think that putting the tables on its side in your cleanup is a very good idea.
Well,
but we'll need to talk to Phil Morrison about that, because honestly, if that table falls over and hits somebody, someone's in trouble.
Yeah, well, we haven't got enough time to discuss ice, have we? As a farmer, and farming being a very dangerous terrain with post drivers and tractors and mowers and all the bits and pieces, I'm starting to wonder whether my staff are allowed to move sometimes. Wear a helmet here and a vest there. I can see them right across the whole farm with all their helmets and vests on these days. But anyway, it's a changing world, and that's just how it is, and you've got to run with it, I suppose, and abide by the rules.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move into Heat 3 of our Open Woolhandling Championship. Table 1, Vance Brown from Christchurch, Fiona Christensen from Masterton on 2, George Hawkins from Masterton on 3, and Tina Rimini from Masterton on table 4. Heat 4, Joel Hinade, Picky Hur Martin, Yvonne Abraham, Annabelle Rimini. Just a final call for competitors in the Open Woolhandling, please. Pania Iraha from Dannyverk, Waina Peniha from Masterton. It's a final call, guys. We need you up here. Let us know you're here and get a t-shirt. That's Waina Peniha Pania Iraha.
Shears to the board. Shears to the board, guys. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go.
Just a call, please, any open wool handlers for the circuit. Elsa Fleming's here, and you need to see her before you compete in this event. Open circuit wool handlers.
Well, you just seen a little thing on the major sponsor of this event on the primary ITO. Okay, wow, a company set up by the government, highly subsidised by the government to do all forms of agriculture training. If you want some training done, I can give you a little bit of a personal touch while they're just working away on this first sheep at the moment. I've trained a lot of my staff at home. I have 8 there on the farm. And I don't know why. I think I explained it really clearly and precise and let them do it and all those sorts of things. But it doesn't seem to get through to what I'm trying to achieve. But I tell you what, if I send them to one of those courses up there, everyone's listening, they come back and all of a sudden the thing I've been trying to tell them for 6 months and they wouldn't do it is getting done every day and even better than the way I wanted it done. So I don't know what it is. It's a bit like a father-son sort of thing. It seems to come across more clearer in a class situation or from someone else's point of view or another expertise. So use them. It works really, really well. I can tell you that firsthand. And you get very, very good results. You'll get better results than you expect. That's my experience of it anyway as a large-scale dairy farmer now. Right, back to the throws. Tables full of wool. Who we got? Vance Brown, Christchurch. Fiona Christensen from Masterton, a local girl. Let's hear some noise. Come on, we must have had that warm cup of tea by now. A local girl getting up here supporting this local event. George Hawkins from Masterton. Oh, we've got them all from Masterton. And Tina Remini down on the bottom stand there from Masterton as well. And George Hawkins, as I was saying just before that, was from Masterton too. Now, let's look at this little magical book. Tina Remini, she won this event back in 1994. That's how durable these wool handlers are. Longevity. They have massive longevity. They're in the shed. They do this for a living. Travel the world and throughout New Zealand, from the Bluff to the Kaitaia, up and down the country, in wool sheds on beautiful sunny days like this. That's when they're working, is when the sheep are dry. They miss out on the sun a lot. They're inside those sheds, sorting wool for the farmer, sorting wool for the country. Oh, it's all good. So that's how fit and strong they are. So that gives you a bit of an idea there. Right, we've got some locals up there. So let's have a little bit of noise. Fleece 1 still sitting on the table. Fleece 2 arriving. Once the last fleece is wrapped up, we've got, or the shearers pulled the cord. They've got 1:10 to have that place spick and span.
Oh, just watching these wool handlers, Tina Remini down here on table 4, very, very composed. We've got George Hawkins on table number 3. George turns. He's got the nice flick. Look at that. Lays it on the table beautifully.
Beautifully.
Just a quick reminder, please, for the presses down there that we're underway with our semi-final. Ladies and gentlemen, pressing semi-final at 8:30 sharp. 8:30 sharp for the pressing semi-final.
Oh, yeah. We like that. We've got lots of action up the front here, but we're going to have action up the front and up the back. Right. Onto the table. George Hawkins. Round the side. Back to the board. Shearer doesn't stop. That's still happening. Crutch here is coming free. Goes for the sweeper. Gets that. I'll tell you another thing, just talking about sweepers. You'll see a lot of them have wooden handles on their sweepers. You can buy steel-handled sweepers, as in the brooms under the table, folks. But I tell you what, on frosty mornings, especially down south, the reason they're wooden is mainly because they don't get so cold. You get a frosty old morning with a aluminium handle, it gets cold when you're handling that all the time. So that's some of the reason why they're mainly wooden, but you can get the aluminium ones, and they've got a sort of like a telescopic sort of handle on them, which is handy for getting it round the place and in the van and all those sorts of things, because you can shorten it up. But mainly wooden. So back here, what do we got going on? This is the last fleece on the board now. Table's starting to get cleared. Vance Brown, she's happy with that one. Into the basket.
Tina Remini down here, a nice clean table, not a lot of wool under her table as well, like in second cuts. So that tells you that these shearers are shearing very well. Here we go, wool handlers turn, squeeze and throw. George Hawkins,
George.
oh, he's a beauty. We got Fiona there on table 2, fresh up into this open class. Well done, Fiona. 1 minute and 10 seconds, not a lot, Gerald. So these wool handlers need to pull their fingers out of their earrings and get into it. Here we go, George Hawkins, watch his fingers go. Come on, George, where's your support? I know you got heaps of whānau here, Gerald.
George working his way round, or right round to the far side. Get into it, George. Vance Brown doing a little bit of lifting and fluffing, thinking, is there anything tucked away under there that I should know about? And so there was, so she grabbed that out. Round to the bottom end, flick, flick, flick. George's table's free. Give it a bang, George. create a bit of atmosphere. Bang, bang, bang. No, he's not listening to commentators. I've got other things on mind. He is what they call, he's in the zone. That's where he doesn't know anything else apart from what's happening right now, right in front of him. He's just, this noise of me is just a bit of a clatter in the background. Not paying any attention to it at all. Vance Brown clears the table, underneath the table. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Wind, wind, wind. Get that breeze going. That's what we want. George. Under. Tia. Don't forget about Tia down on that hidden stand down there. Onto the broom she goes. Tina Remedy. Clears. So down to those, the wee shake now. Second pieces. Shakes it up. Drops those little fellas out. Tina's wrapped up. Fiona's happy. Finishing touches down on the front stand here. Vance Brown. That's us. Beautiful. Another heat down. Well, not quite right yet. If you're just in the audience, you see these judges. They're saying, okay, what's hanging over these baskets? It's finished for the announcing and the commentary, but what's hanging around here? What's on that floor? How much is left there?
Thanks, Gerald. Open wool handling, heat 4. Competitors ready to take the stand, please. Joel Hinare, Imani. Dana Tiaho. Dana, if you're in the stadium, could we see you now at the announcer's box, please? Dana Tiaho.
Shearers to the board.
You'll find under a lot of shearing contracting businesses where the contractor's basically in charge of the shearing of those sheep in the wool shed. This is how the wool handlers will leave the shed, okay, at the end of every main clip or whatever they might be doing. They leave the shed spotless. And they will soon let you know as a farmer if they arrive back and you've been dagging a few lambs and kicking the dags over the front and chucking it under the board and bits and pieces. They say, oi, we had this place spotless when we left here and we want to turn up and it's nice and clean and not smelling of ammonia and that off the dags and the likes. So they like a nice clean environment because they take pride in their work.
Dress attire for up there, Gerald. Enclosed footwear. They need to have shoes of some type, sandals, shoes. Not sandals, but an enclosed footwear and no hats. I've just been reminded to say something about that. And
good.
This weekend we are promoting smoke-free. No smoking in the building. And the surrounding grounds, is that right, Gerald? Something like that?
Yeah, surrounding grounds too, yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking, discussing the shoe thing. I think probably the two of our challenges at the moment in New Zealand would be health and safety. And probably the next one, of course, everyone knows about is water quality. So those are the biggies at the moment, really on the forefront in shearing industries and timber and farming and all those sorts of places. Safe and healthy, or safety and health is what I'm trying to say, and water quality.
Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. And Nabel Rimini down here on table number 4. Yvonne Abraham, table 3. Piki Huya Martin, table number 2. Joel Hinare, table 1. Well, Joel Hinare, he's the man of the moment, Gerald.
Yeah, I think it's easier trying to get to the top than staying there, isn't it? Everything's changing, but Joel won't have let his guard down. He won't be in any sort of complacent sort of frame of mind in any way, shape or form. He'll be here fired up, ready to defend his title. So, yeah, he's the one that's got to lose it, basically, if it comes down to that. He's going in through the crutch wall, ladies and gentlemen. Haven't seen that before. where he chucked the crutch wool down here and then took the longer bits of crutch wool out of the shorter bits.
I understand that Cherie Alabaster won the pre-shears, so that makes for a bit of interesting times ahead with this wool handling, especially in this open class. And then you got Joanne Kumero, who snuck in under the radar last night. That's the beauty of the Golden Shears. It brings everybody out of the woodwork. What a great title to win. Primary ITO are the sponsors of this open class event. But here we go. First fleece about to hit the table. Let's see what these wool handlers can do.
Just a quick call, please, Kevin Applin.
Oh,
Kev, if you're in the stadium, can we have you up the front here, Kevin Applin?
Holy smokes.
Well, I'm an announcer, not a judge, but I tell you what down here, Tuma, I think this will be the best throw I've seen of the tournament. Is this one on stand one of Joel Hennereit's. That's from an announcer's point of view and a sheep farmer's point of view, or ex-sheep farmer, as Joel works his way around there. Back to the board he goes.
I think you might need some glasses, Gerald, because table number 3 was pretty slick.
Pretty slick as well.
Yes,
wow.
Yes.
Bit of tunnel vision by me.
Got a buyer one-eyed.
Yeah. Oh, it can happen. You get your favourites, don't you? It's just natural. You try to stay unbiased as an announcer and not let anyone dominate the commentary. But it just rolls out sometimes. You know, if you've announced on someone for a lot of years and you've seen them come through the grades and you've watched them grow and mature and all those sorts of things and become good at what they're doing and still be humble with it. It's good stuff to see. Right, what's going on the board though? Martin, back to the table, jumps down off that step. Once upon a time they used to bounce up on that board and one jump, didn't they? I don't know whether they're allowed up there these days or not with the rules.
No.
But man, they used to...
No, they're not allowed.
No, they're not allowed up there. They used to bounce up there just like a hop, like a kangaroo bounce. Here we go. He throws again. A little bit of bunching at the top, but another good one down here in the front stand. What's happening down there? Remini. Bit of bunching at the top, a good one here.
Ooh,
Abraham.
I like the pressure these shearers are putting on these wool handlers. That's very good. Some of these wool handlers are like a couple of seconds just to line up and throw their fleece. These guys, they're not going to let you have that luxury. You got to turn and throw, unleash the dragon. And here we go. Look at Annabelle down here, local girl. I think her daughter was competing in the juniors yesterday and she did very, very well, Gerald.
Beautiful. We like that. That's that family lineage thing. Gets in their blood. They're around it all the time. They see it all the time. They may have been in the shed when they're just little. Mum and dad had money to earn and the shed they had to go. It's school holiday time. What are we going to do? Oh, well, come along to the shed. You can help us do a bit of wool handling. And of course, it just sort of goes on from there and they get good at it when really young. And they roll into being involved in the shearing industry in one way, shape or form, really, whether it be on the press or on the table, wool handling, or up on the board shearing.
Down the last side work, these shearers, these wool handlers, they've all got the fleece on the table. No Annabelle Domini says, I haven't, mine's in the badge. These other wool handlers, they'll be looking, thinking, oh heck, these guys, they are peeling. Because down the last side work, these shearers, all these wool handlers, some of them have got a bit of wool left on their table, a little bit untidy, Gerald.
Yeah, that's got to come off here. I'm not sure in the rules here, another one, but like jolly Joel Henry down here, when he rolled that fleece up, you see what do you call them, the wool transporter. See the wool transporter, oh, another good one, carting the way. He rolled it up into like one of those, like a ferry down sleeping bag. He's going to stuff it in one of those little wee pockets you can. He rolled it up tight and snug. By jolly he did.
Oh, that is the ruling. Nice, tight and compact is how these fleeces need to be. Annabelle Rimini down here, table number 4. I think she's a little bit in front at the moment. Speed stakes. 1 minute, 10 seconds, not a lot of time. Come on, Annabelle. I hear George here saying old school. I don't know what that means. Walk it straight to the press or what, Gerald?
Yeah. Martin, table's clear. She's the first one with that. Onto the broom she goes. The wooden handle, nice and warm. Sweep, 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 and a long handle with that. Sweeps right under the table there. Doesn't have to go around the far side. Gets that wind going. Swish, swish, swish. Look at this here on stand 1. There's that tight fleece we're talking about again. Real tight. Look, squishing it all together. Wow. Yvonne, Abraham, table going to be cleared there. Down beside you. Remini.
Remini, she's gasping for air at the moment. She's thinking, well, wish it was only 2 fleeces. Come on, Annabelle, you haven't got long to go. Get on your knees, girl. Pull out those longer bits of locks, because I think down there on table number 1, Joel Henare snuck in front. Where did he come from, Jill? You didn't tell me he was sneaking up.
Still early in the morning. We're trying to ease our way into this announcing, but by jolly, very similar to yesterday, everyone comes here as though it's semi-final time. If you notice that, this is normally like a standard, well, I wouldn't call them a standard show, but other shows where they sort of ease their way through. It's the heats, kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. But not here. They come in at the heats like a semi-final. So they step it up right from the word go. Talking about stepping up things, we're going to be stepping these presses up soon. They'll get them all greased up and ready to go. Clearly click, clearly click. We like the sound of that as farmers. By jeebus we do. That's another bar of gold ready to go onto that truck. Truck and trailer sitting outside to load with the sheds full. We'll load them all out. Front end loaders coming in and grabbing the bales, chucking them all on there, stropping them down. 100 bales on the truck. Stand out there, get a photo and send it on its way. It's still coming off the board. Beautiful. We like that. It's all about making money as well. Farming's a lifestyle, but it's got to be a business. It's not a lifestyle when you haven't got any money, I can tell you that, and you can't move. Can't run a farm without machinery, so got to keep that wool rolling.
Okay, Heat 5, open wool handling. Anne-Marie Kahukura, Rose Puha, Lani Morell, Pagan Rimini. Those competitors up there now, ladies and gentlemen, ready for a start. Heat 6, Karen Herbert, Amy Ruki, Sophie Cameron, Leonora Smith. There's 12 heats in this event, ladies and gentlemen. A huge, huge event at Golden Shears, the Open Wool Handling Championship. Semi-final to be run on Saturday morning, I believe.
Shears to the board.
This Puha name comes up a lot.
Timekeepers ready.
Well.
Pagan Rimini is down here on table number 4, Lance, Raylene. Pagan down here on table number 4. I think somebody's been pinching someone else's basket, so we're just going to give them about 10 seconds to get organised. So we've got Pagan Rimini down here on table 4. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go.
Right. Anne-Marie Kahukura. I will try to get your names as accurate as I possibly can, but I'm not the best at the Maori pronunciation. I should hand that over to my co-commentator to do the wee sweep. Anyway, stand 1. Let's get over the small stuff. Don't sweat that stuff. Doesn't serve you well. From Omakal. Omakal, pretty famous for New Year's sort of day, race day there. They have the gallops and they have the trots at Omakal. And just down the road, of course, in one of the other valleys is one of the famous wool handling judges, Eki. Don't know Eki's real name, I just know him as Eki, but everyone knows who I'm talking about. Rose Puha. Well, she's the mother of the boy that won the novice shearing yesterday, Tuma. So that's all good there. So there's a bit of a, you know, trying to take a bit of the old cash and sash home, and they're off to a flying start with the a novice win yesterday by her son. So here she is. She's lining up the first throw. Down the line. What's happening down your two stands down there?
Well, we've got the two sisters, Lani and Pagan. Lani is the younger one, as you can tell. She turns and throws.
Whoa.
Oh, and she's going to show the big sister how to do it. Pagan turns and throws. Oh, Pagan a little bit. I was going to say a little bit overhanging, but there's probably about 4 points just at the top of the table.
Unreal. That was a beautiful throw by Lani.
Alan Precious reckons more, but he's a... Get back out by your shearing judges, Alan. Okay, Pagan and he's just working away quietly, you know, even though she had a little bit of wool fall over the front, not letting it bother her too much. But the little sister there on table number 3, Lani, I think she might have the big sister.
Yeah. We like that. You get that sometimes where you get that, well, not beginner's luck, but it's a hard case sometimes when you're going through the grades. Your mindset can be different when you make a grade. You think, wow, you know, I'm not quite right up there just yet with these big guns if you're a senior shearer going into the open. And when you get up, your mindset is, I'll just give it a good lick. You know, give it a bit of a go at these fellas. And you can get that beginner's luck sort of thing where you just come in and everything's good. And then for some reason, as time goes on and you start getting up there, you can start sort of locking up a wee bit thinking, oh, I've got to defend my title, or by jolly, I should be in the top 5, and I must get this right, and I must get that right. So that carefreeness sort of goes away, and you sort of start, your muscles don't go as freely, and you know, you sort of just don't go with the punches and go with the rolls like you used to. And yeah, it can be a bit limiting. Anyway, first very, very good throw by Lani as she's sorting the fleece on the board. That's what we like to see. Rose, oh, just sits it down. Lani puts another beauty down to her.
Oh, Lani, you are the little angel at the moment. Pagan down here, a little bit fell off the top of the table, but not too bad. But Lani, you are on fire, my girl. Keep it up. We got Anne-Marie Kahukuta down there on table number 1. She's a very, very good competitor, as is Rose Puha. All these open wool handlers in front of you right now, ladies and gentlemen. Any one of these can make it into the top 4.
Wow. Did you see that Lani getting around that table there? She was like, her eyes were looking away at the front and her hands were working away at the back. Okay, which is like looking about 5 or 6 steps ahead of yourself when you're walking the Milford track. Not easy to do. You think, oh, that's that stick there and a trunk there and a root there, I must miss or I'm going to trip. She was just looking, she wasn't on the spot, she was way ahead of herself. Yeah, so she's just on fire here today, up to that top of the table. Happy with the roll now. Rose pulls that last little bit out as well. Anne-Marie, just above Alexandra, she's based there. We like these South Islanders up here. Good mix. They come from all corners of the world to make the Golden Shears. I found that out. By jolly. And no wonder. Another thing I found out, and haven't been up here for 20 odd years, is that all the people, the committee that run this place, are very, very supportive of everyone that's involved. This is a big, big shearing family, and they're very proud to hold this massive event here, and they run it well. But supportive is the only real word I can use at the moment as a new boy on the block.
1 minute 10 seconds is what these wool handlers got to tidy up. Pagan there, she's spending a little wee bit more time on the floor than these other wool handlers. They all ran straight to their fleece. Maybe that's where the secret is, to the quick cleanup. We got Lani. Lani's been on fire, but I've seen in that last fleece there was a little bit overhanging. I'm not sure if that will affect her mentally, but it looks like she is still going strong. But Rose Puha, she is the first one with the fleece and the fads. It's probably been 30, 35 seconds. So these wool handlers will be right there up with that 1 minute 10 seconds. Gerald.
Yeah. On to the broom goes Rose. You'll notice there, folks, you see that broom was upside down. These brooms are well-balanced little things. And if you put me or you on it, or Tuma, well, he's probably more of a thing. But the thing will tip upside down and go sideways and all sorts of things. There's a special angle, you've got to hold it to keep it nice and flat. But it's just natural to these girls. Off to work they go. Emery's under the table. Pagan Remedy, I haven't forgotten about you down there, the local girl. Hands in there for Lani. She's on fire.
She is on fire. Time for Rose on table 2. And Marie down there on table 1 looking around. Pagan's not too far away. Pagan was a little bit slower getting to her fleece, but, you know, she's made up for it now, Gerald.
Uh-huh. There we go. Making sure it's all correct. The bonus that they've had these open wool handlers is they can look at the points of some of the other wool handling yesterday to give them an idea of what the judges are thinking by watching some of it here and thinking whether it's an overskirt or an underskirt or, you know, just, hey, what are the judges sort of thinking that was too much taken off, because they can look at the points and say, whoa, okay, I watched that heat and this is the points from that heat. And from what I saw, they're saying that they've overskirted. In that case, they can adjust. Hey, look, it happens all the time. It's called playing the ref in rugby, isn't it? If the ref's letting that little bit go, or that's how he is seeing it, you play to the ref. So they've got a bit of a upper hand that way. Now, just while they're setting up, I was just talking about how supportive the committee is here. Philip Morrison, the new chairman for this year, and probably, you know, more years than that, of course. If there's any way you can support them, that the key is to keeping these shows running is really joining in, okay, and making it as easy as you can. There's a huge amount of work goes into running any show, and especially this one here. So anything you can do,
Shearers to the board.
Do so. And that could be as simple as putting your rubbish in the rubbish bin. Okay, but you're now supporting the committee that's running this show. It can be something as simple as that. But do those things.
Timekeepers ready.
Keep this baby running.
Shearers, get set, go. Well, Gerald, I've been given the hurry up from the big man, so we're going to push it along as quick as we can. But that wasn't too bad. That was probably only 1:10 it took from the last one to the start of this one. So well done, wool handlers.
Yeah, well done, wool handlers. We've seen actually the last couple of years, there's been a massive shift that way, because there used to be what a loss of time. I don't know how it all came about, but there was a big gap there that we could lose a lot of time in shows. And look, the competitors want it on time. They don't want to be sitting around. The audience that are starting to roll in now, they want to see action. They want to see it action-packed. They want it moving. Everyone wants things done, you know, professionally and quick these days. And that's what we're trying to achieve. And I tell you what, the wool handling committee as a whole and their wool handling family, by jolly, they've responded well. Right, you want to take us down the board there, Duma, and explain to everyone who's up there and what's going on?
Well, on table number 1, we have Kieran Herbert. She is from Te Awamutu. Very good competitor, New Zealand team member. Table number 2, we have Amy Ruki from Invercargill. Table number 3, we got Sophie Cameron from Australia. And on table number 4, Lenora Smith from Gisborne. So we've got a bit of international flavour here.
Yeah, Invercargill.
Invercargill, yes.
Just a quick call. Competitors in Heat 7. Heat 7 for the open wool handling. Penny Kirikiri, Marina Braddock, Elsie Fleming, Marianne Batty.
Just watching Lenora down here on table number 4, fingers working away. You can see some of these wool handlers, they've got a little bit of bounce in their step when they're moving around the table. Have a little bit of urgency. And you get some of them that just cruise around the tables. Those are the open wool handlers, Gerald, that probably stand at the end of the table when you're working in an everyday shed situation with a fag in their hand going, "Where you go, dear, go down, you get that fleece," you know. Those are the ones, you can tell, you can see it when they're up here. But you know, you get like Lenora here, she's bouncing around, she's on her toes, a real good competitor.
Yeah, it's the joys of being a shearing contractor, isn't it? Sorting all that stuff up. Anyway, down here, Kieran Herbert. There's no standing around at the end of the table here. And she's going around really lightly on this little, these fleeces. Just taking off just slight little wee skirt on it, especially that one there anyway. By Jolly. And of course, won the big one, Balclutha there, whatever that was. Let's say just call it a month with a bang at the table. You get off there, you little fluffy bits. We don't want you on there. You could and might cost me a point before I throw this next fleece. Of course, me being away up here, my little family at the moment, so anyone from the South Island. Amy Rookie. Oh, look, bit of punching here and there, but we'll run with that one. That's good, Amy. Back to she goes. Sweeps that board nice and clean. Shearers in and out as they should under a normal sheared shearing situation. And in the sheared, that has to be clean as well. Amy, back to work. Up round that little where that neck wool was and that head wool. Flicks it over. She's happy with it. Back to the board. Oh, look at the stuff happening around here. Tuma, what's happening in your two stands?
Well, I'm down here watching Sophie Cameron from Australia, a bit of a blonde bombshell here from Aussie. And she looks like she's got a nice fleece there, not a lot of pieces around it, so she's quite comfortable there. And down here, Lenora Smith from Gisborne on table number 4. She had, the neck got caught up when she went to throw the fleece, so a little bit of it got sucked underneath. So she's got a bit of work to do to get this fleece back on track again, Gerald.
Right. Good, good, good. Well, down here, still lots of action. Shearers hit the long blow. That gives them a bit of space. How does that give them space, ladies and gentlemen? Because it's called body shearing. Okay, at the moment, the shearers are doing the body work. Unless there's some seed or vegetable matter in the middle of the backs, which can come from winter time. Okay, especially down south where we winter on crop, but you'll get it up here too in the North Island. We're around hay feeders and the likes. And if they're a wee bit hungry and it's cold, the sheep will end up jumping on top of each other, trying to get at the hay feeder or the bale or the baleage or whatever it might be there. They end up jumping on top of each other, and you'll get dirt and seed in the back of the one they're jumping on. Okay, in that case, they'll see that on the table and they'll whip it out. Now, right at the moment, we're at the Golden Shears. The chance of seeing that's very, very slim. So they're making a judgment call here to say, well, the presentation of these sheep is terrific. We've just got the very, very standard stuff around here. Hence, when the shearer's doing the body work, okay, when he's in amongst it and we're away from all those little corners that might have got a water stain and the likes, let's get back to the table and get that done. Right, can't talk too long. We've only got 1:10 before they've got to have this thing clean and tidy and the hand in their ear. Not their ear, in the ear.
In the ear, is it?
In the ear.
In the ear.
We don't want it in the ear.
Go. Broom in hand. Who's the quickest with the broom? Look at this Lenora. She is a real firecracker. Whoa. She's on her toes and all looking down there. Kieran Herbert's no slug either, Gerald. Kieran Herbert, you watch the skills. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah, that's that wind. Get that wind going, Kieran. How's the Invercargill girl? Go, Amy. I'm here to support you. Tables getting pushed out of the way. None on their side, though. Down to the second bits. Here's the shake, 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 shake. The Australian girl, she's happy with that. All the little bits in the basket and the hands go up simultaneously there. Stands 2 and 3. Kieran Herbert. She's happy and clean. It's clean.
Well, Gerald, good morning. We're just about to start here on the wool pressing. So while we've got a bit of a break, while the wool handlers change over and prepare, we'll start our presses off. So presses, are you both ready to go? No, not for a minute. I think we're just having a bit of a discussion.
The wool handlers, those fellas, Huey. Those presses, they're shocking. Okay, next heat up, Rick.
Thanks, Toma. Heat 7, Penny Kirikiri, Imaroma Braddock, Elsia Fleming, Marianne Batty. It's Heat 7, Heat 8. These competitors be ready. Cherie Alabaster, Ronnie Goss, Sarah Moran, Kushla Abraham. 12 heats, ladies and gentlemen, in the wool handling here this morning.
12 heats, Huey. How many heats did you have in the wool pressing, Hugh? Hugh, are you listening or are you in La La Land? Hugh the Welshman.
Hugh Condron.
We're just oiling the presses up. The presses weren't happy. They need a bit of lubrication. So we're just going to oil the presses, and then as soon as we got that done, we'll get it underway. So back to you, Toma.
Okay, can we have our shearers to the board?
Talking about lubrication, if you ever want oil, just squeak.
Timekeepers ready. Shearers.
Brad.
Get set, go. Do you see that, Gerald? As timekeepers ready and these wool handlers are running around, the shearers come running out of their bins.
Oh, look.
Get some powerful words.
Very, very powerful. I am taking a lot of stuff away from the show by Jolly M. That is one. I'm taking other ideas back to our committee as well for running the New Zealand crossbred lambing shearing champs. But yeah, that timekeeper's ready. I like that one. That gets them on the board. I've never learnt that one. Yeah, by Jolly, they jump whether the wool handlers or shearers, don't they? They're soon on the board then. Timekeepers are ready. Rightio, talking about ready. All these open wool handlers are ready. They're ready to do their very, very best. Penny Kirikiri from Gisborne. On to the top knot wool. Braddock working up and round and tidying up as she goes there on stand 2. Fleming is on 3. And she's from Karaka. And Batty is down on the bottom stand from Gisborne. Right. Easing their way into this as they're onto the last shoulder as far as the shearing goes. This is where they start organising the fleece right now.
Have a look around, guys. Have a look around. Okay, first fleece about to hit the table. Marianne Beatty, Gisborne. Table 4. Lovely, Marianne, lovely.
Ooh.
That Emma Braddock, she's only little, but she's a...
Oh, she was up early eating the eggs all right this morning.
Big in power.
Plenty of power.
Elsa
Young
Fleming.
and fired up.
Elsa Fleming, table 3. Another good throw as well, Gerald. Marianne Beatty. Hello, Marianne.
Very much
Come on,
so.
girl. She's got a big smile on her face. She's enjoying herself.
Yeah.
It helps when you have a good throw first up. It puts you into the right frame of mind.
It helps. It actually helps the whole system, a bit like I was discussing earlier. The happier you are at your work, the better you are. You've got to have that good balance there of enjoyment and professionalism at the same time. It just keeps things flowing. It's a bit like that sport where they start diving all around the cities. What's it called? Parkour or something. Parkour. Where they roll and tumble and carry on. They sort of just go with the flow, you know. They just roll with the punches, as they say. But you're always better in your work if you're happy. You're always better.
Marianne Beatty, she's about to roll up her fleece. Here she goes. She's happy. Elsa Fleming's been there, done that. She's like, sorry, young one, but I'm a couple of steps in front of you. Emma Braddock on table number 2. See that fleece, Gerald?
Come on,
it
Penny.
Looks dirty.
Get these table clear, girls. Stand 1 and 2. Penny going to work. She's listening. Braddock gives it a shake. Just skips her way back to the shearer. Lifts that fleece nice and high. Hope you've burned one of those eggs off, Braddock. And stands on the board and chucks. She's the first one I've seen do that. The turn and throw. Caution to the wind, they call that, Tuma. Oh, there's a goodie.
Lovely
Caution
throw
to the
down
wind.
here as well. Yeah, you can see with these fleeces, can't you, Gerald? Some of these wool handlers, if the fleeces are a little bit loose, they'll walk around the side and they'll kind of throw it from the hip.
Yeah.
You know, like throw it and walk back with it, stretch it out over the table. But if they're confident, they'll just throw it straight from the top.
Yeah, there was Braddock here on stand 2 literally did that. It was just a turn and throw and a very loose fleece at that. Wasn't happy with the first one, so she just thought, well, let's have a go at this baby. Let's just turn and give it a wee flick. And the flick was near enough. Rightio. Shearer starting to hit that body side again. There we go. Back to the table they all go. Thanks very much, Shearers. You're doing a great job of just staying in time. It's been like this all the way through. Very, very good. Keeping as even as we possibly can. Braddock back to the stand. Fleming back to the stand. Batty also. Here's the big roll round. Look at that, she flicks that first leg out the side there so she knows where that is to line it up. She knows where it's going to land on that table. Everything going well. Braddock lifts it nice and high, gets a few of the old fluffy second cups out of the way already. Starts half sweeping the board. Is she going to turn and throw again? Here we go, the youngster. Yes. Turned, lost her balance and everything, but Weirwood hanging off the side of the table there. Kerry. Back, board clear.
1 minute 10 seconds is ticking. Tick, tick, tick. Marianne Beatty down here, table number 4. The neck got sucked under a little bit, so she's having to pull it out from underneath their fleece. How's the young girl Braddock going, Gerald? Because she's a little firecracker.
She is a firecracker. She is a little pocket rocket, all right. She's on the roll now, nice and tight. Happy with that. All the way from Mekatahuna. That wouldn't be a plane flight, I don't think. Sweep, 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 right under the board. Getting all that wind going. Basket upside down. Come on, Penny.
Marianne Beatty, come on, Marianne, you're farting around a little bit. You need to get your hand up in the air so your time can be taken. Oh, Elsa Fleming says, I'm happy, that's me. Time for Marianne.
Braddock's wrapped.
Braddock's happy.
Okay, then we'll try and start this wool pressing, Thomas.
Sarah Moran.
We'll get this wool pressing underway then, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this is the semi-finals of the men's pressing competition. Are we ready to go then, pressers? Pressers, on your marks, get set, go. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Tane Matiaha on press number 1. And we've got Vinnie Goodger on press number 2. They've worked hard to get here, so we'll just get back to get the wool handlers up onto the board, Rick. And we'll come back to these presses because they're working very, very hard down here, Cotto.
Good morning, Hugh. What's the weight these guys are going for? Is this 160 again?
I believe it's 160 kilos, yep.
And the time, I think if they're still pressing after about 10 minutes, they're going to be too slow.
Yeah, with the field we've got in front of us, so they won't be pressing much longer than 10 minutes, I can assure you of that.
I think this Tane Matiaha might be worn out. You know, he's been in everything. He's been in finals, shearing, and all those things that hopefully he saved his energy.
Yeah, no, he's looking fit and ready for it. Right then, Rick, we'll go back to you.
We'll get underway. Heat 7. Heat 8, I'm sorry. Cherie Alabaster on table 1. Ronnie Goss on 2. Sarah Moran on 3. Kushla Abraham competing on table 4. Heat 9, Nia Braddock, Dana Tiaho, Siobhan Mason, Melanie Morris. Just a quick note, ladies and gentlemen, that there is tables still available for our cabaret night tonight, the Friday night session, which is always entertaining. So there are tables still available if you'd like to go to the secretary's box up there or to the information office downstairs.
Ready. Shearers. Get set, go. This is heat number 8. 4 to go. Gerald, 4 to go after this one. And I'm not sure how many they're taking into the quarterfinals. 16, is it? 12? Hopefully more. That was from Anne-Marie Kahukura. She's saying hopefully. Okay, down there on table number 1. Pre-Shears winner, Cherie Alabaster. Past world champion. Very, very good competitor. She's from Taihape. Table number 2, we have Ronnie Goss. Ronnie Goss is one of these wool handlers that you think is not doing a lot, but she is a heck of a competitor, and she's brought up her kids to be the same. They're true competitors as well. They share. I think her daughter is the captain of the women's sevens. New Zealand team. So that's a real credit to Ronnie. On table number 3, we have Sarah Moran. Sarah Moran is from Australia, a place called Ararat. That's in Victoria. Now, I need to have a talk to Sarah because I saw this little thing on Facebook about Ararat having something about McDonald's anyway. But we'll have a talk to Sarah about that later. And on table number 4, we have Kushla Abraham. Very good competitor. I think Kushla and her teammate won the sculpturing competition last night. So she's a winner as well. But here we go. First fleece about to hit the table, Gerald. Let's see how these wool handlers go.
Beauty. We're good down here. Alabaster's just sort of sat that one there. No fancy stuff, just sort of just placed it out and just sat it there. Goss has done the same, a little bit of bunching at the top there, a little bit of hangover. But in general, from what we've seen, all good.
Gerald, we're going to interrupt you guys because we're getting ready. We can see the fleeces, the beautiful screens up on the right have giving everybody a good close-up shot. But we're over here, ladies and gentlemen, with the farmlands. Farmlands and CRT have combined and they're now the biggest operating company in farm servicing. Wrightson's is probably another big firm, but at the moment we have Farmlands and they're right here. But this Vinnie Goodyear, and we've only going 4 minutes. 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and this guy's getting ready to bring down the top box. Well, here, these guys, with 2 of them, they had, at this stage, they were 2 minutes. But look at this guy, 6'7", and he's really fired up to go down this morning, Hugh.
Yeah, he certainly is. Vinnie Goodyear on press number 2. He's just cleaning off his work area before he starts cranking that big handle down. And then how's Tane Matiaha on press number 1? He's just filling that bottom box. He's been a very, very busy boy over the Golden Shears so far, making a lot of semi-finals in the wool handling, the shearing, and in the pressing competition.
Well, he's getting ready to bring the handle down here in the Farmlands, and he's bringing it down really fast. The wool handling is going on up there. Gerald, Tuma, how they're getting on up there?
You know what, Goss has just thrown a little beauty up here. Just held together, just nice where you can see it's a whole lot tighter and shorter. It's just sort of knitted together for one reason or another. And one of those major reasons is normally a bit of a check. If the sheep takes a bit of check, a bit of lack of feed, a bit of whatever, what happens is the nature says, well, that wool's not totally important to my survivability. Let's just, draw a wee bit on that. And it sort of clams itself in a wee bit. So it'll cot up. Okay, and a perfect throw there by Goss. Absolute ripper. As she's already been round one half, it's held together enough for her just to lean over the table, roll the other half towards her, and it's just sitting there ready to go. You'll notice she's 2 or 3 steps ahead of table 1, 3, and 4 at this stage. With that just sitting there ready for that roll. Goss, back she goes, just for the last little tidy up. Alabaster. Well, Tuma's giving you a rundown on her ability. And she's here for keeps, I can tell you that, as she works her way back. As the shearer just starts turning to that last shoulder, but there's a little bit of stuff arriving. And when it arrives there, it's best to get it there and then. Just like sorting wool, the best time to sort wool is now. Not in a wool scare, right here, right when it's coming off. That's what we like. A shake of the table down there, Tuma. Bit of action.
Yeah, Kushla Abraham, she knows what it's like to be in the winner's circle. Look at that from Ronnie Goss. Another nice throw. Not a lot hanging over, but there might be a little bit of bunching. Sarah Moran turns and throws. All looks a little bit out of control, Sarah. Kushla here on table 4. Not a bad throw. Geez, these wool handlers are really showing up for us, Gerald.
By jolly they are. Alabaster, a bit of a tuck underneath there, but away she goes. Just taking... The interesting thing is, from the lower grades to here, I'm just taking a bit of a visual note here, Tuma, is they're not skirting as hard. These open wool handlers are not skirting nearly as hard as some of the lower grades. Right, meanwhile, back on the pressing. What's happening over here, Hugh? Hugh Condron. Hugh, I'd like to think you're listening to me. No, he's not. Back here, the roll, Alabaster. Happy with that, a shake of the table. Onto the broom, and she's the first one to do so. There's going to be no loss of time points here. Picks off those little bits. You see that little bit of fleece wool there? That was under the watchful eye of the judge. Sheree thought, okay, it's on the floor, but it doesn't mean it's had it. Into the main line it goes. That's important for the farmer. Goss. Onto the broom. They're all on the broom. Moran steps over the baskets. Round they go. They've got to stay within their margins. Abraham cleans the table.
Well, Gerald, all I can say is we're getting very, very close to a finish here as well, because the bale is coming out on press number 2 for Vinny Goodyear. Who needs a hydraulic press when you got one of these Goodyear brothers in the shed? Look at this for a finish, ladies and gentlemen. One last little bit of a tidy up round the outside. Tanya up here on the left-hand side. He's starting to sweat now, ladies and gentlemen. He's working hard.
So
but out goes Vinny Goodyear.
Vinny's finished. How long did it take him, girls? 7 minutes. 8 minutes to press a wool bale.
We said 10 minutes, Cotto.
Holy heck, that man's a machine. What did you say? Who needs a
hydraulic press when you've got a Goodyear in the shed?
Well, I suppose that's his new name. Vinny Hydraulic Goodyear.
Yes, certainly. What an athlete, ladies and gentlemen. Terrific, terrific competitor there on one. And then we've got this young man, Tani Matiaho, on press number 1. He's working hard as well. He'll still be around the 10 minutes. Top box coming back to the floor. He'll take that cap off as soon as he's got those pins in there. So all we've got left to do with this bale on the right-hand side here is to weigh it.
Who's our next heat, Rick?
Yeah, thanks, fellas. Heat 9, the Open Wool Handling Championship. Nio Braddock on 1. Dana Tiaho on 2. Siobhan Mason competing on table 3. Melanie Morris from Australia on table 4. Heat 10, Aria Mullins, Uti Mason, Betty Nico, Waina Peniha.
Aria Mullins.
Just a reminder to shearers, we'll be getting underway with our senior shearing after the wool handling. Just a reminder, guys, just try and keep those handpieces off our chairs, please, because oil leakage and seepage gets into that velour and ruins those chairs. So please keep your handpieces off these
shearers
chairs
to the board.
Front.
Timekeepers ready.
Just keeping it real and then keeping it real.
Shearers. Get set, go. Wool handlers, you should know when you're on. As soon as the board has been judged, the table has been judged from the previous heat before you. You need to get up straight away and get yourselves organised. Save you being under a bit of pressure from the commentator when we get started the next time. Kia ora. But here we go again, Nio Braddock. Like you say, you wouldn't need a plane ride from there. Gerald from Iki Tahuna to here. We have Dana Tiaho from Milton. Siobhan Mason from Danneberg, Melanie Morris from Australia. Australian team member, that's right. I think it's her and Sarah Moran. But here we go. These shearers are working their way up around the heads. These wool handlers right there with them. They want to get that wool from around the head. Medulated fibre, obviously I've been corrected. It's a medulated fibre. I can say it, but I don't really know what it means. Gerald, do you know what a medulated fibre means? You don't know either?
No. What were you saying? It doesn't take dye yesterday. Is that what the story was?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. It doesn't take dye. The wool is a hollow fibre, like you say. It's like a piece of straw. It's hollow.
Well, so, Tuma, We just had our second time taken for young Tane Matiaha here on press number 1, Coro.
Boy, has he got a sweat up. Look at him. The tāmoko's glistening on his shoulders. Well, here we're going to go away and weigh these bales. 160 kilos is the desired weight. And just looking at Tane's job, his finished product, look, you can't fault that too much. That's a beautiful bale, a little bit of soft in the corner. The idea is to get it nice and flat so it stacks on the truck, on the lorry when it goes to market. So bring that one over here, guys. This is Vinny Goodyear, ladies and gentlemen. His time was 7.5 minutes to press his bale. The desired weight is 160 kilos. And we have the boys. Let's have a countdown. Drum rolls. 150, 160, 154.5 kilograms. He's 6 kilograms a bit light. Yeah, but his time's going to make it. And he didn't lose a hell of a lot of points on the lead up to that, did he?
There seemed to be a lot of duck eggs on that score sheet.
So at this stage, he's looking pretty smart. That's Vinny Goodyear, 154 kilograms. Let's go to Tane Matiaha. Have a guess, Hugh.
Oh, I think this will be pretty close to 160 kilos.
Whoa, Hugh. What is it, Hugh?
158.5, ladies and gentlemen. Great for the young presser. Give them both a big round of applause, please.
We've got 2 more guys, haven't we?
Yeah, we've got 2 more. So if we want to go back to the wool, if we go back to the wool handling tummer.
Yes,
and we'll get ourselves set up.
Second throw, Siobhan puts a foot on the table, throws. We got Melanie Morris down here. Melanie had too much Weet-Bix this morning. Kiwi kids are Weet-Bix kids. I don't know what Australian kids are. Are they Weet-Bix kids as well, Gerald?
No, Vegemite kids. Or are they claiming Marmite? Pavlova.
That singer Lord.
Sunline.
That singer Lord.
David Fagan. Russell Crowe. We won't go there. We'll leave that one, eh? Right, back to the table. Right. Third and last fleece on the board. One is sitting on the table. Bit of a plug just while they're finishing off here. Shearer's hitting the body right now. Braddock, back to the table she goes. Is their major sponsor, Primary ITO. Okay, well, a big warm welcome to those who have just arrived. Primary ITO, a big training department that works through all sorts of agriculture industries, including the shearing industry, logging industry, and the dairy industry as well. Trust me, I know from first-hand experience, it's a very, very good way to upskill your staff. Upskilling your staff increases your production and makes you money as a business. Okay, so use them, it works really well. I find the staff at home respond tremendously more to that than me trying to explain it. So that's how it spins. Here we go. Last and final throws. Stand 1, wee bit over the top. Another beauty with a foot on the table again. Stand 3.
Just to interrupt for a moment, Gerald. A call, please, for senior shearers. All our senior shearers, we want you up here now, please. Senior heat shearers, can we get you up for a T-shirt? Let us know you're here.
Beautiful. How's Australia getting on down there? Has she had too much Pavlova? She rolls onto the far side.
No, I don't think she's had too much Pavlova. No. If she has, she's hiding it very well. Roll of time down here from the young Aussie lass, Melanie Morris. We got Siobhan Mason from Dannyburg, table number 3. Come on, Siobhan, pull your finger out. You need to hurry up because this Aussie girl has got the broom in hand. Young Braddock down there on table number 1. Been there, done that, Gerald.
Be on the broom down here. Mason's been toiling away there in the third stand, not getting a lot of coverage in between the pressing and giving the sponsors a bit of a run. But she gives the table a bit of a shake now. And on the broom she goes. Tiaha. Oh, look, I should be giving her a lot of mileage. She's a South Islander. Come on, Dana. Reshuffle the basket. Cleans up underneath them. Wee bit falls out. Gets that sorted. But onto the wee shakes. Braddock on stand 1 down here. Come on, Braddock. Ekatahuna. Beautiful sounding place. Is it as beautiful as it sounds? It's as quick as it sounds as she's got her hand up in the air. Winner of the time of this heat.
Time for Siobhan. Melanie, time for the Aussie girl as well.
Come on, Dana. Dana. Last and finishing touches, has a little separate pile of wool there within her little boundaries. Good on you, Dana. Oh, she's taking a breather. You can see they're giving it some stick.
Looks like she's pulled out another line of wool there, Gerald.
Yeah, she has. She's pulled out of the line. Whether it's something out of the...
Something out of the X-Files, maybe?
Yeah, that's right. Or something out of the middle of the back. You can get those one-off sort of things. You'll see at the very, very odd time with shearers, where they have a dispute with a sheep that's in their pen. They think it's an unfair disadvantage, and they may get it changed over. In this case, she's decided to make that call to say, hey, this here should not be in the main line. It's over and above. I'm an open shearer. I'm going to make the call on the spot. And that's exactly what she's done. It's now up to the judges to decide whether Dana was correct or not. But judges, she's from the South Island.
Okay, competitors, heat 10. We'll have you up there, please. Aria Mullins from Danny Vick on table 1. Uti Mason, Danny Vick on 2. Betty Nico competing on table 3. And Waina Peniha from Masterton on 4. Heat 11, Kayla Gardner. Declan, you're right. Michaela Linari and Mick Naroa. There'll be 3 competitors in heat 11.
Shearers to the board.
Timekeepers are ready.
You're catching on, Gerald. You're catching on.
Okay, guys, back to the wool pressing. We're getting underway with our second semi-final. You're probably about 25 seconds away, so just button when you're ready to go. Tuma, Gerald, just button. Ladies and gentlemen, we go ahead with the second semi-final here at the Farmland-sponsored men's open wool pressing. Declan on press number 1 and Jeremy on press number 2. Pressmen, are you ready? Get set, go! The desired weight, ladies and gentlemen, is 160 kilograms. We had Vinny Goodyear going.
Let me button there, sorry. Timekeeper's ready. Shearers, get set, go! Okay, back to the pressing arena.
We had Vinny Goodyear do his wool bale in 7.5 minutes. Is this young Declan going to be up there? Was it this 10 times Golden Shears champion here on press number 2, Jeremy Goodyear, ladies and gentlemen. This guy, you watch him throw the wool pack in the air and tip it upside down, chuck all the contamination out, get the contamination out, and he's got it back into the wool press. The idea is have it, health and safety comes to the fore. Contamination is really good too, because we don't want this arriving at our wool stores with a singlet, a t-shirt, a bale hook, a bale pin, whatever, because those things all arrive at the wool stores. Jeremy's in there, but Declan's already got his top box half full. Okay, boys, who you got there wool handling?
Well, down here on table number 1, we have Adia Mullins from Danny Vick. Adia Mullins has been in the open class for a little while. She doesn't do a lot of shows, really. She's too busy looking after her 14 kids. But that's Adia. She's a great competitor. Good to see her up there having a go. On table number 2, we have Uti Mason. Uti Mason's been around for a few times. He's been a winner of this event in the past, a New Zealand team member. And Uti, you forgot to dye your hair, brother. We've got Amy Hewitt here. She'll do that this afternoon. Table number 3, Betty Nico, Masterton. Local girl. But here we go. Here's the throws. Let's see what Uti can do. Ooh, Uti Mason. Adia Mullins is right there too. And down there on table number 4, another local Waina Peniha. So look at these throws, Gerald. There's nothing wrong with these throws. A young gun down there on table 1. Pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good round. By jolly it is. Odie Mason, give you a little bit more on that. Again, folks, see these books, these big fancy books in my hand here on the history of this show. You can buy them. Make your way to wherever they are. You'll find someone. Ask the question, you'd like to buy one of these books, because they tell you a whole lot of stuff. So what we can do is we can look back right at the moment and say, O.D. Mason. Wonder how long that guy's been wool handling in the top and when he's won this competition. Well, it was way back in 1996. So welcome back, O.D. By jolly. Longevity, that's the key. They stay fit and healthy. Exercise all day. You don't have to go to the gym when you're a wool handler or a shearer, I can tell you that, and definitely not when you're a presser either.
O.T. Mason does the double brown gym. That's the double brown gym. That's his gym.
Okay, boys, back at the wool pressing now. Declan's a little bit behind because Jeremy's just getting ready to put the cap on his top box. And if anybody hasn't been here before, no mai, haere mai, welcome to the Golden Shears for the year 2014. We're underway with the men's pressing semi-finals. The farmland sponsored pressing semi-finals. And Hugh, this guy's getting ready to top up, but I think he's a little bit behind. Is he in the same, is he right up there with Vinny? Because Vinny was just about winding up the box at this stage, wasn't he, at the last one?
I think his younger brother's got a little bit of an edge on him, but of course he's the 20 times pressing champion, the most prolific wool presser in the Golden Shears history, I believe, with 20 wins. He'll be going for 21, I'm sure. And then we got a young guy working at a Pongaroa. He's a young man here and he's out in front of the champion. So he's really taken to it here.
He's like a bull at a gate, this young Declan. He's a young guy and he's full of it. Now he's going around and Goodyear knows he's going for the 160 kilograms. Declan might be a bit light.
Oh, I don't know. It's his first attempt at this event, Coro. He's been working at a Pongaroa with sheer exhaustion. And I know it's his first attempt. So to make this semi-final as a first attempt is a very, very good effort indeed.
Well, he's built like a brick, you know, he's got the big arms. It makes us look a little bit chubby, doesn't he?
Well, he makes me look chubby anyway, Carl. And of course, this Golden Shears...
Look at the arms on the bugger.
This Golden Shears this year, of course, is being beamed live, ladies and gentlemen, on the internet. And I know that there's a lot of boys over in Wales watching. I know that the Davis family are watching in Preston. I've had a couple of messages off them. So it's great to see this going live all over the world. And of course, the wool handling has got two master wool handlers up there on the stage. Tuma, how are they getting on up there?
I think these master wool handlers are skanking a little bit, to tell you the truth. Okay, guys, let them go. Third and final place. Let's see what O.T. Mason can do. Oh, O.T., you're a crowd pleaser. Adia Mullins, a little bit of bunching. Let's see what Waina can do. Not too bad. Betty turns, squeezes, throws. Lovely, lovely. Okay, come on now. 1 minute, 10 seconds is all the time you're allocated. Then it's 1 point per second. O.T. Mason's thinking, bugger this, I'm out of here, and he's nearly ready to roll up where Betty hasn't even started with the fleece. Roll up time for Mason on table 2. Come on, any Danny people get behind O.T. Mason. Ash Boyce, where are you? I can always hear you, but I can't hear you now. Adia Mullins on table 1, roll up time for her. Gerald, 1 minute 10 seconds, easy.
1 minute 10, easy for Odie. Look at him go, he's on the broom. He's sucking a bit of air. A very good reason to keep this as a no smoking zone, I can tell you that, because Odie needs some fresh air. He needs some pure oxygen at the moment. Keep that broom going, Odie. Mullins, she's on the broom as well. She's all happening down on the front 2 stands here at this stage. Broom time now for stand 4. Stand 3. Here we go. Rattle, rattle, rumble, rumble. Shake of the table. Get that table out of the way. Right underneath. Penaha. Oti, crowd favourite.
Well, guys, back here at the wool pressing. Declan's bringing down the big bar, and this guy, Jeremy Goodyear's already done it. Well, Hugh, let's take this young guy through it, give him a little bit of help, give him a little bit of mental telepathy, bringing down that top box, Hugh.
Yeah, he's really going for it, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to take it all the way down in 1. Look at him go. Jeremy Goodyear. Well, here on press number 2, though, he's just putting those top pins in. The master here on press number 2, but the young pretender on press number 1, Coro. He's doing quite well there.
He's doing very well. These are the Iron Men of the industry, ladies and gentlemen. These are the guys that start the first, finish the last. They fill up the pens for the shearers in the morning. They put on the cup of tea for the shearers for the smogo time, and then they have to clean up the bales at the end of the day. So we call these the true Iron Man of the shearing industry here.
Yeah, undoubtedly the hardest workers in the shed. And they're really, really going well, Thomas.
Heat 11 to the board, please.
They're going live if they want some persuasion there, Hugh. Live across the world.
Yeah, no, it's great to see, isn't it, Gerald, that this is being beamed live across the world?
Yeah.
Who'd have thought? They wouldn't have thought that 54 years ago that this would have been put across the world when they started this Golden Shears.
I think Godfrey would have turned in his bed, I think, if that was the story, thinking he's going to be live across the world.
Oh, Star Trek wasn't even heard of then, eh? But look at this now. They're putting people around the world on the moon, and now we're beaming live to every country. Apparently, the internet goes to America, comes back. It takes 25 seconds to go to America, and then come back and live streaming.
Who's our Heat 11? John? John, you got Heat 11 there for us?
Yeah, Heat 11. We've got Carla Gardner from Australia on table 1. Michaela Nadieri for Australia on stand number 2, table number 2, and Mick Nura from Masterton on number 3.
Okay, well, handlers, as soon as the stage is clear, can you guys get up and get yourselves organised? Because we're going to get shearers to the board, and if you fellas aren't ready, I'm sorry, it's your own fault. Should be paying attention. So, shearers to the board.
Just the 3 competitors this time round, shearers, just the 3 competitors.
Tables 1, 2 and 3, is it?
That's right.
Well, Thomas, the man on press number 2 is finished.
160, Jeremy?
You're pretty close to that.
Last call for the senior shearers. Last call for the senior shearers.
By the looks of it, Huya, there's only 3 in this heat. Sorry, there's only 3, the first 3 tables. Timekeepers ready. Only this is for stands 1, 2 and 4. Shearers, get set, go. Have a rest, Paddy.
Oh, Nuro is out of the woodwork.
Heat 12 will be next. Trish Moki, Lisa Nodsworthy, and Huia Waipuna. They are the Heat 12, the final heat. That will be up next.
Rightio. Warm welcome to everyone who's arrived. We'll give you a bit of a rundown just here. Where are we up to at the Golden Shears on day 2? Well, we're up to this. We've got the men's singles semis going on here, the pressing. Okay, up the back here. We've got the open wool handling up for grabs and happening at the moment. Right now we're up to heat 11. 1 more heat to go. This is a heat of 3 at the moment. What does the future hold for us? Well, we've got another pressing final. Okay, it's the women's wool pressing final. Then we've got some senior shearing after this wool handling here. Then we'll move into the world wool handling, qualifying round 1. Okay, by the end of tomorrow night, we're going to have and know who are the 2 world wool handlers to represent us at the world champs. Okay, so that's happening there, and this is one of the qualifying rounds. The points will be joined together. Then we'll move on to the junior shearing semi-final. Okay, so that's a bit of an idea of where we're up to at the moment. How are we going over the pressing?
We just finished, Gerald, just on the button. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Declan Moran and Jeremy Goodyear, and look at that, Jeremy straight across to shake his hand. So now we'll get our bale handlers in. The 2 big young fellas are bringing the bale across to us, Scotto. How are these bales looking?
I think that's a bit light. It's like a pin cushion.
Oh, I don't know.
150?
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, 154 maybe.
Okay, boys, put it on a let's unveil it to everybody what the weight is. We're going for 160 kilograms, ladies and gentlemen. And let's see how heavy this bale is. Got to turn it on.
Okay, we're ready to go, gentlemen. $150.5. Oh, it's gone up. 145.5.
145. Well, Declan, you should have had a bit more wheat bix this morning. Have 4 sausages instead of 1. Don't worry about the weight, the figure, you got it. That was well done though, Declan. That's his first time in the semi-finals, isn't it?
It's his first time in the pressing.
Now, Jeremy thinks this is about 162 kilograms.
Well, if anybody's going to know,
I reckon it's 165.
Just a quick call, please.
Ladies,
senior shearers.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bale weight for Jeremy Goodger, 160.5.
He was right on the money, wasn't he? 160 is what we wanted. He gave us 160.5 of a kilogram over. How the hell do you beat that?
I think he gave us 159.5 yesterday.
Yes. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That's the Open Men's semi-finals. We're going to come back with some more in a moment, or we're going to the women's finals. And we'll go back to the wool handling for you guys now.
Just a call, please. Any senior shearers that haven't reported in, do so now, please. Senior shearers, if you haven't reported in, we want you up here now, please.
Right. Meanwhile, we're down to the, that'll be the second fleece out of the way down here in this open wool handling event. This is a heats, folks. As the shearers are coming down the last side, commonly known as the money side, and the wool handlers, we're keeping a good steady pace. We want it as, you know, as accurate as we possibly can, or simulating a normal shed situation. And hey, yeah, they run in the shed. Do they run like that, Gerald Spain, in the shed? By jolly, they run in the shed. I can tell you that for a fact. They run here, they run there, sorting wool all day. That's the throws. This is a very important part here to make sure there's not wool hanging over the tables. And if there is, under the watch wire, the judge and the little counters, they're getting changed over. And just like shearing judges, the judges change to make sure it's even as possible for us. And if you want to have a look, see what's happening in real time, not the outside jobs when all this wool gets whisked away to the judges out the back. Look upstairs there and you'll get a view up there of how they're going in real time. Okay, so that's what's happening. They're on to their last little fleeces right now. And then they've they're into the minute 10 that they've got to clean up. So there's a roll here on table 1 into the fadge. She's happy. A shake of the table all the way from Australia and onto the broom. Laneri, another Australian. She's happy with that.
Another Australian.
one.
Well, good morning, internet
take
folk.
over the Golden Shears yet.
That's okay.
That's okay. We like that.
Okay, down here on table number 3, Me Nuro. Here he is with the cleanup. Come on, Me.
Local boy.
Yes, he is a local. He is a local. You wouldn't think so because he hasn't got much support. Maybe he's one of those kinds of fellas, a bit of a hard man. Time down there on table 1. Good morning, Russell Knight. He just stood on my foot, broke all my toes. Thank you very much.
1, 2. Well, good morning, the World Wide Web. Here at the we're here at the 2014 Golden Shears in the state-of-the-art War Memorial Hall in Masterton, in the Wairarapa in the North Island, here in good old Aotearoa, New Zealand. We've got lots going on here on our second day. We've just gotten through the open semi-final, open elimination heats in the wool handling, and what a heck of a big field there. And it was interesting to see there is probably 4 or 5 open competitors that haven't been here for a number of years,
And this year they showed up, and it was great to see Joanne Kumeroa, who this time last year was gravely ill, and she's come through. She's got all her hair back. She's still not out of the woods, she says. She's still a little bit mawiwi or ill, but she turned on a wonderful display. We've got a good sprinkling of Australians there, and up on the screen there we've got another Australian girl, Michelle Lanria. So there is a big team, a contingent from Australia. We're just about ready to get underway with the women's pressing finals, and this year there's a Wairarapa girl, and she has been a finalist here and a winner for a number of years, but she's up against a very strong competitive wool presser in Carmen Smith. So that champion in the past is Fiona Christensen, and she'll be on press number 2, and we've got the pressmen getting organised there over the screen. There's the last wool handling shot coming up there. The bale weight is 150 kilograms. They'll need to press that bale within a certain time. The desired time would probably be about 12 minutes. Once you start going over that 12 minutes, if somebody finishes at 12 minutes and the next one is still going, they'll lose a point for every 20 seconds that ticks by. So we're going to go down to the Open Women's Wool Pressing Finals, and the sponsor of that, ladies and gentlemen, is Farmlands. So we'll go back to that now and enjoy the viewing.
Yeah, dead right. Yep, and executing it well. With the unknown just at this stage of how many they're taking through, but the known fact is we've got 12 forwards is very, very close to 40 competitors. So they've travelled from all corners of the earth to be here, and another one just from across the ditch, of course, is Norsworthy. And onto the little bit of wool there, she sort of sorts that on the board, gives it a bit of a shake to get those second cuts out. Did you see that? And Hui are down there from Napier, of course, looking in this magical book. I'm doing sales here, I should be a salesman. But come back to what I was explaining is she won this event in 2007. Look, she's been all through these little things here, been around a lot of shows for a long time. And she has pulled this event off. And anything can happen, so here we go. It might have been a while ago. Throws to be taken onto the table. The Australian girl, Hui, places it. Beautiful. I like those ones where they sneak around the table. Sorry, Tuma. Where they sneak around the table or lie it out.
Tuma, we're going to interrupt you. Ladies and gentlemen, for the year 2014, our co-commentator is Hugh Condon. Hugh is from Wales over there on the other side of the country. We won't hold it against you now. No mai hara mai welcome.
Diolch yn fawr a croeso mawr I bawb. Diolch yn fawr, Coral. Thank you very much.
Lucky da.
Very good, da iawn.
And at the end of this, we'll go and have a punnet.
Yes, that sounds like a good idea to me.
Cup of tea. So, ladies and gentlemen, on press number 2, we have Fiona Christensen. Fiona is a Masterton lass, and she has won this event 6 times before. Give her a hand, ladies and gentlemen, Fiona Christensen.
And on press number 1, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Pongaroa, Carmen Smith. Please give her a big round of applause and a welcome. Right then, ladies, we're going to make a start. Presses. If we could have our judges ready, please, Richard. Our presses are ready to go. In this, the Farmlands Women's Individual Pressing Competition. This is the final, ladies and gentlemen. Presses. On your marks. Get set. Go. So we're away then. Carmen straight to the box with the pins. And the handle comes in as well. Fiona's doing the paperwork first, ladies and gentlemen, because that's a very important part of this as well. The paperwork, the press has got to be marked up properly, Coral, so that the bale can go into the works and the farmer gets as much money for that bale of wool as he can. So how are we going down there, Tuma? Oh, we'll keep going in until Tuma comes into us, Coral.
Well, this Carmen lady here on press number 1, she looks in peak physical fitness, doesn't she? She's really worked on this. She watched it last year, didn't make the finals, and at the moment she's probably a little bit mixed up there. Did you think she just made the wrong move?
No, she knows what she's doing. This lady shears, she handles wool, she's in the Tectra final. And she knows her way around this wool press as well by the look of her. She's made the final. This is the second time she's competed at the Golden Shears, Coro, and now she's into this ladies' final.
Well, she's up against the 6 times champion here in the farmlands wool pressing, the women's wool pressing, and Carmen Smith is right there with the speed, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully there's a few people watching the internet at Pongaroa, because this lady has got her work cut out. 150 kilograms is a desired weight. And look, you don't need to go to a gymnasium if you can do some wool pressing. Down it comes. How are you going there, boys, on the old wool handling? Oh, well, we'll talk about Huia Puna White there on table number 3. She rolls it in there. Lisa Nosworthy on table 2. And Trish Muke from Waipawa getting ready to throw that fleece. Land, baby, land. What a beautiful throw there on table number 1. Well, let's see how Lisa goes there on table 2. Here she goes. Whoa, fabulous throws, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit bunched up there on table number 2 at the top there. A little bit bunched up. Probably not a lot, but you can see the points unveiling on up there as you go. We don't have the time. We just have the table points that have been accumulating there for these girls. Okay, how are we going back at the wool pressing, brother?
Well, we're starting to fill the top boxes now, ladies and gentlemen. Both presses grabbing big armfuls of wool. They're gathering about 10 to 15 kilos every armful. It's 150 kilos, I believe, they're pressing for. So they know what they've got to do. So they'll stuff that top box full. Then they'll jump in and tread it all in. Make sure that those corners are nice and tight. Then they'll come to the bottom box and they'll make sure that all the corners are tight there as well. Make sure that when that bale comes out of the press, it sits up like a nice square bale. So how are we going down there, Gerald?
Yeah, we've got action happening down here, okay. Sorry for a bit of delay there. We've just realised we're just talking about this technology upstairs. You can have a look at Texas coming in as well on the big screen now. Look at this. There's something up there. You can read it as it's happening. Anyway, back on the board. This is the last and final heat here. We've got very close to 50 competitors in this open wool handling event of the Golden Shears 2014 Day 2. Action, 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 ladies and gentlemen. On to the second piece as they all go. Shake, shake, shake. Get those little short bits out. We don't want them in there. That's adding value again. Good work.
Time
Trish has
for
finished
Trish.
up. Time there.
Time for
Huia White.
Well
Nosworthy. Ladies and gentlemen, 50 of them. You've seen them all here this morning. Give them all a mighty round of applause. They've given everything they possibly could to make it through to these quarterfinals.
And thank you to our shearers, of course, Gerald. Thank you to our shearers. Thank you, guys.
And primary ITO.
It's a hard case, these shearers. You try to get them to go to work and they always whinge about their pay, but you want them to shear for nothing and they're up there just like that.
Yeah, well, that's what we like. I tell you what, there's something special about giving, isn't there?
Well, Gerald,
you'll never empty your pockets by giving, I can tell you that.
I've been handed the results of the men's wool pressing semi-final, Coral. And between first and second position, ladies and gentlemen, there is 2 points. So it's very close between the top 2. But ladies and gentlemen, the 2 finalists in the men's wool pressing later on this evening, up on the stage, will be Vinny Goodyear. And he's going to be closely followed and beaten, or tried to be beaten up on the stage, by Jeremy Goodyear, ladies and gentlemen. So we got the 2 Goodyear brothers battling up on stage. We'll see some sparks up there, I'm sure, Coro.
We're going to see a bale press tonight in under 7 minutes, I reckon, by these singles guys.
Oh, Jeremy.
Vinny really wants to take it out, though.
Yeah, Jeremy said he's going to go for 5 minutes.
Oh, he's going to. Hey, and you know, in the program, there's a beautiful little bit of an excerpt there on their brother.
Yep.
Did you see it?
I did read that.
And it is good reading, and these boys have got a lot to do tonight, haven't they?
They have, and I'm sure they'll put on a real spectacle. They did it last year, and they'll be fighting hammer and tongs. And as soon as they come down off the stage, it'll be all smiles and handshakes again.
Wouldn't it be great if they dared heat it? and they both won.
Yeah, has that ever been done before?
No, it's going to happen tonight.
Oh, well, we'll see. Jeremy's shaking his head up there.
I think they should start printing 2 ribbons now.
Well, I don't want to see them fighting over it anyway.
It will. All right, 150 kilograms is the ladies' event here, ladies and gentlemen, in the Farmlands sponsored. Farmlands is combined with CRT in the South Island, and together with those 2 companies, it's the billions of dollars that they turn over. And I'm going to have a talk to our Farmlands guy over here, Hugh, and good morning, sir. Well, we talk about Farmlands and CRT. Is that all going sweetly?
Going very well this year. It's 1 year on Saturday since the merger went ahead, so it's all going very well. Pleased to be New Zealand's biggest merchandise store. It's going well.
I understand there's something like $2.something billion turned over, and look, we're shareholders in Farmlands, and things are going to get cheaper, aren't they?
Apparently, slowly but surely. Good things take time, and that's for our shareholders, that's what we're working for. You guys own the company, that's who we work for, so the next few years it will happen.
Well, it's great to have Farmlands on board here, Hugh, and we'll go back to you and see how you're getting on with the wool pressing.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we'd like to thank them again for their sponsorship, Coro. So now we got these 2 ladies, we got the caps are on both the top boxes. For Carmen Smith here from Pongaroa on press number 1. She's just putting another armful in. Fiona Christensen there on press number 2. She's treading that wool in nice and easy now, making sure those corners are even. Out of the box she comes. Oh, look, Carmen Smith from Pongaroa. She took a deep breath there before she started cranking that top box up into position. Now she's cranking away, ladies and gentlemen. Fiona Christensen is coming after her there on press number 2. Look at the lady on press number 2 going for it. She's cranking away. She's caught right up to Carmen Smith now as they swing that top box around. Now they'll start to bring it down, stuffing all that wool in so that they'll get a nice even pull of that top box.
Can we
down it comes. Coro.
Yeah. Come here.
Okay, Rick, are we trying to get another heat up there onto the stage there, or have we got another couple of seconds?
Yeah, thanks, Hugh. We'll just call heat 1 for our first heat of the senior. Have these shearers on the board now, please, ready for a start. Heat 1, Daryl Kameen on stand 1. Nashin Dixon on 2. Kane Carpany on 3. Titakura Crawford on stand 4. Paddy O'Brien on 5. And Dale Murphy on 6. Just take the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to inform you that there are a lot of cars out the front there getting ticketed. There's one in particular with Beatles on the number plate. It's been there for 2 hours, and I believe it's had 10 tickets. So, for goodness sake, find out that there are only 10-minute parking areas out here. So be aware of that. There's plenty of parking over at the Northern Approach Hotel at the Horseshoe. So it might be a bit of a walk, but it'll save you a lot of money in the long run. So be aware of that, ladies and gentlemen.
Judges to the board, please. Judges to the board.
Well, we've got the clean-up going on here now, Coro. The 2 ladies on the brooms cleaning up around the base of that press. Carmen Smith from Pongaroa on press number 1.
Well, I'm impressed with her, actually. Very impressive.
No, as I said, she's a very good wool handler, very good determined shearer.
Get him up.
And now she's having a good determined go with this pressing as well. And then we got the 6 times champion on press number 2, sorry. Fiona Christensen, and she's on that big crank-handled Coro.
Get him going, John.
Righto, yeah, we're just waiting for our judges to take their place, find their little clickers.
And we'll come back to the girls when they're bringing the wool press down. If you're ready to go, they don't go in the pens anymore, do they? They're all the same.
Shearers on the board, please. Shearers on the board.
I think Fiona's got the power here, look. Power from the tower. Down the last side they go with the breasts. Here she goes, Carmen, struggling a bit, but this lady on press number 2, she's a 6 times champion. Hugh, she just gets up, she gives it a bit more hop, puts those big shoulders into the game.
Okay, ready to go here. Happy enough, Mr. Referee? Give me the all clear, please. Shearers are on the board. Timekeeper's ready.
She's buggered.
Stand 1. Timekeeper's ready. Judges, competitors, go. Oh, a little bit slow there to start, but we'll come back to the pressing quarter. How they going down
Well,
there?
we were getting ready to bring down the top box, and Carmen started a little bit earlier than this lady on press than Fiona, but Fiona's just lifted her game a bit. She found a little bit more space there, moved out a bit, and Carmen's getting dragged behind a bit at the moment, isn't she, Hugh?
Just a little bit, but she'll come back, I'm sure. It was that last 8 inches of the press, getting it down was a little bit of a struggle.
Was she 155? Do you think she's gone a bit too heavy?
I don't know, but that top did take a little bit of squeezing down, but she got it there, and now she's on to the capping off as Fiona just starts on the pins. Carmen is on the pins. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Now we've got a bit of a battle on, because we got the third pin going in for Fiona Christensen. The first pin is going in for Carmen Smith from Pongaroa. In it goes all the way through, and even squeezing those pins through takes a fair bit of doing, Cotto.
Yeah, John, this is a final. We'll just get the capping off before you can talk about the shearing, so we'll just let that hit go. And we got Carmen Smith putting the pins in there, but Fiona's already done that. She's getting ready to release the cap. There she goes, Hugh. Look at the tidiness there. A little bit hanging around the sides of the wool press, but she wouldn't know that anyway, would she?
Our judges will have seen it, though, and Fiona now then releases those pulling arms there on press number 2. She'll coil that rope up nice and neatly, and the cap is coming off for Fiona Christensen now. Carmen Smith, she's still gritting her teeth. This lady from Pongaroa here on press number 1. Through comes that pin. You watch her squeezing it through. She gritted her teeth as she pushed it in as well.
Oh, she's made of good stuff, this girl. Brought up on pork bones and watercress. There she is. She's putting in the final touches. Fiona Christensen there, she was brought up on pavlova, and then a little bit there she smiles a little bit. She says, no, we had hot dogs and fish and chips. Now there's going to be let go. Carmen Smith is still a little bit behind Hugh.
Yeah, just a little bit behind, but it can all come down to the quality as well. On these sheets of these judges aren't wasting a lot of ink, let me tell you, Coral, because these ladies are doing a very, very clean job. Not many faults being spotted. I think it's all going to come down to these bale weights at the end.
I think it is, but Carmen's she's just too pedantic. I think she just needs to get in there, rip shit and bust and get it out of there, don't you reckon? Holy smoke, she's going too flash. Look at this lady on press number 2. Fiona Christensen's only a minute away, ladies and gentlemen, and she's going to pack it off. 150 kilograms, Fiona. You right there with the bale weights? You right up there? You happy? She's not answering us, Hugh, because Carmen Smith is coming back at her pretty quickly, Hugh. She's really there. Look at the tidiness of the bale, the tidiness of the wool press. Fiona pulled out there. She's not too far away. The time is now 14 minutes, Hugh, and this lady is going to be pulling the bale out.
Yeah, here she goes. She's got the bale hook coming back with her. She's chucking a little bit of wool in. You can see that all the tools that they use are left very, very tidy, ladies and gentlemen. That's all gaining them points as well. So the bale is coming out now on press number 2, ladies and gentlemen. She's dragging it out. That's taking a fair bit of dragging there, Coral. But she's just going to have a last quick look around. Here she goes, ladies and gentlemen. Last bit of a look for Fiona Christensen. And up goes her hand. Give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That's the Farmland-sponsored women's individual wool pressing competition, Cotto.
Okay, now we go to the time points, how the time points work. Every 20 seconds that ticks by, Fiona has 1 penalty point over this lady, Carmen Smith. So every time 20 seconds ticks by, Fiona picks up another point on Carmen. So Carmen's lifted her game and she says, like hell too, I'm going to go for the doctor here.
Yeah, she's got those pins out the way. The door is opening up, ladies and gentlemen. She kicked it out the way there on press number 1. She's running now, putting those pins out the way. Here she comes. She's ready for the drag now, Carmen. Carmen Smith from Pongaroa. Out she comes with this big bale. That's taking a little bit of dragging as well. She'll stand it up. She's just going to tuck that last little bit of wool in as well. Carmen Smith then from Pongaroa. She has the last look, and up she goes. Our lady presses, ladies and gentlemen. Brilliant competition, Coro.
Well, let's go and have a talk to these girls while we weigh the bales up. Well, you have a talk to Carmen and I'll have a talk to Fiona.
You go and talk to Fiona first.
Oh, well,
Carmen's
Fiona,
still sucking a bit of oxygen in.
We're going to have a talk to Fiona. Fiona, 6 times previous champion in the farmlands wool pressing. How did you prepare for this event today?
I didn't do much preparation at all.
Well, did you do any weights or gym work or running around the hills?
No, just help the presser in the shed, that's all.
And that's all you needed to do. And what's your diet?
Anything.
She eats anything. That's Fiona Christensen. Okay, let's see how Carmen prepared for this.
Ladies and gentlemen, I got Carmen Smith from Pongaroa with me. Carmen, you've been travelling around the shows, shearing, wool handling, and now you're joined in on the pressing circuit. You must be a very, very busy lady.
Yeah, if you don't count the farm and the 4 kids and that too.
Oh, hell's bells. Where the hell do you find time to train for all this?
I think I'll put it down to genetics.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go and see what the weights are. Give our 2 finalists another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, where's our boys? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to weigh the bales. The desired weight is 150 kilograms. And let's see how they go. Oh, well, we'll start with Fiona. She was the first one to finish. And bring it on over here. And Hugh and I will make a little bit of a prediction. 149.5.
I say 153, Coral.
153. Here we go, Hugh. You call as it's weighed.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bale weight for Fiona Christensen is 152.
Whoa! Ho, ho, ho. 152 kilograms.
That's not bad for a Welshman. We haven't even got these bales in Wales.
Did you see her pull that out? Just walked it out. All right, Carmen Smith, ladies and gentlemen, the bale has been weighed in the farmlands wool pressing finals.
What do you reckon this time, Carl?
Oh, heck. Oh, heck, that feels like a blingin' mattress. No. 145 kilograms I'll go with.
Oh, I'm going to go 143 this time.
143.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bale weight is 144 kilos.
Oh, we're pretty good, aren't we?
Pretty close. I think we'll shake hands on that, Coro.
145 and you're 143. We meet in the middle. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the farmlands. We're going to have a presentation. Mr. Kieran McNulty. John, you've been most helpful. Thank you very much for the time. You've let us have a little bit of pressing.
Ooh. Thank you, Coro. Just quickly, competitors in Heat 2 of our senior shearing. Be ready to take the stand, please. Joshua Crystal, Willie Lambert, Cody Beck, Will Smith, George Boy Hawkins, Patrick Duncan. Those are our next 6 competitors. Be ready to get up there as soon as possible, guys, as soon as we get this heat concluded.
Yeah, just make sure you're all down here right by the stairs as we complete this sheep 5 here on stand number 1. Daryl Kineen from Wairarapa. He's got his 5th and final sheep on the board. Likewise as Paddy O'Brien and Dale Murphy down the far end, the Australian. A couple of shearers, Nash and Dixon and Kane Carpety and DJ Crawford have completed their allotted number. So just take notice of the big board there, big screen there above the shearer's stand for those that have just turned up. They've got the time points are calculated at 20 seconds per point. The time's up in the top right hand corner, 9 minutes has just gone. The board points is the average number of second cuts to the wool fibre on the board. That's what those judges up there in the blue shirts are doing. And of course the pen judging outside is the average number of demerit points for any wool tassels left on or any bruising on the skin. And that's how we end up with a total. See the yellow figures coming up now. We get the yellow figures up, and that is the total how that shear has competed. So we're into the 39s, the lowest so far, and They'll probably need to be getting down a little bit on that to be in with a chance of making that semi-final. Last shearer to coming around on the last side now, Daryl Kineen. Rocking over the last shoulder. Lonely job when you're up there by yourself, but the other shearers are supposed to stay on the board and keep him company. Heat number 2 be ready to go.
Well, I'll tell you what, John, we've been highly spoiled, haven't we? By jolly, we've been spoiled. We've got a final going there with the ladies' wool pressing. That was great to watch, and it was a final, one reel and they're very, very accurate. And then we had the shearing going up here with today's technology. Ladies and gentlemen, you could look upstairs there. You knew who they all were. You knew where they were from. You could look up, see how they're getting on in their time. You could see how they're getting on in their board points. And it was all great stuff. So you don't have to be commentating everywhere all the time because we've got all this technology these days. Cheers, mate. And brilliant. As the finishing touches they're getting done on stand 1. The senior boys wrapped up. Good, well presented sheep. Nice and pink and ink. Inky, pinky. Done job. Heat 2.
Off to the right, guys. Heat 2, take the board immediately, please. We've got a little bit of time to make up.
Competitors heat 3 of a senior. Christy Hogg, Brett Roberts, Alistair Shaw, Tui Penny, Linton Palmer, Turi Edmonds. Any senior shearers that haven't reported in, this is your last call. Get up here and get your T-shirt. If you haven't reported in, let us know you're here, please.
If you're looking for a bit of feedback, you can read these texts that are coming in up here. What is this? To my shearing friends around the world, the Golden Shears is being live streamed on HTTP. There's the address. Golden Shears, the world's premier shearing and wool handling championships takes place. Isn't that amazing in Masterton? I'm not sure who texted, but hopefully they're better at typing than me. Take me half a day to get that baby out. Wairarapa region, and so it goes on. Action apiece right around the whole world. She's international here physically, and it's international. What do you call that? Psychosomatics, out there and about.
Shearers on the board. We have the green light. Shearers to the board. Come on, guys. Timekeepers ready. Judges, competitors, go. We're off and moving here in the sheep, 5 sheep elimination round. Heat number 2, Joshua Crystal from Napier on 1, Lily Lambert from Raupunga on number 2, Cody Beck from Tamaranui on number 3, Will Smith from Mahia on stand number 4, Georgie Boy Hawkins from Martin Butter on 5, and down on stand number 6 from Alexandra, Patrick Duncan, and a little bit of South Island down the far end for us this time.
Yeah. Gerald, and
is he shown a little bit of promise throughout the previous months over the shearing calendar?
Yeah, for sure. It's, Alexandra, commonly known due to the shearing program that's on TV called the Shearing Gang, and Peter Lyon, one of them big contractors based in Alexandra. Beautiful place to go on holiday if you get a chance. It's roasting hot in Alex. Well, hey, look, this was roasting hot yesterday, but Alex gets exceptionally hot too, which is great, you know, when you come from the deep south, and we put up with a fair bit of rain and bits and pieces. But yeah, so a lot of merinos and crossbreds get shorn in there, or half-breds, but here he is on the good second shear, and hitting the long blow there. Fair bit up for grabs here. There's about 54 competitors, ladies and gentlemen, entered here. The competitors right throughout from day dot when we kicked this show off yesterday morning at 7:45. We started off with novice shearing and novice wool handling and the likes of novice shearers. We had about 50 something of them. Junior shearers, we had 66 of them. We've got 54 of these fellas. So everyone is really getting in behind this Golden Shears and really supporting it by making their presence here. And hey, they haven't come just to pay, you know, the entry fee to have a bit of a go and only shear 2 or 3. They're here to make the semi. The semi will be the top 18. Okay, so yeah, you can't go resting on your reputation. And yesterday was yesterday, and Gore Shears was Gore Shears, and that was then and been and gone. It's here today, right here and right now. So you've got to turn up and mean business, as they do. Sheep number 1 out of the way for Joshua. 2 arriving on the board. Alexandra Mann's done the same. Who else is up and about up there? Hawkins down on stand 5. Fires 1. 2 big ones up the undermine. Starts to take the sun hat off. The old sheep won't be too happy about that. Will Smith in front of him there. Hits the undermine now. 1, 2. Look how beautifully shorn they are. These are professional shearers, ladies and gentlemen. They pump out a few sheep. They're the next step for them, of course, is the open grade. And there's nothing above that. Okay, the open grade's the open grade. There's no premier. Once you step up into that, oh, you got some work to do to start mixing it with those troops. By jolly. But at the moment, we're in the senior grade, and there's lots of action out here, John. All go, of course, Primary ITO, the major sponsor of this event as well. Okay, highly involved in the Golden Shears here this year, and great to see, John.
Yeah, they've been good supporters here over the last few seasons. Good to see we've got some more school children over there in the cheap seats. Hope they're enjoying the show that's been put on for them this morning. As these shearers get into their work pretty strongly, just feel the pace is lifted a little bit from the first heat. And we've got a big program to get through today, so we want everybody to be up here on speed, ready to go. And down the last side now comes Smith there on stand number 4, looking pretty good. Hawkins on 5, right on his tail as well. Cody Beck, right there, sheep number 3 coming out. What have we got? 3 minutes 45 gone as they come across the shoulder here for Joshua Crystal. From Napier on stand number 1, Willie Lambert. Oh, a little bit of a kicker. He just won't sit. He's pulling that head hard in against his left leg. Needs to keep the pressure on, get the legs together, keep the toes pointed in, keep the head high as he comes down that last side, because she will struggle. Feels like she's got the bit between her teeth, this girl. Ooh, Napier goes in here on the front stand. Pretty much blow for blow down 4, 5 and 6. But it looks like Cody Beck, he's starting to fire the big shots in now. The big tall lean shearer from Tamaranui, around the back of the head and down towards the first shoulder. Sweeping blows. He's got it under control as he drops into the long blow. Most difficult part of the sheep he just completed there, that first off shoulder, where you need arms and wrists and elbows and as many fingers. If you can multiply them, you need 10 of them if it'll help. Last side coming up for him now. We call it the money side of the sheep, but he's almost halfway through the job. Rick, you got some open wool handling heats there in the semi-finals.
Yeah, thank you, John. Just quickly, ladies and gentlemen, in order of qualification, our top 16 open wool handlers, congratulations to them. Kieran Herbert, Tiawa Mudu, top qualifier. Joel Hinare, Cherie Alabaster, Amy Ruki, Hinatia Tippini, Marianne Batty, Tina Rimini, George Hawkins, Sophie Cameron, Tia Potai, Joanna Kumura, Lani Morell, Rocky Hub Tate, Siobhan Mason, Ronnie Goss and Penny Kirikiri. Congratulations to those top 16 open wool handlers.
So Gerald, these shearers now, they've got sheep number 4 coming onto the board. They're starting to think about the job now. They've got rid of those few nerves, and the big shots are starting to flow easily.
Yeah, John, that's right. The nerves, that does play a major part. They would have done a number of shows, a lot of these shearers, of course. However, it is the Golden Shears once again, so it just adds that flavour to it. There's just something about it, okay? So the nerves are up there, and we're starting to gather a bit of people now. We're probably getting 250, 300 people. Of course, she's live, and some great, keep an eye on those texts up there, they're brilliant. One was Good Luck Lani, another one was Go Uncle Ollie. So yeah, good stuff coming in up there. Yeah, so all happening on the board. I was just having a wee browse in this magical book that I've got here of just who's come before these guys, what is at stake, and what might that mean for their future. And I was just having a look, you know, Brian Quinn, you know, commonly known as Snow Quinn. He won this event in the senior. We've got Adrian Cox, well, we know him. Doug Sinclair, actually, I know Doug very well. He's from down our way. He's won this event too. He was a great shearer. Samson Tafora, as I said. Lionel Bugden, he was very good. Lloyd Alexandra, he was very good too, and a colourful sort of character. of late, Corey Palmer won it last year. Matai Mason. So Roland Smith, he's won it in 2006. So it gives them a very good idea, where it will lead them and how they'll go from there on in their shearing or show shearing future. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's actually two facets to show shearing. Well, not actually the show shearing, in the shearing industry. You'll get this crew of shearers. Now, this is not all the shearers that shear all the sheep in New Zealand. That's impossible. That's not going to happen, okay? Because there's about 40 million of them. There's still a lot of sheep tucked away in corners yet. I think I know South until I get in my car and go for a drive, and there's valleys everywhere. Oh, yeah, I don't know South and I don't know New Zealand yet. It's a big place, and there's lots of sheep tucked away in all the corners. Anyway, there's a lot of shearers and wool handlers that don't do shows, and they're just as important in the industry. And what they do is they do it as a job. They go there. This is a job too, but also a sport. And they go there. They do their hard yards every day. Those sheep are dry. They take the money home. They feed the wife and kids and keep them warm and give them somewhere to sleep and all those sorts of things. And they play a major part too. Normally you'll see them, they'll support their local shows. Otherwise, they'll be in the sheds. They'll be getting sheep shorn from Bluff to Kaitaia today and shearing sheds throughout the country. But this is the show ones. These are the ones that really want to refine that art. No disrespect to the ones in the shed. They're very good shearers too. Very good shed jobs. But this is the trimming the edges, okay? Making sure though all those little things that can be right are right. So here's a little bit of more history on the shearing. As sheep number 5 starts arriving out for everyone. In fact, the cord has been pulled. The time has been stopped for George Bow Hawkins from Martinborough. The points aren't up there for some reason. John, I'm not sure what the story is there, but it'll arrive soon. Cody Beck is wrapped up from Tamaranui. Will Smith's finished as well. And Willie Lambert on stand 2 there. His 5th one arrives, heading down towards the fertiliser works there to give it a bit of a tidy up. And then fires those couple of big beauties up the back there, John.
Yeah, just looking at you're looking at the program, you'll notice at the start of each event, whether it be intermediate, senior or junior, there is the number of sheep required to be shearing this grade, and in this case, in an 8-hour day, it's 365. So if you've shorn over that, you should be in the open class. So 365 every day of the week will give you a reasonable sort of a coinage. You'll be getting somewhere around about $1.40 or thereabouts, maybe, depending on what the contractor takes out. $1.40, $1.50. And you can take home a little bit of coin at the end of the day. But remember, not every day you can shear, so you've got to salt a bit away. As they come down the last side, Joshua Crystal from Napier, rolling out that last leg now, all the sweat glistening off the shoulders. He's got a bit of a suntan on. He's been here in the hot Wairarapa weather for the last couple of days as Willie Lambert comes over the top on the last side. Last to complete his 5th and final sheep. There's heat number 3 ready to go, because by crikey, we need to be pushing the barrow this morning. We need to keep everybody up to speed. Over the shoulder on the last side, right underneath his machine. That little rigid dropper there can only stretch out so far, and he's right by the porthole now as he sneaks down the last side. He may be just a tad close as he's trying to fire in some vertical shots. Here he goes. He just walks it away from the porthole a little bit. Now puts in a little bit more flow with the elbow. Won't start locking up on him as he comes out that last leg. The sheep is just a little bit uncomfortable now, sitting not quite how he wants it, but he's using the left hand to pull the skin and work away in the right hand. The left hand does all the work, and he drops it down the porthole, and we'll now move on to heat number 3.
Yeah, thank you, John. Senior shearing, heat 3. Christy Hogg on stand 1, Brett Roberts on 2, Alistair Shaw on 3, Tui Penny. Shearing on stand 4, Linton Palmer on 5, and Terry Edmonds on stand 6. Heat 4, David Gower, Thomas Lima, Brett Langrel, Dean Herlihy, Rowan Nisbet, and Donald Crawford. 8 heats, ladies and gentlemen, of our senior championship. Just a reminder too for competitors in all competitions that there will not be a new singlet for semi-finals, so make sure you hold on to your singlets for semi-final events. A new singlet will be supplied for a final event, obviously, but not for semi-finals.
Oh, we got a green light. Shearers on the board. Shearers on the board. Selwyn, stand 6. Pull him out. Put the winch on him. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors, go. Oh, we're off and going here in Gerald, and another great lineup of shearers. More of the feminine touch up there on the stage again. We've had a lot of those young ladies up here earning their dollars here over the last couple of days.
Yeah, definitely there. Christy Hall. There's the points up there I just discussed. I'll go along the board in a wee second and inform you of who's who around the place. But there you'll see the time points coming up. There's no board points yet. Okay, that's what we call duck eggs. Those judges all along there, folks, have got those little counters in their hand, as you can see. The judges swap, as we've mentioned, and it keeps it as even as we possibly can. And you see one judge, the other judge gets highly informed before they swap over, so they don't go missing any blows. And then you'll start to see the second cuts coming up. So that gives you a good idea. Right, stand 2, looking up there will be Brett Roberts. Okay, he'll be hungry for a win. He's been doing very, very well in the shows. In fact, young Brett started shearing sheep when he was really, really young. I think I commentated on him at the Tapanui show. He might have been 14 years old. Still a young chap, now in the senior. If you were here last night, or if you weren't, you're going to be informed he actually won the speed shear here last night, and he melts that out. I don't think I've ever seen him shear like that before. He just likes these sheep from the Wairarapa. He nailed them, by jolly he did. And he was the quickest man, and he was wrapped. He bounced off that stage as though he was walking on water, walking on air just about actually as well too. So that's Brett Roberts from down at Mataraway. Alistair Shaw, he's from Scotland. Well, we know about that. He'll be nice and clean. They like them really clean in Scotland. You cannot go cutting them. They have to learn very early in the stages of shearing sheep not to go cutting them in Scotland, because they can get infected with these little midges over there. And they're annoying little things, so they are, those little midges. If you're shearing late at night, what you do in Scotland sometimes, where the sheep are dry and you're miles away, you just shear. You've flown all the way from New Zealand to shear anyway. Sometimes you light a little fire. You have a wee bonfire going out the side there about 5 metres away, because midges hate smoke. And they come out of all these pine trees, a lot of pine trees and forestry in Scotland. And so you'd light this little fire over there, and that would keep the midges away. Otherwise, they'd bite you. It's like living in, in Fiordland on the coast with the sandflies. Very similar to that. They start biting you, and of course you're down to a singlet, and there's lots of bare skin that they can sort of land on and start trying to suck your blood. So there we have it. That's a little bit about Scotland.
I think you should have had a little bit more of the dram over there to keep them away.
Yeah, well, we did do a lot of socialising when we were in Scotland, of course, as one would. And the myth of them drinking whiskey is not a myth. I mean, it is true. They do drink a lot of whiskey over there. And they think it's watered down enough without putting any more water with it. So that's just how it was. If you're in Rome, you do as the Romans do, and you drunk it straight. So, and made out you enjoyed it. But anyway, the sandflies still seem to have enjoyed you. Tui Penny. He is from, if I get there, Waipawa. Well, that's shearing country, isn't it? Becoming quite famous with the Cam. Cam's from the Linton Palmer, going very well through the Southern Circuit from Dipton down the deep south there. And then we got Turo Edmonds from Rahiti on the bottom stand. So I'll hand you over to John. There's a bit of an introduction there. I'll hand you over to John for a bit of commentary, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, well, got that second sheep on the board on stand number 1 for Kirsty. Brett Roberts, so slightly ahead, as you say. He's a big, powerful shearer. He's shorn here right through the grades. Remember him as a novice. He was just a schoolboy, and he was still rattling them out. Looked to have the capable tools in his work boxes. He drops into the long blow on this one now. The young fella from Mataura. Down the far end, Terry Edmonds from Rata Heave. Steps up the neck. Good control of the sheep at the moment as this Linton Palmer drops one out there on stand 5. Tui Pene takes off the top knot. Steps forward. Great competition. Shearer gets around the competitions and supports everything. It's awesome to see these young people here up testing their skills. We have, 9, 10 heats here this morning. And they're all in with a chance, but they've got to make it happen for them up there. Brett Roberts down the last side. 4 minutes and 45 are gone as he finishing touches for his third sheep. Out the last leg. He'll start to get quicker. You can bet he bounces into the pen. Those people are from Tauratahi in the back there. They're doing a marvellous job of keeping the sheep up for these shearers. No lifting. The shearers have got to pull them up off the grading themselves, and then they set them down and let's go with that 13-tooth comb and remove the belly with about 3.5 blows down the first off leg, just like Brent Roberts is now. Kirsty Hogg from Wakefield on the front stand, turns around for home. Across the shoulder, working away. Shearers, the wool starts up here, comes in on the truck of the sheep, comes off on the board, the wool handlers throw it into the fadges and down to the pressing, and that's how it happens into the shed. This is just pretty much as close as shed conditions as we can get when we have the pressing going on down the back. Out the last leg now for Tui Pene. Right there is Alistair Shaw as well. Crikey, he says that one was a little bit difficult to get the last leg of. Linton Palmer, a few, 2 or 3 blows to go. Hey, the old carrot top down there, look at him, he's rocking out that last leg, he's loving it. Oh, from Dipton down in the deep, Gerald, this young fella, he's been coming to the Golden Shears and he's always been close to the money.
Yeah, very loyal sort of man that way. Just, he's, what do you call that? Just stale, always there and about. He'd be a great man, I'd say, to have under if you're a shearing contractor, where you turn up to work every day, wouldn't let you down that way. He's just good, solid. Solid's the word I was looking for. Good, solid shearer. He fires down that first hind leg and he fired a big shot down there, as one should. And then he's got that one big blow over the backbone. That's how it would be done in the shed, and that's what you hope you do in the show. But of course we saw it last night when you're under a bit of pressure in a speed shear and the like. You want to start taking a few shortcuts just to satisfy your own mind that you're going quick. But the problem is it's got to come off somewhere, and normally that's the last 2 or 3 shots you've got to try and get in on the last side. And it's a very difficult time and situation to do that, and it's much better to come off when Linton did that with that big shot over the backbone, one full comb, and then you've got that short little half, which you can see arriving there on stand 5 now as he brushes the cheek wall off. Let's look up above, ladies and gentlemen, to see how they're getting on in their points. Board points, that's what's happening on the board. The time stays the same at 1 point every 20 seconds. Then we've got the pen points. That's out the back when they're tipping those sheep upside down, looking side to side, up and under the legs, having a good look round to see what wool may have been left on. Little corners here and there they may have missed. And then we've got the totals. Okay, so as you can see, it's tight competition. There's no bolters there, okay? So we've got 54 of these and we've got to cut them down to 18. No give-me's. We're ranging from a 33 to a 29. Okay. So they've got to be on the side. They've got to give it to the best shot. Right, best shot. Well, it's too late to change the pattern now because they're on sheep number 5. They needed to have done their work before here. They've only got half a sheep to go. Who is the rocket of the field here at the moment? There he is, Brett Roberts, right in the middle. Big, strong fellow. Should have been on to him, but I was busy looking at that TV. How did he end up? He's got a blue at this stage. Now, blue is not final. Yellow is, okay? So we've got a 30.1. So if you want, buy one of these books or get a pen and paper, ladies and gentlemen. You can actually get actively involved in what's happening here, where you can start writing these down. You say, right, Brett Roberts, that heat, when it comes yellow, here's top qualifier. And you can follow it through and you say, well, what was his time? Well, his time was, whatever it was, 8 minutes something. So share those 5. And you can follow it through. It gets quite interesting. You can watch it up there. You become involved in what's happening on the board. Right, on the board, come back to that. Christy Hogg from Wakefield, round towards the world famous long blow. Finishing touches for the Scottish boy. We've been there and done that. Waipawa man's wrapped up. Palmer, solid as you could imagine. On the journey home, those big swooping arms. Look at the muscle on them. No lack of muscle. You won't want to do what do they call that, a muscle index if he went to the old, the doctor. He would have high muscle fat ratio. Not much fat and lots of muscle. The man from Dipton. Right. All the shearers will stay on the board as they do. It's a mark of respect until everyone's wrapped up so they don't go upsetting the sheep that's getting shorn, in this case on stand 1. Out to the toenails goes Hogg. She's happy. Ladies and gentlemen, heat 2. Give them a wee warm round of applause. It's not easy getting up there. Off to the right, please, shearers, and new ones up from the left.
Righto, Dino, lead them up. Come on, guys, we need you sprinting up there on stage. The sheep won't shear themselves.
Heat 4, ladies and gentlemen. David Gower on 1, Thomas Lima. Shearing on 2, Brett Langrel on 3, Dean Herlihy on stand 4, Rowan Nisbet on 5, and Donald Crawford shearing on stand 6. Heat 5 competitors: Cam Hicks, Charlie Guy, Scott Wilson, Aaron Bell, Kieran Devane, Ethan Pankhurst.
So you just look up there above the shearers on the big TV. That's how the top 10 are so far. Brent Robertson in the top. He's got a 31. Very good board points. A 1.2 and a 5 out the back. So that's something that the rest of the shearers will be aiming for, or even below to get into that qualifying round. We're just waiting for the green light. The shearers on the board, please. So as I say, these shearers have shorn under 365 sheep. We have the green light. Shearers are on the board. Everybody happy? Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. Righto, Gerald, we're another 6 willing contestants up there. They're all fired up. Let's see if they can do the business. They got about a 31 to beat.
Yeah, 31. Well, it is actually a little bit of a bolter at the moment for Brett Roberts to put him through to the top 18. Oh, jolly does. All right, who we got here? David Gower, Taranaki's on 1. Thomas Lima, Levens 2. Brett Langrel from Temuka on 3. Temuka Pottery, very famous for that. Masterton's famous for the old Golden Shears, but Temuka's famous for pottery, of course, Temuka Pottery. Then we won't pronounce where this fella's from, but Dean Hurley, you can read that. It'll be much safer and more...
the Fongamomina.
Is that it? Thank you. We weren't taught a lot of Marion when I was at school in my little day, not that I'm that old. Rowan Nisbet from Rangiora, there on stand 5, and Donald Crawford from Gisborne. Flicks the leg over on stand 6 and locks it up. A little beautiful. Sheep presented incredibly well. We wouldn't expect any less from the Golden Shears, but a massive hand goes out to the farmers that take this responsibility, and that's what it is. It is a responsibility of supplying the sheep for the Golden Shears. A lot of work goes into this, making sure that they've got enough weight on them, making sure that when it comes to the day, they're all dagged up, trimmed up, they get here safely, they're going to be good shearing, they're going to be like uniforms, so they've got to draft them all up. There's a lot of work goes into presenting sheep. There's a lot of pride at the end of it, probably a lot of anxiety and panic before it and during it, but a lot of pride at the end to think that you were involved with, you know, the Golden Shears and the committee that run this place. So that's what's happening there. What else is going on the board that I can tell you about shearing while these boys are going to their work on sheep number 2? Well, bringing back a bit of a memory there with Rowan and Nisbet, the old sweatband. Now, not many people go to work, ladies and gentlemen. What happens in a normal shearing sort of day while they're getting this feathers off these tutus is you turn up to work, you jump in the van, you normally have a ganger. Now the ganger will drive that van to work. Everyone piles into the back. You normally have a wee trailer in behind that where you stick all your tuck box because you carry the food with you under contract business. All the tuck boxes, all the brooms and the stereo and toolboxes and everything go in the wee trailer. And you normally have whoever's on the door, the big sign writing of who you are, and off you go. And the cops normally know who you are, so you can even do a little bit of, go over 50 k's through the town. There's not many people up. Everyone's still asleep these days that way. And off you go to wherever you go. And you get to work, and you unpack, and you're into it. But hey, what do you take with you? You take a towel and a drink bottle, because by jolly, you need them both. When you're really working hard all day, you're sweating, and you need a towel. And the towel would normally hang up above the catchy pen door. Okay, and every time you walk in, you get hold of it and just give yourself a bit of a wipe because the sweat's running into your eyes. Okay, and it's quite salty sweat if you've ever tasted it. And that's the other thing a lot of shearers can get is cramp, and you'll see them drinking electrolytes and taking little cell salts, okay, to try keep the salt up to their body because they're losing so much fluid every day. So they've got to watch those sorts of things, but they take a towel and a big drink bottle, and they hone into that. But some people wear sweatbands, okay, on their head. It's not actually all for show. Ricky Peevack, the late Ricky Peevack, and there's an article in this book about the late Ricky Peevack. When he shore up here, Ricky Peevack was a showman. He was a very colourful character, and he wore like a bikey thing, a big mutton cloth around his head, dangling out the back, and he did that for show. But there's no harm in that with Ricky, because that's who he was. But mostly they're commonly used to keep sweat out of your eyes and save you having to wipe your face on the way in and way out all the time. And in this case, of course, Rowan is wearing glasses, so I'm presuming it probably stops some of the steaming up as well. Rightio, a little bit of general gossip about shearing and bits and pieces, John. I presume you've been watching the heat. And they all look like they've got number 3 on the board now.
Yeah, they're working away. We got Davey Gow, and he's also from Whangamomona. As you got Taranaki up there as his domiciled area at the moment. He's on the front stand here, and he's coming across. Yeah, they're keeping the board points down to a minimum this morning. Let's say the quality of shearing has been outstanding here at the Golden Shears, and these senior shearers are doing it justice as well. The sheep are beautiful. As we come down the last side there for Davey, and he's going to step in for number 4. He's just leading the way, but slightly from his old mate Dean Hurley. He's gone for a change of gear down there on stand number 4. Brent Langrel steps up the neck here on stand number 3. Thomas Lima from Levin rocks up the long blow. Likewise as Rowan Nisbet down on the stand 5. Turning off the long blows, Donald Crawford. Working off that last shoulder now. Come on. Choking that comb, then he'll go back to about half a comb as he comes across the shoulder, then chokes the comb again once he comes down and out to the flank. Working up the top, here comes Dean Hurley. He's chasing Davey Gow on the front. They've got a 2.2 and a 2 out the back. So they're shearing pretty much blow for blow and scoring about the same. Down into the long blow goes Gow. Hurley right there as well. The Whangamomona pairing leading the way. Then goes Rowan Nisbet. He has a quick look along the board. I better keep going. He's got the old sweatband on there. He's not going to get too flustered, he says. Let's keep it all cool, calm and collected. He put that steady blow down from the brisket right through to the crutch area. And he's got another 3 blows to follow. Just take a little bit of time on that big sheet. Works it away. Down the first off leg for him. Likewise as Donald Crawford down the far end. Lima from Levin on the 2 stand. He's up over the tail. Big undermine right up the back. He goes almost hitting his leg with his drives that handpiece fully up. Then goes Gow now. Sheep number 5 coming out. Oh, just about got his foot caught on the grating. Hurley, he says, I'm right behind you, mate. Battling it out. I think these 2 young fellas must have a bit of a side bet, Gerald.
Yeah, they could. And of course you can do that. The TAB is open for a bit of betting if you want to. By jolly, there is. In fact, there's a little article in a paper there I read in the motel with a few little picks in there, a few favourites coming up. Big Gow. Stand 1 fires 2 big shots up the undermine, straight onto the old top knot. Up the neck you go. That's that place you get worried about where you can't see your handpiece. Fires two into the base of the ear as he should. Well trained, this boy. Maybe he's been to a primary ITO course as well to get this skilled, or part of that skilled shearing system getting into place as he heads round towards the long blow now. He's probably had it a number of times before, but of course David Gow, that name famous for the English batsman, wasn't he? English, I'm sure he was. Where at 21 years old he showed those South African, or not South African, who's those big bowlers, whoever they were. West Indies, that's who they are, Gerald. Helping myself. West Indies bowlers, he showed them how to take those boys on. By jolly he did. But it's young David Gow here at the moment in New Zealand, showing these 5 sheep who's boss and who's in charge as he hits the last shoulder. But Hurley on the journey, right at the toe nuts on the last side. There's only 2 or 3 shots in it. He's not comfortable, so brings up the head and starts working that left hand. He's got to do so at the moment to get rid of that loose skin. But it's going to be Gower at this stage. Oh no, there's nothing in it at all as far as it goes. Hurley, Gower. 1 left for the Temuka boy. Into the belly wall goes Crawford from Gisborne. Don't be frightened, ladies and gentlemen, to yell out for your favourite. There must be some friends up there, some cousins, some part of the family. Must be something. Just yelling over top. It's a big moment up there, whether it's a heats or a semi. Well, I tell you what, we're having semis because that's how it works, but in a normal sort of standard show, you start at a lower grade than this. But by jolly, they're coming out of the blocks because it is the Golden Shears and they've been dreaming about this. Okay, lying in bed thinking about this here, and they're going to take off as though it is a semis, straight out of the blocks and into it. Working that left hand hard, Thomas Lima. On the journey home he goes now. See, the sheep's got its leg tucked up. He sticks that left hand. That's the one that does all the work, folks. Sticks it in there and drives it in and gets hold of that skin, rolls it back to bring that sheep towards himself. Bit of jiggling down on the bottom stand by Donald Crawford. Ignores it, says, hey, little honey, sit still for a minute. Rolls that head up round the leg as one should do. You'll see photos of the magical snow quin like that with that big long blow with the leg, the head tucked right round the leg and the 2 front legs of the sheep poking straight back through the 2 back legs as one should do if it was absolutely perfect. But I tell you what, these sheep we've got shearers like Darren Ford that have shorn 2 million odd sheep looking for that perfect one. They don't come every day, I can tell you that. And she's still giving them a bit of a jippo there on the bottom stand. But here we are, folks. The senior. Travelled from all parts of the world, hoping for a podium finish in the next couple of days.
Well, they were greatly shorn, and we'll move those shearers off to the right, please, gentlemen. Thank you. And on from the left. Just a green river of shearers floating across the stage here today.
Heat 5, ladies and gentlemen. Stand 1, Cam Hicks. Charlie Guy on 2. Scott Wilson on stand 3. Aaron Bell on 4. Kieran Devane on 5. And Ethan Pankhurst shearing on stand 6. Heat 6, Stephen Clayle, Gavin Kelly, Lionel Gawa, David Gordon, Henry Belfour, Benjamin Hodder.
Now, just a little bit of housekeeping, folks. Remember, this is a smoke-free zone, this whole stadium and its surrounding areas, okay? Smoke-free. So please abide by those rules and move beyond there. If you want help with your smoking and nicotine addiction and cravings, there's a tent out the back here with a couple girls and guys that are experienced in that sort of system to assist you to give up smoking. So take that, and the other bit of housekeeping just while we get started is please look after these chairs down the front here, these blue and red chairs. Do not set your hand pieces on them and your greasy mocks and the likes. Keep them clean. Try to support this committee that are supporting us to run this show.
Okay, on the board, please, gentlemen. We are ready to go. Yes, we are. I can't see that hand, Selwyn.
Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, just in the wee break, that there are tables available for our cabaret night tonight. Tables of 6 that are available, and they're great value. So if you want to purchase one of those, just see our secretary up here at the southern end of the stadium. Just a competitor on stand 6. Is that Ethan? Ethan Pankhurst, yep. Okay, we're ready to go.
Okay, we've got a green light. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go.
Right, we got all that sorted. We just wasn't sure that was the right name for the right person. Couldn't like get a visual on it. Right, who's up there? Well, we got a bit of the old, another Scotsman up there, Scott Wilson, in the middle there, right smack in the middle. Quite a good place to be, actually, when you're in a shearing competitions in those middle stands. You can look to either side, just see what's happening behind you and in front of you when the speed starts to really mean some serious sort of stuff. But come back to the front stand. We've got Cam Hicks there. From Martin, Charlie Guy from Keogh. With Scott Wilson, I've just mentioned him. Aaron Bell from Waipawa, and Devane from Tai Happy, and Pankhurst is the man we're curious about from Masterton, a local boy. So we want to hear some noise from them. Big welcome to the, is that a school over there, preschool, kindergarten? Sitting right down there, he's going to get a good view. Do you know Ethan? All you kids over there, do you know Ethan? No? Hey children, are you listening? Do you know Ethan Pankhurst? No one's listening to me. John, do you think they'll be listening to you?
Oh, well,
hey, we're just making a record.
Let's get a little bit rowdier and they'll listen.
We might have to get rowdier.
Come on, you kids, you get rowdy too, and you call out for Ethan.
Yeah, give him a bit of support.
He's one of the local boys.
I tell you what, are you listening? I said Richard Lowe's in the room. The famous All Black, Richard Lowe, was here. You won't know him either. A lot of other people will. He was up here doing a few interviews, live stream. So Richard Lowe is in the room. So that's all good. As you're aware, this whole show, right from day one to Saturday night at the big finale, is live streamed throughout the world, every single little corner. If you want to get on there, you can watch it right now. And you'll see some emails or webmails or what they call them, texts coming through up the top there. So it's all happening. There's all sorts of things happening at the Golden Shears. Change is constant and you've got to get used to it. Radio John, far ahead.
Yeah, we're with Gail Carr to see Ellen Precious, please. Gail Carr to see Ellen Precious down here in front of the microphone. So yeah, you did right. There's going to be plenty of action on those screens up there. The texts are coming through. As you say, it's screening live across the world. We're all famous. You're on TV.
Yeah,
we come across the shoulder on the last side. Here comes Cam. He was down on the pressing yesterday, and he did a marvellous job of having a go at putting out those bales at 160 kilos. Charlie Guy says, I wasn't going to waste my energy. He said, I'm going to here to shear the sheep. I'm going to make the wool for the presses. And he's on stand number 2. He's right on the money. Got Wilson from Scotland there on stand number 3. Down the last side he comes. Sheep number what coming out for him? Sheep number 3. Almost finished as Aaron Bell. Sheep coming out for him will be sheep number 3 on stand 4 as he puts the last shot in. Belly off for Kieran Devane down there on stand number 5. Pankhurst, last shots for him. Oh, Charlie Guy says, let's get amongst these woolies. We need to go a bit faster, he says. So he'll let the brake off a little bit now. He's settled in. He's got rid of the nerves. Good scores up there so far. Board points of 0.8, which are 0.6, which are pretty sharp. It's not a full second cut. The number of second cuts are divided by the number of sheep that are shorn. So if he has, say, 4 over 5 sheep, he's got about a 0.78 or something like that. Here they go, into the long blow now, the pacemaker. On stand number 5, turning off the long blow. Just as quick as that, he's starting to wind into it, Kieran Devane. Close on his heels is the Scotsman, Scott Wilson. Keeping the pressure on is Cam Hicks all the way. Nobody's too far away from each other. Charlie Guy's up the long blow as well. Into the long blow, down on stand number 6. By crikey, she's tight, Gerald. Here in heat number 5, they're all pretty close together.
Definitely so. There's 3 out of the way. Stand 5. First man with the hand on the catching pen door for sheep 4. Pulls it out, sits down another well presented one. Tucks it in there, gets the knees down nice and low to make sure he's going to have longevity in the industry and keep that back nice and straight as he buries the handpiece in the belly wool. Flicks it out the back for the wool handler. Those wool handlers, they do a great job, don't they, ladies and gentlemen? They're up there just scooting that wool out of the way, trying to keep out of the way so you can get a good visual. Marvellous, and I love how the stage is as high as it is. We've got a stage for the wool handlers. We've got a stage again for the shearers. Brilliant stuff. All these extra things that just add a whole lot of flavour to the show. Up the neck goes Divine on stand 5. Who's the next man? Down towards the fertiliser works goes Bell. Sheep 4. All on the TV for us nowadays as well. 2 big shots up the undermine. Takes the top knot off. Steps up and round if he's doing it correctly. Very easy to slide that leg that goes around the back just straight past. Sheep doesn't like that. You've got to swing that leg out and around to really position it correctly and sit it high on its tail. Very, very unusual and uncomfortable and funny sort of position. The best way I could describe that to a lot of you golfers is out there is when you get someone teaching you how to hold a golf club properly. You think, oh, I can't hit a ball like that. I can hardly move my arms. Well, that's what it feels like when you've got a sheep sitting up on its tail in between your own. It's very, very uncomfortable position to get used to it. And you've got weight here and weight there, and she's just about pushing you over. All sorts of things going on. It might look like poetry and motion up there and all those sorts of things, but hey, there's years and years and years and hours of dedication and hard graft to get this good. On the journey home, it's still stand 5 at this stage. Cam Hicks is chasing them hard on the front stand. Right out the toenails, that big wing of his. Putting all the weight on that left hand to make that leg go out straight, and by jolly years, he's going to do at least 4 good shots. And look at that beautiful shot there he did on the back of that leg. He won't lose any points there for not taking an effort at taking that sock off. The wool's not worth much, but we want the sheep to look nice and pretty. Right, another nice clean one. Pankhurst, the local boy. Let's hear some noise for him. We're going to take this 54 down to 16. I hope you see Mr. Ethan Pankhurst again. But if you don't, now's your chance. He's got 1 sheep to shear. Come on, Ethan. You're in your hometown.
Yeah, he's rocking it out there. He's trying his best. He's let the handbrake off a little bit. Sheep number 5 on the board for all the shearers. He needs to keep the hammer down, though, because he's a half a sheep off the paces. Wilson from Scotland turns onto the last side. Kieran Devane, he was from Taiapi. He was out in front before, but he got a bit of a wriggler and he just needed to readjust himself. Ethan Pankhurst has got one that's trying to walk away with the clothes on. He says, sit still, darling. I'll have you out in the jiffy. Round the back of the head he comes, but the pace all from Scotland here on the third stand. Out the last leg he goes, closely followed by Cam Hicks And also Bell from Wairarapa there coming over the last shoulder as Scotland reaches out. All just a shade under 8 minutes. As he hits the button, he's got a reasonable sort of a score up there, a 3.6 and an 8.6 out the back. That may be just getting up there a little bit. But the final judging will be with the yellow figures come up there on the big screen. Out the last leg now for Cam Hicks. Out the last leg now for Aaron Bell. Very, very close there, Kieran Devane on stand number 5. Charlie Guys, he's had a little bit of trouble just trying to keep these sheep settled. The man from up in the far north in Kaio rocks out that last leg. Ethan Pankhurst has come home with a flyer this time round, and he bounces. They go together, twins on stands 2 and 6. Well, Sean, gentlemen, you'll see those yellow figures just coming up there now on Scott Wilson. That's his final score of 37.449. And I think we're around about the 31 or something was pretty sharp from Brent Roberts a little bit earlier on. And heat number 6 now, Rick, we're moving on.
Yeah, thanks, John. Okay, your competitors, heat 6 of the senior shearing. Stand 1, Stephen Plale, Gavin Kelly on 2, Lionel Gower on 3, David Gordon shearing on stand 4, Henry Belfour on 5, and Benjamin Hodder on stand 6. Heat 7. Just a call, please, Doug Lang.
32.
Doug, if you're in the stadium, could you come to the front desk, please? Competitors in Heat 7, Shani Rimini, Casey Bailey, Shane Ireland, Chris Mills, Parker Madiaha, and Jotham Rental.
There you go there, ladies and gentlemen, from everything we've seen, what we're up to. We're up to, what heat were we on then, John, that last heat?
Heat
7,
5.
was it? Heat 5. Well, that gives you an example. That was after Heat 5. So there'll be a few people in the audience, as in the shearers, thinking if they're sitting right at the moment, the top 16 going through, if they're sitting around that 12, 13 mark, they're going to be watching this with massive interest from here on in. That they don't get knocked out. Those, Joshua, Crystal and all those ones there.
Okay, we're ready to go. Shearers on the board. Timekeepers right, judges right. Competitors, no. Come on, guys. Timekeepers right, judges. Competitors, go. You don't muck around up there when you get up on that stage. You put your handpieces on and you get set up and you stand by your door. And we will rock and roll from there on in. And here we go. Stephen Pyle from Gisborne here on stand number 1. Gavin Kelly from Tai Happy on 2. Lionel Garner from Australia on stand number 3. David Gordon from Masterton on stand number 4. Henry Belfour down on stand number 5. And Henry's from Masterton, and Benjamin Hodder down the far end from Featherston. Looks like these guys are ready to rock and roll. An Australian man here, he's gonna show us how it's done. He says, I won't be too quick, but I'm going to enjoy it up here. The Golden Shears is the pinnacle of shearing around the world, and Masterton has the luxury of running this event for the last 50-something years. Started way back in the early 60s when a group of young farmers and socialites got together and they organised a shearing competition. It is growing and growing and growing to this professional era now where everything's on the button and we get the job done as quick as possible with the least amount of mistakes. And that's what's happening here today, Rick. And have you got another heat lined up for us to come up next up?
Yeah, we certainly will have, John. Just in the meantime, could we have Joe Hopkirk, please, just up to the announcer's box? Joe, if you're in the stadium, can we see you up here, please? Yeah, Heat 7, ladies and gentlemen. Shani Rimini, Casey Bailey, Shane Ireland, Chris Mills, Paka Mariaha, and Jotham Rental.
Well, Gerald, they're looking like they're settled into the job now. Sheep number 2 coming onto the board. These guys are, getting used to it. Whoa! Hey. That was a bit of a flyer there for the young fella. Hey, that's how powerful these wild animals are, children. Just be careful of the sheep. They couldn't run away and run you over. But here, David Gordon, he's settled it down on...
Ooh, that's a
maybe
wild
not
one.
quite yet.
It's got Pole Dorset in it.
Yeah, well, we
Well,
hope he's
take
not...
that one home, you think, there, John?
I think, yes.
Take it home for the Barbie.
David's got the red rattle in his...
Jolly.
He's got the red rattle in his back pocket for that one, I'd say.
He's a local boy too. You'll know these sheep inside and out, surely. He's probably snuck down to the farmer and saw a few of the rejects just to get a feel of them. What sort of gear I need. And here he is. But he didn't organise himself for this baby, I can tell you that. But anyway, good chance for informing the audience of why those shearers carry 2 handpieces up there when they're only shearing 5. Because a comb would normally do 1 whole hour in the shed, even under a fair bit of pressure. And a cutter, okay, that's what's going backwards and forwards across the comb, will then normally do about 15 minutes. So you change your cutter 4 times every hour, and normal going, a comb once an hour. So why do they carry 2 handpieces up there? Well, it's a show. And if something like that happens unbeknown and it's the variable, you know, that you're not aware of, and you break your comb, which happened there, for David Gordon, you can swap over. Otherwise, someone's going to run up from the audience and give you another handpiece. And that takes up time. So that's what the second handpiece is about when you're only shearing in the heats. It's not about the sharpness of the gear or bits and pieces. They may be trying another form of bevel, okay? There's a bevel on the end of the teeth, like a shape, like a curve. And there's all sorts of different bevels for all sorts of different breeds of sheep and styles of shearing and how heavy your hand is or how light your hand is. And if they're confident, they'll take that up there and they'll shear one. And if things are going really well, they might trial the other one. If they think they're going to make a semi, then they think, how will this other comb go? Because I know you can't blame your tools, but I tell you what, if you haven't got good tools in the shearing industry, you can blame them, all right? Because it won't go too well for you, John. And it can be a very, very long day if your cutters aren't cutting and your gear's not entering and all those sorts of things. So you've got to have it right. But that's mainly why they take the second hand pieces, just for something along those lines. Rightio. Meanwhile, what's happening in the speed states? That's just a little bit of info about the shearing as a whole. Where we were, we've all got number 3 on the board, as I'd expect at this level. You're not going to see too many, rabbits in the field where they just take off like the speed shear last night. Up the undermine. Down the bottom stand, Benjamin Hodder. Let's have a look up there. While I'm upstairs, let's all have a wee look, eh? What do we got up there? We've got a 2. The scores are really, really good. And you'd expect that at the senior level. Board points, pen points. Lionel Garner a little bit high out the back there. He's obviously throwing a bit of a roughie out there. But back to the board, John. How are they getting on there? Sheep 3 right across.
You're just watching these guys go. We've got people from all around the country, and of course we've got an Australian man up there in the middle, Lionel Gardner. This guy, he's a little bit more experienced than some of our other competitors. He shears a little bit Australian style, but I tell you what, he must have a big heart. He's got a couple of new knees, and he's shore for 40 hours once to raise funds for a special project. So he's got a ton of guts, and he's coming down the last side there, and he's almost halfway through the job. He's over halfway now, because they've only got 5 sheep this year. And of course David Gordon, he's settled down now. He's got that real monster out of the road. He's just right on the money. He's following Gavin Kelly, who's actually out in front here on the Tie Happy side here on stand number 2. Right down over his sheep. Look, he's watching that handpiece with his beady eyes round the back of the head, putting every shot in. His eyes are moving back with his hand to make sure he enters the right place on the skin and keeps it nice and flat. Stephen here on the front stand from Gisborne. He's a busy. Look at that left hand working away. The most difficult part of the sheep about now, where you need to use the elbow. You need to have your knee in the right place. Your wrist and your fingers are all working. It looks like an Inspector Gadget sort of a style as you control it dropping down into that first shoulder. Up over the top now. Up the neck, down on stand number 6, Benjamin Hodder. Round the back of the head. Flat comb across the neck. Inky Pinky style. Beautiful stuff. Sheep number 4 on the board for all of them. Going along nicely, but it's still Kelly with a little bit of pace here on stand number 2.
Kelly goes in for 5. Right, I'm hearing a bit of a call from the crowd. That's what we like to see. We've got, I'm presuming Featherston's just down the road. A couple Masterton boys up there. Hear one from out the side there. Come on, David. That's all we want to hear. Come on, David. Get focused, man. There's water under the bridge now. That little bit of a breakage. You had another handpiece. That's what you required. Dive in for that 5th one. Got some ground to make up. Oh, he pulls out a little beauty. Let's get a bit of spotlight on him. Let's get him shining under the spotlight. The belly wall is clear. It's out the back. Get into that one, David. Now he's out the first leg. Fires one shot in there. Works that left hand. He does a little bit of a flick. He likes this bit of showmanship. Spotlight's good for him. He enjoys that. One big shot up the undermine. Top knot comes off. The Featherston boy dives in for his last and final one. Another man there, Henry Balfour on stand 5. Let's hear some noise for him. He's a local boy too. Henry's up the neck. You mightn't see these fellas again. Don't hold off now, ladies and gentlemen. We're only taking the top 6. 18 through it is. Had to do a few sums on my head, children. You might have to help me there. 6 threes. 3 heats of 6. Is that 16, Gerald, or 18? It's 18, Gerald. Thank you very much. 18 are going through, so don't hold back now. Unreal. Up the undermine. Hodder down on the bottom stand. He's nice and handy to you. Come on, kids. Get in behind your locals. All the local businesses are in behind this show, so we want the local people in behind the local shearers. Let's get some action going. I hope it's another hot day out there. Here comes Gordon. By jolly, this boy, he loves the spotlight. Kelly's wrapped up. David Gordon, he's recovered well, ladies and gentlemen. Shining under the spotlight. By jolly, he is. Another man, Balfour's wrapped up in stand 5, hitting the long blows Hodder, throws a leg over and locks it up. The man from Australia. Look, on behalf of the committee, I tell you what, I'd like to welcome all you overseas. Bly, Stephen, stand 1's finished 2. I'd like to welcome you all here. By jolly, it's good to see all the international flavour here. I hope you're having a great time. I know everyone will be looking after you. It's unusual being in a different place. And it can be a bit lonely and daunting sometimes, but in the Shearing family, she's all good. You soon get in there and mix and mingle and build a bit of a social circle and make friends for life as you do. It's a bit like boarding school in a way. Out to the toenails he goes. Gardner, what's that? That's heat 6 done, ladies and gentlemen.
Well done, guys. Move off to the right, please. Move off to the right and fresh men on from the left. We have another couple of heats. We've got 3 heats to go.
Yeah, thanks, John. 2 more heats, ladies and gentlemen. Heat 7 next. Shearers on the board. Stand 1, Shani Rumini from Masterton. Casey Bailey, Masterton. Shane Island, Masterton. Chris Mills from Masterton. Paka Matiaha from Masterton. And Jotham Rentel from Nelson. Those 6 shearers on the board. Our final heat, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Ralston, Robert Mudgeway, Roger Marsh, Sam Bullingham, Greg Hazelwood.
So yeah, we've got all the info there. We're ticking along nicely. We need to get the World Woolhandling qualifying rounds announced, coming to the table. We've got some names here now, I believe, Rick.
Yeah, thanks, John. World Semi, the first heat for the semis. Karen Herbert, Lani Morell, Ronnie Goss, Joel Hanade. Heat 2, Tina Rimini, Amy Ruki, Pagan Rimini, Cherie Alabaster.
So yes, it'll be the World Woolhandling. They've got to try and earn their spot to go to Ireland in May. Hey, she's all go. We've got the green light here. We've got the shearers on the board. Thank you, Shani. Okay, everybody's happy. Stand number 5. Timekeeper's good. Judges, competitors, go. Oh, we're off and going. The pressure's just coming on now because there's only 1 more heat. And these 6 shearers up here need to leave it all on the board here. They have got no second chance to make it that semi-final. It's got to happen over these 5 sheep, and we've got Shani Rimini from Masterton here on the front. Number 1. Can he be number 1 when he comes off at the end of this heat? We've got Casey Bailey from Masterton on number 2. Up over the top, he's the first to take the cap off. Shane Ireland from Martinborough on stand number 3. Up the undermine he goes. Chris Mills from Masterton on stand number 4. Masterton's back here, Marty Iha. Down there on stand number 5, around the back of the head, a very steady hand from him. Jonathan Rental moving away. He was worried he was going to miss out in the heat, but he should have been up here, and now he's shearing with all his might down there on stand number 6. He said, I'm going to make the most of it. I came here to shear and qualify for the next round here at the Golden Shears, and I'm going to make the most of it here today. Across the long blow he comes. Beautiful big shots, one over the backbone and turns onto the last side of the sheep. But the pacemaker here, stand number 2 at the moment. It's going to be Bailey from Masterton over the shoulder. What sort of time is he going to crack? In a minute 25 comes up now, and so this could be a little bit faster pace. And I think, Gerald, these guys sense that they've got to get into that 30 bracket, don't they? Got to get into that 30 bracket in the scoring points.
Yeah, definitely, John. Of course, they have had the pleasure of watching whatever it is now. It's 6 heats in front of them. So they know that we're looking at the points up there and working out, as I've suggested to the crowd, working out where they're at, what's required to make that top 16 at the stage, knowing there's another heat coming up behind them. And that's how it works. So they'll know from their past what they require in time. They'll know roughly what their job is at this stage on the board and out the back, and what's required to hopefully make that cut. There is no give-me's, I can tell you that. Whether you've travelled from the Bluff or Kaitaia, or whether you're a local from Masterton, there's no give-me's here and never will be. It's just never going to roll like that, I'm afraid to say. You're going to have to work for your money. If you want to make that podium at the Golden Shears, ladies and gentlemen, you've got to work for it. And we expect them to work for it. By jolly we do. We want to see excellence. Oh, yes. Top nut comes off for Mills. He's a local boy too. I'll just sing about a couple of things for a wee minute. I'll let them do a bit of shearing at sheep 2, and we'll get John to bring them home at sheep 4 or so. Tell you a little yarn in between times. Now, bit of the old shearing. I was talking about shearing a tyre before with a towel and a water bottle. Anyway, some other things that go on are, you'll find that a lot of the shearers, not so much up here, but we'll find one that has a belt on. Okay, the belts are wide belts and they're stretchy. Here, stand 1. Remini's got one on. That's called a shearing belt. Now, what the reason for that is when you bend over like that all the time, it doesn't go digging into your back, okay, like a normal standard belt that you'd wear, like I've got on at the moment. That would dig into your back all day, swing around. It doesn't give your back enough support. The back is very, very important when it comes to bending over like this all day, even more so when you're tall. Okay, now you will normally find that they've always have their singlet tucked in. Why? Because they don't want to get a chill on their back, okay? They don't want that area of their back that's doing a whole lot of work and there's a whole lot of blood pumping around there, getting a chill. They want to keep that baby warm. They've got a whole lot of years of shearing sheep. They want longevity, so they've got to keep their back warm. So you'd normally find their singlets are always tucked in, okay? Now, normally you'd have a thing called a bow-yang. Has anyone heard of a bow-yang? Yes. Is anyone listening? Has anyone heard of a bow-yang? Yeah, beauty. Now the old bow-yangs, they used to tie their trousers with them. Okay, back in the old days, they used to have belts and strings, and they'd tie across here your calf muscle. Why did they do that? Well, they done it for one reason. When you're shearing, your left hand and your feet and your legs are very close to the handpiece all the time. And what happens if you've got loose pants? You cut them. Hence they put a bow-yang, or they tied the pants and sort of folded them up to make them like what they call skinny pants nowadays, where they taper in really tight around your calf muscles. Now, they've gone. Where did they go? Well, they just went, because what happened is they designed these jeans, these shearing jeans, okay, that taper in at your leg, and what they do is they've got zips on the bottom of them, and they open that zip up to get them off. If they're a standard like they are right now, you can't get them off, okay, they're too tight. You'll be standing on them trying to get your legs out, and you just can't get them out. So they've got a wee zip in there. And then you unzip them, and that gets them away, and hence you don't cut your pants. So that's a little bit of trivia, we'll call it that, about shearing. Okay, right, talking about bringing them home, John. They're on to sheep 4 now. And the first 3 stands are out in the front by the looks of this end. Bailey is leading the front, and he's a local boy, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we're certainly pumped up with local fellas here this round. Chris Mills pulls out sheep number 4. He has a bit of a look at his score. Don't worry about the score till the final sheep's judged. That's my idea. As Parker comes down the first off leg down there on stand number 5. Stand number 6 is Jonathan Rental out the last leg. But the pace, hey, still there. Might be sheep number 4 coming out for Rental. But sheep number 5 about to come out here on stand number 2. Bailey from Masterton. Got a score of just 2-second cuts per sheep at the moment. Right on the money is Shane Island there, also from just down the road in Martinborough. Sheep number 5 for him. Over the top of the shoulder for Shani Rimini. Under the shoulder and down the money side. Making it count. His gear looks to be cutting pretty good as he comes under the shoulder. Nice inky pinky sheep. A lot of blows going in. He only wants to use about a third of the comb and cutter. Keeping it flat. He doesn't want any ridges left on. That's what happens in the competition. You leave a ridge on and down the bottom it goes and bang, the old judge catches you. Gotcha. That's got to add another half a point to your tally. Under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. For Parker down there on stand number 5. Look at he's keeping it sweet. Last side coming up for Chris Mills as well on stand number 4. Into the long blow for Jonathan Rental. He's still got one in the pen. But the pace here on the front. Shani Rimini's got the belly off, but he's good half a sheep behind Casey Bailey as he comes over the shoulder on the last side. Close enough to him is Shane Island from Martinborough. Comes under the shoulder and down now to the flank. Let's see what he's got, 7 and 15. Oh, the pace has quickened up a little bit. They know they need to keep it under about 31 or 32 to be in that top group. And we've got to watch as Casey Bailey hits the button there in about 7 minutes and 29. And he gets, a 29.8 there in the blue figures with the still outside judging to come.
Thanks, John. Just a call, please, for our World Woolhandling competitors, who are next on the list. Could you come up here, please, to the announcers box? All World Woolhandling competitors.
So back to the shearing here now as we turn onto the last side for Shani Rimini. Into the long blow for Marty Aha down there on stand number 5. He's keeping it nice and pumped along. Very casual approach, but he's doing the business. All good scores up there. Shane Highlands hit the button and he's got a 39 at the moment. He'll be hoping he doesn't add too much more to that. Is into the long blow on stand number 4 for Chris Mills. Into the long blow now on stand number 6 for Jonathan Rental. Working away. Left hand holding the sheep. Elbow right against the cheek of the sheep. Now he's put those big blows. He'll be using about 12 teeth on the comb as he comes up that long blow. One over the backbone and onto the last side. Is it enough, he says. Have I done enough as Parker rolls that one down the portal, closely followed by Chris Mills. Not too far behind and out the last leg, the last side coming up. Big long blow going there from the back of the shoulder right out that last leg there for Jonathan Rental. He works away and we're about to see the end of heat number 7 and the last heat come onto the board and we've got what sort of a score we've got? We've got a 30 up there, by God.
That's a local boy up there, John. Casey Bailey, Masterton. Total points are 30.6.
That's as sharp as we've got so far.
That's as sharp. That puts him up the top. Are you happy about that, Masterton? Woo! No better place. He starts making finals by Jolly Oz at Waimea once upon a time, and the man Jeff Holmes, who didn't do a lot of shows in open shear, and he made the final there at hometown, their very own Jeff Holmes, and they just about blew the roof off the place that day when he let rip into those 20 at the New Zealand Spring Shears there. Talking a few years back, but it won't make any difference. This boy goes all the way. She's going to be highly active stuff. We'll hear some noise. They won't need encouragement from you and me then, John, I can tell you that.
No, they'll be drowning us out when we get into the finals, that's for sure. So there's the final scoring of that heat number 7. As I say, we've got the 30.6 for Casey Bailey. He's at the top of the heap so far, I would say. Just the 5 shearers this time round. The last heat, those World Woolhandling competitors, be ready to rock, please. Looks like they're all down here in front. That's awesome. Just waiting on the green light to come forward. The tireless efforts of the computer room, hoping like heck the fingers push the right buttons. Very demanding up there. They give us a red light for no-go and a green light for the full-on, and we search for that Irish light for some time, and it's good when it comes on and we can set these shearers alight. It's 365 sheep in an 8-hour day these shearers are capable of, and we're ready to go. Rock and roll, green light time. Everybody happy, timekeepers right, judges, competitors, go! And here we go. Only 5 shearers this time around, Gerald, and these guys were the first to get their money into the entry box, so they were last on the draw to shear when it's nice and warm in mid-morning and early afternoon.
Yeah, big bonus if you do that. Now there's a whole lot of bonuses in that while they're working into their work. Is one, they get to watch the others so they know what's required, as discussed earlier. But the other one, of course, is it helps the show. Helps every show that we're involved in if they enter, and we know how many are turning up, we know how many need DAG, we know how long it's going to take us, all those sorts of things, so we can put out a very accurate timetable, lots of scenarios, and this is a very good committee that runs this show here, and there's any way you can support them because they're very supportive, I can tell you that. There's a new kid on the block here today, or yesterday more to the point. Very supportive committee. Try to support them as much as you can. And entering for shearers and wool handlers is one. Start doing that. It's going to make the shows run a whole lot better for everyone because our audience wants stuff happening all the time. We want to be on time for you. We don't want you sitting around. Time is money is what I tell my staff. Idle hands are no good. You want to be really doing stuff all the time. So try to do that. Other little things you can do is, try to keep the place tidy, okay? It's a good way to support them. Just put your rubbish in the rubbish bins. There's plenty of them. There's sheep number 1 just coming to an end there by Sam Billingham. He's a very quick man, this man. Actually, I've seen him in a couple of finals. So that's another way you can help. Anything you can do just to assist the running of the show, please do so. So it's all good. Right, back to the shearing. Now, I was discussing some of the clothes they're wearing. I'll get back to a bit of commentary soon. Sam Billingham, England boy, very, very quick. Let his job slip at a big final I watched, but he was first off by miles. But if he holds that job together, we know he's quick enough. And just, pulls the gas back a wee bit. He could be a very big surprise package. By jolly, he could be. We'll work down the line and back the line, Roger Marsh from Canterbury. He's been around a while. He's got a bit of the distinguished look going on there, John. Got the shearing belt on that I mentioned to support that back. Now the mocks, I forgot about mentioning the moccasins. Now the moccasins are really a form of good grip, okay, but you like to know where your feet are. As a shearer, you've got to know, what the sheep's like, how tense it is, where it is, how much weight's on your feet, all these sorts of things. So you wear these little moccasins. Now, you can shear them in bare feet. Oh, yes, you can shear them in bare feet. But when you're pulling the sheep out, a lot of times when you pull it up, it walks backwards on its 2 back legs, like standing up in the air, like doing a handstand. Now, a lot of times they'll stand on your feet. Now, it's not ideal when they stand on your feet with their toenails on top of your toes. Very good, a good way to know where your feet are, especially with kicky sheep. But no, you get very, very sore feet during the day. So you have these moccasins on, which give you a very good gauge of where your feet are when you're shearing, and you know how much jig or how much pressure that sheep putting on you. And they are putting pressure on, ladies and gentlemen. It's not quite as easy as it may look from your seat where you're sitting right at the moment. I can tell you that for a little wee fact. I'm into facts today. Moving down the long line, Robert Mudgeway pulls the handle, 2 out of the way. He's pleased about that. Dives in quickly. Michael Rolston from Levin into the belly wall. She wants to do a little bit of dancing, and he won't be too keen on that idea. Settles it down, just gives it a little pull. And there he goes. He's into the first flank, and now down to the undermine he hits right now. Now, the other thing you've got to keep an eye on here when you're shearing sheep day in and day out, that every sheep you pull out of that pen, folks, is a fresh one. Okay, it's a fresh sheep. So mentally and emotionally, you have to get control of who you are that way. If you start having paddies and chucking your toys out of your cot, you're not going to win. You won't win this battle because there's a fresh one standing in the pen, just as keen as the one you've just had a wee go at. Okay, so you've got to really and quickly master the art of staying in control of your own emotions. And it can become difficult when you're tired and exhausted and all those sorts of things. But that's just part of the deal. So the shearers become very emotionally strong. They're normally very happy because, of course, they work all day. And I don't know about you runners and exercise people out there, but if you run all day and you're doing stuff, there's things called endorphins get released in your body, and they're happy little wee happy hormones, and they make you feel good. And hence wool handlers and shearers and pressers, because they're getting those things released all day, they're normally feeling pretty on top of their game, mentally, because that's what those little things do. Right, on top of their game, who is it? Sheep forwards, Billingham at this stage, takes the top knot off John. Marsh is right there. Mudgeway from Ty Happy, finishing touches to sheep 3. Ralston from Leven on stand 1, the same thing. This is the last and final heat, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to cut them down to the top 18 school children. You're still here, yes?
We've got a whole heap of school kids over there, though, from St. Pat's, and they're looking pretty sharp in their school uniforms, and they tell me there's more out in the foyer. So they're part of the school that won the sheep art project, so they've done very, very well over there, St. Pat's School. They can make a bit of noise for their favourite shearer if they like, because we've got some real good class shearers up here before us at the moment, and up over the top they come. Ralston here on the front, round the back of the head, keen young competitor from Leven. He's done a lot of the competitions over the last 12 months. He hopes he can nail this one here at Golden Shears. Oh, but the wily old character from Canterbury. Roger Mars comes across the shoulder. Down and out to the flank. Sheep number 4, almost finished for him. Sheep number 5 on the board for Bullingham. He's showing the way here, the Englishman on stand number 5. Stand number 4, Greg Hazelwood, the Australian. Down there, lowering it himself right down over his sheep ears. He doesn't want this Masterton young lady to get up and walk around and display herself half-clothed. As he rocks up the long blow now, turns onto the last side. Down the last side comes Ralston. Out the last side comes Mudgeway. The Ty Happy lad, keeping the job right. Nice scores up there above the shearer's stand. Look at him, nice and low. The lower the better. Once upon a time we used to start the scoring at 100 and you deduct all the points off it. But now we start from 0 when I say go, and we add points on at 20 seconds per point, along with the average number of second cuts. That's the board points up there on the TV screen. The average number of second cuts to the wool fibre. The judges now are recording up there on stage. They get a little transmitter in their hand, and that gives them a bit of a beat. They'll say, gotcha, that second cut, and the second cut is about as long as a bit of credit card. Around about the 75 bills. And that's how they measure them, by length of a credit card. That's the general rule of thumb. Up the long blow now comes Roger Mars. He says, I'm still in there with the hunters. Sam Billingham, he swoops that one out, and he's done very nice. A quick look at his score there, Gerald. He says, yeah, well, that's pretty sharp.
33.1 with that one to be judged out the back. Look nice and pink from here, so let's say he gets a 5 on that. So if he got a 5 on that, it's going to be 1 point, isn't it? So I'll take him up to a 34. So I don't know how that would go actually with the top 18. 34 would probably be safe enough, I would say. Roger Marsh, finishing touches there, Canterbury man. He's travelled a wee way to be here and have a share and support the show too. The man from Leven, round of applause for him, Michael Ralston. And the Ty Happy man, Mudgeway. Now, the main sponsor here today is Primary ITO. They're sponsoring a lot of events here today, and senior shearing heats is one, and the semis and the finals. And down there is Greg Hazelwood. Ladies and gentlemen, 54 of the best senior shearers from out and around the world are here. You've seen them shear. They've given it their best shot. We're going to cut them down to the top 18. Give them a one round of applause before we move on to the bull handling. Thank you.
Okay, just listen up, all competitors. Please refrain from going out to the sheep pens. All competitors, please refrain from going out to the sheep pens. Organisers have given me strict instructions to relay this message to you, so please refrain from going to the sheep pens.
Just like to welcome, I mentioned it before, but Richard Lowe is still in the room. He's sitting down over here. If you want to catch up with Richard and talk about the good old All Black days, feel free. He'll be dotted around the stadium all day. He enjoys a good yarn, of course. He runs that farming show and does a great job at that. And he's here to mix and mingle with the audience and everyone that's involved. So feel free to catch up with Richard. We'll get something organised up. It'll be up to the committee for him to say a few words later on.
Two, 1, 2. Lovely music. Keep the music going, guys. Lovely.
Just quickly, competitors, we'll read out the draw for the World Semi draw. The first draw. And Heat 1, Karen Herbert on table 1, Lani Morell on 2, Ronnie Goss on table 3, and Joel Hanari on 4. Heat 2 will be Tina Rimini on table 1, Amy Ruki on table 2, Pagan Rimini on 3, Cherie Alabaster on 4. 4 competition sheep. Just like to acknowledge our sheep breeders for the sheep suppliers for our wool handling events, ladies and gentlemen. Particularly Wink Gibson at Cross Keys Station, who's helps the Golden Shears out every year by taking long wool sheep through a very hot Wairarapa summer for this event. So many thanks, Wick. I know there's a big effort goes into preparing these long wool sheep for the wool handling competitions, and we very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Rick. Well, ladies and gentlemen, no mai haere mai, welcome to the Pleasure Dome. We're here in the Wairarapa Memorial Stadium, and this is the first event of a qualifying round for these open wool handlers. The top two will go through and have a journey across to the other side of the world, Gorey and Southern Ireland, to contest the World Wool Handling Championships. We got 4, and then we got another good 4 coming up. There is 4 competition fleeces to handle. Currently, Joel Henare on table 4 is the big tour. He's the current world champion. So, ladies and gentlemen, Joel Henare on table 4. Give him a good hand, ladies and gentlemen. The Paiwai Mullins sponsored Open Wool Handling World Qualifying Event. Ronnie Goss from Kimbolton on table 3. Lani Morel, a Wairarapa Masterton girl on 2, and from Te Awa Mutu, Karen Herbert. That's our lineup here, and boy, have we got a good lineup. I'd like to remind you that we are sponsored by Smoke Free, Okati Kai Paipa. That means stop smoking, and by 2025, New Zealand has a dream of being smoke-free. Well, that's a good dream, and I suppose if you don't have dreams, Tuma, you won't get there.
You're dead right. We've got the green light. Paiwai Mullins is the sponsor of this event. Shearers to the board. These wool handlers will be handling 4 competition fleeces. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go.
Okay, the first fleece will come out, ladies and gentlemen. At the top of that belly is a little discoloured wool called a belly frib. It is of no value to the end user. In actual fact, it's a waste of time. The wool handler removes that from the rest of the belly and puts it in a container on the side of the stage. You'll see there are several containers, and the green one is where we're going to put the nice, bright fleece wool. The aim of it, ladies and gentlemen, is to have the table clean. Where you're working with the shearer, keep it classy, tidy. The fertiliser works as obviously the bum area, or there's a little bit of discoloration, urine stain, mimi stain, however you like to call it. That's another one that's discounted as well. We go to the top notch. There is a basket there for cheek wool, top notch. And if you're like Tuma and I, we don't have any top notches, we're balls. He doesn't know that. And then we get down to the last side, and this is very critical. It is vital. It is of utmost importance that you pick up that fleece, land it on this table as flat as you can, and then you will see some work going on. There's a little bit of discoloration around the sides of the fleeces. They have to remove that. Every bit of this fleece has a value. We're throwing Lani Morell's had a good one. Karen Herbert's got a little bit bunched up. I would think we're going to table number 2 to Mullins. How do you call it?
Well, Karen Herbert has to have the throw of the day for me so far. Karen Herbert top qualified out of the open heats by about 20 points. She's making a statement. She's putting her foot down. This is mine. Try and take it from me. Back to the board, one of these wool handlers, the belly wool's out the back. We need to skirt that. There's 2 lines of wool there, the frib and the belly. Then the wool handlers need to rush around the other side to the fertiliser works. Get all that short discoloured wool out, and that goes into a different container as well. The top knot needs to come off. That's got a modulated fibre in it. The top knot in the cheek wool, which means that it does not accept coloured dye. If you have any of that kind of wool fibre in a black carpet, you'll end up with little white bits all through it. So that's the importance of pulling that wool fold out. But Karen Herbert, she's right up on the game, right there with her shearer. Roll up time, Lani Morel snuck in front, kuro.
Lani Morell's going very well, ladies and gentlemen. Ronnie Goss is starting to gain her straps, but the sheep is coming down. The next fleece is going to be right on their doorstep. You'll see the wool handlers just picking the sides of the fleece. It's discoloured. If they overpick it, they will be penalised out the back. And when we put a value on it, in the wool pack, ladies and gentlemen, in those fadges there, that wool is worth about $4. The discoloured stuff on the side is $2, so that's what they're doing. They're adding value to the farmer's wool clip. Kieran Herbert's got the best one at the moment. Tuma Mullins. Joel Hennard is not too bad. A little bit of bunching up. Lani's got a bit hanging over the side. I would think she's lost maybe 3 points on the side there, but Kieran's on her game, isn't she?
She certainly is. She's got one side of her fleece skirted back to the shearer she runs. These wool handlers have got 4 competition fleeces. Once the shearer pulls the cord after the 4th sheep, they have 1 minute and 10 seconds to clean up around the board. After that, it becomes 1 point per second. So up to there, 1 minute 10, I think it's 1 point for every 10 seconds. Then after that, 1 point per second. So time kills. But here go these wool handlers. They grab the cheek ball and back to the table they go. Kieran Herbert, she is really into it. A lot of these wool handlers, when they're skirting, they overskirt. And a lot of times that can be from having too much wool pieces in your hand at one time and you can't use your fingers. So you're actually using your whole hand and you will overskirt the wool. So you junior and novice wool handlers, you guys should be right here watching these open competitors because these are the best of the best in the world koro.
These certainly are, Tuma Mullins. This is the girl that's really got the family behind her. She's got a daughter in the New Zealand Sevens at the moment, somewhere heading back to New Zealand to shear tomorrow night. Ronnie Goss, she's got a fleece. It's a challenge for Ronnie, but boy, she puts it on the table. Flat smack. Joel Hennard has got to be, they're all the same this time, Tuma Mullins. I reckon they're all the same. Well, Joel Hennard, but Kieran Herbert in my books is probably about 10 seconds ahead of these other competitors at the moment, Tuma.
She certainly is. Kieran's right on her game. She said to me before she got up, she's going to keep it like that. She was talking about coming out of the open into the quarterfinals. She wants to keep it the same. She wants to be right up above these other wool handlers. But these other wool handlers, you know, won't be sitting back on their laurels thinking about it, just letting her have her own way. These other wool handlers, they'll be trying to knock her off that perch koro.
We have our last fleece on the stage being shorn, ladies and gentlemen, and then you go into the time stakes. They have 1 minute and how many seconds, Tuma? 1 minute and 10. Only 1 minute and 10 seconds. They lose 10, 1 point per 10 seconds up to the 1 minute and 10, and thereafter that they get crucified. It is 1 point per second. So you've got to be on your game. In Lani Morell, Ronnie Goss there. They've picked up Kieran Herbert. They've actually passed her. Joel Hennard is getting a little bit behind at the moment. The fleeces are coming back at them. They're coming hard and fast. Tuma Mullins, Joel Hennard has got one. He's going to have to work a little bit harder. Here he goes, ladies and gentlemen. The clock has started right now. Keep an eye on it. 1 minute and 10 seconds and it's all over. Time is going to be a crucial factor, ladies and gentlemen. Ronnie Goss has got a little beauty. Ronnie, this one must have been Father Christmas because that comes from the top of the Christmas tree. It's a beauty, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Joel had a challenging fleece, but Tuma Mullins, he put it on the table, flat smack, beautiful. Make a little bit of noise for Joel Hennard because Ronnie Goss is already rolling up. Lani's coming back at her, Tuma. Look at this, it's over to you, Tuma.
Well, we got Lani Morell, she's got her last fleece in the fadge. Come on, Kieran Herbert, come on, Joel Hennard here. Because this young gun, Lani Morell, brim in hand. Looking at Ronnie Goss there, any Ronnie Goss fans in the house, come on, make a bit of noise. These wool handlers need your support. Joel Hennard has got the broom. We know what kind of a master blaster he is with that broom. But at the moment, Ronnie Goss down there. Ronnie doesn't look too flustered. All these other ones are sort of bouncing around like maniacs, but Ronnie's just there using her cool, calm, collective ways. But she's just about ready to put her hand up. She has one last look around. Ronnie, are you happy? Yes, she is. Time for Ronnie Goss.
The clock is ticking by every time. 1 point 1 second goes, 1 point goes. Joel Henare puts his hand up. Lani, you were in front there a little while. She's not finished yet, ladies. Give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. The Paiwai Mullins sponsored World Qualifying Semi-Finals. So that's it, Tuma. It's over to the judges. Where's the wool go now? What happens to the wool?
We have another lot of judges out the back in what we call the dungeon. The judges out the back, they're the ones that they're a little bit nasty though. We're not allowed to leave them out the front here because they've been known to attack competitors and stuff, bite the bystanders and whatnot. So they go into the dungeon, they're chained up out the back. And what they do is they dissect all these little bins of wool. And if these wool handlers have left any wool faults in the main line, or if they've got main line in their oddmans baskets, they will get penalised.
I suspect that once they find faults in the wool that's not meant to be there, they smile, they get a bit of a grin on their faces, wouldn't they? Horrible people. Hard work. Well, that's the first round, Tuma, and look at the points up there. I'm not too sure. That's how they landed on the board, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like Joel Henare at this stage has got a good lead. We don't know what's happening with the job he's done. He's taken his wool away, and like Tuma said, they will dissect it. That means they'll go through every bit. 76 million fibres in a fleece. They'll go through every one of those. There's a little bit of wool here on the floor. I don't know who that belongs to. That's in no man's land. Let's bring on the next ones, Rick McLeod.
Yeah, thank you, fellas. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll moving straight into our second heat of the World Semis. And I've lost. On table 1, we'll have Tino Rimini, Amy Ruki on 2, Pagan Rimini on table 3, Cherie Alabaster on table 4. Second heat of round 1. The second round of this event, ladies and gentlemen, will be Saturday afternoon.
Timekeepers are ready. Put the pressure on them, Tuma.
As I understand, these wool handlers will be back later on to compete with second shear. Have a second shear round.
So, ladies and gentlemen, while they're getting themselves organised, we'll introduce them because we do have a little bit of pressure coming on us. On table number 4, we have from Tai Happy. She's been right to the top of her game. She's been a team member, world team member. She went across to Wales a few years ago. Give her a good hand, ladies and gentlemen. The school teacher, the principal from Tai Hape, Cherie Alabaster. Table 3. The Rimene family. This is mum and 2 daughters. Pagan Rimene from Masterton. Give her a hand, you Masterton people. We come to the deep south. Down there and where they roll their R's. She had a big win last year. Amy Ruki from Invercargill. And here she is on table 1, the matriarch, Tina Rimene. Those are the lineups for the shearers. We'd like you to go just as quick as you did the last time. Wonderful shearing.
Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Paiwai Mullins Shearing Limited, sponsor of this event. Punga Mullins and team. Karen, Colin, Mark, Adia, Jason Henry, Deacon Henry, Chevy Bellamy,
Okay, the belly has been removed. I talked about the top bit at the top of the brisket. That's yellow. It's discoloured. It is of no value. If you leave that in the main line of the fleece wool, when the grab sample goes, the Chinaman has a look at buying New Zealand wool. If he finds a little bit of the yellow stuff, he goes, no, not good. He's no good. So the wool handlers have been poor. Here they take it out and they adding value to the fleece line. It's all about it. Every bit of that wool has some value. The main one we're after is putting that beautiful wool inside the wool pack, just taking off all that's needed to take off, and make sure that the main bulk of the fleece wool of the sheep ends up in the wool pack, because everything has got some value, and the fleece wool at the moment is probably worth. We better have a talk to Darren. He's our wool guy. He might know how much this wool is worth. What's it? I just asked him, I said $17, and he said, no, a little bit more. Throw here from Amy Rookie. Oh, pretty smart. I think the school teacher down there on table number 4's got a little bit of an edge on these other ones. Amy Rookie's had a nice throw to it, a little bit hanging over the side. Pagan just a bit over the top. It makes it so much easier to do that little bit of finger work. If it lands nice and neat on the table, anything hanging over the side, they lift their legs up and skirt with their legs. But the school teacher, Sherry Alabaster, she's got a nice fleece on the table. How's it looking there on table 1?
Tina Rimini, when she threw her fleece, the top left leg went off the top of the table, so there's a little bit of work there for her to do. But she's experienced enough. She's been a winner, a master. And she knows what it takes to qualify through for this team. We've got Amy Rookie down there on table number 2 from Invercargill. She's working away vigorously, fingers going flat out. Some of these wool handlers, they like to walk right around the whole table to skirt their fleece. Other wool handlers, they like to skirt one side and then pull the fleece from the other side over to them, save them walking right around. But roll-up time down here on tables 1 and 2. Cherie down there on table 4, she's already been there, done that, as is Pagan, because these wool handlers, they need to get stuck in, because here comes another fleece.
Could it be the year of the young guns? Could it be the year of the wild card? Amy Rookie's a wild card. Pagan Rimi's a wild card. She's been to the world champs before on table 1 and table 4. But at this stage, Pagan Rimi's got it. A little bit of bunching up. Amy Rookie wasn't that flash that time. If you can see the points up there, ladies and gentlemen, they're penalising them accordingly. So they've got to be really neat on their throws. If you don't make a good throw, you get knocked around with the points. Oh, Tina Remine, she's focused up there, Tuma, focusing herself there, thinking her way through. Mental telepathy comes into it a lot. You can guide the wool if you're in sync with the Lord. I'm sure the Lord will look after you. Into the undermine the shearers go, into the undermine, up the neck they go. They're keeping the pressure on these wool handlers, Tuma Mullins. He's talking away there to somebody, so I'll just keep yakking. Cherie Alabaster, everything's in the right container. You got to make the right moves, but look at the points up there, ladies and gentlemen. You can see how it's unfolding. We won't say what the points are, because we could put these competitors off, but it is all variation. You're starting to be able to judge this yourself. You'll be able to judge, because every time they make a throw, if it's not nice and neat, that's how you can take points off. Here comes another fleece to Mullins. It's coming off now. Tina Rimmen is working away at the top of the fleece. She's got a monster of a fleece up there, Tuma.
She certainly has. Amy Rookie turns. She squeezes that fleece. Oh, not too bad. A little bit of bunching up the top. Tina has a look. Unloads. Booyah. I've just got a little message here. The St. Pat's school kids. They're at the top of the steps in the green uniform. Wave out... St. Pat's school kids, they won the sheep decorating competition. Way about, that's the way. Good on you. Give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. That's the St. Pat's school kids.
Holy smoke, you can see how the points just changed dramatically. The fleece wasn't thrown so nice on table number 3 and she was penalised accordingly. Now we're back to it in the school teachers into the undermine. The 4th and final fleece is on the board. Wool handlers, you should be starting to think about your clean-up, making sure everything is done. These wool handlers, ladies and gentlemen, they're outside. They've got a piece of paper writing where every little container goes. Mental telepathy, mind mapping goes on. Pagan looks at that. She says, I don't like the colour of that. She's made a call to me. A little bit of yellow wool on the side here for Pagan. She's made that call. Big call, isn't it?
Very dangerous. Very dangerous. But she's been competing for a few years now. She's been in the sheds, wool sheds, since she could crawl. So she would know what a yellow fleece is. But down here looking at Tina Rimini, this is the 4th and final fleece coming off the table off the board at the moment. I think she's looking around. I think there could be a little bit of VM in there. Okay, 1 minute 10 seconds, and Amy Rookie, she's got a nice little fleece. Nothing overhanging. Tina Rimini down here on table 1, a little wee bit behind, but she usually has things under control. We've got Pagan down there, table number 3. Pagan, come on, Pagan, let's work. Cherie Alabaster from Taipi, table 4. Cherie, you're probably miles in front at the moment. Let's get it on. Let's see what Tina can do. Oh, not too bad. A little bit of bunching up the top.
It's the silent assassin, Amy Rookie, working her way down the side. She's getting to roll the fleece up. Holy smoke, the school teachers rolled their fleece up to her. She's picked herself up down here. Amy Rookie, I thought she would be the first. She's wasted that fleece a little bit, in my view.
Amy Rookie, here she goes. Pagan Rimini right there as well. She's right there. Just watching Tina down here skirting, taking off the bare essentials. You don't want to overskirt these fleeces because you will get penalised for it out the back. Amy Rookie got brim in hand. Cherie Alabaster, 1 minute 10 seconds has already gone. So right now these wool handlers are incurring 1 point per second penalty points. Hey, time for Cherie.
Oh, pretty sharp. It's what happens when you go to school. Tina Rimini is hitting now. She's starting to get slayed with the time points, the penalty points. You said 1 minute and 10 has already gone. So every time a second goes by, this lady on table 4 is getting ahead of these other folks. The time is very crucial. Time kills, ladies and gentlemen. Pagan Rimini has given us a very good display, and it's all unfolding for her. Tina picks up the broom now underneath the floor. She's got a little bit of work to do. Pagan's put her hand up, Rookie's put her hand up, Alabaster, and we're all just waiting on the matriarch of the 2 young girls. Pagan is ready to go. She should be over here supporting her mum, saying, come on, mum. You're not too far away. Ladies and gentlemen, as she puts the fleeces in the boxes, give them a good hand. Those are the Paiwai Mullins World Qualifying, and we'll be back with some second shear in a not too distant future. But at this stage, we're going to be bringing on the smoke-free folks. Okay, we're going to be bringing these folks up, and okay, Victoria Teto and David Lowe, if you'd like to just come and stand over here, folks. No, come up on the stage. We'll put you in the lights. Tēnā koe, Victoria.
Tēnā koe, everyone.
Well, now I'll give you the microphone. There's a vision for Aotearoa, for New Zealand to be smoke-free by 2025. Look, I tried to smoke myself as a child, but I could never do it, so I'm smoke-free. So how are you folks getting on?
It's been absolutely amazing, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank everyone here for respecting our Wahikore presence today and supporting us, and I want to encourage all of those of you here who want to give quitting smoking a go. Please come see us. We're really lovely, and we will help you through that process and make it really easy for you.
cigarette smoking must be very hard to quit because the cigarette companies are very smart. They put in this chemical that just gets you hooked and everything. I suppose it's like the silent assassin. It just eats away at you. David, a little bit of time from you.
Tanaka, everyone. So yeah, I'm here representing Quitline. Seen a few faces out there who have already registered with us, so awesome. But we'll be here for the rest of the week just signing people up. If you're a smoker and you want to quit, come and register with us and we'll take some details and then we'll get in touch with you in a few days and put you on a quit plan and help you every step of the way.
So if I was a bad smoker, what sort of stuff can you guys give me to give up smoking?
Okay, well we help you in a few ways. We can help out with the subsidised nicotine patches, gum or lozenge, but we also help out with advising you on how to work on the other parts of the addiction, which are the habit side, like your daily smoking routines, and also the emotional side, like when you're smoking when you're stressed and things like that. So we help you with all those parts.
Thank you, Victoria and David. And I think the biggest message we've got to convey to you, and it is very common in Māori women to be smokers, and it is being able to see in the future generations, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, and Rongonui there, she's the one that fronts a TV ad that tells us, be around to enjoy your mokopuna. Mokopuna, ladies and gentlemen, are grandchildren. So thank you very much, Quitline, Okati, and we thank you for being here at the Golden Shears for 24 till the year 2025. And they sponsored our nice T-shirts too. There's only 5 of these made, so we're going to have to hold on to these. So we're going to go back to the shearing, Mr. John McBride and Rick McLeod.
Yeah, thank you, Koru. We're moving on now to the ITO primary ITO junior shearing semi-final. Those shearers gather on the side of the stage, please, for the first heat. I can see a couple of faces down there. We're just a little bit short because those other shearers join the queue down here at the bottom of the stairs, please. 4 second shear sheep, and these shearers have shorn no more than 185 sheep in an 8-hour day, so we'll like to get them up onto the board. Could we have on stand number 6, please, Lionel Taumata. Heffin Rowlands on stand number 5. Our Welshman, Dion Edwards on stand number 4. Carlton Aranui on stand number 3. George Smith on stand number 2. And Hugh DeLacy on stand number 1. Heat number 2 and 3 be ready to go. Mark Radmore, Joel Richards, Jade Crystal, Tegwin Bradley, Russell Mason, Neil Bryant. Heat 3 will be Josh Baum, Hemi Lambert, Wiremu Rangiafa, Nick Greaves, Johnny Burkholt and Laura Bradley. So a chance for these young shearers now to show their wares to the rest of the country. They've made the semi-final. One more step to that big shearing final tomorrow for them. So we're going to really work on these guys and get them up to scratch. They're going to go hard over 4 sheep. So we have a green light. Shearers to the board, please. Beautiful second shear sheep here at Masterton for the 2014 competition. We're ready to rock it. Stand number 3, please. We're just going to progress right throughout the day. If you want to get a meal break, go to the canteen. We're going to carry on all the way through. We have the green light. Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. Well, Hugh, you've had a little bit of a break in the last hour or so, regained your composure and got away from the pressing scene. Now back to the shearing, and how do you see it from a Welsh perspective?
Oh, well, it's great to see a lot of good competitors up on this board. These are the future champions, ladies and gentlemen. They'll work their way up through the grades. We've seen a lot of open shearers work their way through. Roland Smith, of course, last year won the big one. He won the open and he'd won the juniors as well. So we got Hugh DeLacy from Cheviot on stand number 1. George Smith from Wairarapa on stand number 2. Carlton Aranui from Raupanga on stand number 3. Dion Edwards, he's from Ruthyn in North Wales on stand number 4. We got Hevin Rowlands. He spends his time between North Wales and Mid Wales, Llanbadarn and Fynydd in Radnorshire on stand number 5. And Lionel Taumata, he's from Puckerau. He's been spending a lot of time down in the South Island. So these boys now, ladies and gentlemen, all shearing in the juniors, all doing a beautiful job. Hugh DeLacy on 1. We've seen a fair bit of him in the North Island in these junior competitions. George Smith on 2. It's great to see him having a crack. Carlton Aranui, he's been doing a fair bit of winning in this, the junior grade, in the previous shows. Then we got Dion Edwards, a young Welshman. He's been doing a bit of winning. You know, both sides of the water over in the UK as well. Hevin Rowlands, a young up-and-coming shearer on stand number 5. He's been shearing all over the world. He was over in Norway in our autumn, which would be your spring. And then Lionel Taumata, he's been doing a bit of winning as well. So it's a good, strong class in this, the primary ITO-sponsored junior shearing event. And I know we've got a lot of shearers having a good look. They'll be watching us all over the world as well, John.
Well, that's the power of the old camera, isn't it? You can shoot your Skypes, your stuff all around the world now. A little bit above my head, but there's certainly a change of gear now coming up here on stand number 3. Wasn't happy with that handpiece. These sheep are nice and round. You need to get on with the job and keep the cone flat on the skin. Down there on stand number 5. Roland's a little bit of trouble getting that last bit of fluff off. Here, DeLacy on the front stand. Out the last leg he comes. Likewise as George Smith rocks across that final leg. Down the chute he's about to line up. 1 blow to go. Edwards steps in there, the Welshman on stand number 4. But at the pacemaker at the moment. Looks like it's the Raupanga man. Carlton Aranui. Over the top he comes. He's 3 or 4 blows in front of Lionel Taumata. He's a big strong chap down there on the far end. With a bit of luck he'll get the sheep to sit for him and start to flow with the motion shortly. Sheep number 2 on the board for all the shearers. They've got 4 of these woolies to shear. And these sheep are supplied by Puparangi. So into the long blow is our man in the front, Raupanga man. Ooh, we've got a bit of a fighter up here in the front stand. They kick and lash, but we've got the safety gear in the Lister machines. If they hit the drop over their foot, the handpiece will disengage. Turning for home now, on stand number 3, Carlton Aranui. Over the shoulder, he's about to flow. Closest to him is the man on stand number 6. You're pretty quiet. Come on, you young shearers. You should be helping out your mate up here on the board. Coming off the long blow, the last side. We call it the money side of the sheep. Because then when he gets down to the bottom end and gone out that last leg, ching will go the old cash register again. Out the last leg now for Raupanga man, Aranui on the last leg. Beautiful style, rocking the sheep. He's just mesmerising that sheep with a bit of motion of his left hand. Down the chute it goes, and he brings out another one, Hugh. I think he's got things under control here in the middle of the stand.
Yeah, I think he has, John. He's got the 3rd sheep on the board, 1 left in that 10. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, our judges on the front in those blue shirts and ties are looking for any second cuts, for any belly wool that isn't taken off properly, or if the belly isn't thrown out, and any other misdemeanors. Then we've got judges out the back that are looking for any skin cuts or grazes, any wool or tassels left on, and the finished sheep. And then we combine that together then with the speed stakes and those speed points. And then we combine them all together and the lowest score will win. So you can see the points as they come out up on the big screen up above there. And then we've got the live video feed is on the right hand side. That's what the world is seeing on the internet. And it's great to see that live streaming, ladies and gentlemen, because I know there's a lot of people worldwide looking on and really supporting the Golden Shears in 2014. So we got Carlton Aranui now then dropping down into that first front shoulder, just about to start onto those long blows, and he'll step over. Where's Lionel Taumata from Pukerau there on stand number 6? He's right up there with him. The two Welshmen are pretty much blow for blow on stands 4 and 5. Dion Edwards and Hevin Rowlands. Up the neck goes Dion Edwards. Up the neck goes Hevin Rowlands. George Smith, he's going into that back leg and undermine. Hugh DeLacy from Cheviot, he's going up the neck. But Carlton Aranui, he's got a good lead there coming down the last side, John.
Yeah, they're coming across the shoulder. He's got the rhythm, and that's what counts. Where's the sheep got to let him perform? He steals down the last side, but a couple of quick blows from a man down, Lionel Taumata, on stand number 6, and he's picked up the pace a little bit. I always thought he would go with the flow, and the further he gone, the better he'll go. And he comes under the shoulder. There's a little bit of a struggle for Aranui now on stand number 3. Taumata picks him up, and he rocks out that last leg. Coming onto the pace now is Dion Edwards there in the middle. On stand number 4, the Welshman, over the shoulder and down and out to the flank. To the top of the shoulder on stand number 5 is Rowlands, rocking across the last side. In the pen now on stand 6 and stand 3, pretty much together. Carlton and Lionel right there. Hugh DeLacy down the last side. Some of these shearers have changed the gear already. They reckon, let's try another comb. Maybe just a little bit sharp. The old one, they don't want to bruise the skin, because the judges will pick it up for sure. Down the last side they come on. George Smith from Wairarapa over the last shoulder. Up over the top of the middle stand. Top knot off. He's got 3 or 4 blows on Taumata at the moment. Down on stand number 6. But they're still very close together. Under the shoulder, Smith, he'll be the last one to get sheep number 4 on the board. Don't panic, keep the quality right. And it's showing up there on that big screen. Look at the board points, an average of half a second cut on one of those names up there. Hey, he's doing very, very well. Got a 7.5 out the back, so he's leaving a bit on perhaps. And a little bit of fluff and a couple of ridges. Doesn't take much to make the old judges wake up down the bottom there. They're very, very sharp-eyed. So when those yellow scores come up at the end of this job on that screen, you'll know that's the total points. Here we go. Stand number 3 coming off the top. Taumata still throwing the big blows in down there on stand number 6. On stand number 4 we have Dion Edwards coming into the long blow, working away likewise as DeLacy. Very, very tight. These guys are shearing extremely well, but they don't really want to push that barrow too far. They want the quality to stay there.
Yeah, their job is very, very important, John. And Carlton Aranui now then, he's going to have his time taken first. He'll be hoping that the quality will be enough to go with the speed. As Carlton Aranui puts the finishing touches. One last little bit of a flick now, and out goes Carlton Aranui from Raupunga there on stand number 3. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as he finishes. And then we got Lionel Taumata from Pukerau up there on stand 6. He goes out on stand number 6 and has his time taken. Then we got Hugh DeLacy from Cheviot on stand number 1. George Smith from Wairarapa on stand number 2. Dion Edwards, the little man from up in Ruthin in North Wales. His father Gwyn will have been shouting at the computer at home in Wales as he has his time taken. And then Hevin Rowlands, he's just about to go out there on stand number 5. A very, very good quality young shearer is Hevin. And then out goes Hevin Rowlands. Hugh DeLacy from Cheviot, he's just about to put the finishing touches. He goes out on stand number 1. Then George Smith, the young fella, on stand number 2. He's turned for home coming down that last side. Round that shoulder he comes. That sheep is just being a little bit unsettled. He'll be glad to see the back of her, ladies and gentlemen. But he'll have shown her very, very clean as well. He'll put the finishing touches. Down the last side comes George Smith now then. From Wairarapa on stand number 2. 2 more full comb widths to do. Then he'll have a little bit of a flick on top of the tail. And out he goes on stand 2. Give our first semi-final a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, great shearing, all right. As those yellow score come up, you'll just keep an eye on that. 39 looks the score to beat maybe at the moment. The next heat will be Mark Radmore, Joel Richards, Jade Crystal, Tegwin Bradley, Russell Mason and Neil Bryant. So you're looking there at George Smith. They haven't quite finished judging his sheep. He was the last to finish there in that heat. In this junior shearing, heat 1 of the semi-final, sponsored by Primary ITO. There we have all the yellow scores up there. We have it. The top one out of that was a 38.886 was Heffen Rollins. So you keep an eye on that score and let's see how we go in the next slot, because that'll be the score to beat at this stage. You need to get perhaps a little bit lower, go a little bit faster, keep a little bit cleaner. And we've got a hosting of local and of course international flavour in our next heat as we're about to wait for the start button. Referee.
I've just been told, John, that we will be stopping after the intermediate. I'll just ask again just to make doubly sure, the most important man here, Mr. Alan Precious. When are we stopping for lunch? Immediately after the junior semi-final, we'll be stopping for a quick lunch. They've left it out to cool, so the judges won't need too much time to bolt it down. And then we'll be on with the intermediate semi-final after lunch. I didn't want to row off our chief referee, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Alan Precious, he's got a big job, isn't he? He actually tells us what to do, whether we listen or not.
No, we never listen, but he does tell us.
Yeah, okay, we've got the all clear, we've got the green light. Okay, timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. We're all go here.
Well, John, we've got another international lineup now. Young Mark Radmore from England is on stand number 1. Joel Richards from Oamaru, down south on stand number 2. Jade Crystal from Hastings is on stand number 3. Then we got Tegwin Bradley from Woodville is on stand number 4. Russell Mason from the USA is on stand number 5. And then we got Neil Bryant from Levin is on stand number 6. So another very, very good lineup of promising junior shearers up there, ladies and gentlemen. We've got one more heat left to go. And then we'll be going down to the 6 finalists from this top 18. So who's going to set a bit of pace in this one now then? I think Tegwin Bradley from Woodville, he was a top qualifier into this semi-final. He's half Welsh, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll give him a shout out as well. The man on stand number 4, up the neck he goes. His mother will be shouting at him somewhere in the stadium. His father will be sitting quietly like he normally does, and he'll give him a few tips when he comes down off the stage. But it's the man on stand number 2 then, Joel Richards from Oamaru. Long blow time for him. The others are all dropping down into that shoulder. Who's the furthest on? It's still Joel Richards as he cleans off that cheek wool. He's got to the turn. Down the last side comes the Oamaru man on stand number 2. Round that shoulder. One of the most difficult parts of the sheep this year. But it looks like Russell Mason from the USA, the American on stand number 5. He's turned for home as well. He's not that far behind. Tegwin Bradley's right up there with him. So too is Neil Bryant. Nobody being left behind at all now. But it's the man on stand number 2 then. He looks as if he's just sliding that steel a little bit quicker than the rest of the field. Out the hind leg he goes. The American. Russell Mason on 5 says to hell with that, I'm right up there with him as well. Tegwin Bradley thinking if I don't go quicker, my sister will beat me into that final, and I don't want that. Out the hind leg he goes. But it's the man on stand number 2 then. Put in the finishing touches now. In goes Joel Richards from Oamaru, John.
Yeah, he's right on the money, this fella. He's pumping himself straight in, straight out. on these beautiful Wairarapa tutus. Out the last leg there, we got Jade Crystal on the third stand. Tegwin Bradley has a little bit of luck along the board. Forget about that, just get on with your job, Teggy boy. Go hard or go home. You've got to give it all up there on the board here today. You can't leave nothing out. Mark Radmore gets a bit of a dance from the lady on stand number 1. She sits now. He holds that leg up and he'll let it go shortly and tuck it down. Out of the road, get it out of sight. Sit it under your wrist as you go down the belly. That's the secret. Up over the longbow though. Sorry, the undermine now is Richard, but he's got some stiff competition down on stand number 6. As we got Neil Bryant. Up over the top he comes, the young fella from Levin. Ooh, he sits these sheep right on the tails, quite dangerous at the moment. The sheep don't like sitting on that bone for very long. He needs to keep it moving. Shifting the feet so the sheep just shifts on its little axis a little bit. Tegwin Bradley, round the back of the head, the young Woodville fella. Sweeping off the back of the top. Down towards the most difficult part of the sheep, I always reckon, is right about now, where you need to let go the head. You need to keep your elbow against the cheek. The wrist has got to hold the neck as well, and the hand's got to hold the leg, and he's achieved that on this sheep number 2, just like that. Jade Crystal's right with him blow for blow. Right behind him is the US of A man, Russell Mason. Turning on to the last side now is Bradley. Mason's right there. Right there is Crystal. They're about 6 blows away off the paces. Richards from Oamaru comes under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Look out for Brian. He's starting to get his act together down on stand number 6. Back at the field, at the back of the field here is Mark Radmore on the front stand. But he's keeping the quality right. It's all good up there. We've got a .3. We've got a .8. That's all looking pretty sharp. The left-hand side, the time column, that's calculated at 20 seconds per point. So every 20 seconds it takes you to shear a sheep, you get a point added on. Then the board points, that's the average number of second cuts to the wool fibre on the board. That's what those judges up there, they've got a little transmitter. They send that through to the computer room when they see a second cut. And of course it comes up on the screen. Then the pen points, that's how it's been judged outside. Crikey, we've got a .8 for an outside job. That is pretty sharp. Oh, hey, Jingos. Righto, you. Look at these guys. They're almost they're over halfway through the job. Most of them have all got sheep number 3 on the board bar on the front stand.
Yeah, that .8 out the back means that he's pretty clean, ladies and gentlemen, for his first sheep. I think, if I'm right in saying, is a 3 out the back, which is a pretty clean job. That means there's nothing left for those judges to look for. They're really scratching their heads to find those points. Up the neck goes Joe Richards from Oamaru. Neil Bryant from Levin, he goes up the neck. Then we've got Jay Crystal from Hastings, he goes up the neck. Tegwin Bradley from Woodville, he goes up the neck on stand number 4. But it's still the young man on stand number 2, and he's travelled up from Oamaru. Look at him dropping down into that shoulder. A big, powerful shearer there, and he knows his way around these sheep, and he's doing the best he can. He'd love to make that big junior final. It's a real ask, ladies and gentlemen, but he'd love to make it on. Oh, that sheep, she just had a bit of a kick and a wriggle. That's allowed Jade Crystal to come right back to him now. The men on stands 2 and 3 having a battle. Then we got Neil Bryant, he's coming into the party. So too is Tegwin Bradley, but it's the men on 2 and 3 now. They've turned, they're coming around that shoulder together. Round underneath that front leg is Joel. Underneath the front leg is Jade Crystal from Hastings. Now they're pumping those blows down the last side. They're sliding that steel nice and easy. Leaving a beautiful job as well. Joel Richards from Oamaru. He puts the finishing touches to that one. One little flick and into the portal she goes. Change of steel there from the young man on stand number 2. Jade Crystal from Hastings. He's got those big arms working. Those tattoos are starting to shine. That means he's sweating, ladies and gentlemen. In he goes for sheep number 4. Tegwin Bradley. She's not playing the game there. She's just wriggling. He just settles her down. Keeps that steel moving nice and easy. He's got some terrific board points above his head there. Just as I said it, it went up. I won't mention him again. Neil Bryant up there in Levin. He's got sheep number 4 on the board. Tegwin Bradley brings out 4. This is another good semi-final here, John.
Oh, it certainly is, but they know there's another heat to come, so they've got to keep the pressure on themselves. The pressure on the sheep to sit still. Hold the horses, darling. I'll be finished with you in a minute, they'll be thinking. Out the last leg comes the US of A man, Russell Mason. He was right with the pace, but he slipped off a little bit. Sheep number 4 coming out for him. Sheep number 4 still in the pen for Mark Radmore, but he's keeping the job right. A little bit of just pops the head out, takes the pressure off the sheep. Quite uncomfortable now. She'll just start to move her head a little bit and be a little bit difficult to control as he tries to get that last leg out. Oh, a bit of a wriggle there on stand number 4 for Bradley. Readjusts his footwork. They tried to get that big undermine done, so that makes it easier on that last leg on the last side. But the pace coming on from Joel Richards still. He's over the last side now. Beautiful sheep. Look at him right. He's in unison with that sheep. Just moving across the shoulder. He's got the job pretty sussed here, by golly. He's making a lovely job. He's got a 1.5 as he comes down the last side. Still going pretty strongly on the third stand is Jade Crystal. The over the money side of the sheep from him. In the long blow down there on stand number 6 is Neil Bryant from Levin. But it's going to be Oamaru out in front at the moment. And he gets just a shade over 9 minutes for shearing those 4 good strong-willed Romanies. Beautiful stuff, these Wairarapa sheep. They've had a great summer and they're really enjoying it. And, out the last leg now comes Jade Crystal. He's keeping the pressure on. That left hand's doing all the work. The right hand's only guiding the handpiece. He doesn't want to leave any ridges down that last leg, so he starts just to half comb a little bit as he goes over the tail. Let it go down the hole and hit the button. Hit the button, that's the story. You've got to stop your own clock. And he was about 30 or 35 seconds behind Joel Richards as he finished off there. Not too far behind Neil Bryant, the young fella from Levin. 2 or 3 seconds away. He's got to hit that button. He's got the the blue light up there now. That's the story. Last side, Tegwin Bradley's right there. The US of A man, Russell Mason. Come on, stoke it off, you Yank. He's got it. He's down the last side as Bradley puts his down the porthole for the judges. We got the yellow score of Joel Richards up there. He's got a 35. That's pretty handy, by golly. Jade Crystal with a 41. Let's see who can keep up with that. Over the last side now come the Englishmen as the blue lights flash down there for Russell Mason. Over the shoulder now for Radmore. All the way down as those next 6 shearers get ready for the primary ITO semi-final heat number 3. Josh Baum, Hemi Lambert, Wiramu Regiafa, Nick Greaves, Johnny Burkholt and Laura Bradley.
Just a call too, please, intermediate semi-finalists. We'll be getting underway with that as soon as our judges have had a cup of tea and back on the board. Heat 1, Bevan Perry, Khan Coleshaw, Jack Deaver, Catherine Maloley, Simon Goss, Sean Lewis. Heat 2, Adam Morton, Marshall Guy, Ramon Smith, Darren Alexander, Dylan McGrady, Ryan Boot. Heat 3, Tan Mariaha, Alan Lloyd Jones, Nia Poo, Lyle Windlebourne, Jesse Edmonds, Larry Fleming. Those are the 3 heats for our intermediate semi-finals. So those competitors need to be ready. As soon as the junior is finished, the judges will have a cup of tea and we'll be back into it.
Good stuff here. Come on, shearers, move on to the board. Move on to the board on stand number 6. We have Laura Bradley. Johnny Burkholt on 5. Nick Greaves on number 4. Wiramu Rangiafa on number 3. Come on, shearers, move on. Hemi Lambert on number 2 and Josh Baum on number 1. So after this event, there's going to be a mad rush for the smoko room. You got to watch those presses. They'll be in first. Then the shearing judges, crikey. So just don't muck around. We're going to be having just a very short lunch break and get back on the clock with that intermediate semi-final, which Rick has just called names of. 6 more shearers this time round to have a go at qualifying for that final. And we won't know until all the points have been added up, but whether any of these 6 are going to make it through. They've their chance now. We have the shearers on the board, please. We have a green light. We have a green light. Referee. The shearer has the right to call the referee. He feels that one sheep may have scratched itself on the grading or had a bad, uncomfortable night in the paddock. The judge is very, very tough, of course. The referee, he doesn't like to see any sheep chucked out without being shorn. The people of the trucks and the farmers and all the preparers have done their best job, and we've got the shearers on the board. Okay, looks like we're all go. Thanks, Willie. Timekeeper's good. Judges, competitors, go! We're off and going, you, and let's see if these ones can get down into those low 30s to make themselves available for that final.
They'll be trying their damnedest, you can be sure of that. Josh Baum from Tikawiti on stand number 1. We saw a lot of him in the junior competitions last year, and then he's back there this year. Off comes those socks. Hemi Lambert, a young man from down Rapunga, down by Gore there. On stand number 2, he's a young man. I think he's only about 14. So he's a man with a big, big future there. Look at him, the little fella, swinging that steel. He's not giving a damn about anybody's reputation. Then we got Wirimo. How do we say that name, Joel, there on stand number 3?
Wirimo Rangiafa.
Wirimo Rangiafa on stand number 3. Nick Greaves from England on stand number 4 from Staffordshire. Then we got Johnny Buckle from Whanganui on stand number 5. And Laura Bradley, again from Woodville on stand number 6. We just saw her brother shearing in the previous heat. And she'd love to get into that final as well. I'm sure the young lady, she was shearing in the novice last year. And now she stepped up to the juniors. So she's dropping down into the long blows. Everybody pretty much blow for blow along the line now then. Dropping down into the long blows. It looks like Johnny Buckle from Whanganui is the first to step over on the long blows. He steps over. Laura steps over. Where's young Hemi? Hemi Lambert, he stepped over. The Raupanga man on stand number 2. He'll get to the turn with this next one. Wirimo from Dannevirke on stand 3. He'll get to the turn. Cleans off that cheek. Down the last side he comes. Josh Baum from Tikawiti. He's a young fella as well. He's only a young man. He's still in boarding school on stand number 1. He's coming down the last side as well. His father will be really having a go at that in open competition later on. So Josh Baum from Tikawiti. Flat tack down the last side, but it's the man. It's Johnny Buckholt is the man at the minute. Out the hind leg he goes. He's got 2 more combats to do. Wirimo there on stand number 3. He's right there with him. Hemi Lambert is with him, but it's Johnny Buckholt from Whanganui. In he goes on stand number 5, John.
Yeah, they're taking a little bit of time, these guys. They're not panicking about the job. 2.5 minutes for the fastest pace down there on stand number 5 for Johnny. There's seen his father shear when he was a young fella. Now we've got the next generation coming through. Crikey, tells me I've been here far too long. But it's a pleasure to watch these young competitors get up there and battle it out with a wild animal. That's not talking about the judges, that's talking about the sheep that's between the shearer's knees. Hey, down there they go into the first off leg now. The undermine coming up on stand number 5. The undermine coming up for young Hemi Lambert from Raupanga. Very slight shearer, by golly, but he's got the style. It looks good from up here. Nick Greaves from England. He'll be pleased to make this semi-final, but he needs to go one step further to fly the English flag. Woodamoo steps up the neck. Powerful shoulders on this young man. Around the back of the head. Reminds me of his Uncle Ray. Very thick across the shoulders. Super powered shearer as he will be when he gets a little bit older. Laura Bradley down there, showing all the finesse that her father's taught her from right from the day she was old enough to walk into the wool shed. Around the back of the head. Mum and Dad are here in the crowd and she's trying to make their final. She'd dearly love to be battling out with a young brother who was in the previous heat. But she's shearing there in her own right. She says, I'm not worried about that young fella. It's my turn up here on stage. She's hiding down there on number 6. Putting the blows in, keeping the job right by the look what everything up there above. Josh Palm up here on the front. He's into the long blow. He's a big, strong young chap. Just a youngster, though, by golly. He has just ate a lot of wheat bix when he was a young fellow, and he's been shearing now for 3 or 4 seasons, having a go as he comes across the last side. Hemi Lambert, out the last leg. He's got the pressure on. He's hit the front. Rocks out the last leg. Just seems to be bent like a staple, this young fella. Tidies up the sock. Off it comes. Sheep number 2 almost finished. He's out in front by, half the last side. And that could count when we come down to making it happen. There's 5 minutes have elapsed now. The previous heat was done at about 9 minutes, Hugh. These young people have probably just slipped behind the 8 ball a little bit.
Yeah, they'll start to open their shoulders up now, John, because we got this third sheep out on the board. On stands 2 and 3. The youngest man up there on the boards, Hemi Lambert from Raupanga. He's cleaning off that sock wool. Into the back leg he goes. He's a young man with a big future in this shearing game. Into the back leg he goes. He's saying, come on, you fellas, let's hurry up a bit. Into the back leg he goes. Wirimo Rangifa on there on stand number 3. He's cleaning off those socks as well. These sheep are taking a fair bit of shearing, ladies and gentlemen. But they've got to shear them clean and fast. Josh Baum, the young schoolboy, on stand number 1. I think he's 15. He's cleaning that wool around the back leg into the undermine. Hemi Lambert, the young 14-year-old, says, I've been there, done that, and I'm up the neck as well. With him there on stand number 3, he goes up the neck. Nick Greaves, the young Englishman from Stafford. Up the neck he goes on stand number 4. I'm sure he's got his family back home up in the middle of the night to watch him on this computer screen. Then we got Johnny Buckle from Whanganui on stand number 5. Laura Bradley from Woodville. Her mother will be screaming at her somewhere in the stadium to get her into that final. Into the undermine she goes. But it's the men on stands 1, 2 and 3 and 4 at the minute. And 5. He snuck in there as well. Dropping down into the shoulder. Now they'll start on the long blows. Hemi Lambert will step over. Who's the next to him? Swirimo there on stand number 3. He steps over. Nick Greaves steps over. Josh Barn from Tickawitty. He'll swing those big legs over there on stand number 1 as well. The big young rugby playing schoolboy on stand 1 is going to get to the turn. There's Nick Greaves. He's a little fella there on stand number 4, but he's got to the turn. He's down the last side. Wirimo there on stand number 3. He's coming down the last side as well. Down underneath that front leg. Hemi Lambert is right there with him. Nick Greaves is right with him. Out the hind leg goes Wirimo there on stand number 3. He'll be going in for sheep number 4 in only 3 blows. He's sliding that steel nice and easy there on stand number 3. Where's Hemi Lambert? He's right up there with him as well. They know what points they've got to post when they push that 4th and final sheep down the porthole, John.
Oh, there's a bit of a call in the crowd for Wairarapa here. He's out with his last sheep. Hemi right there. He's a little bit of trouble with that one. He lost a bit of ground, but he bounces into the pen. Ever resilient, the shearer. Here comes a change of blade now for Josh Baum on the front stand. He says, I want a fresh cut. Boy, crikey, I didn't think he could get any better than he was going, but he said, I want new steel. Johnny Burkholt down there on stand number 5. He's out with sheep number 4, Laura Bradley. Just got the final touches to do on sheep number 3 now. Down on stand 6, quality still there with all these young shearers. It's magnificent to watch. What's going to happen when they get up to the open grade and they keep this quality? Boy, oh boy, they're going to be brilliant. In they go now, Laura down there for sheep number 4. But the pace, oh, it's come back here on stand number 2. The Englishman on stand number 4 is gone as well. Up the neck comes Wairarapa Rangiafa here on stand number 3. Round the back of the head for Josh Baum as well, as things have got all of a sudden got very, very tight here in the final heat of the junior, sponsored by Primary ITO. Up the neck comes Johnny Burkholt from Wanganui. Round the back of the head he goes. Laura Bradley into the undermine now. 2 good blows down the leg and up over the tail, stretching right towards the middle of the back of the sheep. Trying not to drive it out of the wall, keeping it flat for the judges. Oh, it's looking good here. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, Hugh, coming under the long blow.
Yeah, they're all sticking to their work. Nick Greaves had a little bit of a kick there, but Josh Baum, he's found a little bit of pace now that he'd love to make the junior final. Again, I think it is. Down the last side he comes. Josh Baum from Tikawiti. Round that shoulder he comes. Then Hemi Lambert from Raupunga on stand number 2. Ooh, she's gone septic on him. The only time he's going to want to see her again, ladies and gentlemen, is with 2 slices of bread and a little bit of mint sauce. He's had enough of her. He'd like to shoot it down that chute. Josh Baum is coming out that hind leg now. He's going to pop that head out to give himself a bit more control. But with him there on stand number 3. Out the hind leg he goes. He's got 3 more comb widths to do. Nick Greaves is coming after him. The young Englishman, Johnny Buckholt. He's coming down the last side, but out goes Josh Baum from Tikawiti on stand number 1. He looks up, he just has a little bit of a grimace. Emmy Lambert, he'll put the finishing touches with him there on stand number 3. He's gone out. Ooh, Emmy Lambert. He's using a little bit of language here that his mother wouldn't appreciate, ladies and gentlemen. But he'll put the finishing touches and get her down the portal. Nick Greaves has finished. Johnny Buckholt up there on stand number 5. He's got a bit of a kicker. Laura Bradley from Woodville. She's coming down the last side up there on stand number 6. Out the hind leg she goes. So these young shearers, ladies and gentlemen, are all about to finish together. Out goes Hemi on 2. Where's Johnny Buckholt? He's putting the finishing touches up there on stand number 5. Laura Bradley from Woodville. She's putting the finishing touches. Johnny Buckholt then, last little bit of a flick. Out he goes on stand 5. And give Laura Bradley and all our junior semi-finalists a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, you very well, Sean. The problem is we can only take 6 through to the final. So what we're going to do now, ladies and gentlemen, our judges are going to go for a quick cup of tea. We will be resuming at 1 o'clock, 1 p.m, with our first heat of the intermediate semi-final of Bevan Pere, Khan Kolshur, Jack Deaver, Catherine Maluli, Simon Goss, and Sean Lewis. Heat number 2 will be Adam Morton, Marshall Guy, Ramon Smith, Darren Alexander, Dylan McGrady, Ryan Boot. Heat 3, Tani Mariha, Alan Lloyd-Jones, Anya Prue, Lyle Winterburn, Jesse Edmonds, and Larry Fleming. So they are the intermediate semi-finalists to start at 1 o'clock sharp. Enjoy your break. We'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Supports primary production and is connected to the agriculture, horticulture, water, equine and sports industries through the shared use of New Zealand's natural resources of land, plants and water. Qualified people build better businesses and better careers and support the economic growth of the primary sector for the benefit of all New Zealanders. If you're an employee, manager or business owner, Primary ITO offers industry relevant skills and knowledge tailored for your individual career or business needs. You can earn while you learn, and we'll help you gain the skills and confidence you need, whether you want to fast track your career, stay competitive, improve productivity, or make better business decisions. Every year we're building people's capabilities in the agriculture, horticulture, water, equine and sports turf industries. Primary ITO programs are primarily delivered in the workplace to fit around your workday and your work commitments. Our advisors work closely with you to identify a qualification pathway to help reach your goals. Our goal is simple: to continue to transform our country by offering qualifications and real results that impact on New Zealanders' businesses and careers. We will change the game. That's just what Kiwis do.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick announcement while we're waiting for our judges to have a spot of lunch. We have our 6 finalists for the Junior Shearing Primary ITO final, which will be run tomorrow, Saturday afternoon. In order of qualification, Joel Richards from Oamaru, Tegwin Bradley, Woodville, Josh Baum, Tigawiti, Heffen Rollins, Wales, Neil Bryant, Livin, and Lionel Taumata, Pukaroa. So congratulations to those 6 junior finalists. Well done, and we will see you tomorrow afternoon in that final. Just to any open shearers that are contemplating entering, can you do so now? These late entries, we need you in, guys. There's only a couple of spaces left, so late entries in the open, you must do it now, please. And we will get you up for singlets probably in about 10 minutes. We'll get our intermediate boys started and we'll be calling the open shearers up. Okay, intermediate semi-finalists. The first heat, we'll have you up here, please. Just up the front here. First 6 competitors, Bevan Perry, Khan Coleshaw, Jack Deaver, Catherine Maloley, Simon Goss, Sean Lewis. Our first semi-finals, we want you competitors up here ready to go, please, at a moment's notice. Heat 2, Adam Morton, Marshall Guy, Ramon Smith, Darren Alexander, Dylan McGrady, Ryan Boot. Heat 3 in the semi-final, Tan Madiaha, Alan Lloyd-Jones, Gwyn Pugh, Lyle Windleborn, Jesse Edmonds, Larry Fleming. 3 heats, ladies and gentlemen, in our intermediate semi-final. Intermediate semi-finalists will shear 5 second shear sheep. They are just presently being prepared and moved up into the pens, so we'll be underway very shortly with this event. Just quickly, Heat 1 in the World Semi Draw 2, which will be on this afternoon as well. Heat 1, Lani Morell, Karen Herbert, Tina Rimini, Joel Hanari. Heat 2 will be Pagan Rimini, Cherie Alabaster, Amy Rookie and Ronnie Goss. That's the second draw for the World's Woolhandling.
Looks like we're loading some sheep up there. Can we welcome our semi-finalists onto the board, please? On stand number 6, Sean Lewis. Take the board. On stand number 5 will be Simon Goss. Catherine Maluli on stand number 4. Jack Deaver on number 3. Khan Colshaw on stand number 2. And Bevan Perry on stand number 1. 5 sheep to shear, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful sheep that have been presented here for this shearing competition. Wairarapa Summer's been very, very kind to the sheep owners. It makes it a lot easier when you can rely on a good supply of grass and clement weather to make the organising of keeping the wool nice and clean, the sheep nice and dry for such a prestigious competition. Ngā Tahuna provide the sheep for this event. They'll be big and strong. These intermediate shearers will be probably been stretched when these sheep get out there. They'll be very fit and fiery. And it looks like we have a green light, so we can have those shearers on the board, please. Don't get in there and upset your sheep. for shearers that are shorn up to 275 sheep in an 8-hour day.
Timekeeper's ready. Works like a dream every time, John.
Oh, you learned something when you come last year, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I wasn't grumpy before I came. I spent too much time with Alan Precious.
This time we're ready. Timekeepers are good. Judges, competitors, go! Well, Hugh, they've had a little bit of a break. We need to wind ourselves and the public up again because these shearers are going to be ripping this wool off pretty smartly. They'll be looking to do these sheep, 5 sheep at the same time. We took the juniors to shear theirs. So let's set them alight and enjoy the spectacle.
Yeah, we got a very good lineup, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Bevan Perry from Gisborne on stand number 1. Khan Culshaw from Mataura in the deep south down below Gore there on stand number 2. Jack Diva from Wairarapa on stand number 3. Catherine Maluli from Matawai on stand number 4. She's shearing out in Pongaroa. Then we got Simon Goss from Kimbolton on stand number 5. And then Sean Lewis from down in the Lampeter country in Wales on stand number 6. So who's the first to show a little bit of pace now then? It looks as if it could be the Welshman. It could be Sean Lewis down there on stand number 6 as he steps over. Khan Culshaw is right up there with him. Who's going to get to the turn out of those two? I think it's Khan Culshaw. Khan Culshaw turns. Sean turns. Jack turns. Where's Catherine Maloli? She's been doing a lot of winning this year, ladies and gentlemen. Into those long blows she goes. A beautiful style there. Very, very capable, the young lady shearing on stand number 4. But it's the men on 2, 5 and 6. Down the last side they come on. Stand number 3's right there as well. Bevan Perry from Gisborne, he's right there as well. Out the hind leg he goes, but it's Khan Culshaw, the Mataura man. In he goes to sheep number 2, John.
Yeah, we're just looking along the board there. These young shearers, hey, the top qualifying points to get into the semi-final was 28, and there was 10 points between 1 and number 16, number 18. So some of these guys got a little bit of ground to make up as they battle it in and we get ready to go.
Yeah, thanks, John. I'll just interrupt just for a moment, guys. For all open shearers, we want to see all open shearers up here now, please. And we'll get you registered and get a T-shirt. All open shearers.
Okay, back to the shearing here. Beautiful undermine there from Jack Diva. Big wide back on that sheep, and he choked his comb and made it happen for him. What about 6 or 7 blows? It looked like he cut off that much wool as he drops now towards the first shoulder now. But it's still Matara's Culshaw, drops into the long blow. Here he goes, sheep number 2 on the board. They've got 5 to shear. Bevan Perry from Gisborne into the long blow on the front stand. Catherine Maluli from Matawai just down the road. He up the neck and around the back of the head she goes. Into the first shoulder, Simon Goss, the local, or more local than anything. He's from Kimbolton. Down the far ends, the Welshman, by golly, these Welshmen keep popping up all over the place here. Sean Lewis comes across the shoulder. He's doing pretty well. Stand number 6. Just keep an eye on those board points up there. That'll tell you how the shearer's going. The yellow points at the end of the job will tell you how they've been. Whether they've been any good or been no good. Because it's going to certainly sort somebody out there today. This is down to the last 18. Here we go. Culshaw right with Jack Diva for Wairarapa. The south versus the north there in the speed stakes at the moment. In goes the Welshman down there. Hugh, he's firing some good shots in that young fella from the Wales. Look at him go. A little bit of trouble getting that big fat lady down the portal. Hey, did Simon Goss. She didn't want to slide down there easily. Catherine Maluli out the last leg. Just back off the pace a little bit. But the quality's good. Average of 1 there on the outside. That looks pretty sharp to me. Up the neck is Jack Diva. He's probably just slipped out in front at the moment. Up over the top comes the Welshman. He's let the brakes off down there now. Bevan Perry's got one that doesn't want the skirt off it. Sits it still and back and takes the cap off now and steps forward for the neck. Can't Coleshaw down into the long blow he goes, but Jack Diva, he's hanging in there. There's a bit of a battle in the middle of the field for the dominant spot.
Yeah, a bit of a ding-dong going on stands 2 and 3, ladies and gentlemen. Khan and Jack on stands 2 and 3. I think Jack has gone just a blowout in front this time. Sean Lewis, the young Welshman there on stand number 6. He's coming after him as well. How's young Simon Goss getting on? He's been working a couple of days with Johnny Kirkpatrick just to get his eye in. And he's got to the turn. He's coming down the last side. Where's the man now? Is Khan Culshaw. He's coming down that last side. He's got a very, very fast last side.
Good
out the hind leg, right up
internet
to the
audience.
Ooh,
we've just got the intermediate semi-finals going on, and the screen there, as you can see, there's messages of goodwill coming via the text messages. There's a link there, a phone number if you want to send a text message, SMS. But on the screen at the moment, we've got the Trust House as the sponsor of the semi-finals, and there's a big boy on stand number 2, and that's Khan Coleshaw, and he's from the South Island, Matoda. Okay, the screens have got a big wide shot here, and the guy on stand number 1, Bevan Pede from Gisborne, he's changed his handpiece. The shearers have 2 handpieces. He's gone through and done 3 sheep, and now he's decided to change the handpiece and get a fresh cut. But look, no disrespect, but there's a young lady on there from Matawai, Catherine Maluli. She's on stand number 5. We can't see her at the moment. There she is on stand number 5 in the foreground there. This is a young lady that lists as her hobby gardening, painting, and she can pick up a handpiece and she can wield it as just as good as the men folk. Up the neck she goes. This is this young lady from Matawai, and I have to say that she has been the form shearer in the intermediate class, I think, in New Zealand. So this young lady here in the foreground is the top intermediate shearer, and she gives the boys a good old hurry up for their money. She's on the long blow. She's getting ready to turn, and there on the screen is, there she is, she's turning. Khan Coleshaw is being chased along by Jack Diva. Jack Diva, the boy from Wairarapa, he started with a whiz and a bang and down the last side. But the big boy from Matoda, he's just coming down the last side, and he's ready to go in for sheep number 5. Number 5's on the board, coming up now. The judges' rolls, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, look at this Catherine Maluli. She's not giving up now. Simon Goss, the boy that's won the last couple of shows, is on stand 5 next to her. But it's going to be Catherine Maluli. That's going to need a... Oh, no. Sean Lewis, the Welshman. Rakida, he goes into the pen and gets out sheep number 5. The Welshman, if you any Welsh folk there that are tuned into this World Champs, look at the boy from Wales. He's into the undermine. He's turning into the undermine. Big strokes coming up for the Welshman. He's got the wood on these other 2 competitors. Simon Goss, oh, it's a wriggler. The young Maluli girl, she's just floating around there. She floats like a butterfly and stings like a bee. Into the undermine she goes. She's putting in those big shots, but the Welshman up there and round behind there he goes. There he is, and is turning to the front of the stage. The boys in the front. There we are. We've got the shots of Bevan Pede, but the big boy on stand number 2 from Matoda in the deep south. He's the big boy. He's got the big pants on, but it's not big enough for him. Onto the first shoulder, Jack Diva, the Wairarapa boy, sheep number 5. He's chasing him long. Long blow time for this boy as he turns to the last side. He's got the wood on the big boy from the South Island, the deep south boy. Khan Coleshaw down the last side, but it is Jack Diva, the East Coast boy on the North Island. Down the last side he goes, but Khan is not lying down. He's going to give it another good shot. You folks out there are witnessing the intermediate semi-final, and you can hear the commentators in the background just urging these shearers on. There's a beautiful big wide view. There's all these shearers, and look at the beautiful logo, the Golden Shears. Turning to the last side, and I think there's one more sheep in the pen. Oh no, that's it, sheep 5. Look at the points on there. We can see that the young Jack Diva has had a very good shear. He's finished with 36.118. The lowest points are the ones we're looking for. So that first one is out, and Bevan Pede, he's sitting on 33 now, if you can see it in your screen there. 33. He's the one that's sitting the best at the moment, followed by Catherine Maluli, who's sitting on 33.6. But she will most likely be our top qualifier out of this first event. Catherine Maluli. She's finished on 34.6. And she's looking there. There she is. She's having a look up the screen, has a giggle to herself. She says, "Got you, boys. Ready for the next round."
McGruddy on stand number 5. Darren Alexander on stand number 4. Ramon Smith on stand number 3. Marshall Guy on stand number 2. And Adam Morton on stand number 1. Well, what was the time set that took 9 minutes and 38 seconds to shear the last of the shearers to complete his job, Hugh? Pretty sharp sort of some jobs up there. Did you happen to keep an eye on what score was out in front? Five more sheep to shear in this Trust House semi-final of the intermediate shearing competition. We've got the green light, so we need everybody back on the board. You only get hurt if you go in there. They're big wild animals, those sheep. Come on out. When we got one out, we need them all out.
Timekeeper's ready.
They are ready. We have a green light. Stand 5. Thank you. You're happy enough. Everybody happy up there. Timekeeper's right. Judges. Competitors, go. Oh, straight into the pen, these guys. Hey, they like the pace of that first heat. They know that this is going to be a competition and a half here. And the top qualifier in the middle of the field is Darren Alexander, Hugh, and he'll be hoping he can do everything right and make it work again for him and get through to the next round.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got Adam Morton from Wairarapa on stand number 1. Marshall Guy from Kyo on stand number 2. Stepped up into this intermediate from the juniors. Ramon Smith from Gisborne is on stand number 3. Darren Alexander from Whangamomona, or Wonga, whichever camp you're in. Then we got Dylan McGruddy from Masterton on stand number 5. Ryan Boot from Wairarapa is up there on stand number 6. Spends a lot of time in Australia. He's dropping into the shoulder, but it's Dylan McGruddy at the minute. The Masterton man, the local boy. He's working as a farmhand over in Australia at the minute. But he's coming back into this shearing game. Down round that shoulder he comes. He's pulling away from the rest of the field. He'd love to make this big intermediate final. The Trust House intermediate sponsored shearing final will be following on, and they really want to get there. They'll be going from the top 18 down to the top 6. So it's the men on stands 2 and 5 at the minute then. Marshall Guy from Kyo is chasing Dylan McGruddy. Dylan McGruddy's up there and he goes to sheep number 2. Marshall Guy down here on Kyo, where's his far now? They'll be shouting him on. They'll be getting him to work in a minute. In goes Dylan McGruddy for 2 though. In goes Marshall for 2. Where's Ryan Boot? Ryan will go in for 2 in a couple of blows. Darren Alexander from Nanaki. Taranaki there on stand number 4. He's got the belly wool coming off. But it's Dylan McGruddy. He's got it all under control. Marshall Guy. She's just popped her head out. He looks a little bit uncomfortable. He pops it back in. And now he's away, John.
They're testing these shearers, aren't they, these sheep? They're really giving them a workout. The number of shearers that have actually got to readjust after trying to do the belly is increasing. So it's a catching disease for these little sheep. They've had a little bit of a chat in the catching pen. He says, let's give these boys and girls a bit of a stick. Up over the top here on stand number 2. Marshall Guy from Kyo keeping it nice and good for the judges as they're looking in, but the pace down there on 5. He's coming across the shoulders, McGruddy, the local lad. having a lot of fun. Under the shoulder and down and out to the flank, but he's dead serious about making that final later on. Ryan Boot steps up the neck, around the back of the head comes Darren Alexander. He's had a battle with a couple of sheep he's shorn so far. Ramon Smith from Gisborne, down the first off leg, the undermine for him. Slow but steady as he goes. Over the top was Morton. He had a fiery one in the first one. He's
well, folks, we're back to the live entertainment here at the Golden Shears for 2014, and we're into the second heat of the Trust House semi-finals. Trust House, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know what's their role, they're the big community here, and they put in something like about $50,000 into sponsorship for the Golden Shears. And this event, they are the major sponsor. And just looking at the screens, we had Catherine Maluli. She was the girl that came through with the lowest disqualification points, so she's sitting at the top of the Christmas tree, and now these guys are all having to work backwards, or some could do even better and knock her off that pedestal. On the screen there we've got Marshall Guy, a 17-year-old young Northlander, and I see some very good, interesting text messages coming through for this young man who's just a little beanstalk. Into the undermine he goes, and on stand number 1 is a Wairarapa boy, another East Coaster, and he's a big, powerful lad as he steps up the neck. But this young, weedy stalk bean of a boy, Marshall Guy, beat him to the top, and look at the points for Marshall Guy, 15, whereas Adam Morton is on 22. Ramon Smith, the big Gisborne boy, is a little bit lower. But back on the screen again, we've got Darren Alexander, and he comes from a very unusual name called Whangamomona, and that's over there in the Taranaki district. Dylan McGruddy on stand number 5, Masterton lad, as he tosses a sheep. Oh, it decides, wants to go other ways. Ryan Boot on stand number 6. These sheep, if you're not familiar with them, they're not tame animals, they're alive and they're wild, and they really don't like human contact too much. So you'll see the skills of these young shearers, and we're getting through to the open class, which is coming up in a short time, and you see the skills of those athletes, how they hold the sheep, and it's almost like they've hypnotized the animal. It sits there and it just really looks relaxed, but I tell you what, you give it an inch and it'll take a mile. Up the bellies and down the last sides, the long blows, the top notches are shorn away. Ryan Boot from Waitara. There's a Waitara in the Taranaki district. Well, this could be the young Boot boy as he gets ready to step up the neck. He shakes his head a little bit and says, "Sit still, you little bugger." Up the neck he goes. Oh, it's still wanting to rock and roll with him. Up the neck he goes, "Sit still." But down the last side is the Masterton guy. McGruddy is out on his own. He's flying down the last side. Well, we'll take you back to the stadium commentators and see where they're at now. Thank you.
They must be wicked like us. Look at him come down that last side. Change of steel down there now. For McGruddy, he says, "I'm going to get into that final for my hometown crowd." Oh, the belly coming off now. The 5th and final sheep. Who's the closest to him? And Marshall Guy starting to poke a few quick ones in here. Ramon Smith comes across the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Marshall Guy starting to poke him in quick. Adam Morton turning with the last side on the 1. Last side for Ryan Boot down there is well with Darren Alexander, who's probably just trailing the field at the moment. Over the shoulder he comes, but the pace still there with McGruddy on 5. Up the neck and around the back of the head. Marshall Guy says, "Look out, I'm steaming behind you." Ramon Smith starting to get a bit of a skip on now on stand number 3.
Well, we're back live, audience, and we've had to come back to this because this is a very exciting. We're in the hometown here in Masterton, and we've got a Masterton lad, Dylan McGruddy. There he is on stand number 5 in between these two shearers. The long blows, that's the long blow side of the sheep as he turns to the last side. These shearing techniques, the shearing styles have all been aptly named, and he's coming down the last side. The closest to him would be the guy on stand number 2. That's Marshall Guy as he steps around the neck, but the Masterton lad just powering away. Dylan McGrady down the last side he goes, and his time has been taken. I don't think he'll be as good as Catherine Maluli, but he's not too far away. Ryan Boot decides to change his handpiece. He's putting on a new one. Down the last side is Dylan McGrady. Here he is. He's just finishing off the finishing touches, and he'll go for the red button. He's switched off. A little bit of noise from the hometown crowd here, but look at this young beanstalk of a man, young Marshall Guy tipping up the last leg there as he heads home to the last shots on the sheep. Chased along there by Adam Morton as he works his way out. Ramon Smith, the Gisborne, big, tall, handsome Gisborne boy, down the last side. He's tearing along as well. Darren Alexander on the long blow. Ryan Boot, the last one gave him the bit of the boot too, so he might have to change his name and go Ryan Foot. But at the moment he's up the neck and the damn thing won't sit still for him. Down the last side, these other two boys go. Oh, I think Marshall Guy and Ramon Smith are sitting on 34, but Darren Alexander, look at this stage. I could be wrong, but this guy is probably sitting at the top of the tree at the moment on these first 2 events that have come through. And we'll have a running record. Not quite sure if you can see it. Come on, Marshall, doing well, Bo, Team Guy, hi, Sammy, lol. That's some of the text messages that are coming through. Is Ryan Boot heads south. Down the last side he goes. Oh, Ramon Smith has still got another sheep. He's a little bit behind. This is his first season in the intermediate class. No disrespect, this is getting difficult for these guys, and if you're not up with the speed, you can get caught out. So the points will come through, and we'll go back to our stadium commentators.
Shearing, one of the most difficult parts of the sheep. He's pushing that steel as hard as he can go. Into the first front shoulder he goes now then. Rolling that sheep, nice and easy does it. The sweat is pouring off the young fella up there on stand number 3. And now he's on to those long blows, John.
Yeah, well, just as these shearers complete the task, we got the Makuru College over there on the in the cheap seats in the red uniforms. Good to see those young aspiring New Zealanders over there who've come to watch the best shearing competition in the world at the Golden Shears here in Masterton for 2014. As these young shearers now get into their work, a little bit behind the pace they were, still doing a very good quality job, but the time points are going against them. As we come out the last leg now for Ramon Smith, into the long blow for Ryan Boot. You wouldn't think you'd get a sheep and a half put around your over 5 sheep, but by golly, those young fellas were going pretty sharp as Ramon Smith finishes off, and he gets a time around about 11 minutes. And down there on the far end, Ryan Boot, the young fella for Wairarapa, coming across the shoulder now, working away. Not too many young fellas use the old braces to hold the pants up, but I tell you what, it takes all the pressure off the hips. And down the last side he comes, rolling out the last leg. Still shearing very, very well, of course. He's got an average of 2.8 second cuts a sheep at the moment, which is a pretty sharp, just gone up to 3, an average of 5 out the back. Well, give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That's heat number 2 in the Trust House semi-final.
Yeah, thank you, John. Just a reminder to open shearers that haven't registered, would you mind doing so, guys? It makes our job a lot easier up here. If you guys get in early, open shearers, come and get a singlet, let us know you're here. We can mark you off and get on with this job. Also, just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that the bar is open up in the southeastern corner of our stadium. Kerry and her staff are up there. We'll be welcoming you with open arms, so by all means go and get some refreshments, but bear in mind the drink driving situation, for goodness sake. If you're overindulged, make sure you've got somebody designated to drive you about. We don't want any mishaps or accidents due to overindulgence. But also, people, if you're eating up in the seats and what have you, please take your rubbish to a rubbish tin. It'd be much appreciated. Seems to be a lot of rubbish being left on seats, and just somebody else has to clean it up for you. So if you wouldn't mind just cleaning up after you, that would be appreciated. Just about underway, Heat 3, final heat of our Intermediate Trust House semi-final. And we'll be rocking into our World Wool Handling, our second draw on that, and then into the Open Shearing.
So once again, 5 sheep to shear. This event sponsored by Trust House. Shearers on the board, please. Beautiful sheep. You've had the advantage of watching 2 heats go, and they've been brilliantly shorn. The sheep are strong. Save your energy. Don't get hurt in there. Give it all your best. We have the green light, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody happy? Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go! Oh, a quick start from Tani here on the front stand, by golly. The local man, he thought, right, I'm going to be into that pen. But he's up against some great shearers, Hugh, and you've got a couple of your compatriots up there as well here in this event. So no doubt you're going to get a little bit boisterous, and I might have to just cut you off now and again to bring you down to size.
Yeah, no change there then, John. So we got Tani Matiaha. We saw him this morning in the wool pressing competition up the back. He's a busy man yesterday. He did the wool pressing, the wool handling, and the shearing heats as well. Then we got Alan Lloyd-Jones. He's from Corwen in North Wales on stand number 3. Then we got Anir Pugh. He's also from Mid Wales on stand number 3. He's another good shearer. He was here last year. He made the semi-finals in the juniors. He'd love to make this intermediate final. Then we got Lyle Windleburn from Rangiora on stand number 4. Jesse Edmonds from Whanganui. He's from a very famous shearing whānau there on stand number 5. His father is a world record holder. And then we got Larry Fleming, another one from a big shearing whānau. His mother is a wool handling master up there on stand number 6. So it's great to see these shearing families all the way through this shearing game. So it's the young man then on stand number 3 at the minute. It's Anir Pugh from Wales. Out the hind leg he goes. There'll be a lot of Welshmen watching this over on the internet. I'm sure they're shouting at their screens at the minute. In goes Anir Pugh for sheep number 2. Alan Lloyd-Jones. He's from Corwen up in North Wales. He's putting the finishing touches. In goes Lyle Windleburn for sheep number 2. Alan Jones, he goes in for sheep number 2. They know they've got to set a good pace. They've seen what's been set earlier, and they'd love to make that top 6 to make it into the big final. Anir Pugh, big shots going in there on stand number 3. Our judges are watching out for every little blow, ladies and gentlemen. They're making sure that they take as much off as they can. Anir Pugh goes up the neck. Alan Jones goes into the back leg. Lyle Windleburn's already been there and done that. Jesse Edmonds brings out sheep number 2. Tane has got sheep number 2 out. Larry Fleming brings out 2. So this is a good semi-final, John.
Oh, I wouldn't think you'd give up the microphone by the look of the way this young man Pugh's going here on stand number 3. He's laying the law down here in the final heat. Rocking it up the long blow now. Leading off in front of Lyle Winterburn from Rangiora. He's starting to throw some big shots into that first soft shoulder. Into the long blow he goes. Who's next in line? Could be Jones, the other Welshman here on stand number 2. Matty Haar on the front stand here, the local lad from Masterton. He probably needs a little bit of support. He's up here away from the rest of the crowd. He's doing the business, though. He's keeping the job right. Remember, they've got to get down into that about the high or the low 30s would be optimum for the final score for these young gentlemen. Out the last leg there for Pugh. Put in the good shots, and one over the tail, one over the hock, and let her go down the chute, because there's another big, strong, wild animal in your pen. You've got to get the wool off it in the fastest possible time and the greatest possible workmanship thrown into the job. Out the last leg there for Winterburn, sorry, and he showed a great lot of form in the elimination round. He just sat back, for about 2 sheep and then just let the brakes off, and away he went. Perhaps it's his tactics again here today. Just sit in behind, let everybody make the mistakes, I'll just follow them, and then come home with a withering run. Finishing touches there for Edmonds down on stand number 5. Boy, he's a chip off the old block. Steady hand, steady into the pen, doesn't want to spook his sheep. He just looks like his father, by golly. Down the last side now is Larry Fleming, another name we've learned to know and love over the years there at the Golden Shears. And out the last leg he comes. Hey, crikey, look at the great quality control. Let's not upset him. That's a big, monstrous sheep he just put down the porthole on stand number 6. But still out in front is the Welshman, Pugh, in the middle of the field. Right behind him, though, 3-4 blows back is Winterburn from Rangiora on the 4th stand. 3 or 4 blows further back is Jones from Wales on the 2nd. A couple of 3 or 4 blows back is Tarney from Masterton here on the front. So there's about 3 or 4 blows separate them right along the board. But it's still the Welshman coming over the last shots on the last side. Sheep number 3, he's got 2 left in the pen. He'll be wanting to get in there as fast as he can, and 5 minutes are just gone there, Hugh.
Yeah, he's really going for the doctor, and he's going for the speeds card. Get down there, he said, and in he goes for sheep number 4. He's in and out. He's like a racing snake there on stand number 3, ladies and gentlemen. He was no time in that pen. He's got the belly wool coming off. Lyle Windelburn out the hind leg. He's coming after him. He's going to really fight. He's just sitting in the slipstream at the minute. In he goes for sheep number 4. Alan Jones. He's putting the finishing touches. He'll be racing in for sheep number 4. He's keeping a job. That's what he's thinking on stand number 2. In he goes for sheep number 4. Where's Larry Fleming? He's doing a beautiful job. The young fella up there on stand number 6. So too is Jesse Edmonds from Whanganui. He's having a good go. In he goes for sheep number 4. Change of handpiece of Jesse. Now he's put the fast comb on. He's saying, I'll catch you fellas on this one. Up and it goes Anir Pugh. Lyle Windelburn is coming after him. Into the shoulder is Anir. Up the neck is Lyle. Alan Jones, he goes up the neck as well. So it's the 2 Welshmen. They're really giving it a good go. They'd love to make this big intermediate final, kindly sponsored by the Trust House. Into the front shoulder goes Lyle Windelburn as Anir Pugh steps over. Oh, she kicks. Alan Jones is coming after him on stand number 2. The men on 2, 3 and 4 just a little bit out in front from the rest. Anir Pugh has turned for home. Alan Jones has turned for home. Lyle Windelburn has turned for home. Down the last side they come. Who's going to be the first to slip this one down the portal? It's going to be very close, I'd say. Anir Pugh pushing that steel as hard as she'll go. He's really trying now out the hind leg. Alan Jones is coming after him. He's saying, come on, we got to sit on a plane home together. I'm not having you putting up with bragging all the way. He's going into the pen. In goes Anir Pugh. In goes Alan Jones. Oh, change of steel for Anir Pugh. In goes Lyle Windelburn. Now we've got a ding-dong on, John.
Oh, they're loving it, all right, eh? Just noticed a little hand speed picked up there for Windelburn. He's just starting to fire the shots a little bit quicker. So he knows he needs to, just keep it down, keep it flat, but keep him hitting like the old sewing machine. Down that last side, he was really flying. Out the last leg now comes the Masterton man, Tane Mariha. Oh, come on, he pops the head out now. Just wants a little bit of relief from the stress. The sheep wouldn't quite sit for him, and he's rocking out that last leg. One over the hock, one over the tail, and down the chute it goes. Ooh, but where are we in the pace? Nothing on the board for Jesse Edmonds down there, the Whanganui man. First off leg coming in for him. Fleming down the far end. Over the shoulder and down and out to the flank. He's about to come. Working hard at the back of the field, but he might be in spot number 6, but his quality's still pretty handy up there on the big board. Under the shoulder and about to the down to the flank. These Welsh boys are blow for blow. They're winding into it. Windelburn turns for home now on the money side of the sheep as the Welsh lads fight it out. Under the shoulder for Pugh. Under the shoulder now for Jones. Look at them stroke it off down the last side. Pugh's got a couple of blows in front of him there, and Over the shoulder, the last side available now. Under them, down and out to the flank for Winterburn. Into the long blow for Redmonds. This is the last of the intermediate semi-finalists for Trust House. Oh, hit the button, and what did he get? In 8 minutes and 50 odd for Pugh. Put in a good shot on that fifth and final sheep. Jones from Wales has done the job here on stand number 2, and not too far behind was Winterburn from Rangiora. Doing the job down there on stand number 5. Jesse Edmonds, by golly, he's got a 2.8 so far. That's pretty handy. A little bit up on the outside, but finishing touches there for our Masterton man on stand number 1. Tony Matty Harp. Out the last leg on stand number 5. Hey, it ain't over till it's over. You've got to get the last bit of wall off and into the long blow now. Young Larry Fleming going hard as he can, or as hard as the sheep is going to let him. It can be quite difficult shearing down there on that number 6 stand, but that's the luck of the draw. You got no wall to hold you in or guide your sheep out the porthole. You've got to be lined up special as he comes over the last side. These young shearers have put on a fabulous display here for the 2014.
Tani back to stand 1, please. Tani back to stand 1.
Oh.
Tani Matiaha.
Up there we go, out the last leg. Out the last leg on stand number 6. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for all those shearers. Next up we have the World Woolhandling second round. Heat 1, Morel, Herbert, Rimini, Hanari. Heat 2, Pagan, Rimini, Alabaster, Rookie and Goss.
You just a call, please. Open shearers that haven't registered, do so now. We're looking for Larry Lewis from Dunedin, Sparrow Connor from Masterton. You guys are in the first 2 heats of the Open, so need to see you now, please. Larry Lewis, Sparrow Connor, Periata Abraham, Sean Mathewson.
Five second share fleeces these wool handlers will be handling. 5 second share fleeces. Once the shearer has completed shearing these sheep, these wool handlers have 30 seconds to tidy up. And after that, I think it comes down to 1 point per second. Also, the wool handlers need to blend the wool put the wool into a fadge, and then put their hands up. So she's going to be pretty tough. These wool handlers this morning, they went through the first round. They handled 4 full wool fleeces. And this is the second part of it when they handle 5 second shear fleeces. This event is sponsored by Power Mullen Shearing Limited. Punga Mullins and crew, Karen. Thank you to them for sponsoring this event. Where is Punga Mullins? It'd be good if he said a few words.
One, two. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is time we sort the competitors. We only want the best New Zealand competitors to represent Aotearoa in Gorey in Southern Ireland in May. And this is the elimination lot. We've already had, as Tuma said, we've had the full wools. Now we go into the second shear. And if anybody's ever been to the United Kingdom, you'll see that they actually roll the wool. There's not a lot of preparation done, but it is very important that when they roll that fleece over there, that it's tucked in nicely. Some will roll from the outside, some from the inside. Second shear, we've tossed it in because there could be some lambs over there as well, Tuma.
Yes, that's right.
5 fleeces.
5 second shear fleeces, these wool handlers.
Your names are up there. We'll get it underway. We've got a big afternoon with the open boys coming up, and we don't want them breaking their necks. They're in there in the stables. Joe Hopkirk, thank you, to stand number 2. Well, while we're waiting for Joe Hopkirk, Tuma, let's introduce these wool handlers. These are the girls and guys that would have an aspiration to be one of the 2 places that is left here.
Yes, that's right. On stand number 1, she's a local girl, Lani Morrell. Give her a hand, ladies and gentlemen. She is the young one here amongst these older thorns. On stand number 2, from Te Awamutu, Karen Herbert. On stand number 4, Tina Rimini from Masterton. And on stand number 6, the informed horse, Joel Henare from Gisborne.
He's got his work cut out today, though, Tuma. He might be the form horse, but this afternoon, these other girls are trying to get him off, buck him off that horse.
Pressure's all on him.
We want the shearers to give it heaps, Lance. As long as the door closes, there's no raru-raru with the wool handler. Raru-raru, ladies and gentlemen, is problems. There will be no problems with the wool handlers as long as the door closes. You get them underway, Tuma, and we'll get underway with the second round of the Paiwai Mullins sponsored Open Wool Handling Championships for the place in the New Zealand team, Tagore in Ireland. Let's go.
Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go.
Well, as you can see on the board on the left-hand side there, we've got some penalty points being taken. Every time the wool handler makes a mistake or creates a fault, the wool handling judge has in their little hands a clicker. It does it electronically. It fires off to the back of the room, and then they put it up onto the big screen. The idea is to have the lowest scores that you can accumulate, and then we go out to the back of the stadium. Underneath the stadium, there's a whole heap of judges there. They really are meticulous with this fibre. This is what's kept New Zealand afloat for the last 130 years. We've been founded on the back of a sheep. At the moment, the dairy cow might be doing its good business, but when it all comes down to it, these animals are lighter on the environment. They're less invasive on rivers, and the good old sheep, he's renewable. He keeps growing wool. Cows, you can only eat the cow and drink the milk. With the sheep, you can eat everything. Even the skin, they work it up to and make it edible.
I've just been told, wool handlers, that at the end of it, you are to blend the wool, and when you've finished blending, to put your hand up.
Did you hear that, you competitors? You don't need to put the wool in the fadge. You just blend the wool, and then after you blend, you just put your hand up. The first one's out, Tuma, and just looking up there. We won't tell anybody how they're going. Well, the audience is right up with the pay. We're very informed out here as audiences, and we can see who's doing the business and who's making the mistakes. Look at that beautiful fibre we have on the floor. 1 minute is all these guys got to shear the sheep. And second shear, Tuma, what's this material made of? Is this for the Chinese to put in their beautiful aeroplanes, or is that something that you put in your house to make carpet wool?
For the carpet wool, they do prefer the longer wool. This stuff here, the most purest renewable fibre in the world, non-synthetic, fireproof. This is the stuff that we need in all our airplanes. And like a lot of farmers out there, you guys need to support the wool market. A lot of you guys, when you go in and buy these thermals and stuff, it's all synthetic. And you whinge about the price of wool not being that much. You guys need to support this wool market as well. Put it in your homes as carpet, on your walls if you want, if you live in a cold place like Dannevirke. But it is a very, very good fibre, renewable, beautiful stuff to work with. But here we go. Sheep number 2's gone out. Young Lani Morel up here on stand number 1. She's right up there with the play. Sometimes they freak out a little bit when they get up there with these top guns, but she's handling the pressure very, very well, Koro.
Oh, that's right, Tuma. And just looking under the lights, maybe it could be Tina Rimenez lights that have made her wool stand out, whereas the other ones are not so bright, but her wool certainly stands out, and I think she's got the light on her side at the moment. But that stuff lying on the floor, ladies and gentlemen, on a per kilo basis, that's probably worth about $4 a kilogram. All the bits that are lying around the sides, then you subtract that back from that, and we can go right down to $1. Tina's pulled something out. She's not happy with it. It's a little bit of discoloration, and that if that goes into the main line, well, she actually devalues the wool clip, and the farmer is the one that ultimately suffers, because these wool handlers are charged with handling a $700 million in industry, and the farmer takes 6 or 7 months to grow this beautiful fibre, and a wool handler can bugger it up in 5 minutes. So these girls and guys are charged with adding value to the farmer who's taken the time. He's given all these animals animal health care. He's nursed them out in those big wild hills, and the wool handler has the responsibility of creating more value for our sheep farmers. So what are we up to? Sheep number 4 coming out on the board. Is that sheep number 3, Tuma?
We've got one more sheep left in the pen. One more sheep left in the pen. So what these wool handlers will be thinking about now will be the tidy up at the end of it. They know that they've only got 30 seconds to tidy up. Once the shearer has finished, not this sheep but the next one, and then it will be 1 point per second. So that's what will be going through their heads, keeping the piles tidy, being able to, like when you find an oddman, like a first piece or a bit of cheek wool, is to put it into these little wee baskets. They've got to be accurate. If these guys go to throw it at a bin and it misses, they will get penalised for that. Or these competitors on the side, if it goes off the stage, they will get penalised for that as well. So, you know, they've got to be pretty bang on, these wool handlers, because these judges, they're all former competitors, well, most of them. And they know how it rolls. They know where you can be sneaky and where you can't. So they're looking for those little sneaky spaces that they get into. But down the last side work, these wool handlers, Kieran Herbert's right there with his shearer, as is Tina Dimity. Lani down here on stand number 1, she's working along quite nicely. Not pulling out too many pieces as to overskirt, because when you overskirt, you end up with the good wool in with your oddments, and you're also devaluing the wool. That good wool should be in with the good stuff. Koro.
I was going to ask you a question. How about sheep, when they get a freckle on them, they got freckles and there's a bit of black wool. What happens to that black wool?
that black wool there needs to come out because it will not accept dye. If you put, if a black fibre gets in on a white carpet, it's not a good look.
So these wool handlers are really on their game, because I think I might have heard a shearer say black wool, and the wool handler just swooped in there like a hawk looking for its next meal, and they grabbed the black wool, put it in their pockets. Why, geez, they're on top of their game, all right, Tuma. Well, every bit of those things, those buckets there have got a value, and we're taking the back socks off, and back socks are not worth a lot of money, are they? What do you call it? Modulated.
I've been told it's medulated.
Medulated. My word, he's been skilled up. Joe Hopkirk has skilled this Tuma Mullins up, ladies and gentlemen. They've got 30 seconds. Once 30 seconds is over, they'll start to lose 1 point per second. You are not required to put the wool in the wool pack. Wool handlers, you just make the most of your blend, and when we see that maybe they're going to go, oh, there is one more sheep in the pen. 5, oh my goodness, the Golden Shears has made it really difficult. You sure that's the last sheep, guys? Is that sheep number 5? It is sheep number 5, Tuma. Kieran Herbert, oh Tuma, take us through this one.
Right, now we got the shakedown, ladies and gentlemen. Every one of those 5 fleeces need to be shaked up and with the rest of it, blended, the blend. And I think these wool handlers are getting judged on their blend. I think it goes up to 20 points. We wanted to make it look like candy floss. We want these fleeces to look like candy floss, make sure everything's blended into each other. And then once these wool handlers have a nice wee pile in front of them and they're happy, they look around. There we go. Time for Kieran.
Lani's got a little bit more. She's having a look around. She puts her hand up. Tina Remen is not happy. Ladies and gentlemen, this lady on stand number 3, the Master Wool Handler, she's got to use all her containers. If she has an empty container and there's wool on the floor, she could get into a little bit of bother with the judges. So give those first heat a good hand, ladies and gentlemen. That's the first round of the second shear. 1 more heat to go. And I'm just looking at Joel Henner, and he looks buggered. The women have done their job. They've been training. Joel Henry has been eating in the pot, and he looks a little bit buggered, doesn't he? He'll come back at them quick smart, though. He's put everything into this, ladies and gentlemen. He is the current world champion, and he would dearly love to go and retain his title, or defend his title is probably the word, but it doesn't work like that in the industry. You have to earn your way towards that position. And we wish him well, like we wish all these other competitors. Okay, bring up the next one, brother.
Thanks, Coro. Heat 2, please. Table stand 1 is Pagan Rimini, Cherie Alabaster, Amy Ruki, Ronnie Goss. Our second heat of the second draw of our semi-world's wool handling. Just a quick announcement to the first heat of the open shearing. We'll have to get away pretty quick, fellas, so be ready to go. First heat of the open: Delwyn Jones, James Braddock, Joe Tomohi, Shelford Wilco, Lee Edmonds, Kelvin Walker. First heat of the open. And also, ladies and gentlemen, an announcement for our top 6 intermediate shearers. These are our finalists. We'll go through to the final on Saturday. In order of qualification: Catherine Maluli from Matawai, Marshall Guy, Alan Lloyd Jones, Darren Alexandra, Bevan Petty, Sean Lewis. Congratulations to those 6 intermediate shearing finalists. Just a call, please, any open shearers that haven't reported in. I need you to do so right now, please.
Heat 2 of the World Wool Handling Pauai Mullen Shearing Limited event. These wool handlers earlier on, they handled 4 full fleeces, and now they will be handling 5 second shear. On stand number 1 from Masterton, we have Pagan Rimini. Give her a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Local girl. On stand number 2 from Tie Happy, Cherie Alabaster. On stand number 3 from Invercargill, Amy Rookie. And on the end stand from Kimbolton, Ronnie Goss. These wool handlers are competing for the world champs, are team members. A lot of pressure on them right now. Shearers to the board. Timekeepers ready. Shearers get set, go.
Second heat, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got a line-up here and a half. We've got a few wild cards, I suppose we could call them, Tuma, because amongst these folks, master wool handlers. And these wild cards, could they take it out? Could they make that stunning performance just in one show? Well, it can happen. Anybody can pull it out of the bag on a good day. Here she is. She's done the Merino Championships. Amy Rookie here from Invercargill. Onto the board she goes, and she's already pulled out the undermine. She'll be pumped up. She's primed to her. She's like a cat waiting at a cage. Here she is. She's working hard at it.
Down here on stand number 1, we have Pagan Dimini. Pagan's been up in the open probably about 4 years. Had a very, very good teacher in her mother. And she knows what to do with these second shear fleeces. I don't think she spends a lot of time up here in the North Island anymore, mainly down in the South, but a very, very good competitor. You go to most major shows in the country, anywhere, and Pagan will be right there. On stand number 2, Cherie Alabaster from Tie Happy. Cherie doesn't do a lot of work in the sheds at the moment. She's full-time mother. But a very, very good competitor, and I understand she won the pre-shears show just the other day. So she knows what she's doing. You've already spoken about Amy. Amy is like a cat ready to pounce. And down on the end we have Ronnie Goss. Now Ronnie's a little bit different. She's got quite a cruisy style. Looks like she's not really doing a lot, but the proof is in the results that Ronnie has, and she has won a lot of major titles and is a master wool handler. But I think these wool handlers, they've got 9 baskets, and in every one of these baskets there should be a different wool type.
I think you can have as many baskets as you like, couldn't you, Tuma? Because they're looking for the edge, and I suppose the more oddments you can pull out, the better. What are your thoughts on that? You're a master wool handler as well. You know how to handle second shear. You were born in a shearing shed. You should understand this industry very well.
Being born in the shed.
Oh, being born in the shed. Well, that's the commentator, ladies and gentlemen, as we turn to the last side on sheep number 2. Cherie Alabaster has been a world champion. She's been around the world with this industry, so all you budding wool handlers, she's won the title in Norway. She's been to Wales. She's won a title, a team membership title there, and she's aiming to make the world champs in glory in Southern Ireland with our Irish cousin. So wish her well. She's getting ready. Hold the sheep still, you bugger. Oh, it's helping her blend the wool at the same time. Ooh, she's pulled out a little bit of wool on the floor here, Tuma, so it'll be interesting to see what this master wool handler can do with this wool. She's pulled it apart. She's making a little bit of a look at her. She's going through that. The time is going. The peripheral vision is working over time. Her face is turning red. Her eyes are getting bluer. She's working hard. She's turning into a vampire. Around on the top of the table, she chucks the fleece, the belly wool in there. The frib wool comes out. Amy Rookie's a little bit lost. Where's all you Southlanders? Get in behind this little lady here on table number 3, because the North Islanders are going to say, Amy who? Onto the belly they go. Here she is, Ronnie Goss, the lady that drives the school bus. She's got 10,000 stock units, and she makes sure she knows everyone by their name, Tuma. How's Pagan Riemene going?
Pagan down here on stand number 1, going really well, working well with her shearer. Very direct with her buckets. Every bit of wool where she throws it, it's landing in the right place. Things are looking good down here for Pagan. Right there with her shearer. Cherie Alabaster, yeah, she looks like she's got a little bit of colour there. She's pulled it out. That's a bit of a gamble. But she is a very educated wool handler. She knows what she's doing. She's been doing this for years.
Well, the crowd is really starting to gather here at the 2014 Golden Shears, and on behalf of Mr. Philip Morrison, our president, he welcomes you here to witness this great event unfolding before your very eyes. Amy Rookie, look at her. She's a pretty young lady, and she's looking at that fleece, focused on it. And what did you say? The peripheral vision is going. We're entering the twilight zone over here, Tuma. The vampire's getting down there, getting out there, and the belly's coming off for Amy Rookie. Ronnie Goss says nothing. She's boring, isn't she? She wouldn't even know she was in the wool sheds. Golly me, she's one of those wool handlers that's easy to maintain. You don't even have to give her any lunch because she just lives on nothing. Here she is, she's into the undermine. Ronnie Goss from Kimbolton in the Manawatu. Round behind the shears, ears, the shearers go. And look at this lady, she's absolutely focused, intense there on table or stand number 2, Tuma.
She certainly is, Cherie Alabaster, like you say. She's getting redder and redder. That's the concentration that this lady puts into it. Very, very good champion. She's been a world champion. She wants to be a world champion again. Down the last side come these shearers, these wool handlers. They're starting to freak out a little bit. We got Pagan down here on stand number 1. Pagan, come on girl, keep up with your shearer. If they get a little wee bit behind, it can be damn hard work. Cherie Alabaster there, she's rolled that fleece up. Doesn't look like she's very happy with that one as well, Kuro. But this Amy Rookie here on stand number 4, she's right there with her shearer. She's having a dream run. Here we go, Ronnie Goss down there. Come on, Ronnie. Kuro.
Holy smoke, is it the upcomers, the upstarts are going to clean out the more experienced wool handlers, because Amy's just got that nice little pile. Cherie's got 2 piles of wool over there. She's shaking it up, going through it. She'll go back there. She'll revisit that pile, Tuma. This is the class that we're looking for. These are the wool handlers that are charged with looking after our farmers' interests. $700 million a day is done around with this beautiful fibre. And if you had people like this in your wool sheds, we wouldn't need to be worried too much because the quality is right there. This is the 5th and final sheep. And Ronnie Goss is just looking back. Oh, she yawns away over there on stand number 4. And she works, man. She's on top of her game, Ronnie Goss. She is really capable. Here she is. She's working away. She says to the shearer, having a good day, Mr. Shearer. And he just says, hope you are too, Ronnie. Down the last side, the shearer's working away. She reaches across. Rookie reaches down there. Have a look down the board, shearers. We want you to finish the same time. Tuma, back to you.
Down the last side work, these shearers right wool handlers. You know that this is the 5th and final fleece. You have 30 seconds once the shearer pulls his cord. Here we go, 30 seconds has started for 3 wool handlers. Pagan down here, she's a few seconds behind. Right now we got the shakedown. We got Amy down there on table number 3. She's got the shakedown going up. All these fleeces need to be blended into each other. Be careful not to blend into your baskets because they will penalise you. Come on, Pagan, let's chuck that wool up into the lights. Come on, Pagan, shakedown time. Down there, Ronnie Goss on down the end. How's she going? Oh, it's time for Ronnie. Looking down here, Cherie Alabaster, she's on her hands and knees praying, come on, please be good to me. Have I done the right thing? Here she goes through this pile again. Chucks it in the little basket. Come on, girls, here we go. Time for Pagan. Time for Amy. Time for Cherie Alabaster.
Give them a good hand, ladies and gentlemen. We're only seeing 4 of these top competitors back in the evening session, and we're going to find out who these top 2 are going through to the World Champs. We've got a fair idea up there on the scoreboards there, but it's really a lot of the work is now, a lot of the points can be lost out in the back there. There's another team of judges going through these fleeces fibre by fibre, and anything that's not meant to be in a container will be penalised accordingly. So Ricky, John, we're coming back to you guys, and the open shearing is not too far away. Thank you very much.
No, certainly that's the next event on the card, and what we need to do is all those open shearers make sure they're at the bottom of the stairs before the start of their heat. We want no time wasted. Time now has just gone 10 past 2.
Hello.
5 sheep to shear in that opening class.
Could I interrupt you, Rick? and John, we've just got a presentation to make. There is a presentation by Okati Kai Piper, and if these could come onto the stage. We got Josie Rimene somewhere, Ronganui Rimene. Hello, how are you? It's nice to meet you. Kia ora again. And we're going to give you an opportunity to tell the folk your message. You've only got 10 seconds, though. Is that all right?
Kia ora whānau. I'm Linda Spence, your Wairarapa DHB Smoke-Free Coordinator. I'd just like to thank you all for respecting the smoke-free signs outside. It's been a pleasure to work with you. Don't forget, we've still got our spot prizes out there, so keep entering our competition. I'm the go-to person. If you want anything to do with smoke-free, just give me a call and I'll work with you to help any event or your whānau become quit.
Linda, thank you very much. Give her a hand, ladies and gentlemen. And I think the big message that has to come out by 2025, we want Aotearoa to be...
Smoke-free, and we will be.
Smoke-free, and we will be. And of course, there's another big message that if you want to see your great-grandchildren, your mokopuna, you've got more chances of seeing them if you're a non-smoker than a smoker. Is that correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. We want people to quit and stay living and stay healthy for your mokos.
Okay, in here, ladies and gentlemen, is a $100 gift voucher from JB Hi-Fi, and there'll be another one drawn tomorrow. We only want the winning one, and that winning person is...
Ashley Waka, 027 88366046. Is it Asher or Ashler? Ashler Waka.
Ashla Waka. You are the winner, the recipient of this $100 JB Hi-Fi. Thank you very much, Quitline, Smoke-Free, Wairarapa Health Board, and we'll now go across to our open shearing.
Thank you, Coro. We'll moving right along, ladies and gentlemen. First heat of our open about to start. Delwyn Jones, James Braddock, Joe Tamahi, Shelford Wilco, Lee Edmonds, Kelvin Walker. Those competitors be ready to take the stand very, very shortly. We'll just get some sheep up, boys. Heat 2, Sean Edmonds, Joseph Kyle, Chris Kyle, Noel Gardner, Chaz Toharaniki, Dion Morell.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very big, warm welcome to you all. We've just arrived. And oh yes, we have 80-odd shearers about to hit the board. And yes, we've got 6 each to share. One of the major sponsors, of course, take note up there is Lister and Tui and Trust House. And a lot of very, very good shearers. Now, the shame in all this is we're only taking 30 through. So there's no give me's. I've purposely just walked the changing room actually, and it's tension down there. Okay, they're all sitting under here, really fired up, rearing to go. Richard Lowe will know what it's like in a changing room of the All Blacks. It's very similar to that at the moment as he wanders on out just to check it. So that's where we're at. We've got a lot of action. Don't hold back because only 30 going through. The top third. It's quite an achievement to make the top 30 in the open grade of the Golden Shears.
Yeah, and I can see all the top shearers are here, Gerald. In fact, we've got more guns than Baghdad here, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to go, the referee's telling me. So we'll get the shearers. Oh, we haven't got any sheep yet, have we? Are we ready to go, Mr. Buick? Yeah, I think we got sheep in the pens, John. Yeah, have we got sheep in the pens, Willie?
Guys, have we got sheep up there?
Yeah,
fellas,
I can see
the sheep in the pens.
We got the green light. We got sheep.
Yep, we've all go.
Those
We're all
woolly
go.
things. Those woolly things are very important in this competition.
Yeah, we need them.
And they are supplied by Ngā Tahuna. So we'll get these shearers up on board now. So that first heat, please take the board. We got on stand number 6, Kelvin Walker, Lee Edmonds on 5, Shelford Wilcox on stand number 4, Joe Tumahoe on stand number 3, James Braddock on 2, and Delwyn Jones. One of those jolly overseas visitors coming back again to see us.
No, he's an export, actually. He's living in Tikawiti.
Oh, that's right. That's right. He's been here for a little while, the young fella.
Yeah, he's got a family in Tikawiti. He's going off to Norway shearing next week, so he travels around the world. Yeah, well, as I said, John, we've got a heck of a lineup. And of course, there's a big selection here as well to pick the New Zealand team to come over to the World Championships over in Ireland. In the middle of May, we'll be over in Ireland in the World Championships. Right. And there's a big, big race to make it into that team. The first team member has been selected here at the Golden Shears. Out of all these shearers, and then the second team member will be selected just up the road in the King Country in a couple of weeks' time, John.
Yeah, there's certainly just an added bit of pressure. But of course, the main aim is to win the Golden Shears. And we have a green light. We have a green light. We've got one shearer out. We'll have them all out. Shearers on the board, please.
Timekeepers ready.
Looks like we're good to go. Everybody happy? Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go! Oh, we're off and flying, guys, and welcome to Hugh and Gerald. We're going to help us out this afternoon, and we want you to get involved. These are experts at the job, these fellas. And Hugh, awesome to see so many overseas visitors here. I mean, Delwyn Jones has got Wales beside his name, but of course, as you say, he's domiciling in the Tikawiti. But he'd love actually to make the Welsh team. That's why he keeps putting Wales beside his name, isn't he?
No, he's a very, very proud Welshman. So we got a very good lineup, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Delwyn Jones from Corwen and Tikawiti on stand number 1. We've got James Braddock from Ekatahuna, the head of the very famous Braddock whānau there on stand number 2. Then we got Joe Tamohi from Balclutha on stand number 3. Shelford Wilcox from Napier is up there on stand number 4. Then we got Lee Edmonds. He's from Masterton there on stand number 5. And Kelvin Walker from Whanganui is up there on stand 6. Kelvin dropped that first one. That would have been a pretty quick time. Just about a minute he went in for his second sheep, Gerald.
Yeah, minute 4 there just to get warmed up. As I said, it's only the top third are going to go through, and it's a right honour even to get that singlet on your back by Jolly Ears. Down to the undermining heads. Now, if you're just standing around here, I like to stand about this area, so just move so you get a good view if I'm getting in your way. Up the neck goes the man on the 6th stand. All of them have got sheep number 2. Just feeling the pace. They know their peers will be sitting in the audience right now just saying, whoa, how are they shearing? What's happening? They'll catch up with them in the changing room in one of the later heats, saying, what do they like? How'd that gear go? They go, all right, what was your time? What are the points? Ladies and gentlemen, I know there's a whole lot of new folk in the audience for the first time maybe. Keep an eye on these points up above. Okay, those penalty points up there. That's the, you'll see the time. That's 1 point every 20 seconds. Then the penalty boards. Okay, that's what's happening on board right at the moment. And you'll see those judges that are swapping all the time. They've got those counters there pushing them for second cuts. Then the outside job. That's the sheep that's out the pen, gets tipped over side to side and checked. So lots of things going on, and there's no way you're going to get away from the judge's eye by Jolly Knot. Now, number 3 arrives down on the bottom stand. He is the rabbit of the field at the moment, John. Yeah, Kelvin Walker from Wanganui.
He's doing very well, and he bounced out to a good start, but he knows the pace will get hotter as we get through to the last of these open class guys. They'll be getting them down to around about 55, 54 seconds. The big sheep. And they take a little bit of getting round. There's a few shots got to go in. Out comes another one for Lee Edmonds. The Wanganui man. He's had a young fella up there in the intermediate semi-final just before. So he's down the belly and around the crutch. He's about to go. Pretty well looked after the sheep. Nice and tidy in that breeding area. Round and turning for home on stand number 4. Shelford Wilcox hits the last side. Over the last side likewise as Joe Tamoe. Look at him cleaning off the little bit of fluff on the brisket. Should have got that on the underside. Down and out to the flank he goes. Oh, it's Walker stepped into the bend. 3 minutes and 20. Jonesy's getting left in the wake here in the front stand. Up the long blow he comes. Braddock around the back of the head. Come on, Jimmy, let the brakes off, mate. Joe Tumahoe there into the belly. 3 sweeps and he's got it out the back for the Woolhandler. First off leg coming off for him. Following Wilcox from Napier behind on sheep number 4. Under the shoulder and down out to the flank for Edmonds. Working off that last leg, but Walker, he's dropping into the first shoulder on the offside. Down, he's facing the wall now. The judge has got to shift around to keep an eye on him. Into the long blow he goes. Firing some big shots up there. 3 short ones, 3 long ones, 1 over the backbone. It's a big sheep down there on stand number 6, but he's peeling it off.
Yeah, he's really peeling it off down there on stand number 6. He's going for the speed sticks. He says, I'm here for a hard time, not a good time. Let's go for it, fellas. Out the hind leg he goes, and he'll be going in for sheep number 5. How are the rest of the field getting on? Joe Tamohi there on stand number 3. He's out the hind leg as well. So too is Shelford Wilcox. In goes Kelvin Walker for sheep number 5. In goes Joe for sheep number 5. In will go Shelford for sheep number 5. Then we've got Lee Edmonds, James Braddock and Delwyn Jones all dropping down into the shoulder. James Braddock's been having a few text messages sent in. They're going across the top of the big screen there, ladies and gentlemen. I'd say that's from Hemi over in Australia. He's saying, pull your finger out and get on with the job. Up and neck goes Kelvin Walker. Up and neck is Joe Tamohi from Balclutha. They're dropping down into the shoulder. And I think Joe Tamohi now has just hit the front. He's getting out in front and he's cleaning off the cheek. Down the last side he comes now then. Round that shoulder he goes. Peeling that steel around. Making sure that all the wool comes off and all the skin stays on. Out the hind leg he goes now. 3 more blows to do. And he'll be going in for his 6th and final sheep, Gerald.
Ooh, there he is. Hand on the old catching pen door. Pulls it out. It's a little beauty as would expect here. The sheep have been sorted well. He buries the handpiece in there. Walker arrives with his last and final one. Take a look upstairs again. See how the points are going. Walker with a 22.4. Tamaho with a 20. Where is he there? He's down there, 28. So lots of action going on. Get your pen and paper out, ladies and gentlemen. Get involved. Write them down so you know how everyone's going. We've got 80 odd of them to come. Up the undermine goes Walker on the 6th stand. Tamaho, hey, let's back him. I'm a Southlander. He's a Southern man. Let's do that. Come on, Tamaho. Let's go, Joe. Go, Joe, as we used to say in the old days to Joe Clark. Go, Joe. Down to the last shoulder he drifts now. Cleans up the brisket. Got a bit of time to go back and just do a wee bit of tidying up. Thinks he might have done enough for the top 30 on the journey home now. The money side, the last side. Right out the toenails he goes. Last shoulder time for Walker down at 6. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Tomahi. Now, running time, 6 minutes 30. That gives you an idea. Write that baby down as well. That's to catch and shear these big, strong, thumping second shear Wairarapa sheep. That's a big mouthful, wasn't it? Walker's wrapped up now. John, she's all action. That's how we just get her warmed up.
Yeah, look at it. Great stuff. Still got 4 shearers chipping it off here. Up over the last side now is the Wilcox on 4, rolling across the shoulder. Still big, powerful shearers thumping it down that last side. The hand quickens as he gets the free run. Down and out to the flank and out the last leg. 1 over the tail, 1 over the sock and lets it down the porthole. Switches off his button. He's got a clock off on about 7 minutes and 20. And Lee Edmonds turning on to the last side now. Not very often these experienced shearers get a sheep put around them, but that's what's happened here today. Walker and the man on stand number 3, Tumahoe, come on. He certainly made great strides.
There's the local boy. Is there any locals from Masterton here? Yes, Lee Edmonds.
Yeah, look at him go. Down the Port over Delwyn Jones. He's completed the job, and we've got Braddock Senior coming down the last side. Ekata Ware. Here he comes. Let her go, James, and hit the button,
Oh,
mate.
yeah.
Well done.
Well done, James.
Well done. Heat number 2 is going to be Sean Edmonds, Joseph Kyle, Chris Kyle, Noel Gardner, Chaz Tahiri Ricky, and Dion Morell. They are the 6 shearers for heat number 2. Take the board, gentlemen, please. The judges, of course, they'll remain in their positions. They just move along the board, and you'll see the chief referee for the board at the moment just taking the points to make sure we can double check anything that needs to be double checked if we have a power failure in our computer room. But they're very quiet and unassuming people up there in the computer room, and all they do is flash lights at us all day. If they don't flash lights, they've gone to sleep, so we've got to wake them up now and again. But they're awesome people doing a marvellous job in the back, just up the back there. Like a lot of the people here at Golden Shears, so much goes on behind the scenes to make a shearing competition of this nature take place. They all do their part, and it's up to us during the day to make sure it runs together. Change stand 4. Change stand 4 name, please. Noel Gardner on stand 4. We do have a green light, but we'd just like the name changed.
Noel Gardner is on stand number 4.
Yeah, not Mr. Franks. Well, he might be an alias, I don't know. No, Noel's a very astute man. He wouldn't have 2 names, would he? We got the all clear from the referee. We've got the green light. Can we have the shearers on the board,
Timekeeper's
please?
ready.
Your referee won. He's on the run. Selvin's not happy. Yes, he is. These judges have travelled from near and far, doing a marvellous job of collecting all the number of second cut-ups out there on the board, and of course out the back. Okay, we've got the all clear from the referee. Shearer on the board on stand 6. Thank you. Now we're ready to rock and rumble. Timekeepers are good. Judges, competitors, go. Ooh, we're off and going once again, and we got the correct name on number 4 this time round. And we got Sean Edmonds here in the front. That Edmonds family again.
Yeah, we got another very good lineup coming here, John. We got Sean Edmonds. We saw his son shearing earlier on, I think it was, or one of the whānau definitely. In the intermediates, Sean, of course, is a world record holder. Along with Justin Bell, they set that 2-stand record. Then we got Joseph Kyle on stand number 2 from Napier. And then his brother, Chris Kyle, is on stand number 3. So we'll see a bit of friendly rivalry between those two fellas. Then we got Noel Gardner from Whanganui on stand number 4. He steps over on the longbows. He's not messing around. He's really going for it. And then Chaz Toyariki from Invercargill, right down in the deep south on stand number 5. The Tectra instructor. He's coming around the shoulder. And then on stand number 6, we got Dion Morell, the master shearer from Alexandra there, the merino specialist, world record holder. He's been in the team. He's done everything. And then he's decided to come back out of semi-retirement and have another crack at it. And he made the New Zealand team down there in Alexandra, and he'll be shearing later on this evening in the Trans-Tasman Test. So we got a terrific lineup up there, ladies and gentlemen, as the second sheep comes out onto the board, Gerald.
Yeah, that's right, Hugh. Yes, you're going to see them a few times with lots of things up for grabs with these top shearers. And it can happen, ladies and gentlemen, where some of these top shearers, they enjoy supporting these shows, and sometimes they're there judging and they think they'll have a bit of a share. And Dion was in those lines, Dion Murray on stand 6 I'm talking about at the moment. I have a bit of a share, and next minute I'm qualified for the New Zealand shearing team, and not really doing a lot of shearing at all. But hey, shearing like riding a bike. So it's anything could happen here tonight and this afternoon, so it's all good. But that's Dion Morel as he throws a leg over and locks it up. Look at that. Wow, beautiful shearing. Still got it, obviously. Then Big Chaz, yeah, he teaches all the young fellas now. Just shows you the draw or the passion or the addiction that the Golden Shears can have, because I tell you what, you don't see Chaz up on stage too many times. You'd only do it for the special occasions. And here he is today, up here in the Golden Shears, and he'll be enjoying these heats. By jolly he will be. Dion in for another one. Gardner from Wanganui, into the Ballywool he goes. He'll be the first one on sheep 3. Edmonds is out. So's Kyle there, and the brother is just 2 or 3 shots behind. All action up here. Big Chaz has got another one out. Sets it down, a wee beauty. Just sits it down. Look at that big strong Chaz is into the Ballywool there, John. Lots of action again.
Yeah, just as we let these fellas carry on, we'll just get number 3 heat organised. Corey Palmer, Roger Mifsud, Lloyd Alexander, Corey Salmon, Norm Haraway, Rocky Bull. They are the next 6 victims. We're going to get up on stage, but here Edmonds from Wanganui rolling up the long blow. Got that beautiful relaxed style again. Keeping it nice and flat and well compacted sheep as he rocks onto the last side. I think he might have hit the front as he goes around the back of the head. Over across that last shoulder now. Joseph Kyle from Napier dropping into the long blow. Christopher Kyle down over the shoulder on the last side. Noel Gardner across the shoulder. Chaz Tahiriki, look at him coming across the shoulder. Dion Morel low, he just dropped off the pace by 2 blows. He steps into the pen now. 3 minutes and 45 gone. And it's Sean Edmonds up here in the front. He says, righto, I've been a bit slow over the last few years. I better pick my game up if I want to make that top 30. Down the belly, the first off legs coming off. Big deep blows towards the backbone on that undermine. 3 up. Look at him go. 2 shots now. Just, whoa, she won't sit for him. Dear Morel reclaims the pace. Another sheep on the board for Big Chaz from Invercargill in the deep south. Sheep number 4. Crikey, they're getting through him pretty smart. 4 and 20 coming up. Kyle from Napier on stand number 2 down the undermine now. A little bit behind the brother. Christopher's gone ahead by a couple of blows. Noel Gardner around the back of the head as well. Chaz Tahiriki dropping into the first shoulder, but it's Dion Morel down there. Huey's showing a clean pair of heels to the rest of them by 6 or 7 strokes. Here he goes, looking pretty good, down and out to the flank for Morel. Over the shoulder comes Edmonds and Wanganui. But don't you count out the rest of the field there, because by golly old Hugo, these guys are all sticking together pretty good.
Yeah, Dion Morel and the master shearer up there on stand number 6 has got sheep numbers 5 out onto the board. He's got 1 left in the pen. In goes Sean Edmonds. In goes Christopher Kyle. Chris Kyle went in there. He looked very cool and calm. And then he starts shearing and he goes like a mad thing again. Noel Gardner's got sheep 4 out. Joseph Kyle's got 5 out. Chaz Tahiriki, he's got sheep number 5 out. But up the neck goes Dion Morel. The Alexandra contractor down there on stand number 6. Dropping down into the shoulder. He's set world records. He's broken world records. He's shown for New Zealand several times and he's doing it again. Second down there in the Alexandra Shears. And he was doing it, he said he was thinking of his good mate Ricky Pivac when he did it. So he's turning now. He's coming down the last side, cleaning off round that shoulder. Out the hind leg he goes with this next blow. 3 full combs. Then that last little bit of a flick, making it look very, very easy. Here he goes for sheep number 6, Gerald.
Poetry in motion. That's as good as I've seen him shear, actually. And I've commentated for a number of years when he was full-time. The Dion Morel, when he's at peak form. He's got that nice hand, what they call a regatta light hand in the industry, okay? Meaning you sort of float around the sheep. A whole lot less friction when you can do that, when you're not driving a handpiece. You actually sort of, there you go, see that? He's basically just cutting ear, but he's still on the skin, where he's floating across that skin. And can make you very, very quick if you can do that, because you don't get tangled up as much, and there's a whole lot less friction. Okay, so you're not having to drive it, and it's a whole lot less energy required and all those sorts of things. So the sheep seem to enjoy it as well, but Dion Morel will be one of the few that have really mastered that light hand where they can float around a sheep, make it look nice and easy. A poetry in motion would be the cause. He brushes the cheek wool off. But these all different styles and they all make it work as Sean Edmonds on his finishing touches now on the last side of sheep number 6. What's the running time? 7 minutes 05. Dion Morrell, you'll see a bit of him. You've seen him share 6 at the moment. He's just starting to be, get a bit of sweat. Give him a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Starting to loosen up now. Get a bit of adrenaline going around there. A bit of blood and bits and pieces. Bit of blood pumping into those muscles. Edmonds, finishing touches for him too. Joseph Kyle on stand 2. Throws the leg over. Locks it up. Bends that head hard round his leg as it should do. Lifts the chin up. Fires it up. Jams it in between his legs and onto the last shoulder. His brother Christopher will be the next man to do that. Round towards the world-renowned long blow. Gardner lies it down. Big Chaz is wrapped up. Well done, Chaz. He'll be thinking, oh, jolly. In most heats we only do 5. That 6th one was just taking its toll. My old heart was starting to go. The old forearm starts getting tight. Doesn't sort of flow like it used to. Gardner finishing touches here all the way from Wanganui. Out to the toenail. It's got to come off. The judges out the back. They won't miss anything out there, I can tell you that. And it'll cost you a heap of points. Talking about points, look up above to see how they're getting on. There we go. There's a yellow one. That's what you want, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everyone that's here. We want the yellows. That's the total. That's when everything's been all accumulated. Final total points. 32.4. Chaz 33.5. Dion with that still to come up. Noel Gardner wrapped. Here we go to 39. That's a good way to get involved, and we're live across the world at the moment on live stream TV. Over to you.
Yeah, righto, here we go. Heat number 3. Take the board, please. Rocky Bull on stand 6. Norm Haraway, Corey Salmon, Lloyd Alexander on 3. Rob Jamifsad, Corey Palmer. And just as these gentlemen step up there, we got a little bit, we could give one fella a bit of flack. He might just turn around and tell me off. So we'll treat them all as equals up there, and we'll leave the flack flying till a little bit later on. 6 sheep once again to shear. It looks like we're getting ready. The names are up on the screen. That's always good to see. That means everything's going well. With a bit of an Australian flavour to this one. A bit more from Whangamomona. Our Welshman. He'll get his tongue tied on that name. Big Norm Haraway down on number 5. He's on the tour, they believe. The tour from hell, probably. Rob Jamifsad are very represented Australia here a number of years. We have a green light. Gentlemen, can we have you on the board, please? Too late, Norm.
Timekeeper's ready.
We've got it now. We're ready to go. Got the all clear. Everybody happy. Timekeeper's right. Judges. Competitors, go. Ooh, was that sheep actually pushing that door open on stand number 5? Or was the shearer making look out? He let me in there and I want to get one out. Corey Palmer up here on the front stand. From Dipton down on the south, Roger Mifsud on Australia. Lloyd Alexander from Whangamomona there on number 3. On number 4, Corey Salmon. Steps up the neck. He's from Tigawiti these days. Norm Haraway from Rakaya. Oi, crikey. He's been here in the last few years on the end of this black ice cream, but he's gone back to the shearing for a year just to see if I can have a go. Rocky Bull down on the far end from Mangaweka. Into the long blow he goes. So let's let him go, Hugh, and we're going to see some firing here. Just see that Lloyd Alexander, his boys qualified for the intermediate, so no pressure there.
Yeah, no, it's all going good. The Welsh boys are having a good Golden Shears as well as everybody else. So in goes Corey Salmon then from Tigawiti on stand number 4. His second sheep coming out. He's seen his partner Karen Herbert handling wool in that big final, in those big finals earlier on. Corey Palmer from Dipton. He's got sheep number 2 out. Lloyd Alexander from Whangamomona on stand number 3. Roger Mifsud from Australia. He's the Australian team manager for the Trans-Tasman test. Norm Haraway from Rakaya. The big fella up there, he's a dab hand with a microphone. He's been teaching a lot of shearers for many, many years. Into the back leg he goes in. Rocky Bull from Rakaya. He's on this part of this John Huff's farewell tour. He reckons it's going to be the last time he's going around a lot of these shows. You can't keep a good man down. No, he'll keep coming. Up the neck goes Rocky, into the shoulder, but it's still the man on stand at number 4, Corey Salmon. He's determined to get into that semi-final, into the top 30. Rocky Bull is coming after him, but it's Corey Salmon. Out the hind leg he goes. Corey Palmer from Dipton, he won the senior competition here last year. He's put himself up into the open. Out the hind leg he goes, but it's Corey Salmon from Tikawiti as he brings out sheep number 3, Gerald.
Yeah, for sure. Just singing the old Tikawiti flavour, eh? Start rubbing shoulders. They say your friends will put you in a palace or they'll put you in prison. In this case, Tikawiti rubbing shoulders with those shearers up there, putting them in a palace in a very good place. Out and around the crutch he goes now. Palmer. Oh, by jolly, this is a big task for him down here, and he's a long way from home. It's not a home game, Corey, I'm afraid to say. You're in the North Island, you're at Masterton, but you would have dreamt about this baby. Takes the top knot off, he's in second place for Speed Stakes. Up the neck he goes, breaks it nice and clear as one should do. Fires one to the base of the ear and round he goes. Come on, Corey, give her a heap of stick. Right, what else is happening here? Mr. Australia, how are you getting in there, Roger? Like nice and close as one would do if you've shorn a lot of merinos and the likes. But it's crossbreed second shear here. From the Wairarapa, working that left hand, really getting that loose skin, making sure it's nice and tight so there's no cuts down and under that wool. Down to the fertiliser works. 1, 2 up the back there. Alexandra. Bend that head right round, brushes the cheek wool clear now. Who holds the Speed Stakes? Mr. Palmer has responded to the announcer. No, down on the bottom. Rocky. Rocky's coming with a big finish. By jolly, this is how it's done. The Golden Shears riding a bike announcer. That's what it's all about. Pulls out a big beer. You got some work to do there, Rocky. Into the belly wool he dives. Go, 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 Rocky. Rocky's a hard case. He's going to have some good friends out here. Make some noise, folks. As I said, there's only going to be 2 from every heat are going to make this top 30. So don't, what's the saying? He who hesitates lost. You mightn't get another chance. I hope you do to encourage one of your buddies. But if you don't, she's over. So let's go. Go, Rocky. Round the back of the ears he goes. John, plenty of action up here as we would be expecting.
Oh, you look at him come down the last side. Hey, Roger Mifsud, a very experienced competitor, but he's having a little bit of trouble. He's used to Wrinkly's kicking him, thrashing down the last side, but he's got this Romany under control as he glues it to the floor for that last leg. Uses the the left hand to pluck a little bit of fluff he thought was still attached. But the pace down on stand number 6, he's gone for the doctor. Oh, Rocky Bull, out the last leg. Look at him, let it go. He's whipped it out, all forgot about that sock, into the pen. He says, to hell with it, I'm going for the Speed Stakes. I want to be the fastest Master Blaster here at Masterton for 2014. Norm Haraway says, well, I haven't been up on stage here for a number of years and shearing jeans, so I better pull my finger out as well. Out the last leg now for Corey Salmon from the TK country. Here comes Tahora's Alexander, drops down the hole now. Sheep number 5 with a change of gear coming up. But Corey Palmer still looking pretty sharp up here on the front. Sheep number 5, stand 1, steps forward up the neck. He's won about 4 or 5 blows back off the pace. Haraway stepped into the pen now. Down the first off leg comes Alexander. Up over the top comes Corey Salmon. It's pretty close. Roger Mifsud with 1, 2 still in the pen. He's got a bit of work to do as Roger. Oh, there he comes. Rocky, though, he's flying down the last side there. Hugh, look at him. He's steaming, but Palmer says, I'm keeping my job right, and I want to be in the money as well at the end of the day.
Yeah, Rocky Bull's just putting the finishing touches there on sheep number 5 as he brings out his 6th and final sheep to the board. Out she comes. Corey Palmer from Dipton. He's got the finishing touches. He'll be going in for sheep number 6. Roger Mifsud from Australia, the Trans-Tasman manager. He brings out sheep number 5. Lloyd Alexander from Fongamomana down there in the Taranaki. He's putting the finishing touches to the hind leg. He'll go in for sheep number 6. Out goes Corey Salmon with sheep number 6. Where's big Norm Haraway down there on stand at number 5. In goes Lloyd Alexander for 6. Norm Haraway's trying to get quicker. The old engine isn't giving him the power. Rocky Bill, though, he looks like a real little 2-year-old down there. Look at him really sprinting. He's coming down the last side. He's pulled away from Corey Palmer. Rocky Bull now gets to the turn, underneath the front leg, out the hind leg. He's huffing and he's puffing down there. Out the hind leg he goes now. 2 more blows, 1 more. In he goes up there on stand number 6, ladies and gentlemen. That's a bit of a finish there, Gerald.
He's saying, hey, Mr. John Huff, that's how it's done. That's how you do it. You get up here and just give it some stick. Give yourself the whip cut. Bang, bang. Beautiful stuff. Right, Corey Palmer, back on to the more serious side of things. Finishing touches there. Corey be hoping for that top 30 place by Jolly will be. What else is going on? The Big Norm. Let's just tell a wee story about the Big Norm. Of course, he years ago become quite famous with the, he played an international rugby side. I think it was France he might have played, Big Norm. He was playing lock then. Can't think who he was playing for, but I remember as a young shearer, I used to shear against him. And we heard Big Norm was going to be playing against France. Put up a real good show, so he did. He gave us some stick there too, as he does here, very dedicated to the shearing game. Alexandra's wrapped up. Right out the toenails goes Big Norm. Very handy on a microphone, great commentator. And there he is, he's wrapped up. Give him a mighty round of applause too as he goes in for the button. That leaves us one man, the Australian man here, supporting this show, as a lot of people are. The community's supporting it, people are supporting it, businesses are supporting it. It's all good, and here's the manager having a go. You got to watch that though, Roger. I've seen many a man be caught out by having a go. Dion Morrell was one. he probably got a bit of a fright at the time, but will be, when he looks back on it, he'll look back on it with pride. I've seen Tom Wilson get caught out the odd time when he's round shows with representing ACTO, and end up in finals and thinking, jolly, looking over the catching pen door, looking at 20 sheep, thinking, oh, did I really need to make this final? Well, I was once world champion, and that's just what happens sometimes. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That will be Heat 3 completed. We've got a whole lot more in store, but give them a warm round of applause. They've given us some stick, and
yeah, we're on the money here. We're on the money here in heat number 4. We've got on stand number 6, Daniel Gordon, Alan Grant. And on number 4, Phil Wedd. On 3, Emily Welsh, Jeff Redpath, and John Huff on the front stand. Oh, a lot easier on the old black ice cream, Norm. As he comes off the stage gasping. Oh, it's good to see some of these old faces up here, by golly. Where's Johnny Huff? Bring him up the front. Talk about experienced faces. Here's one man just coming onto the board now, has been around for a day or two. Shearing judge. He's on the tour from hell, they tell me. So this is heat number 4. 7 minutes, just about flat for that last heat. For these 6 of these big woolies. No favouritism, Mr. Referee. The name from way back, some of these names of reappearing here at the Golden Shears with the youngsters coming through. And then some shearers are coming back reinventing themselves. I quite like that. Okay, looks like we got a green light, gentlemen and ladies. We'll stay outside the pen, please, Huffy. We don't want you getting hurt, mate.
I thought he was going to do a runner then, John.
Run out the back over the top. We'll let him go. Timekeepers are good. Judges, competitors, go. We're off and flying once again, Hugh, and you like to see this. In the open heats, we've got a very strong competitor there at number 3, and Emily.
Yeah, we got a very, very good lineup again, ladies and gentlemen. John Huff from Rukaya. He's part of this gang of shearers that have been travelling around a lot of shows in New Zealand. A lot of them have come together for Huffy's bit of a last stand. He's going around all these shows, and they've been travelling around together. Great camaraderie. They've all been supporting him really well. Huffy, of course, is the manager over in the World Championships in Ireland. He's also a master shearer and very, very respected in this shearing industry. Then we got Jeff Redpath from Opotiki there on stand number 2. He's been over in the UK. We've seen a lot of him. Great young shearer, really having a go. Then Emily Welsh. She's a world record holder there on stand number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Emily's shown all over the world, and now she's settled down, and her family is shouting at her behind me here, getting mum to go a bit faster. And then Sam, of course, will be shearing later on in the heats. Phil Wedd from Napier is on stand number 4. He's having a real good go at it as well. Then we got Alan Grant. He's a Scotsman that lives in Masterton, and he's on the judging scene as well in New Zealand on stand number 5. And then up there on stand number 6 is Daniel Gordon. So we got sheep number 2 out onto the boards on stands 3, 4, 5, 6, and on stand number 2. And then Hoffy goes in on stand number 1. Emily will go in on stand number 3. So we got a cracking lineup again, ladies and gentlemen. These shearers have all got to work hard. They'd love to make that big top 30 later on today, Gerald.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, not to point out something with just over the last couple of shows, I've seen Huffy do the walk, but he was there's an emotional face coming up those steps. I can tell you that from the highly respected, and that's the exact word that you need to use, of John Huff, who's been dedicated basically his life to shearing physically and through all administration and all those sorts of things as well. So yeah, there's about 6 or 7 of these lads travelling the country as Huffy goes around and does his last burst, or the last stand as they say, in all these shows. But definitely a lot of emotion involved here. Not sure who's just cheering for himself or thinking of others. But that's Huffy on the long blow. Right, what else is going on? Redpath. He's got a bit of a dancer there too. So's Huffy. Down onto the last shoulder he goes. Jeff, Emily. Well, Jeff, you want to stay in front of Emily. The boys will be having you on later on. That girl's giving you a bit of a tidy up, bit of pressure on you. Right in behind you there, he's heading out the toenails. He says, I know, Mr. Announcer, and I'll bring the head up just to make sure at the moment. I'm thinking about her as well as the top 30. I'm not sure what's most important, but Welsh. Out to the toenail she goes to, and it's a little beauty, ladies and gentlemen. Can you see that one there on stand 3? Emily Welsh, that was a pinky one. Inky pinky as we normally call it. When you can tell from here that there's nothing left on it. It's been a beautifully well-rounded sheep. The comb, the bottom tooth has stayed nice and flat all the way around with all the expertise and years of shearing. And it's gone out clean as a whistle. The judges out the back will be really quick on it. They're under very good light. They have a look. They're not to look for second or ridges or anything. And they'll go, yes, to the pen boy. He'll flick it around the other way. Yes, to that. He'll stand it on its tail and have a good look around there. Yes, yes, dump it out. Let her go and hardly get a point off it. So that's what's happening there when you were talking about inky pinky ones. Webb from Napier, sheep number 4. And he goes. I love these counters up here. We've always had to rely on the boys, the pen boys, to tip the counters over. This is all electronic. Oh, by jolly, I can hardly type or get a text, but by love this technology here. This is all good. By jolly it is. I've only just started using credit cards, but I like this now. I'm moving forward. He's on to sheep number 4. Number 4 starts arriving out for Scotland. Alan Grant. Of course, a lot of great shearers come out of Scotland. The ones I remember is Tom Wilson. Okay, world champion there in 1984, I think it was, and you'll see him. I presume he's going to have a shear. And there was another man there, Geordie Bain, I think he was. He was floating around for a few years. And now, of course, the current world champion, Gavin Much. So all good there. Daniel Gordon down on the bottom stand, fires one into the base of the ear, sticks that thumb in that ear, gets a good hold of it as you have to do, and gives it a good tweak around. Once again, John, we've got lots of action up here as Huffy gets rid of number 3, and he's at the halfway point. Takes a bit of a breather and thinks, whoa, okay, let's just dig it in from here.
Yeah, just looking at the text going through up there, there was a lost broom, and it's at the information centre. It's calling for Joel. Oh yeah. You can see a bit of writing up there on top of the right-hand screen. That's the text that's going through that people are sending through here on the website. So if you want to do so, put something across that's a bit humorous, more than welcome to have a crack. Here we go, back with the shearing from Opotiki. Jeff Redpath round the back of the head towards the first shoulder. Huffy's right with him on the front stand. Emily behind him with about a couple of blows. Down there close with Phil Wedd, but he's a sheep ahead. Sheep number 5 on the board for Alan Grant as well. Down there on the far end, Daniel Gordon, number 5 for him. Belly off and flicks it out for the wool handler. Very, very generous. They've got long arms, those wool handlers. They've been doing it for years. They know how to get around the back of the shearer. You just get on and take that wool off as quick as possible. As Wedd comes across the shoulder now, the money side of the sheep. Down and out to the flank with one left in his pen. Keeping the pressure on. Some pretty good scores still up there on the top screen. As they come down the last side, 2 left on the pen for stands 2, 1 and 3. In they go, Phil Wedd. Sheep number 6 for him, is it? On the board, the tally is confirmed on the right-hand bottom corner there, that TV screen. Here we go on stand number 5. Over the shoulder, the last side, that's sheep 5. Alan Grant down across the last shoulder now. Stretches using that left hand, pushing and probing the buttons on that shoulder. Works down and out to the flank. Now he pulls up a little bit of loose skin with the left hand and he works out the right hand across the tail, one over the sock, one under the sock, and down the hole he goes in for his 6th and final sheep. So everything's still tight up here, but it's Wedd still leading the way with these 3 shearers up here in the front, all on sheep number 5. The 3 down the back, Hugh, are all got their last one on the board.
Yeah, Phil Wedd up there on stand number 4 gets the turn. On sheep number 6, he's turned for home. Down the last side he comes, Daniel Gordon from Mangawaka there on stand number 6. Up the neck he goes, he's into the front shoulder. Alan Grant from Scotland originally. He's now from Masterton on stand number 5. But it's Phil Wedd from Napier. Finishing touches for Phil Wedd. Last little bit of a flicker and a tail. Out he goes on stand number 4. Alan Grant from Scotland and into that front shoulder. And then Daniel Gordon up there on stand number 6. He's turned for home as well. Emily Welsh. Woodward as she was when I was competing against her a few years ago. And by God, as Gerald said, you always try and keep an eye on a lady shearer. But she was whipping us all when she was in the lower grades. And in goes Emily for sheep number 6. Jeff Redpath, he puts the finishing touches to 5. He brings out 6. John Huff, I think he's bringing out sheep number 6. Alan Grant from Scotland, he goes out on stand number 5. So we got stands 1, 2 and 3, then all blow for blow. They'll all have a bit of a race on now. Nobody's going to want to be left behind. Emily swinging those blows in. I understand she's shearing in the ladies competition later on today. Off comes the top notch. Up the neck goes Emily Welsh on stand number 3. Up the neck goes John Huff. Up the neck is Jeff Redpath. Dropping those sheep nice and easy down into the shoulder. This is one of the most difficult parts of the sheep to shear. A very angular part of the sheep, and you're using a flat, inflexible bit of steel that won't bend or give. So you've got to make sure the sheep is in the right position. It looks like it's John Huff from Rakaya. He's on the last stand, travelling around all these shows. Master shearer, judge. He's on the Shearing Sports New Zealand. He's a world records judge as well. Down the last side he comes, but Emily Welsh has just pulled out in front. She's pulling away. The lady shearer on stand number 3. Finishing touches for Emily. Out she goes on stand number 3. Then we got John Huff. Out goes John Huff. Give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And Jeff Redpath, he puts the finishing touches in there. Last couple of shots for him. Out goes Jeff Redpath. Give them all a big round of applause.
Okay, as those shearers move off, we have the heat number 5 coming on. On stand 6, Bryce Guy, Tama Near, Robert McLean, Lewis Sir Russell. On stand number 3, Dino Smith on 2, and Steve Hansen, the All Black coach, on number 1. Oh, sorry, Ekatahuna.
Yeah, you watch. Don't you take the mickey out of him too much. All his family are behind you. Yeah, the Braddocks, they outnumber you by about 7 to 1 sat behind you there, John.
Hey, I'm good enough for 2.
Yeah, Steve Hansen is his first year up in this open competition.
Just quickly, ladies and gentlemen, announcement for the 2014 World Wool Handling Qualifying Final. The first four in order of qualification: Joel Hinardi from Gisborne, Ronnie Goskin Bolton, Karen Herbert Tiawa Mutu, Cherie Alabaster from Taihape. Congratulations to those four world champion qualifying wool handlers.
Okay, we've got a green line up there. Can we have the shearers on the board, please? The referee's quite happy with how things are going.
Wow.
And if he's happy, we're happy. One shear out, all out. Oh. A little bit of international flavour about this one again. Sir Russell from Spain on stand number 3. Thank you, Mr. Referee. All on the board, please. Shearers. No, down the
No,
stand.
referee on to stand number 4. There's a typing error on stand number 4 as well. It's Robert McLaren. I don't think he's ever been lean. That's what Norm Haraway said anyway. He's not lean, is he, on stand number 4?
He will be by the time he's shorn 6 sheep here. Okay. Out of the pens, please, gentlemen. Thank you. Here we go. Timekeepers good. Judges. Competitors, go. Ooh, a little bit more fun here. Hey, Robert McLaren. Got a funny name, that fella. I just can't say it at the moment.
Yeah, no,
but
he's
anyway,
right now.
you introduce these 6 lovely shearers up there, Hugh, and we'll get them all wound up.
I will, ladies and gentlemen. This is Heat 5 of the Golden Shears Open Shearing Heats. We got Steve Hansen from Ekadahuna. He's got a few followers here in the crowd by the sound of it. Up the neck he goes. His first year up in this open competition. Then we got Dino Smith, the ever-smiling Dino Smith from Gisborne on stand number 2. Luis Sorosal from Spain on stand number 3. He's a real fighter too. He's a real athlete on stand number 3. Great to see Louis travelling all over the world to have a go at this shearing game. Then we got Robert McLaren. The Rabbit is on stand number 4 from Ashburton. He's part of that team travelling around with John Huff on the last stand. And in he goes. Cool, in he goes first. He's really racing away. Then we got Tama Nia from Gisborne on stand number 5. Another young fella on stand number 6. Bryce Guy from Kaya. He was up in the seniors last year. Then he went up a grade up into this open. Great to see him. Robbie McLaren just flicked that belly well out. A bit of a show pony there on stand number 4. Gerald.
Yeah, she's all good. She's all good. I'm just standing here watching those boys getting ready to go on those pens, knowing Richard Lowe's dotted about. And he'll be looking at some of these shearers. You take Bryce down the bottom stand there. He must be looking at some of these boys thinking, what are they doing shearing sheep? They could be in the All Blacks or make some very good line-out people. Big Bryce there. We've got Roland Smith. He'll be coming up soon. And we've had the big Goodger, is it, on the press there. He was a big, strong fella too. So Richard Lowe will be just loving these big, strong boys, watching them shear these sheep as he just sort of brushes it round towards the world-famous long blow guy does now and sits it down. Sheep 2. Who's out the front? Oh, colourful, colourful. Robert McLaren will be there, I'd say. But Tama is going to give him a bit of a run for his money. He's right out the toenails. Then Smith down on the second stand from Gisborne's going to do exactly the same. Come on, Robert, you're going to have to give her a bit of steak, mate. Got tied up with that one. Chucked the belly again. You went better when you were chucking that belly. I'm sure you did. Here we go. Let's watch him again. He loves a bit of spotlight. Right, all the spotlight on Mr. McLaren there in the middle. Let's see what he does. He's got a bit of showman. Here we go. Is he listening? Oh, there's the throw. Beautiful. But down on the front stand, Steve Hansen. And he dies for number 3. He's on the more serious side. He's not thinking about the antics and the showmanship. and a bit of falling round. He's not on a tour. He's going for one thing, and that's the top 30. By jolly, as he just flicks that belly out the back, ignoring everything. He's in what's known as the zone. Okay, where he's zoned out. He won't hear me. He won't know you guys are here. He's just doing what's required. By jolly will be Smith. Chucks the old leg over and locks it up. Has that belly thrown. Helped McLaren at May as he turns to the last side now. Tama doing exactly the same onto the shoulder. He drifts. Where are we at? We're at sheep 3, the sort of the halfway point. The big strong fella down on the bottom stand, Guy. Away he goes, bang, with the leg over and locks it up, so he does. Bangs those big shots, and that sheep has no way of jiggling or kicking or even thinking about it on the bottom stand. Oh, that muscle pair, just you come with me, little baby. Oh, John, what's that? That's sheep of 4 arriving now. And into the belly wall goes Tana on stand, and McLaren, and old Smith on the young Smith there on stand 2.
Yeah, they're certainly pumping along, and old Run Rabbit run there on stand number 4. He's flying down the first off leg. By golly, I think he might have got back in front. Up over the top there on stand number 6. Stand number 5 is Tama Near. He's a young fella full of promise. Not long up here in the open, and he's right on top of his sheep at the moment. Look at, he's just about taking it off with his nose as he goes around the back of the head, right under his dropper. Probably needs to shift out a little bit, but he's working in that ½ metre circle where these open guys shear their sheep. Just a ½ metre they'll use on that floor. And up the long blow comes Dino Smith. He rocket on to the last side. He's right with Robert McLaren now as he comes out the last shoulder. Out the last leg is our Spanish man, Lewis. Come on, Lewis, pump it along, man. You can't afford to get behind the pace with these young guns up here at the moment. Steve Hansen rocks in here, the long blow on stand number 1. Sheep number 4. Smith goes in slightly ahead here. Just check those sheep numbers. Oh, he's a sheep behind it. Maybe it's McLaren out in front. By crikey, this could be unheard of. Down and out to the flank he goes. The pace from the man on stand number 4. First in for 5. Tama Near right there as well. Down the belly. He'll do all his own rousing if you don't control him there, girls. Down the belly goes Near. Up over the top comes Dino Smith. Steve Hansen. He doesn't look anything like the All Black coach. He's a way better lifestyle here. Shearing here at the Masterton Golden Shears. In he goes now. Sheep number 4 for him. Number 5 is it? Yeah, number 5 for stand number 1. By golly, they're cracking along. Number 5 on the board down there for Bryce Guy as well, Hugh.
Yeah, young Bryce Guy stepped up into this, the open grade. The only true grade, ladies and gentlemen. You can't burgle when you get to the open because you got everybody in front of you. Bryce Guy, though, a brilliant shearer through the grades. And now he stepped up. And I see a few names coming up on that screen up there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure Bevan is watching him over in Australia, shouting him on. Because that's one thing the Guy family do, is they really support each other. Robbie McLaren goes in for sheep number 6. In goes Louis Sarasal for sheep number 5, if that card is right. Dino Smith, I think he's going in for sheep number 6. Steve Hansen, he's going in. When he finishes this one, Robbie McLaren, he slung that wool right the way out. He'll have the prize for the throw in the belly wool the furthest, if nothing else, ladies and gentlemen. Bryce Guy up there on stand number 6. Out the hind leg he goes, but it's Tama Near into that undermine. It's still the rabbit on stand number 4 now then. Robbie McLaren from Ashburton dropping that sheep down into the shoulder. Tama Near's coming after him. Bryce Guy is starting to hit a bit of pace now. Where's Dino Smith from Gisborne? He's pushing that steel as hard as he can go. Luis Sarasal from Spain. He's on the long blows, but it's Robbie McLaren has turned the corner. He's coming down the last side. Tama Near's coming after him all the time. It's going to be a grandstand finish as the rabbit. Robbie McLaren puts the finishing touches. Out goes Robbie McLaren on stand number 4. Out goes Dino Smith on stand number 2. Yeah, Tama Near, he's putting the finishing touches as well, Gerald. So we're having a real ding-dong up there on the boards.
By jolly, that Smith coming with a big belated finish, did he not? Chasing them all the way, and then just decided on that last half, I've done a big first half. It's all on, I can make this, as Bryce Guy all the way out, tidying up that back sock. Another little beauty. He's actually had a very, very good shear. I was just watching him while I was standing here idle, and every sheep was going out very well. But you'll be able to see that from the points up above, ladies and gentlemen. The finishing touch is done here by Stephen Hansen. That's him wrapped as well. The man from Spain will let him work away there. By jolly, she's tough country. This is the capital of shearing sheep here. By jolly it is. Up the undermine he heads. I'll let him get to work, and what I'll do is I'll just flick round while I've got your attention, and we'll give these sponsors a bit of mileage, eh? Right, Tui, ladies and gentlemen, major sponsor. Trust House, okay, Community Enterprise, they're a big sponsor here. Lister, that's Tom Wilson. Hopefully you will make the stand later on. They supply all the machines and do a whole lot of setting up. That's Acto, Super Shear, okay, Lister Gear. Now let's spin round. Where are we going around here? Tui again. We've got Scander over here, which is a broad spectrum drench. Tui, they're a major sponsor, aren't they? Farmlands out the back here, okay, the big one there. One of the big farming firms these days. Used to be CRT and Farmlands. Now they've joined, now they're one big unit. How's the man from Spain getting on? The last finishing touches. I told you earlier on, I'll tell you again, every shearer that can shear has come from every corner of the world to be here, and they're coming as far as Spain. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful stuff. Let's just carry on round. We've got the Farmlands again. Farmers Mutual Group, support them if you can. Rabobank, Coopers, that's Animal Health as well. We've got Smoke Free, we can discuss that, the stadium Smoke Free and the surrounding area. We've got Primary Wool Co-op, we've got the Alliance Abattoir or Killing Works Group.
Next heat to the board, please. Prada Abrahams, Matthew Tumahoe, Alton Devery, Jason Wingfield, Troy Piper, Ian Kirkpatrick.
And I had one to go. Acto was round the far side there. We've got to keep this show running all the time.
Awesome stuff. Without the sponsors, we would not be able to perform as we do. One way or the other.
No sponsors, no show. So yes, please, just while they're just getting organised up there, if you have any way, shape or form can support the sponsor back, do so. Very important.
When we finish. This is heat number 6 gathering up there now. We will have heat number 7 down here on the bottom, please. Peter Clendon, Tyson Hema, Bard Hatfield, Gavin Rowlands, Murray Henderson, Sean Matheson. Will they gather down here at the bottom, please? Just had a little bit of a talk with the referee. He said we need to keep the show going along. So assist us, please, gentlemen. We have a green light. Thank you. Shearers on the board. Shearers on the board. You've been watching. You're experienced gentlemen. You don't need to look over there. They're like peas in a pod, these sheep. Supplied by Narahuna. Shearers on the board. Make sure you've got 6, no more than 6, and you'll be happy enough. Everybody's happy, but yes, everybody's happy. The referee gives me the thumbs up. Timekeepers good. Judges, competitors, go. Once again, we've got another cracking lineup. Then Hugh. A little bit of fast time there from Mr. Rabbit on the last heat. Maybe these guys will just get them wound up a little bit more, and we might see it something under 7 minutes.
We got another terrific lineup here, John. We got Ian Kirkpatrick from Gisborne. He's the nephew of Johnny Kirkpatrick. He was a very, very good lower grade shearer. He's been up in this open grade competition a couple of years now, and he's not hanging about. Look at him go. Then we got Troy Piper from down the deep south in Invercargill. Another very good prolific shearer. He's been shearing over the water in Australia, and now he's come back to these crossbreds, and he's decided to have a good old crack at him. He's a very good quality shearer. Then on stand number 3, we've got Jason Winfield from Australia. He's an Australian team member. He'll be over in Ireland representing Australia, and he'll be shearing later on this evening in the Trans-Tasman. On stand number 4, we've got Alton Devery, a world record holder from Tuatapri. He knows his way around these sheep. He's farming more than shearing now. And in he goes to sheep number 2. Then we got Matt Tamohi from Balclutha, very good young shearer, very promising on stand number 5. A beautiful style there. Then on stand number 6, we've got Pilata Abraham from Dannevirke, spends a lot of time in Masterton with the whānau, and he's a real quality shearer. He won the speed shear on Wednesday night, I think it was, in the pub here in Masterton, and he was here last night having a crack as well. So a cracking lineup here, ladies and gentlemen, and already Ian Kirkpatrick and Matt Tamohi are having a real battle on stands 1 and 5. Troy Piper from Invercargill, he's really going. I've got his young lady sitting next to me shouting him on. She's saying, come on Troy, oh you're not going to eat for a week when we get home. Matt Tamohi now then, out the hind leg he goes. He's really having a good stab at it. Matt Tamohi's putting the speed in now, Gerald.
That's 2 out of the way, 2 minutes 20. So the time's starting to quicken up, as it does a lot of times as the show goes on. It happens number of times. Now Kirkpatrick's been in and out and into the Ballywool he goes. Young Troy Piper. Now he'll be just settling into his work here as well from the deep south. And yeah, made that big final at the Southern Shears there. And by jolly, he got rid of them quick there. He mightn't have been the top 3 in the podium, but by jolly, it was a great experience for him. And there's one thing, if you start dreaming something, but you start holding on to the baby and you start believing in yourself that way, oh, anything can happen. Then this could be anyone's show. So Troy Piper takes the top knot off, and up the neck he goes. Flicks it nice and clear and breaks it as one has to. Winfield from Australia up the neck too. He's used to those big wrinklies over there. But hey, look, Troy Piper's been over there quite a bit too, and he's adjusted these crossbreeds well right beside you. Round the back of the ears he goes, and he's doing it well too. It was old boy Devery before, but they've changed it now. They're getting serious. It's this business end of the old show. Alton Devery from Tuatapri. Of course, very, very famous out that way, Tuatapri. In Irapuki sort of way, with the Deverys and the Fords and the likes. Now, Alton Devery, ladies and gentlemen, haven't seen him around a lot of shows just of late, okay? I think he may be carrying a bit of an injury with a leg or a knee. But, hey, don't just underrate him, because he's been the South Island Shearer of the Year twice, and he's won a lot of open shows around the place. So that's the Alton Devery, as he's making his way down and around and right out the toenail, cleaning up all those legs. Brings the head forward just so naturally, didn't he? Didn't even lose a blow doing it. Hand on the door. Sheep number 4 to be arriving, John. John's having a bit of a natter, so it's back here.
Yeah, no, I'll jump in, Gerald. We're really going for it now. Troy Piper goes up the neck. He's trying to catch Matt Tamohi down here on stand number 5. He can do it too, because he had a terrific shear down there in Gore. And Matt Tamohi's got a kicker up there on stand number 5. Troy Piper made the Open final and the South Island Shearer of the Year final, so he knows his way. He'd love to make it up here in Masterton as well. Matt Tamohi's turned. Troy Piper's turned. Ian Kirkpatrick, though, he's just sliding away. In he goes to sheep number 5. Making it look very, very easy, that young man from Gisborne. Ian Kirkpatrick on stand number 1. Matt Tamohi, he's got those big arms working hard on stand 5. He's got sheep number 5 to the board. Troy Piper changes a handpiece. He brings 5 to the board. Alton Devery brings 5 to the board. Jason Wingfield brings 5 to the board. Where's Parata Abraham? A real quality shearer up there on stand number 6. He's got sheep number 6 coming out, number 5 coming out as well on stand 6. Ian Kirkpatrick, though, this young fella, look at him go. He's really pinned his ears back, and he's having a good crack at it now, John.
Yeah, well, just going to well pretty strong, but I just got to make an apology there. We were quoting the wrong owner of the sheep. It is actually Hikarangi Station. They are the suppliers of the sheep for this event, so we do apologise for that little misdemeanour. But here we go, back now, live with the shearing. Kirkpatrick from Gisborne out the last leg. Piper from Invercargill swinging for home. Sheep number 5. Number 6 coming out on stand number 1. The Australian Jason Winfield comes across the last shoulder now. Out the last leg for Alton Devery. putting the pressure on. Sheep 5 down the rest of the field as well. Matthew Tumahoe, and he goes down the far end. Parada Abrahams rocking and rolling the long blow, just back off the pace a little bit. But they're here in the front. It's Ian Kirkpatrick from up there in the Gisborne. The famous Kirkpatrick far now from, they've supplied many good shearers over the years, and across the shoulder and down and out to the flank is the last man, the man on stand number 6, finishing touches there for Parada. Come on, he's a local man, needs to be shaken and rattle and roll down that last side. Don't let the sheep do it, mate, you do it to the sheep. And then he goes now for sheep number 6, but he's 3/4 of a sheep off the pace. Around the back of the head and down to the last side he comes. Ian Kirkpatrick from Napier, steam it away. Sheep number 6 almost completed in 6 minutes 52. This could be the fastest heat here this afternoon, Gerald.
Yeah, quite a natural occurrence too by Jolly. That's how it normally rolls. And Tamahu will be the next one. Toenails done, all those things. Out to the judges out the back. That's what it's down to. It's down to the judges now. They've done what they need to do. They've travelled a long way to be here. Some of them as far as Invercargill, some as far as Kaitaia. Devery, he's all the way from Invercargill to have a share. Joy Piper's another. Winfield's wrapped up. Finishing touches getting done by Abraham. The Danny Burke boy.
Heat 7 at the bottom of the stairs, please. Heat 7. Out the last leg down there, we got Parada Abrahams. Must be worth a round of applause. Can't hear the Gordon family giving them a bit of a rack up. Have they all gone for a cup of tea? Oh no, they're there. They're there. Okay, move off, gentlemen. Thank you for your participation. Move on with our next heat.
Off past stand 6, please, shearers. Off past stand number 6.
Okay, stand number 6 this time round. Peter Clendon, Tyson Hema, Bart Hadfield, Gavin Rowlands, Murray Henderson and Sean Matheson. Quickly, gentlemen, thank you. Heat 8 to come to the bottom of the stairs for the next heat is from stand 6, Johnny Fraser, Tiffany Tifora, Adam Broush, Doug Smith, Stephen Reary and Sam Welsh. That is heat 8. Be waiting at the bottom of the stairs for the next heat. So once again, the yellow points are up there. We've got the quickest person, or the lowest point is 29.1. 29.1 in that heat. So there we have Parada Abrahams, looks like to be at the top of the board with a 29.138. Troy Piper, Phil Wedd, Matthew Tumahoe, Alton Devery, Ian Kirkpatrick. That's how they sit at the moment. We're good to go. Shearers on the board. We got the green light. Thank you. Come on, gentlemen.
All right.
Not difficult. Just 6 Wally sheep to shear. Gavin Rowlands and Murray Henderson, Bart Hadfield. Come on, guys. Thank you. Don't like to hassle you too much, but we want to get going. Okay, everybody happy? Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. We're off and going once again. Another big, strong lineup here. Let's get them going, Hugo.
Yeah, another very good lineup, ladies and gentlemen. We got Sean Matheson from Riverton, down by Tuatapere, working for Darren Ford on stand number 1. We saw a lot of him in the UK a few years ago, and by God, he can really go. Can that young fella. Then we got Murray Henderson from Fielding. Muzzer, as they call him, on stand 2. He's been making a lot of finals, semi-finals. Really good shearer there on stand number 2. Then we got Gavin Rowland from Rakaya, the main man at Tectra. He's also the chairman of Shearing Sports New Zealand. Swampy, as we all know him, he's a real battler at this shearing game. He's on that last tour with John Huff as well. Then we got Bart Hadfield on stand number 4, a former world champion, ladies and gentlemen. So he knows his way around this shearing game. Look at him go. Big, long, lean shearer, long arms, gives him that extra reach. Then on stand number 5, we got Tyson Hemmer. He was a top senior, I think it was a couple of years ago. And he can really motor. He's got nothing to prove to anybody, but by God, he's changing a lot of opinions. Then we got Peter Clendon, the local Masterton man, on stand number 6. He's a wool buyer, he's a shearer, he's a pressing judge, he does a bit of everything. There's that young fella up there on stand number 6. So it's still Murray Henderson and Sean Matheson from Riverton on 1 and 2. Bart Hadfield on stand number 3. And they're being chased down by Tyson Hemmer. So we're having a real battle again, Gerald.
Yeah, thanks for those introductions there, Hugh. Good as normal. It makes you think, well, jolly, if we're only taking 2 out of every heat for that top 30, by jolly, that's tough, you know, really tough going, because they're all very, very good shearers. By jolly, they are. But that's how it rolls with the Golden Shears. Not here for a gift. There's no gifts here. We want you to be right up there. We are looking for excellence, and that's just how it rolls. And Sean Matheson all the way, he's thinking, well, it's cost me a few days' work to get here. I could earn X doing that. It's cost me some air flights. It's cost me some car rental. My father's come up to watch at the same time. Now's the time, if you're ever going to let rip, now's the time to hit your straps. And he's going to be doing that. He's going to be the first one in for sheep number 3 of that little honey. We'll just sit still for a second or two. Henderson's in now. Hatfield as well. Pulls out a little honey. That Hatfield, look at that little sheep just sort of sitting there. Beautiful. Into the belly wool, sort of stretches it out nice and high. Flicks around the belly wool, flicks it out the front. The wool handler will get hold of that baby and give it a bit of a sorting. Oh, Hugh, she's just all good. There's just quality from one end to the other, heat after heat, and it just keeps on rolling, and it's going to keep on rolling all the way to Saturday night.
Yeah, it's a real hot shop up there, Gerald. There's no messing around. They know they can't make a mistake. This is one chance to make it into that top 30. And then the pace will just keep getting hotter and hotter all the way through. So it's still Murray Henderson on stand number 2 and Bart Hadfield on stand number 4. Tyson Hemmer, though, the young fella, he's thinking, I've only here for a good time. Let's go for it, you old fellas. As he's got to the turn, he's coming down the last side with Bart Hadfield and Murray Henderson. It's going to be Murray Henderson out the hind leg first, though. Tyson Hemmer isn't giving in. He's coming after him. So too is Bart Hadfield. In goes Murray Henderson. In goes Bart Hadfield. In goes Tyson Hemmer. Peter Clendon, I think he's going to be going in next. In he goes. Where's Sean Matheson from Riverton? He's giving it a good nudge. Gavin Rowland's coming down the last side. We've got another good heat here, John.
Oh, I wouldn't like to be picking it, eh? Just as well we've got judges and computers up there to help us out. You couldn't pick it by the eye, and that's for sure, as these shearers really perform up to the task as Gavin Rowlands. He's walking the walk here as he steps into the pen, the head man of Shearing Sports New Zealand. Round the back of the head comes Bart Hadfield. Murray Henderson's rear 4 blows in front of him. Tyson Hemmer, a couple in front of him. They're pretty much blow for blow down on 5 and 6. Into the long blow goes Peter Clendon. He was busy down the back of the shed earlier on judging the wool pressing. Here he goes. He's maybe just about leading the shearing in this heat in heat 7. Across the shoulder for Henderson. Last side coming up for Matheson here from Riverton. On stand number 1. Sheep number 4. Half shorn for Swampy Rowlands. Who's going to be first in for sheep number 5? Hadfield, is it? No, it's Peter Clendon down the far end. He's back in action. Look at him go. Here goes Tyson Hemmer. Nothing in it. Murray Henderson right there as well. Bart Hadfield slow to get through the door, but Sean Matheson's right behind him. Pressure on. Gavin Rowland's finishing touches, 5 away from getting number 5 on the board. First off leg coming off now. Tyson Hemmer might have got in front of Peter Clendon this time. Up over the top comes old Pete. He's balled on top. He's making that sheep ball on top now. 6 across the head. They don't need that many across the head. Get it down to 2 and you'll be fine. Into the long blow now goes Tyson Hemmer. Hi, crikey, Murray Henderson hasn't given up yet. He's looking to push the barrow right to the end, Hugh, and he certainly make it happen. Gerald, what do you think? Something exciting. Golden Shears is coming alive for you.
Yeah, Tyson Hemmer, of course, he won the senior grade here in 2012, the World Championship year. And he stepped up. He's been in the Open for 2 years, and he's been making finals, semi-finals, really showing everybody the way to go. And look at him go now as he puts the finishing touches to sheep number 5. He'll go in for sheep number 6, but Murray Henderson from Fielding. Muzz's up there with him. He's thinking, come on in, you young upstart. Let's have a bit of a ding-dong now. Sean Matheson from Riverton, down by Tuatapri. He's going to be putting the finishing touches to 5. In he goes for sheep number 6. But it's Tyson Hammer and Murray Henderson. Up the neck goes Tyson Hammer. Up the neck will go Murray Henderson just any time. Up the neck he goes. Bart Hadfield, he's a world record holder there on stand 4. Former world record holder. He knows his way around very quickly. But Tyson Hammer, he doesn't give a damn about the history. He's into it now. He's got to the turn on this one. One more long blow and he'll get to the turn, Gerald. That young fella's really going for it.
He is smoking them out okay as he hits the last cheek and onto the shoulders. A few corners to be done there. He's pulling the cone right up though. He's got that worked out. He's put his foot on that flank and really stretched it and flattened it out. And on the journey home he goes. The youngster right out to the toenail, cleaning it all up. And Henderson's coming at him on stand 2, has been pointed out, and he's in first for the red button to stop the clock. The next man now, he's in there on the stand 5. Hadfield finishing touches and puts out a little pinky. He's kept the job going. By Jolly, that's a clean one. Have a look at that one there on stand 4 it will be. Look upstairs, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just see where they are without putting the big shots in. Matheson, he heard about the cost it has cost him to get here, and he thought, wow, if this doesn't work, I've come a long way for 6 sheep. Over to you, John, to get the next heat.
Yeah, they're certainly working it out as the Swampy comes out that last leg. Those next 6 shearers should be at the bottom of the stairs. Johnny Fraser. Move off to the right, gentlemen. On from the left. Johnny Fraser, Tiffany Tifota, Adam Broush, Douglas Smith, Stephen Reary, and Sam Welsh. No time to talk and chat, gentlemen. There's a couple of days left to do that. We'll keep the show ticking along. We've got an evening program to come tonight, so we need to get this competition out of the road and announce that top 30. Then the judges would like to be refreshed before we attack the evening program. So the yellow points are coming up there on the stand, on the big TV screen. 30 for Sean Matheson. 25 for Muzzer Henderson. Gavin Rowland still getting sheep judged. Tyson Heeman's got a 27. Getting nervous now. Peter Clendon, what's he got?
So as these scores are turning yellow up on those boards, ladies and gentlemen, you can see some low scores coming in. Murray Henderson. Look at that for quality up there, John.
Yeah, 0.33, so that's over 6 sheep. He said less than a second cut per sheep. We got the green light. No, not quite. We're all on the board waiting. Good to see.
Timekeeper's ready. That'll get him out.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. We might have to sing a little song. A little Irish ditty. No, we got green now.
Yeah, we got all our shearers on the board as well, John. Method in the madness.
Ah, yes. Okay, gentlemen, we're ready to go. Everybody happy? Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. We're off and moving once again. Oh, we got some speeches in this event. More record holders. Hey, a lot of breeding in some of these guys. And then we've got the left-hander down the far end who's come out of the old deep south once again. Crikey, haven't seen that man Johnny Fraser for a long, long time.
No, well, we got Sam Welsh on stand number 1. He's a 2-stand world record holder. And I think he set a 4-stand the other day as well, John. So he's a real speedster. He keeps going all day, every day. He's married to Emily, of course, and they've got that young family. So a record-breaking family there, the Welshes. Then we got Stephen Reary there from Masterton on stand number 2. A real promising young fella that's coming through up into this open. Then we got Douglas Smith from Ruai on stand number 3. He's a 2-stand world record holder with his brother Roland. Roland, of course, will be shearing later on, and he's a real good quality clean shearer. Shears all over the world. Adam Broush from Dannevirke, another real speedster. Done well through the grades and easy up here in the open on stand number 4. Tiffany Tifota, another lower grade shearer that did very well, and he's up into this open. He's been here a couple of years from a big shearing fan out there. Big history behind Tiffany's family. Then we got Johnny Fraser from Oamaru. I think he's part of this last stand group as well. Yes, he is. Rabbit's nodding his head, and it's great to see the left-hander up and having a go. So Sam Welsh, up the neck he goes. He's starting to pull away from the rest of the field. Doug Smith said, to hell with that, I'm going to catch him on this one. Into that first front shoulder goes Sam Welsh. Up the neck is Doug Smith. Up the neck is Tiffany Tafota. Now they're having a bit of a ding-dong, Gerald.
They're having a ding-dong, but have a look at these screens up here. Sam Welsh was Shearing. Oh, he just got a second cut just then. Up till then, and he's done a sheep in 3/4. He had what's known as a goose egg or a duck egg, meaning he'd shorn 1 3/4 sheeps on the board at perfect score. Tafota is still doing that. See the score up here of the zeros, 2 up. Tafota shearing a perfect sheep. Let's see how long that goes as Welsh dives in. The scores are tight. The competition is tight. You've got to be on your game. You've got to be right up with it. Now, on your game and cruising. Johnny Fraser down on the bottom stand, left-hander. Wee bit more difficult. There's a couple reasons for that. One, you've got to turn that sheep round the other way when you pull it out of a catching pen, normally under a shearing conditions or a standard shearing shed. The other one is that handpiece, a bit like a motor. All you motorheads will know what I'm talking about. When a motor has a torque, it means when it goes, it swings one way or wants to turn one way. And the left-hander, when you are trying to keep your bottom tooth down, the torque of the motor that's driven by these Lister machines wants to spin in favour of a right-hander, not a left-hander. So you have to put more pressure and more weight on the other side to make sure that second cut doesn't arrive and that steel, that bottom tooth stays flat on the skin. Hey, but that's no hassle to Johnny Fraser from Oamaru. Good South Island boy as he flyers up the old neck wall there. Doesn't even worry about breaking it open. He's shorn a lot of sheep in his day. We'll just shear them sort of basically blindfolded. We'll shear them underneath that. I know where this handpiece is supposed to go. Talking about going somewhere, well, Sam Welsh is definitely doing that. He hasn't gathered another second cut since then. It's still 0.2. So basically perfect shearing for those three, John. The competition is heating up. We're at heat 8. With about 4 to go.
Yeah, we certainly are. We're at heat 9 on the gathering at the bottom of the stairs, please. Bevan Holm, Dean Nelms, Cam Ferguson, Nuku Gordon and Blair Rhodes as we line up heat number 9. But heat 8 well underway now with sheep number 4 on the board on stands 1, 2, 3 and 5. Plenty of pressure. Johnny Fraser still going well. He's trying to baffle the judges there if he's not breaking the neck wall open, because they might just bang him a second cut for not doing so. But they're keeping the score nice and low. The outside jobs are good. That shows the quality of the sheep that they're shearing at the moment from Hikarangi Station. And beautiful, well-bodied sheep. As you say, the second cuts are right down to the minimum. Here on the front stand, Sam Welsh comes over the last side. Still got the 0.2 under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Pushing the barrow now, Doug Smith's coming after him on stand number 3. Johnny Fraser's down there on stand number 6. Showing the crowd how it's done. Round the back of the head he goes. Towards the first shoulder, Tiffany Tavora coming onto the money side of the sheep. Round the back of the head for Adam Browse from Danny Burke. Real Wise got another one on the board here on stand number 3. Stephen Reary from Masterton. He's about to go in for number 5. Number 5, though, with a belly off, Sam Welch from Wairarapa. Up over the top he comes. Beautiful open-faced sheep they are. Plenty of wool on them, plenty of body. Ooh, they'll be great to shear. Look at them go, but I'm pleased I'm not up there. Well, let them rock it, Hugh, and you can give them a bit of a shake, rattle and roll as we get heat number 8 almost done.
My God, they don't need much of a shake, rattle and roll. They're really going for it. Sam Welsh there. Look at him go on stand number 1, the 2-stand record holder along with Stacey Tahuya. And then he set a 4-stand record the other day with his brother Richard. And I think Grant Moore was in there, and I can't remember the other young guy, but it was a good record that they set. So he's coming down the last side now, and he'll be going in for his 6th and final sheep. Who's the closest to him? I think it could be Doug Smith. He's a 2-stand record holder along with his brother Roland Smith. So we got some record holders. By God, we got a terrific lineup in this, the open shearing competition at the Golden Shears 2014. Stephen Reary there from Masterton. He's coming down the last side of sheep number 5. Adam Browse from Dannevirke. He's flat tack on the longbows. He's a real quality shearer. That man on stand number 4. Tiffany Tafota. He's a young man with a big future in this industry. He started doing CrossFit to get even fitter for the shearing game. He's got sheep number 6 to the board, but Sam Welsh swinging those huge blows in on that shoulder. He steps over on the long blows and he's turning for home. Where's Doug Smith? He's dropping into the shoulder. Sam Welsh's turn though. The record holder, the shearing contractor, the farmer, the father, he's a bit of everything. Down the last side comes Sam Welsh in. Out the hind leg he goes, keeping that steel flowing nice and easy. 3 more, 2 more, 1 more big sweeping blow. Out goes Sam Welsh on stand number 1. That's a good pace being set there, Gerald.
Definitely, he's a highly skilled man. If you understand the psyche, just while these other shearers are just finishing off, as Doug Smith does it, have a mindset of just doing a world record, okay? You've got to shear them what's known as a sheared standard, a 12 or a 13, and you're all about speed and a certain job. And about to bring that, when you've just done a world record, to bring that here and pull off a job like Sam Welsh has up here of 0.5. In other words, they're basically perfectly shorn sheep up there. It takes a whole lot of doing, because that's a whole massive shift in mindset going from world record. And look, a world record attempt is one that's very sapping, okay? It takes about the energy of running 2 marathons back to back and more, depending on how much you stick in there, but normally just about everything. And then to arrive here and pull that off, that's a terrific ability. Well, John, we'll let John Fraser just finish off, and we'll let you get the next heat ready to go.
Yeah, righto. Well, heat number 9 to the board, please. Stand 5, Bevan Holm, Dean Helms on 4, Cam Ferguson on 3, Nuku Gordon on 2, and Blair Rhodes on number 1. Just the 5 shearers in this heat. As we once again watch those yellow scores come up, and you'll probably have a mental picture. We're getting well through these heats now. Sam Welsh has got a 28.6, Doug Smith a 30.9, 30.35 at the bottom for Johnny Fraser. Crikey, Johnny, be careful. You might have to shear again. Stephen Reary comes in at a 37. So everything's happening along here. The time now is 20 to 4. The evening program starts at 6:45 sharp with the Golden Shears top 30. That's at 6:45. We'll be back here again shearing and dealing with wool, as all these shearers look like they're pretty ready. Just waiting for the computer to run its course. Adam Brausch has got a 30 at the moment, with a little bit to add, no doubt. The judges are having to work a lot harder down the bottom now. They're getting a bigger number of sheep to go through. 36 sheep every run. So it takes its time. The tipper-uppers down there, the Young Farmers Club, they'll be working hard. Also the Taratahi students up the back, really keeping the pressure on with the smooth running of this competition. That's awesome. So you've been very, very good. I just once again like to endorse the things that have been said about the sponsors throughout the day. Don't be afraid to support them and make it happen. There we have the final score up for that heat. And we're just waiting for the change of colour. A little bit of nostalgia in that last heat where 1 or 2 of the older shearers have come back to haunt us, and we've got a green light, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to go. Shearers are on the board. Timekeepers right, judges, competitors, go. Well, we've got more world champions up here on stage in this heat, Hugh. Hey, crikey. We got all ex-commentators or current commentators. They all want to have a go at the 2014 Shears. Is there something special about this event?
Yeah, well, I think they're using it as a bit of a warm-up for the World Championships, of course. So we got Blair Rhodes from Hunterville there on stand number 1. Up and heck he goes. He's not hanging around. He looks as if he's lean and mean and ready for this, to have the shear of his life. Then we got Nuki Gordon from Masterton, from a big shearing fan now. His son-in-law was shearing Wairarapa. He'd love to beat him. We'd never hear the end of it then, John. So Nuki Gordon now then dropping down into the long blows. Cam Ferguson a past world champion on stand number 3. He was world champion at his first attempt over in Wales at the Royal Welsh in 2010. I think he's still smiling, and he's a nice fellow with it as well. In goes Cam Ferguson from White Power. Then we got Dean Nelms, a young man from England there on stand number 4. He's actually the English champion on stand number 4. He was a senior shearer. He stepped up into that big English shearing competition. He gave it hammer and tongs, and he beat everybody, and he's the current English champion. And then down there on stand number 5, we got Bevan Holm from Dannevirke. So we got a terrific international flavour to this field again, as Dean Nelm swings those blows in on the undermine. Up the neck he goes. Cam Ferguson already been there, done that. He's on the long blows. He steps over. He's been staying away from the limelight for the last couple of weeks, but it looks like he's come back with a bit of a vengeance now, Gerald.
Yeah, definitely there. Look at him. He's right where he should be, right in the centre. No use us announcers making the spotlight get on him. They're smack bang on him anyway. He's where he belongs. He likes us doing a little bit of plucking now. Got number 1 under his belt. Feeling a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more comfortable about that. Getting off to a good start. Now, oh, they've all got a second cut now. No, they haven't. Bevan Holm, he's one that hasn't. They're shearing these sheep towards these later heats at an excellent level, the perfect level. You can't get them any more perfect on the board when you're not getting any second cuts. And ladies and gentlemen, you've got all those blows, you've got all those corners, bits and pieces here, you've got that wide comb, and you've got to keep it clean. So every staple of wool that's coming off that sheep is one whole staple. No second cuts, meaning it's not cut into 2 bits. Oh, that's amazing ability to be able to do that. And look at it all. She's terrific. It's great to have that TV up there. But come back to the action here. The man from Wairarapa, Cam Ferguson, in the middle. Action galore with him. Good, strong fella. Look at him. Tucks that head right round his leg there. She's not going to go anywhere, is she? Brushes it cheek wall clear. Now, this is a whole lot of corners here. Now, he's still comfortable. He's not breaking all the records yet. He's just shearing well within himself. He can go a whole lot faster, as we saw in the speed shear last night. By jolly, he can go quicker yet. So he's just going back, making sure the job's right, because his job's going to get him through. Even he, with his reputation that's come before him, doesn't think it's a give me to make that top 30. He's still got certain things he must do. Right, Al, what else is happening here? Blair Rhodes on the front stand. He's sticking with him. Ferguson does a bit of a line-up, bit of a shake here and there. Wasn't quite comfortable with the sheep. Just give it a wee flick, just to give it something else to think about for a wee minute. If you just sit there, honey, for about 1 minute and 5 seconds, I'll have this wool off you. Rhodes will be exactly the same. John, action and glory once again.
Yeah, we just worked out that the lure is actually to represent New Zealand. That's why a few of these old guys have come out of the closet, well, out of the cupboard, put it that way. Hey, they've come back here because it's the lure of actually win the Golden Shears. You will represent New Zealand at Ireland in May. So that's what the added spice here is in 2014. And Nookie Gordon says, well, I wouldn't mind a free trip, but I'll just have to put my head down and go hard here on stand number 2. Steps up the neck, but Ferguson from Wairarapa across the shoulder on the last side. Blair Rhodes from Hunterville. He's working hard. Did a lot of shearing in the early years in the younger grades, and then he sort of backed off and did a bit of farming. Now he's just chasing it hard again. Look at him out the last leg he goes as Ferguson goes in. 4.5 minutes gone. Whoa! Dean Nelms, the Englishman, comes across the shoulder on the last side into the long blows. Bevan Holm down the far end. Rocking and rolling up there he goes. Turns onto the money side of the sheep. Rhodes has got sheep number 5 on the board. Cam Ferguson around the back of the head. We better get number 10 heat organised, because these guys are going to be done pretty much shortly. We've got Tony Costa, Larry Lewis, Daniel McIntyre, Martini Mason and Gavin Much. They'll be gathering at the bottom of the steps, please. Here we go. Sheep number 5, 2/3 Sean for Cam Ferguson. In goes down. Bevan Holmes brings out another one. But it's Ferguson doing pretty well. He's got away from Blair Rhodes this time. Into the long blow he goes as Rhodes on the front stand. Nookie Gordon up the neck and around the back of the head. Swivelly sheep with every blow. Got his feet turned in. Here comes Cam Ferguson though, Hugh. He's stabbing in the pen with pride.
He's smoking there on stand number 3, John. He's really on fire, that man. He's come out of the blocks really sprinting away. Into the undermine he goes. He's seen what's going on earlier. He knows there's a few big names chasing him in the later heats. Up and that goes Cam Ferguson. He's really swinging that steel. He did well in the lower grades, and then he stepped up to the open grade, and now he's really into it. Where's Dean Elms, the young English fella? Out the hind leg he goes. He's sticking to his work, keeping the job just right. Bevan home, down the last side he comes. As Cam Ferguson just about gets to the turn, he cleans off the chicken. Down the last side he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that for a time up there, 6:18.19. And he's coming out the hind leg. He's really going for it now. 3 more blows to do from Cam Ferguson. And he'll have his time taken and hope to make that top 30. Out goes Cam Ferguson on stand number 3. That's a motor in there, Gerald.
Yeah.
Rightio.
What do you think of that, South Island? Eh? Did the old Wairarapa man give us a bit of a burnout?
Oh, we like the crowd getting into it, by jolly we do. And I tell you what, these shearers love that. They've got 6 to shear up there. They're fit boys, but there's a whole lot of pressure on them. There's mental pressure, physical pressure. They've got all those things going on. They've got judges watching them. So don't be frightened to get in behind them as Rhodes doing his last finishing touches at number 6. He's in for the time clock as well. But don't be frightened to get in behind them. Just yell over top of us. That's easy done. There's a big stadium. Gordon's the next one, the local man. Of course, he's going to get a big roar. There we go. That's that heat wrap. About 3 more to go. The boys know they've got to keep the heat on.
Okay, gentlemen, move off the right. Thank you very much. And we'll move on with our next group. Tony Costa, Larry Lewis, Daniel McIntyre, Martini Mason. Up you go, guys. Come on. And Gavin Much. Don't hold back. If you all stand on the stairwell, we'll never get nothing done. So Martini, you're on 2. Gavin's on 1.
Some good scores going up on there, John. Once they go in yellow, there's some good scores being taken.
25, 25-7. Pretty sharp, that. Tony Costa, you're on 5. Thank you.
Martini Mason's come down to the front, and his cheerleaders have come with him, so we expect a little bit of noise from him now.
You'll be smothered then, will you? Or mothered, one or the other. We have heat 11. And we have Andy Mainland, Shannon Warnest, Rocky Wegner, Peter Jackson and Richard Pearson. That's heat 11. Get yourselves ready and geared up down at the bottom of the stairs, gentlemen.
How many heats have we got, John?
We're going to 13. 14. So we'll keep trucking as soon as we can. It is now close to 4. We're at heat number 10. Shearers on the board, please. Got the green light. Got the all clear from the referee, thumbs up. That's good enough for me. Everybody happy? Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. We're off and through the door. Hey, just 5 shearers this time round, so the pen staff down on number 6 get a bit of a rest along with the bull handler. But these guys, hey, under 7 minutes that last heat. By crikey, Hugh, they're going to set it even faster, I doubt. I think the Flying Scotsman might throw in a bit of a can in the works here.
Yeah, I'd say we'll just keep getting quicker and quicker. Well, we will if these guys have got anything to do with it. Because on stand number 1, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the current world champion. He's a Scotsman that lives out there near Whangamomana in the Taranaki. Gavin Much, the Flying Scotsman. Then we got Martini Mason from Masterton, a young local fella. And he really knows his way around these sheep. He's done well in the lower grades. He's up in the open and he's just causing a few upsets on his way through. Then we got Daniel McIntyre from Australia on stand number 3. He's part of that Trans-Tasman test later on this evening, so he knows his way around. Then we got Larry Lewis. He's another one of the legends of the shearing game on stand number 4. Great to see him up and having a go. Then we got Tony Costa up there on stand number 5. He's been PGG Wrightson's champion. He's won a lot of open competitions. He was a part of the New Zealand team that came over to the UK last year. And his wife will be shouting him on somewhere in the stadium, I'm sure, just to give him a little bit of a hurry up. So Tony Costa on stand, number 5, into the back leg. Already been there and done that is Gavin Much on stand, number 1. He's dropping down into the shoulder. This little Scotsman means business. He's part of the Scottish team that will be out in the World Championships in Ireland alongside his big friend Hamish Mitchell. So Gavin Much now then cleans off round that front leg. Down the last side, I'm sure Hamish will be watching this on the internet over in Norway. Down the last side comes Gavin Much. Out the hind leg he goes. Where's Larry Lewis? He's turned. He's coming down the last side. So too is Tony Costa. This is really preparing to be a bit of a ding-dong, Gerald.
By jolly it is. This is the quickest heat so far, and that Much, I'm impressed with this. He's just driving the wool off. Dion Morel sort of floats around a sheep. This is the different styles I spoke of earlier, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this Gavin Much. It doesn't matter how you do it, but he works it. You watch his body. He swings that body, flicks that wool, drives that handpiece. We'll watch him for a wee second or two. It'll only take a wee minute. We'll flick him round to the long blow, and I'll show you what I mean. He's starting to clean up that first front shoulder now. Starting to lie it down to the world-renowned longbow. Pivots that sheep anti-clockwise, so he does. Here he goes. Chucks the leg over, locks it up, starts getting that body swinging. Oh yeah, turns to the last cheek now. The word inky pinky. Go down the bottom stand now. Go all the way down to Tony Costa at stand 5. Now you'll hear the announcers talk about inky pinky. That means sheep really, really clean. They're that clean we're frightened the wool mightn't grow back on them. Well, Tony Costa, he didn't invent it. We invented that word for him because by jeebus he makes them clean. Inky pinky Costa we call him as he throws the leg over. But it's all happening on the front stand at the moment. Gavin Much from Scotland, the world champion. And he's going to live up to that by jolly as he says, well, world champion I am. Why not me? Why not now? That's what he's thinking. Larry Lewis, well, we like that, Larry. You're out of your home turf as well, but goes in for the handle. Takes his time into the pin. Just takes his time, pulls out another one. Doesn't go and upset it. It's a big burly one too. Look at that. Sits it down. It'll sit well. You can see a bit more wool around the ears and the head there. So, hey, there's a little bit more work to do, folks. By jolly, there is. Round the legs, see that there? You can see the more bulkier wool there. Hey, but the more wool there is, normally they'll sit. They won't fight you as much. So it can still work out really, really well for you. Right, come back, speed stakes, sheep number 4, finishing touches. Bit of a scratch on the brisket. That can happen. That wool gets really tight in there and crusty. And sometimes you got to push it off. John, more action again.
Oh, just watching down on stand number 4 as Gavin Much goes in on number 1. But Larry Lewis stepped off that last sheep. He was in perfect position for the porthole. Stepped off it and walked into the pen, and the sheep walked down the porthole. Talk about an old master in action down there on 4, by golly. No effort. Look at it just streaming down that last side. He's still within touch of the paces. Gavin Much leads away here on the front stand. Sheep number 5 on the board for him. Martini Mason still on 4. He's in the sheep in stand number 2, coming up the long blow now. McIntyre from Australia down towards the first shoulder on sheep number 4. Larry Lewis has got sheep number 5 on the board. Tony Costa right neatly positioned for the porthole to drop this one down and go in for number 5. But Much, he's got 3/4 of a sheep on him now. Under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. The Flying Scotsman. This is the stand he won the World Championship on just a little while ago. And he's right here. He's humming along. He's keeping him nice and bright. Then goes Martini Mason, a sheep off the pace. Oh, what have we got? 5 and 18 gone, and the last sheep on the board for Gavin Much. Larry Lewis into the long blow. Rolls it up now. Look at that casual style, but he's pumping the old arms. The blood's searing through there now, and he's using that left hand just a little bit, but the right hand's doing most of the work for Larry. He's getting it so easy. He comes under the shoulder and down out to the flank, Hugh. Look at him just go. Right down that last side, totally relaxed, and the sheep looks like it's half asleep. He's doing a marvellous job.
They make it look nice and easy, don't they? Gavin Much at the minute, though, he's going to get to the turn. He looks as if he's in a hurry, that fella there. He's ripping that wool off, really powering that handpiece around this sheep. Down the last side comes Gavin Much underneath the front leg. Out the hind leg he'll go with this next one. Where's Martini Mason? He's coming down the last side of sheep number 5. Daniel McIntyre, he's on sheep number 5. But the master shearer, ladies and gentlemen, out goes Gavin Much. And then we've got one of the master shearers. Great to see him up there on the stage. Larry Lewis from Dunedin on stand number 4. Just floating around that sheep, making it look nice and easy. He's shown hundreds and thousands of sheep, and he makes it look nice and easy, and he's just doing this to keep in touch with people, and he's really giving these young fellas a go, because look at the points up on his board there, ladies and gentlemen. He could still be in contention for the top 30. He's out the hind leg now. Larry Lewis from Dunedin puts the finishing touches. Out he goes on stand to number 4.
Would those shears for heat 11 please be down the bottom of the steps? Thank you.
Tony Costa from Rukaya has turned in. Look at him, inky pinky, very, very low score there from Tony Costa. Out the hind leg he goes, nice and easy does it. He doesn't look as if he's going quick, but out goes Tony Costa up there on stand number 5. And then we got Martini Mason here on stand number 2. He's turned for home. His cheerleaders are shouting him on. Give him a bit of a hurry up, ladies and gentlemen. Out the hind leg he goes now on stand number 2. 2 more blows to do. 1 more bit of a flick. Out goes Martini Mason on stand number 2. Then we got Daniel McIntyre, the Australian. Out he goes on stand number 3. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, gentlemen, move off to the right, please, Larry. Go right. Go right. Thank you. On from the left, gentlemen. On from the left. And we have on stand number 5, Andy Mainland, Shannon Warnest on 4, Rocky Wagner on 3, Peter Jackson on 2, and Richard Pearson on 1. Heat number 12 will be Roland Smith, Lockie Barnes, Aaron Haynes, Dion King, and Nathan Stratford. So heat number 11 on the board at the moment. Couple of Australians this time round. We've got our local Richard Pearson. He was judging in the pressing down at the back of the hall earlier in the day. Got to get the old greasies on and have a bit of a go here on these big sheep from Hikarangi Station. Well-rounded to this maiden ewes. Richard's had a look. He says the sheep are good enough. We'll get going. Good, all good. We've got the green light, gentlemen. Don't go in the pen. You'll get hurt. The pen boys don't want to have their legs broken with the sheep charging around.
Timekeeper's ready.
Yeah, looks like we're getting them out. Here we come. Stand 2. Thank you, Peter. Okay, we've still got the green. Everybody's happy. Timekeeper's right. Judges. Competitors, go. We're off and flying and in through the Lister door. Or with a Tui sign. Or the Trust House, who knows. But they charge in. They just want to get these woolies done just a shade over 6 minutes last time, Hugh. Maybe these guys, they've been psyching themselves up. We may get even a little faster.
Yeah, these last few heats have seen what's gone on before, and they'll be giving it a good nudge. Richard Pearson from Carterton. He's originally from down Southampton way, I believe. Moved over to New Zealand and loves it over here. He's a pressing judge on stand number 1. Then we got Peter Jackson from Palmerston North, one of the quiet men of the shearing world. He doesn't say a lot, but by God, he knows his way around these sheep. He's a young fella. He's a real grafter there on stand number 2. Then we got Rocky Wagner from Australia on stand number 3. We've been seeing a lot of good reports of Rocky. He's been having a good nudge at it as well, a really good merino shearer, and he can knock a wool off these crossbreds as well. Then we got Shannon Warnest, another Australian. Of course, Shannon, I think he's been world champion up there on stand number 4 twice. He's been holding records. He's a shearer. He's a publican. He doesn't do much shearing now, he said, but he's going to get into training ready for the World Championships over in Ireland. He's in the team once again. And then we got Andy Mainland, one of the quiet men from down. He's from down in Invercargill there on stand Number 5, he's been working his way through the grades. I was lucky enough to travel around the shows about 10 years ago with Andy and learned a lot off him. He's a real quality inky pinky man. So we got a real good pace being set again. They know they've got to go. Rocky Wagner from Australia is up the neck, but Shannon Warnest, the former world champion on 2 occasions, he's a master on that fine wool. He can get round these crossbreds pretty easy as well. He cleans off the cheek, and down the last side comes Shannon Warnest. Rocky Wagner's on the long blows. Peter Jackson's on the long blows. Richard Pearson, he's going up the neck. So it's going to be Andy Mainland. He's going up the neck, but Shannon Warnest has turned. He's coming down the last side, the Australian team member for later on in that Trans-Tasman test. He's setting pace at Australia, Gerald.
He is. He's chucking the gauntlet down a bit, isn't he? He pulls out sheep number 3. And the man behind him, come on, Andy. A local neighbour of mine, Andy. It's not actually Kapuko that he lives. He lives in Kapuka, down at the world-famous Waituna Lagoon with all the water quality issues we're having down there. But he's drunk a bit of lagoon water. He's nice and feeling good and strong here today. Keep her going, young Andy. Give her some stick there, mate. Right, Warnest. Top knot off for him. Into the belly. Wagner. Also from Australia. Look at that left hand working there. You've got to do that, folks. Otherwise it gets really nasty underneath that wall as you get that left hand really working. Pearson, he dives in for number 3. Well, dives in's not quite the right adjective there, Gerald. But Richard, hey, look, this is about his 40th year shearing here for Richard Pearson. Okay, so, oh, by jeepers, I'm talking about supporting the committee because they're supporting everyone around us. And everyone that's going here, well, he's definitely doing that. Here he is on the stage on the front stand, just coming down towards that first hind leg, working down towards the undermine, thinking, oh, by jolly, heat does rise. By jolly, it's hotter up here than in the wee grandstand where I was not working and not shearing a sheep. As he flicks the undermine and thinking, oh, Mr. Announcer, get the spotlight off me, I'm hot enough now. Right, let's bang that on to Jackson. He pulls out number 4 there. It'll be 4 and it's a little beauty. Pulls it out, sets it up nice and high. Lots of different styles of how to get the belly off, but in his case it's nice and high. Out the back the belly wall goes. The bull handler will get into that and get that all tidied up. Warnest. Belly wall gone. It's a great art when you can shear all breeds, and you're going to find that out later on. That's the holeless bowler shearer. The one that just doesn't stay in one spot and shears one certain type of sheep. And becomes very good at it, but travels the world and learns about all sorts of different breeds and different styles and different levels of loose skin and all those sorts of things. But here he is on the crossbreds at the moment on the second shear, and he's making it look nice and easy. He's adapted well. Come on, Andy, let's hear some noise from those southern people, those South Island people. Let's give her some stick, Andy. Top 30, there's no gimmies, mate. Andy's made quite a lot of finals this last year and a half. It's really becoming a reality for him that he believes he is as good as these folks now. He's come through all the grades. He's made it this far, and he is really starting to make these finals. But keep the acid on it, Andy, as he goes down towards the fertiliser works. 1-2 up the back, takes the top knot off, steps up, and definitely listening as he starts, lifting the ante. Fires a one into the base of the ear. This is the area now you need lots of little things to be able to hold on to that face. And the sheep's sitting nice and high on you, and she's not actually that comfortable sitting on her tailbone. So he quickly gets her off that and pivots her around and lies her down. And away onto those 1-2 short little long blows, and that's them. Long blow beat and gone well and truly for Ernest as he hits the top knot on sheep number 5. Flicks that out of the way with that big strong arm. Did you see that? Just sort of stuck it in there and whoosh. That's that flicked and gone out of the way. Round the back of the ears he goes. One left standing in the pen. Is he happy? Let's take a wee look upstairs at this computer up there. Not the one to see if you can see yourself sitting in the audience. We'll get away from that, baby. But come back to the one with the points on it. Oh, look at that. Andy Mainland's 1.2 on the board. That's the one. We'll go across to the totals. We've got 21s. I don't know whether you've been watching and writing these points down, ladies and gentlemen, but this happens show after show that they get quicker and quicker as it goes, and the points get cleaner and cleaner and cleaner. So if you're in those early heats, you've got to get in there and get amongst it. So another lot of action, another lot of quality, John, going out here in heat number 11.
Certainly working away at it. Look at it. We just got the one up there on one of the stands. Can't actually tell the man, otherwise it might upset him. So they're shearing very well, though. Down the last side he comes. On stand number 3, the Australian. Let's it go. Out the porthole and down he goes in for number 6. Starting to puff and gruff a little bit. Shannon Warnest. He'd be probably wishing he was still back over in with the cool one in Australia. He's under the heat up there now. But he's a big, strong fella and he knows how to shear these crossbreds. He's been over here numerous times and around the back of the head. Oh, that one gives a bit of a quick shake. And he needs to close his knees a little bit. Here, Richard Pearson still got sheep number 5 on the board. Peter Jackson's rocking up the long blow on sheep number 6. Rocky Wagner turns up the neck and down towards the first off shoulder on stand number 3. Sheep number 6 for him. Lays the sheep quite flat as he moves towards that shoulder now. The Kiwis like to hold it just a little bit higher, but he's got it sussed, and in goes Andy Mainland down the far end. Oh, look at him go. Warner's down the last side, but Jackson just sneaks in ahead of him here on stand number 2. He's not the film director, but he's running the show there on stand number 2 as the great Shannon Warner steps in, finishes his job there from Australia. Rocky Wagner not too far away. Richard Pearson got one in the pen, still the man from Carterton. Up the top now comes Andy Mainland. Sheep number 6 on the board. All looking good for these guys as we rock down now. This is heat number 11. We've got 3 to go. And next up we have Roland Smith, Lockie Barnes, Aaron Haynes, Dion King and Nathan Stratford. Down there we got Andy in shot on the big TV screens. He comes across the shoulder on the last side. As we talked about, he's been round for a haircut or 2, but he's still down, working away diligently there, working off that last leg. Richard Pearson's got his 6th and final one. Andy parting shots there as he finishes off that sock wool. Richard coming over the shoulder. He be gasping for a bit of breath up here. Those judges and wool handlers are taking it all, he says, as he comes under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. He gets out to work and shears about 100 plus a day in the morning, and then he goes home at 1 o'clock. And then he goes back the next day and shears another 100. Keeps himself in a little bit of fettle. Well done there, Richard. You're a committee man, and great to see you. We'll have the next lot of guys on. The next 5 shearers, please. We'll make it happen. Smith, Baines, Hayes, King, and Stratford. Heat number 13 will be. Heat number 13 will be Darren Ford, Grant Smith, Tom Wilson, Ivan Scott, David Buick, Mark Granger, and the final heat will be Digger Balm, John Kirkpatrick, Axel Reed, David Fagan, Jack Fagan.
These guns just keep turning up, don't they, John? The guns are just coming and coming and coming. It's a terrific show of open shearers up here, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, they're not pop guns either. They're real machine guns.
No, we got more guns than Baghdad here.
Is someone call the final up, Hugh, do you think? Did someone call the final up?
Yeah, anywhere in the world this could be a final, Gerald. The quality of the shearers here, ladies and gentlemen, is second to none.
That's right.
And the difference between them is a fraction of a second. You can't even say seconds anymore, John.
Shearers on the board, please.
Got the green light.
Referee to stand number 4 and number 6, please.
Nobody on
5,
6.
rather.
So the rest of the shearers on the board, come on. The pen staff have done a marvellous job. The truckies, the farmers. The Taratahi students in the back there, they'll probably dream about sheep tonight. What's the call?
Well, we've got a green light.
We've got the green light. We've got the thumbs up. Thank you very much. Timekeeper's good. Judges, competitors, go. We're off and moving once again. Just a 5 shot in this heat again. We'll get up to a 6-1 next time round. But here we have heat number 12. And we talked about guns, and there's none bigger than what's down on 5 there, Hugh.
Yeah, well, you can't even count out the ones all the way up to him, though, John.
We got Nathan Stratford, the little hard man from Invercargill, down there on stand number 1. He's been a New Zealand team member over the ditch on the Trans-Tasman. He's been a New Zealand team member over in the UK a couple of years ago. Then we got Dion King on stand number 2, a world record holder, 9 hours on lambs, 866 I think it was he shot, and he knows his way around. He's won the Golden Shears, he's won a lot of competitions, he won the Speed Shear last night, he won Paya Tour. He's a real contender, that man on stand number 2. Then we got Aaron Haynes from Fielding, a young up-and-coming fella. He made the semi-finals here last year, and he was great to see him. He had a big smile on his face. Then on stand number 4, we got Lockie Baines from Hastings. He's a real character there on stand number 4, ladies and gentlemen. He was over in the UK shearing last year. He was in the seniors last year. He did a good job, and then he went on walkabout for a couple of days after the Goldies before he came to Tikawiti. Then Roland Smith, his brother-in-law, on stand number 5 from Hastings. He won the Golden Shears last year. He won Tikawiti last year. He's about 7'2" when he's in his socks. He's one of the tallest shearers on the board. He knows his way around them. He's a nice fella as well. He was a New Zealand team member over in the UK last year. So we've got another stellar lineup, ladies and gentlemen. Roland Smith it is this time. He's gone for the speed card. He's got to the turn. He cleans off the cheek. He's coming down the last side. And we've only been going for 2 minutes. Under 2 minutes, and Roland Smith is under the front leg. Nathan Stratford's turned. Dion King has turned. Aaron Haynes has turned. Lockie Baines has turned. But Roland Smith is coming down the last side. He's got 2 more shots left to do. This is kicking it up a gear or 2 now, Gerald.
This is kicking it up a gear, right, by jolly. I tell you what, that Roland Smith, when you sit back here in the old lazy boy and watch him, he's not using up a lot of energy. He's making full use of that wingspan he's got. You watch this, ladies and gentlemen. He's holding his body dead still, just moving it where it needs to be. Otherwise, that big arm's the only thing that's swinging. By jolly, we don't want to waste our energy. See those big shots up there, folks? Did you see that? Oh, that is lovely stuff. He's firing a couple shots up and under the neck there. He's not worrying about breaking the wool either. Oh, how many times have I done this in my life? A whole lot. He says, I know where the bumps and the wrinkles are on that sheep, and I'll just do it basically blindfolded as he goes and locks that sheep up for another bash at the long blow. Keeping the body dead still once again. Cheek wool comes off. Now go down to the front stand. Let's shift our attention down here. The Invercargill man, Nathan Stratford. Now he fires a heap of shots in this young Stratty. He is absolutely as clean as clean as clean. You can't get much cleaner. He is inky pinky too. By jolly he is. He fires those shots in. How he goes as fast as he can, because he can stick it with these boys. But they know he's going to be clean. They're all very, very frightened of young Stratty, that if he's up with them with the pace, they're in trouble. Because he puts those little shots and he cleans up every little corner. He gets the carpet and sweeps under it. He does everything, young Stratty. And he's made the final here a number of times. Well, Dion King, by jolly, he was introduced very well. He's just a master blaster, so he is. I'll give you a bit of an idea, ladies and gentlemen, on last night where they pumped these. They had a bit of a crutch up, but all in saying that, Dion King won the speed shear with 24 seconds on the dot, I think it was. So they've still got a bit of gas left in their tank. Don't worry about that. They're pumping them out. Catch and Sean at this stage at about a minute as he pivots round towards the long blow. But at this stage, Speed Stakes belongs down on stand 5, the big tall fella, Roland Smith. Now, Baines, it is a Hastings there, breaks the neck open. Gets that thumb in there to ear as one should do and flicks up and round the back. Haynes, same drill, flicks that out of the way. See, that should be gone. It was gone. He's thinking, hey, what's that sitting there? Well, it's just a bit of loose wool. It wasn't actually stuck to the skin. He thought that's not supposed to be there. Gives it a bit of a flick so he can see where he's going. And he does that quickly. And look at that gear, nice and smooth. Like a hot knife through butter, wasn't it? Look at that, just brushed it off. They're trying to hang in here with this Roland Smith. As you can see, as the heats went on, it sort of got more and more quicker and more serious. As these boys start to arrive and they're watching the points, they know what's required, thinking, oh jolly, this top 30 is not a gimme, Mr. Announcer. You've got that dead right. As Roland Smith pivots that one round, sheep 5 right across the board now, John. We'll let you bring them home with a sheep and a half to go.
I just looking at that board points up there, and I just keep shaking my head. They haven't even made a whole second cut over there, a lot of number of sheep yet. So, you know, it's all averaging pretty good. These guys are on fire. We talk about champions. Well, you could put any one of these in the purple ribbon on Saturday night, and they wouldn't disgrace themselves. There we go, Rolly Smith stepping into the pen. 5:38 gone. Nathan Stratford's working away. Look at him, how high he holds that sheep's head on the last side. That's the secret, you young fellas. Get these big, strong sheep from Hikurangi Station. You hold the head high on that last side. Dion King, he's starting to wind up now. The King, they call him, and he's done it all. He's here trying to make it happen in 2014. Aaron Haynes up in the open, second time round now, so he knows what it's all about. Keen as mustard, the young fella from Apathy. The fielding these days here. Lockie Baines from Hastings, down the chute he goes. Sheep number 6 for him, but down there with half a sheep to finish, or just the last side, is Rolly Smith, taking it away in 6 minutes and 21 so far. And Stratty's Dion King's gone past him now. Haynes next in line there on stand number 3. Round the back of the head for him, but it's Rolly Smith rocking down that last side, all the way the old Ruawai kid, or ex-Ruawai, now Hastings, where he lives with his wife, out the last leg. And they're both shearers. Golly, who knows how many sheep they get rid of in a day. And look at him go. He reaches in the button there at about 6:45. Pretty sharp. And look at the score up there. He got 1 second cut over 6 sheep. That's an average. And Dion King right behind him here at 0.5 as we got the blue lines up there now. Nathan Stratford just slowed down a little bit on that last sheep to keep the quality. He's got a 0.3 and a 3 outside. So very, very low scoring. Well done, Aaron Haynes. He's right on the money as well. 0.8. Crikey, Lockie Baines, you've got a 1, and that's not disgraceful at all as he comes under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Whooping down that last side as we get sheep number 6 and heat number 12 for Lockie Baines. All the way down, half a blow to go, and he lets it down the chute, and we now move on to heat number 13. Brilliant shearing. I just am so amazed at the quality these shearers are putting out on these magnificent sheep.
Just to put that into perspective up there, John, on those second cuts, 0.3 over 6 sheep is 1 second cut over 6 sheep.
It's shocking, isn't it? Absolutely shocking.
Half a point is 3. That's, yeah. How the hell do you get that low?
That means you've done, what, 5 perfectly shorn sheep?
Around about that, you've had goose eggs. Okay, gentlemen, onto the board, please. We got Darren Ford on 6, Grant Smith, Tom Wilson on 4, Ivan Scott on 3, David Buick and Mark Granger in heat number 13. And then one more heat to go, 14. We have Dick Baum on 5. We got 6 shearers up there this time round. Next heat we'll have Dick Baum, John Kirkpatrick, Axel Reed, David Fagan, Jack Fagan. Oh, our judge down the far end, he's going to have to go to work again.
David Buick had the Canadian flag there for a little minute. I suppose that's just to show his brother Mark over in Canada that he's thinking of him. So we got another very, very good lineup here as well, John. This could be another open final.
No, you're not wrong. So we got what's the lowest score? 24.68, 24.649. Ooh, by crikey! Hey, look at that.
And we'd like to thank the sponsors of the live streaming, of course, because that's being sponsored by Rabobank. We'd like to thank them because that's allowing people all over the world to see this shearing. And it is being watched. We're having messages from all over the world come in. And everybody enjoying the coverage, I think, so far.
Can we have those shearers on the board, please? Unfair advantage. The rest of the shearers on the board.
So these master shearers just keep coming up onto the board now, don't they, Gerald?
We saw Dion
Yes.
King in the last heat.
Yep.
We got Darren Ford. Tom Wilson is a master
Yeah.
shearer in the UK.
Okay, well, looks like we're almost ready to go. We've got a green light. Everybody's happy up there. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go! One more heat to go in this event, by golly. We've talked about the quality and it just does not diminish. Look at it. Right from 1 to 6 again this time round, Hugh. We're going to see some sizzling stuff. 6 minutes 20, 6 minutes 30 or thereabouts for 6 of these woolly monsters from Hikarangi Station.
So we got another very good lineup, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Granger from Tikawiti on stand number 1. His father Paul won it in 1994 and he'd love to do it. He won there in Taungaranui on Friday. So he's a real young prospect. Then we got David Buick from Pongaroa. He's often called a farmer, but he's not just a farmer. He's a shearing contractor. He's a full-time shearer and a farmer. So he's a very, very capable young man, and he's been doing well. He won at Apathy. He's been making finals. He won at Dannevirke, and he's really going for it as well. Ivan Scott, then the world record holder there on stand number 3 from Ireland. He'll be warming up for the Irish World Championships. In goes Ivan Scott. He shows 744 lambs in 8 hours. He's got the second one on the board. Tom Wilson, he's a world champion there on stand at number 4. He's now working and living in New Zealand, but he's a Scotsman on stand number 4. Then on stand number 5, we got Grant Smith. He's another world record holder on Merinos there on stand number 5 from Rakaya. His son was shearing here, and he'd love to show him that he can make the top 30 again, I'm sure. Then down there on stand number 6, all the way from Invercargill, from Tuatapere, is Darren Ford. He shows 720 ewes, ladies and gentlemen, and that's that world record held for 11 years before it was beaten by 1 by Rod Sutton, so there's only 1 change. And Darren Ford is back shearing flat out. He can still shear between 500 and 600 on ewes. He can still do above 600 on lambs, which is crazy. And down the last side he comes. So who's the furthest on? It's still Ivan Scott, but it looks like David Buick. He's coming after him like a Buick car. That engine is just purring along there on stand number 2. Ivan Scott goes out the sock. David Buick goes out. In goes Ivan Scott. Those big legs working overtime to get in the pen. In goes Mark Granger. In goes Darren Ford. So this is another ding-dong up here, Gerald.
Yeah, once again, by jolly, it's going to be hard to get that top 30, isn't it? It seems a wee bit unfair, really, because it's just quality after quality. However, we're at the Golden Shears, and she's all up for grabs, and that's just how it rolls. But yes, the mighty Darren Ford down on the bottom stand there. And in between doing all those huge tallies, he also runs a contract business, so his mind's in a couple of 3 places. But by jolly, when it comes to getting focused, he can do that as well as he starts pivoting this baby round. He's well and truly known for having a good wide combs, okay? But he fills that baby up. You can have a wide comb, but like a big broom, and be sweeping a room, but you're only using half the broom and you're not going to cover much ground. Well, I tell you what, Darren Ford, he doesn't waste a millimetre on that comb. He fills that baby right up, and you'll see right now he comes smoking home and a whole lot less blows. As you see that there, those blows are as full as you possibly can get, ladies and gentlemen. And see you later, baby. 3 out of the way. What's the running time? 3:35. So they're sitting around, they've sped up around that door, heat number 5 or so. And they've sort of sat round there. Mark Granger, yes, with that good win under his belt. So he's coming off a good win. Now, winning becomes a habit. Okay, not a better time to have a good win when you're hungry for the Golden Shears, to have it just before you arrive at the Golden Shears. You think, whoa, I can beat them, especially if you're an up-and-comer. Okay, it can be done as he heads down to the fertiliser works and flicks that out. Buick's up the neck, got a good hold of that sheep's muzzle. You can see he's putting a fair bit of pressure on him. Now he's down to the ear and that forearm. That's where you've got to have lots of little bits and pieces to try get hold of that sheep and try get her off that tailbone as fast as you can. Ivan Scott, up the neck he goes, gives it a good flick. I do want to see where I'm going, Gerald. Grabs that ear around the back of the ears, he goes. Tom Wilson, world champion, okay, works for Acto and made a few finals this year and other years. and he makes quite a few finals he's not trying to make. But he gets up there, does the job, and all of a sudden he's thinking, oops, I'm in a New Zealand crossbred lamb shearing champs, and I've got 20 of the little babies looking over the door at me, and I'm standing beside some of these young, fit, young bucks, basically, and here I am trying to hang in there. And we've got to give him a real helping hand once we start to get to round sheep 15. So Tom can still do it. It is like riding a bike, ladies and gentlemen, as he goes right out the tail. There it is, wrapped up and finished all the way to the toenails. Grant Smith, wow, by jolly Grant, he's another man that, he lets all his work and all his actions and all his movements do all the talking, basically. Not a man of a lot of words, he just lets this do his talking. He is an unbelievable shearer on every breed you can possibly think of. He just gets on with the job. Solid as solid can be, John. He's an amazing, amazing worker. Also from the South Island, we'll throw that one in just to finish off my round.
I was wondering when that was coming, actually, but good of you, Ben, to be parochial, because we'll get parochial as we get a few of the North boys going, all right, too. David Buick, he's from Pongarra, settled into the job here on the sixth and final sheep. Darren Ford brings out another one. As we talked about, he knows what it's all about. He's under the shoulder and down and out to the flank for Mark Granger. Still one in the pen. Ivan Scott just backed off the pace a little bit now. No, he's on sheep number 5, is he? He's got one in the pen now. He was right up with David Buick a little while ago. Just shows you how just a couple of wriggles of the sheep can change position. Tommy Wilson, my old mate from over down there in Dartfield. But first met him in Scotland a long, long time ago. Coming across the shoulder for Grant Smith. He's got one left in the pen. Darren Ford coming for home though, but I don't think he's going to pick up young David Buick here on the front. David down the last side, look at it, makes it easy. Out the last leg he goes. Darren Ford under the shoulder, but it's going to be Buick in about 6:45. That's pretty smart for the man from just up the road, by golly. Here goes the Grant Smith. He brings out sheep number 6 now. Over the shoulder comes the Irishman on stand number 3, but Darren Ford has a little bit of a look down there, straightens up and said, wow, could have done better, but it's not too bad up there with a 24.4 at the moment. As Ivan Scott switches off, he's got a 27 and maybe added to as they judge the sheep outside. Tommy Wilson, crikey about now. I should have stayed on the sideline. It hurts as he tries to go out that last leg. Mark Granger finishes off with a quick rush and gets the time taken here in about 7:25. Tommy Wilson says, that's enough, darling. You go downtown or you'll be in the supermarket. Down the stairs he goes. Oh, look, he just wants you to judge it up on the board as he lifted the head nicely. Hardly a blemish on it, young Tommy. Good stuff. Out the last leg for Grant Smith. Hey, the great quality crossbred shearer, merino shearer. He's done it all, this fella from Rakaya in the south. There goes the end of heat number 13, ladies and gentlemen. We have one more heat to go. One more heat to go. Heat number 14. And in this heat we have Digger Balm on number 5, John Kirkpatrick on 4, Axel Reed on 3, David Fagan on 2, and Jack Fagan on 1. All you boys are racing off. You thought all the good sheep were down the far end. Don't worry, there's been some good ones up the front as well. The 14th and final heat here for the 2014 year. 50 plus years of Golden Shears. And all the eliminations are just about coming to a close here in the shearing side of it. Still a little bit of, this is just the first round, of course. We'll be back at 6:45 for the start of the evening program, which is the Open Top 30, which maybe all of these people or some of these people that are on here the board at the moment will be taking stage. We will let you know who that top 30 is before we close down this afternoon. And well, it is still afternoon, isn't that right, Hugh?
There's the top 10 up there anyway at the minute, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, well, it's going to be pretty hard to get those ones out, isn't it?
And there's the next ones. So, of course, we're taking the top 30.
Pretty hard to get those ones out. That's the next 10 that are going to be in trouble.
There'll be a couple down the bottom of there just starting to
get a little bit nervous. They'll be chewing on the old fingernails now.
We have a green light. Thank you, gentlemen. Get that referee out of that pen. Look, he's an old joke. I don't want him getting hurt. You've had your chuck out. You don't get to see the one that comes in. It could be worse, and that's the problem.
Timekeeper's ready. There's always one, isn't there, John?
Oh, he likes to push the barrier a little bit. Here he comes, the referee I'm talking about. He's the one we're giving a
referee's
bit of
coming,
stick.
don't you worry about him, Mr. Willie
We're
Buick.
good to go. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. We're off and going here. Just the last 5. Shocking. This is the last 5, and I tell you what, any of these could step up again on Saturday night. You could take the whole 5 and chuck another one in.
Yeah, they definitely could.
Hey?
We got another terrific lineup up here, John. We got young Jack Fagan on stand number 1 from Tigawiti. He was one of the top senior shearers in New Zealand last year. His first year up in the Open, and he'd love to make the top 30, I'm sure. Then on stand number 2, we got his father, David Fagan, 5 times individual world champion, 6 times champion, set numerous records. He basically took the rule book, he ripped it up and he rewrote it again, and he's coming down the last side. Then we got Axel Reid from Taihape on stand number 3. Another up-and-coming young shearer, a real prospect. He's been making a lot of finals. He's in that PGG Wrightsons as well. So out down the last side comes Axel Reid. Then on stand number 4, we've got John Kirkpatrick, the other master shearer in this lineup. Johnny Kirkpatrick, he's been there, done that, burnt the T-shirt. A real prospect, and he's really gunning for it again, ladies and gentlemen. Then on stand number 5, we got Digger Barn from Tigawiti. He's another one that's been there, done that, been a world record holder. He's a commentator. He does a bit of judging, and now he's into the back leg in the second sheep in the Golden Shears Open Heats. And we've got another cracking lineup, Gerald.
Yeah, for sure there. By jolly we have. And I tell you what, I think they're going to have a wee ding-dong, these boys. I see that they're going to have a wee play with each other. They're all up there and thinking, well, we've got a good crowd in them. What do we got? 400, 500, 600 people. We're going to give it a bit of stick. Jack will be enjoying it up there on this front stand. He went well in the speech here the other day. He had a bit of a bigger one arrive there and just couldn't get it done last night. But here he is, up and around the years. By jolly's matured. I haven't seen him for a couple of years, but he's really filled out. And here he is in the open ranks. I thought, when I saw his name, I thought, that can't be Jack Fagan, is it? In that short period of time he's in the open ranks. And I saw him, and he's matured, and he's physically stronger and all those sorts of things, and he's even taller. And sure enough, it was the Jack Fagan, all right, on the front stand. Onto the last shoulder he goes now. Father watching, thinking, wow, give it a flick there, boy, give it a flick here, and that'll work. Put your hand there and put your foot there, all these sorts of things. So he's got full-time coaching. Then, of course, on the second stand, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take my time because there's lots to be said. The mighty David Fagan. Don't take this for granted. Okay, there will come a time. It's very easy to sit back and think there'll be every day you can watch the legendary David Fagan shear a sheep. Well, there will come a time he's sitting here with us. Okay, so don't take this for granted. This is the legendary David Fagan. He has won this competition, plus the stuff that Hugh told you about 16 times. He is a freak of nature in a way, and he could pull this off. You just don't know on the day with David Fagan. I haven't seen him drive the handpiece like he has this last couple of shows I've been at with him. So he's really driving that baby as he flicks down another one there. By jolly, he can get into it. So there we go. He has a nice steady pattern and he's into it. Right. Back to what else is going on. Oh, sheep number 5 arriving. 4s. Johnny K's the first one with that on the board. Up the back of the undermine he goes. Top knot off. It's a little beauty. You can see it's nice and open. You can tell the wool's sort of loose. See how the wool's sort of loose there on that Johnny K one. That means the gear will enter really, really well for him, and he'll know that. He'll know instantly. He'll be picking his pen. There is 6 in there, and so there should be. We need to have a real good sort out of these top shearers. We need to have time to make sure we get the right 30. By jolly. On to the last shoulder he goes right now. Flick, flick, flick. Not much of him. It's the trimmest I've seen, Johnny K. He is just all muscle. By jolly, his muscle index will be exceptionally high. And he has that pattern of patterns of a shearer, where every sheep is basically shorn exactly the same as the other one. And then we've got Digger Balm. Wow, Digger, he likes just really firing into it. He uses a lot of energy shearing sheep. You can see the body moving, swinging backwards and forwards, and that's his style. But hey, look, if you know Digger Balm, he has energy galore. He's an ever-ready battery, by jolly he is. He just hoes into it. It's his personality. It's who he is. It's in his blood of just to get in there and get stuck in, roll your sleeves up and give her some stick. He's thinking, well, actually, that hand piece is going pretty well. I might just trial my next one on the next two. As he pulls out number 5, flicks it round, into the belly will he dives. But yes, he's full of energy, so he is. Rightio, John, where are we at? They've got 2 to go. We'll let you bring them home.
Yeah, we're going pretty well. Jack Fagan last to get sheep number 5 on the board. He's probably 10 shots away from that as Johnny Kirkpatrick comes under the shoulder and down the last side. He's almost got a sheep around young Jack, but this is Jack's first year up in the open. Down there, Digger Balm around the back of the head. He's closely trailing Axel Reed, who's right on the heels of David Fagan. But Johnny Kay's got that last side in front. 5 and 20 gone, so they're going to be getting them out in just a shade over 6. Down the belly for Johnny Kay. He's got what? Look at those low scores up there once again. Hey, these last few heats, it's been hard to get a mark against them. David Fagan out the last leg. Axel Reed out the last leg. Digger Balm out the last leg. Jack Fagan steps up the neck on the sheep number 5, stand number 1. David's got number 6 on the board. Axel's out with number 6. Digger goes in for 6. Hey, he likes to be out in front most of the time, the old Turcow flyer, but he's settling in down there on 5. He said it's not all about hustle and bustle. It's about making sure you tickle the boxes this time round. We can put a bit more in the stove when it comes round to the top 30, but here comes Johnny K over the top. 6 and 15 gone. He's steaming under the shoulder. Great length of wool on these sheep. They're combing exceptionally well, and he's making the most of them that last side. Choking that comb, that 13 teeth comb in the 4th prong cutter, and he hits the button in about 6 and 29. That, ladies and gentlemen, looks pretty simple. Was David Fagan comes to the top of the shoulder as well. He's got that sheep nice and high at above his knees, and he just readjusts it there and lets it settle down. Jack Fagan goes in for number 6. But that's the secret, all you young shearers. Keep that head nice and high as you come down that last side. If it gets below your knees, you're up the creek without a paddle. We could use some sterner words, but out the last leg now comes Axel Reed, under the shoulder for Digger Balm. Still pretty handy sort of time, and just a shade over 7 minutes for Axel. 7:05 gone, 7:10 gone now as Digger comes out the last leg. Jack Fagan steps up the neck, still got the quality, and that's what keeps him right there with the hunt. He's always had the quality. He powers it in, he's getting a little bit red up there in the face because he's huffing and puffing. There never seems to be enough air when you're going into the pen. But he's working hard. You'll watch the old maestro there on 2 every time he goes into the pen. He just sucks it in, fills his lungs up, and then uses that all while he shears that next sheep. And then next pen he goes and he sucks it in again. And that's the good old secret. Keep the brain ticking along as Jack Fagan comes down the last side. Not to be disgraced in this time. It's just a shade under 8 minutes. He's going to complete this sheep. If it's going to let him, ladies and gentlemen, give all those open shearers and all previous shearers a good round of applause. There's been some great shearing. Now, there will be just a fraction of a moment of time while we go through these scoring sheets and make sure everything's right before we post the top 30. As you can see, there's still a few blue lines up there above the shearers on the big screen because we need to, the judging of the final sheep down the porthole has not been done. So we've got a 26 up there, another 28. Johnny Kirkpatrick, he's on about 23. He may go up a couple. So it looks like they're all pretty safe. There we go, Johnny Kirkpatrick up to 24.38. That's about as good as we've had, I'd say. Pretty sharp there. So now the scrolling will come up, and we'll confirm that with all our readings down here in front. So just a little bit of music perhaps, or with the music gone away, we'll have to get the Welshman to sing.
No, you don't want to hear that. I'll do that when you want to empty the stadium. No, what a terrific competition, John. The Golden Shears never fails to disappoint. You know, it just keeps going, and it keeps going, and the standards keep getting higher and higher. And these athletes, because they are athletes, aren't they, Gerald? They just keep pushing their bodies further and further down the line and using energy levels that a lot of people would never, ever find.
Dead right. Yeah, scientifically, what they're doing every day, you shouldn't be able to maintain that level of commitment of physical activity. However, no one's told them otherwise, so that's just what happens, and someone keeps shifting the bar of how many can be shorn, and they break a record and they become a gun at shearing 300 a day once upon a time, and then they shear 350, and people think, well, that's not, you can't maintain that. It's not sustainable at that level, and it is, and it becomes sustainable. They can do that every day at 350. Then they've gone to the 400s, 500s. The list of machines have got better, the gears got better, all those sorts of things, at how quick a cutter's going past, so they cut better. But the physical output involved, even shifting that amount of mutton a day. If you're shifting, do some mathematics for me, please, ladies and gentlemen. If, let's say, we're shearing 400 sheep, and they are 60 kgs each. What's that? 24 tonne. You've shifted 24 tonne of mutton and shorn it.
You don't find many 60 kg ewes now, though. They're all bigger.
Yeah, true. That's right. So there you go, and a bit of an understanding of that's just pulling them out and putting them down a porthole and tipping them upside down. But in between times, you've got to shear that baby, lie it down and get all the wool off it and fight it for a wee minute or two. So, yeah, incredible. And the other amazing thing is the amount of people that have arrived, the competitor numbers is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. We've had 66 junior shearers we had turn up. We had 50 novice shearers turn up. We had high wool handler numbers as well turn up. What have we had? We've had 80. Oh, there's your top up there, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to take a look. That's it ranked now before you go for your tea break. I think we're safe to read that out, actually, Hugh, if you want. He's talking again. Hugh loves having a good catch-up. That's why he's just a walking encyclopedia on shearers and what they're up to around the place. He's brilliant that way.
The top qualifier is John Kirkpatrick, 24.318, Dion King, Roland Smith, Darren Ford, Gavin Much, Cam Ferguson, David Buick, Nathan Stratford, Murray Henderson, David Fagan. That's the top 10.
Ooh.
11 is Tony Costa, Aaron Haynes, Digger Balm, Tyson Hema, Dean Helms, Mark Granger, Martini Mason, Axel Reed, Sam Welsh, Shannon Warner is in 20.
Here we go. This is it.
Peter Clendon, Tiffany Tifara, Parada Abrahams, Troy Piper, Phil Wedd, Peter Jackson, Lockie Baines, Bart Hadfield, Grant Smith, and last, Matt Tumahoe.
Whoa, congratulations, fellas. Look forward to seeing you after tea. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what you have to look forward to after your tea. Make sure you bring a friend, bring them along. We're in for an action-packed evening. By jolly, it's going to be exciting.
Could we clear the hall, please? Could we clear the hall? So we
Malcolm, could we leave the PA on for a minute, please? Or the green microphone, anyway.
Test, test. Ladies and gentlemen, just to have your attention for a minute, we've been instructed that everybody move out through the side door here. They're pretty busy in the foyer, so if you wouldn't mind exiting the stadium from the southern side door here, please. And we just ask people to move fairly promptly. We've got a lot of work to do in the stadium to get it ready for Friday night, so if you've got no reason to be in here, yeah, it'd be appreciate it for you to move through. Test. Just quickly, Shearers, we've got heat 1 for the top 30. Only heat 1 at the moment, but stand 1, Digger Balm, David Fagan on 2, Bart Hadfield on 3, Lockie Baines shearing on 4, Troy Piper on 5, John Kirkpatrick shearing on stand 6. So that's the first heat tonight, competitors. So just so you've got a heads up on it.
Test.
Could we have the green microphone turned up, please? The green microphone. Thank you very much.
Test.
1, 2.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kieran McAnulty. I'll be your Master of Ceremonies this evening. I'd just like to take the opportunity to welcome you all to this, the Friday night of the 2004 Golden Shears. To the spectators, to the competitors, to the sponsors, to those visiting from overseas, and the tens of thousands watching online from all over the world. Haere mai, welcome. I just want to point out that please take note of the fire exits, the light green lights lit up all over the stadium. In the unlikely event of a fire, we will have wardens with white coats. Please listen to what they have to say. There's a bar to my right in the far corner and a TAB terminal to my left. Please feel free to use the facilities. We have an action-packed night this evening over all 3 sports under the Golden Shears umbrella. I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome our commentators for this evening, Koro Mullins and Tuma Mullins.
Thank you, Kieran.
You're most welcome.
Well, Kieran, thank you very much for the welcome. The crowd is a little bit quiet at the moment, but I'm sure we'll get them going as the night goes on.
No doubt. We have a fair bit of action tonight, and it's no doubt that it's going to be exciting.
Well, Kieran, this is the first night that this guy has been dropped in the water, ladies and gentlemen, so you need to give him a good hand because he is in safe hands with Tuma and Koro. Kieran McAnulty, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Kieran. We have on our right here some co-commentators from Wales. Gumfrey is Mr. What's his name?
Hugh Condon.
Hugh Condon, ladies and gentlemen, and on his side there is Mr. John McBride. Those are our commentators for the night, and we've been told we've got to move the night along quickly. So for you folks in the cheap seats here, no mai, haere mai, welcome to you folks. And we've got everybody here that's who's who in the zoo tonight. Mr. Kevin Bryant from Primary ITO. Kia ora, Kevin, welcome, and I hope you guys, Mark, hope you guys have a good night. And of course, the Just Sean family, Elders Primary Wool, those guys over there, Stu Chapman and his team, thank you very much for coming along, guys. And of course, we've got lots and lots of sponsors here tonight. So welcome along, you folks, and I hope you enjoy. Everybody's been to the Golden Shears before? Or you're seasoned? You haven't been here before? Hopefully we can entertain you, madam, and it'll be a good night for you, and you'll think about it forever. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Tuma, we're going on with the first event. Let's go. We've been told we're going to keep going. What are they shearing tonight and how many?
We've got the open top 30. That's the first up for the evening. These guys are shearing 8 competition sheep. I reckon they'll probably do them in around 8-9 minutes, but we'll just see how they go. 8-9 minutes, I reckon these guys will shear them.
Shearers are in the alleyway, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be scared to make a little bit of noise. On stand 1 from Tikowiti, welcome Mr. Diggerbum. Here he goes, ladies and gentlemen, on stand number 1.
On stand number 6 from Napier, John Kirkpatrick.
Stand number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, give this veteran, this seasoned campaigner, the world's greatest shearer, Tikawiti's David Fagan.
On stand number 5 from the south in Invercargill, Troy Piper.
He fights out of the red corner from Te Wairoa. Please welcome Mr. Bart Hatfield.
And from Hastings, new up to the open class, Congratulations, Lockie Baines.
Well, hopefully his mother and father gave him a little bit of a pep talk and said, Lockie, don't you let the Baines family down tonight.
Bit of baby powder, you reckon?
Well, he's the baby amongst these, Phil, here, ladies and gentlemen. There is about 700 open class wins in this field alone. Mr. David Fagan from Tikawiti has almost 630 open class wins. He's just come back from the Americas with Stu Chapman, and they tried to promote the wool over in the Americas, and he is a great ambassador. But it is a clean slate, ladies and gentlemen. John McBride, we're getting underway. We welcome along Seven Sharp, our TV people here tonight. No Mai Haramai. Welcome to the Golden Shears for the year 2014.
Yes,
Righto, Tuma. We're going to pass the starting to Mr. John McBride. He's the senior. He's been here longer than you and I have. He's older than us, and we respect seniority. So, ladies and gentlemen, no mai haere mai I tēnei pō, te whare kuti kuti hipi I tēnei ki Wairarapa. I'm just saying, welcome to the shearing shed here in the mighty Masterton. We're going to go back to you, John McBride. Thank you.
Nothing to do with age at all, it's just sheer beauty. That's why you've handed it over. And we welcome everybody here once again. Awesome stuff. We have a green light. Could we have the shearers on the board, please? 8 competition sheep to shear. And these sheep are from Nongatahuna. Beautiful sheep outside. Had a little bit of a look at them. Maybe not quite as big as this afternoon's young maidens, but exceptional sheep in their own right. We got the all clear from the referee. Thank you, Graham McNay. Okay, we're all happy. Everybody right. Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. Well, Hugh Condon, we've started with a clean slate here. We've got the top 30. We need to whittle it down by half. We'll get the top 12 out of the end of this competition. And just a little bit of thing about the board points up there on the board. The time points are calculated at 20 seconds per point. And then the board points will come up. The average number of second cuts to the wool fibre occurred on the board will be recorded in the second column under the board heading. The pen points are down the back, where the judges tip or get the sheep tipped up for them, and they look for any demerit points down there, any wool left on, and the likes of the finished product they like to see. And we're coming along, we'll have the yellow figures right at the end, and that'll be the total for that shearer for the rest of the evening. So good luck, you. We're all the way from Wales. Let's get these guys alight. We've got some top guys here on the board.
Diolch yn fawr, John. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a real feast for you this evening. These are the top 30 open shearers, and we've got a good pace being set on the early sheep going down the portals. On stand number 1 from Tikawiti, we have Digger Balm. Richard Balm is his real name, but we all know him as Digger. He's won a lot of shows. He's been in this open grade for years. He's a world record holder, a world record breaker, and he's a great addition to any open competition. Then on stand number 2, we have Mr. David Fagan from Tikawiti. As Coro said, he's got 625 open wins to his name, 5 world championships as an individual, 6 world championships as a team member. He's been there, he's done that, he's done everything, he's set records. He was the first to share 700 and then 800, and he's been carrying on for over 30 years, ladies and gentlemen. Then on stand number 3, we have Bart Hadfield from Wairarapa, another world record holder. Bart's been in this shearing game for a lot of years, and he's a very experienced, a very shrewd competitor. Then on stand number 4, as the boys said earlier on, we have Lockie Baines. This is his first year up in the open grade. He was at one of the top seniors last year. He's show here at the Golden Shears. Then he went on a walkabout for a couple of days just to celebrate, and then he's back into the shearing game. He's been over in the UK and he's back into it again. Then on stand number 5, we have Troy Piper, all the way from Invercargill in the deep south. Troy's been shearing through the grades. He's been shearing out in Australia for a couple of years. Now he's back into this, and he's back into the crossbred shearing in New Zealand. He's a very successful shearer. He made the Open final and the South Island Shearer final down there at Gore a couple of weeks ago. So he's a very Shrew, the young competitor. And then up there on the far end, ladies and gentlemen, we got Johnny Kirkpatrick, all the way from Napier. He's been second in the World Championship several times. He's been a successful team member. He was with Paul Avery in Norway. He's been in several times. He's won over 200 open competitions, I believe, John. And he's a real, very, very experienced competitor. So it looks like it's David Fagan, ladies and gentlemen, on stand number 2 as he goes in first. Then in goes Johnny Kirkpatrick for sheep number 4. So these boys aren't messing around now. We've only been shearing for 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and the 4th sheep is coming onto the board. Digger Barnes on 4. David Fagan into the undermine, up the neck on 4. Bart Hadfield, he goes into the belly on 4. Lockie Baines coming down the last side of 3. That young man might need a little bit of cheering on, ladies and gentlemen. He might need a little bit of encouragement as the sheep kicks out. Troy Piper's got 4. Johnny Kirkpatrick into the long blows, but David Fagan down here, John, he's dropping down to the long blows.
Well, I just watched David shear his first sheep and he banged it out just under a minute 58 seconds, I think it was. So he's here, meaning business. But Captain Kirk down the far end, Johnny Kirkpatrick, he knows what it's about. He's shorn on that number 6 stand and had a win down there, so he's wanting to get through to the next round. The top 12 will be before you tonight's competition is completed. As David Fagan down the belly, sheep number 5 for him. Digger Barnes got a bit of a mover here on the front stand. Coming across the shoulder, the old tour cow flyer. Lockie Baines, the youngster in the field. But he's showing plenty of grit now as he goes around the back of the head. Bart Hadfield rocks out that last side. Big, tall, big Bart. He knows how to get him off. Into the pen he goes. A sheep number 6, is it? Number 5 for Bart. Down there on stand number 4, Troy Piper from the deep south. Crikey, he's had a good shear today and he's trying to make the most of this one round. What's the odds on the TAB and Johnny Kirkpatrick making it another win here? He's got to get through this round, and there's 29 other guys hoping to knock him out, but look at him go. They're going extremely well, Quarter. What does it look like from down the far end?
We're down here, ladies and gentlemen, and John Kirkpatrick is chasing David Fagan. He's asked for a little bit more walk power from Scotty. Well, he needs it because David Fagan says the time has gone 5 minutes and 14. And Johnny Kirkpatrick, I'm in for sheep number 6. Johnny K goes in for sheep number 6. David Fagan is on fire, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this guy, 50 years young, and he says, I love this game. Masterton has been great for David Fagan. Golden Shears has been even better. Around the top of the shoulder is David Fagan. Rising to the occasion is John Kirkpatrick, but David Fagan says, ta-ta, John, back to you, Hugh.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about Johnny Kirkpatrick yet down there, ladies and gentlemen. But look at David Fagan go. As Cotto said, he's 52 years young. He's still ripping that rule book up. He's still going strong. He's been shearing here at the Golden Shears for about 32 years. And he's won 16 open titles. That's a 50% strike rate, John. Most people would be over the moon with that. He's dropping down into the sheep number 7. Down the porthole she goes. Out he rips another one. Where's John Kirkpatrick? He's only 4 or 5 blows behind. I've seen that man do this before, ladies and gentlemen. He'll come back at him. He'll just throw every muscle, every sinew into this. John Kirkpatrick off to the belly. David Fagan's about to step up the neck. John Kirkpatrick goes into the undermine. Where's Lockie Baines? He's into the undermine of sheep number 6, I think that is. Where's Bart Hatfield? Out the last side of 6. Digger Barnes coming down the last side of 6. John Kirkpatrick up the neck on sheep number 7. David Fagan into the long blows on 7. David Fagan steps over. Johnny Kirkpatrick's coming after him all the time now, Tomer.
He certainly is. Johnny Kirkpatrick says, hang on, buddy, because I'm coming back at you. The cheek comes up on stand number 6, John Kirkpatrick. Over the shoulder he goes. He's only 4 or 5 blows behind the Fagan. Down the last side comes Johnny K. Come on, Johnny, there's one more left in the pen. There's a competition sheep. In goes a Fagan. Change of steel, Huey.
Yeah, might be a change of steel, but Johnny Kirkpatrick has changed the old style there because he ripped that one out as well. In goes David Fagan into that back leg. Johnny Kirkpatrick's throwing the steel on stand number 6. Where's Bart Hadfield? He's on the turn. He's coming down the last side. Johnny Kirkpatrick into the undermine. But David Fagan has found that form again. He's coming up the neck, John. Look at him go.
7:42 gone. She's hot up there at the moment under the lights, and Diggerbalm turns for home on the sheep number 7. Out comes number 8 there for Troy Piper down on stand 5. Johnny K's into the long blow. Can he pick up the legendary Fagan now? Here, David off the top of the shoulder. He'll have the Tikawiti fast last side. As he comes in, he's done a big undermine and a big long blow. And I don't think Johnny K's going to pick him up as Fagan comes out the last leg. 8 minutes and 10 gone. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Hits the button in 8 to 12. By crikey, what an awesome stuff. Got her, and Johnny K finishes about 3 blows back.
Yeah, well, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, it's not all about the speed. It's all about those points up on that board. And as you can see there, the points are starting off quite low. We've got another few heats of this. We've got 5 heats to go to pick the top 12. So Bart Hadfield has turned for home now then. Lockie Baines has brought out his 8th and final sheep. Troy Piper from Invercargill goes out, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a round of applause as they finish. It's a hot, hard shop up there. Bart Hadfield. One more bit of a flick around the top of that tail. And out goes Bart Hadfield on stand number 3. The Diggerbalm has turned for home. He cleans off underneath that front leg. Down the last side he comes now then. The man from Tikawiti. His son has been shearing in the juniors. And he's found a new lease of life. This man on stand number 1. Out goes Diggerbalm up here on stand number 1.
Beautiful stuff. Look at him go, Digger. He loves it, but the youngster in the field just trailing it a little bit as he goes into there, 9.28. He's shorn 9.5 minutes as he comes onto the last side. The money side of the sheep as he rocks across the shoulder. He'll put this one down as experience. He needs to find another gear if he's going to go with his big guns. The old warlords are up here in action. And look at he go, Lockie Baines all the way from Wairarapa. Out the last leg, well, living in Hastings these days. Hits the button there, ladies and gentlemen, a great shear. Yellow figures coming up there now, ladies and gentlemen, on the big TV screen above the shearers. 34.2 for David Fagan. He's had an average of 2 second cuts per sheep. He's had 7.5 demerit points out the back. That's an average over the 8 sheep. Pretty good going, Cordell.
All right, we had to get a heat under our belts, ladies and gentlemen, before we actually talked about the scoring system. But all you really have to worry about, because we didn't go to school, so all we have to worry about is the lowest scores is what the ideal situation is. So just looking at there, it looks like Mr. John Kirkpatrick of Napier is the best shearer from that event that has just gone. His time was taken. He has a lovely board. That means he's lost bugger all as far as second cuts go, and our wool people will be very happy with that. That's the kind of men we want out in our wool sheds, and his job out the back has looked like it's the best. So it's the lowest points on everything there, and Johnny K has ended up with 3-3, and I think 555 is Subaru. So if anybody's Subaru fans in here, that's the guy. And then we follow with David Fagan, and from there on. So if you've got a little pencil or you can work it out well, that's how it ends up tonight. And don't forget, this is streaming live in high definition, isn't it?
Full HDMI.
Full HD. This man is the new face of Golden Shears, ladies and gentlemen. And you can text in and get some answers back. So Tuma, we're just about ready to get underway with heat number 2.
I'm not sure what David Fagan's time was. It was 8 minutes 10. About 8 minutes 10.
It's a bit slow, isn't it?
Oh, crikey, I wouldn't like to be up there myself.
Okay. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, on stand number 1. He comes from Winton in Southland. Give him a big hand. He came second in the speed shear. Darren Ford on stand number 1, ladies and gentlemen.
On stand number 6, he's a young gun, making his mark from Tikawiti, Mark Ranger.
Another South Islander, ladies and gentlemen. They're rising to the occasion from Shaky Rakaya, Tony Costa.
From Napier on stand number 5, plays more golf than shears sheep. Philip Wed, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have our own Peter Jackson that likes undressing sheep. Here he is, Peter Jackson, and Palmerston North. A young guy, young
number 4, the local boy, Peter Clendon, ladies and gentlemen. He's a crowd favourite.
So that's another 6. I saw Peter limping before, but he's lost that limp now. Obviously, that's what happens when you get into the top 30, you make that limp. And just a little plug for our sheep suppliers this year. Our sheep suppliers, the stock have come through in magnificent order, haven't they?
They sure have. There's been a little bit of sand through them, but it hasn't been too bad, really. The guys, hasn't been a lot of throwouts like there can be in previous years. Sometimes we have a little bit of fly blow and stuff comes through the backs of the sheep. But this year, I think there's only been 2 throwouts for the whole show, so it's been pretty awesome. 7 sharp. These are the live streaming guys as well.
He knows how to dress too, doesn't he, fella?
He's got the skinny jeans on. We need skinny jeans like that.
Shit, he's pretty well dressed tonight. They can't hear us, ladies and gentlemen, but it's going live. We're going live over the web, so hopefully they didn't hear us saying S-H-I-T. Well, John, we're ready to get underway with the next one. Let's go.
Certainly, we've got a green light here. Could we have all the shearers on the board, please? Open shearing, Golden Shears, top 30, heat number 2. The young fellas and older fellas up there. Could we have the old war horses out onto the board, please? The referee, Mr. Graham McNay, just making sure that everybody's happy. Some beautiful stuff, some scores there. Johnny Kirkpatrick put up before. That's the mark to beat now. He set the benchmark. David Fagan set the pace at just at 8 minutes and 10 seconds or thereabouts. Okay, we've got the all clear. Everybody happy. Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got another excellent heat up in front of us now in the second heat of this, the Golden Shears Open Shearing Competition 2014. We got Darren Ford from Tuatapri down in Invercargill country in the deep south. This man, ladies and gentlemen, shores 720 adult sheep in 9 hours to set the world record, which stood for 11 years, and that was beaten by 1 sheep not so long ago. So he knows his way around these sheep, ladies and gentlemen. He holds other world records as well. So he's a real numbers man. He's a real southern man there on stand number 1. Then we got Tony Costa from Rakaya. He's won the PGG Wrightsons a few times. He's won a lot of open competitions. He's a multi-breed shearer, which means he can shear any breed of sheep that you put in front of him, and he can shear them very, very clean and very, very quick as well. Then on stand number 3, we've got young Peter Jackson. He's not the film director, ladies and gentlemen, but he's hoping to direct the operations tonight. He's out the hind leg and he's doing a beautiful job. Then we've got the local man. We've got Peter Clendon. Where's his support? He's a local wool buyer, ladies and gentlemen. He's been judging the wool pressing. He's a very busy man at the Golden Shears. Then we got Phil Wed all the way from Napier on stand number 5. A very, very good shearer. He set a good standard in those early heats, and it's great to see him up on the stage having a real good battle now. And then up there on stand number 6, he's a young fella, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's only his second, maybe his third year up in this, the open grade. He's been making finals. He won his first open competition at Taumaranui last Friday. So he's a young man with a big future. And more than that, his father won this in 1994. And he's sick of him going on about it. So he wants his own ribbon, ladies and gentlemen. So where are we now then? It looks like Darren Ford has turned for home. Phil Wed, but it's young Mark Granger up there on stand number 6, John.
Oh, well, he knows he's from the Tikawiti. He knows he's got to go hard and fast. Slips into the pen. Out with number 3 just as quick as that. 2 minutes and 7 gone. Likewise, Peter Wed goes in there. Peter Clendon. So Phil Wed, sorry, as he brings out sheep number 3. Peter Jackson there. All the Peters up there doing a marvellous job. Tony Costa. We talked about him being a very experienced competitor. He might just be found wanting when the pace comes on now. He's a a man that's done a lot of shearing here at Golden Shears. Can he make another final? Up the long blow is about to come now for Down the man on stand number 6, Mark Granger. Up here on the front stand, Darren Ford, the old powerhouse, drops into the long blow. He said, not so much of the old. I feel young because I'm up here. Look at me push this handpiece. Doing the job for the judges. Good board points at the moment. Turns onto the last side, the money side of the sheep. But Granger still out in front as he comes down the last side. Oh, Peter Clendon's not going to get left out of the early money. Look at him coming under the shoulder and down and out to the flank, Cotto. He's stroking it off the local man from Masterton.
Sure is Johnny there on the last side. They come with Darren Ford has been pipped by the lad down there on stand number 6, Mark Granger. He had his biggest win this year, ladies and gentlemen. He took out the Taumaranui Jamboree, and I tell you what, he's lifted himself up 6 or 7 foot, because at this stage he's just starting to go up the top knot and up the neck, and he's just looking at Darren Ford. Peter Clendon hanging in there, Peter. My word, this guy knows how to pull it out when it happens. Phil Wade into the belly, undermined. Peter Jackson, Costa steps up the neck, but it is all Mark Granger. 11 minutes and 3 minutes and 48, but 11.7 is the dime points, and that guy is sitting very pretty. Mr. Hugh.
There's only one way that young man has learnt how to shear, ladies and gentlemen, and that is clean, and his speed has come, and he has hit that turbo button to light. He's put a bit of nitro in the tank, and he's really going for it now. Off comes the wall, but Darren Ford is coming after him. Peter Clendon, he's going out the hind leg. He's on sheep number 4. In goes Peter Clendon, the local man for sheep number 5. It's Mark Granger now then has got sheep number 5. He looks in the fittest form of his life. I've seen more meat in a butcher's pencil than that young man up there on stand number 6. Look at him go there, ladies and gentlemen. He's throwing that handpiece. Off comes a top notch. Up the neck he goes. Then we got Darren Ford. He's thinking, I've shown 720 of these things. You're going to have to go quicker than that, my boy. Up the neck he goes. Peter Clendon is hops up the neck. He looked like David Fagan going up there. Then Tony Costa. He doesn't look as if he's going quick, ladies and gentlemen. This man on stand number 2. You watch him. His arm is moving nice and slow. But that comb is full to the brim. Every whisker comes off and he's covering a lot of ground. But it's still the young man down there on stand number 6. It's Mark Granger as he's got out the hind leg. He's got 3 more comb widths. He's got 2 more. 1 more full comb. In he goes for sheep number 6, John.
Oh, beautiful stuff. Look at him go. He's loving every moment of this. Hey, you particularly people better support this young shearer. He's firing the big shots here tonight. Darren Ford's the closest to him. Peter Clendon scrapes a bit of grease off the back of the comb. And he goes for 6. Tony Costa's got a thistle in his hand. Sorts that out and back in the pen he goes now. 6 on the board. Peter Jackson's got a bit of a fighter. She wants to show off to the crowd this one. He pops the head out and down and out to the flank. Out the money side he goes. Sweet there for Phil Wade as he comes down the last side. Oh, look and go. There we got Tuma down the far end. You can see Mark Granger going down there. Tuma, how's he looking?
This Mark Granger, he's got the bit between his teeth and he is going for it. He's looking to put a sheep around Phil Wade. Come on, Phil Wade from Napier, because here comes this young gun. Mark Granger from Tinkerwoody. He's got a little peeler and he is smoking it out. Down the last side he comes around 6 minutes, 18 seconds, and he's looking for another one. He wants to shear these things all night, I think, Huey.
Yeah, look at him go. He ripped that door open. He nearly pulled the hinges off. He's got sheep number 7 out on the board. He sure his first 500 on use this year, ladies and gentlemen, which is no mean feat for the young Tinkerwoody man. Into that back leg he goes now. Big blows going in. Darren Ford goes in for sheep number 7. Change a handpiece on stand number 1. Tony Costa, he goes in for 7. Look at him, nice and cool. He changes handpiece. Peter Clendon, he changes handpiece. Phil Wed gets to the turn. He's coming down the last side. Then we got young Peter Jackson, the director, on stand number 3. Out he comes with sheep 7. But it's the young man from Tinkerwoody. He's saying bye-bye, I'm away. Down the last side he comes. He's got 1 sheep left in that pen. Round the shoulder, he's rolling that sheep. This is one of the most difficult parts to shear, ladies and gentlemen. You're shearing a very angular part of the sheep with a flat piece of steel. Out the hind leg he goes. He's got 1 more comb width. In he goes for sheep number 8. He's setting a cracking pace up there, John.
Oh, he's loving every moment. He's gone further away from the field. He's got the belly off almost now on his 8th and final as Darren Ford's the closest one to him. and he rocks across that last shoulder, keeps it nice and flat, very difficult to shear that shoulder blade. It's all the knobs and sinews, and he comes down the last side now. Peter Clendon, he's working hard, got one left in the pan. Tony Costa's about to go in alongside Darren Ford. Peter Jackson under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Clendon right there as well on the stand number 4. Phil Webb turning off the long low onto the last side. But half a sheep to go, and he's rocking down there on stand number 6. Look at him roll. Here he comes, Huey. Look at him. He's still got the good points up there as well. They're all pretty sharp up there on the top.
Yeah, his father wouldn't be very happy if he didn't have good points, and he's set a good set of figures up there, ladies and gentlemen. Look at him go out the hind leg. He goes with this blow. It's like poetry in motion. Out goes Mark Granger on stand number 6. The young pretender to the throne. He'd love to make that top 12. Then we got Darren Ford from Tuatapri in the Cargill area. Down here on stand number 1, the man from down the deep south. He's round that shoulder. He's coming down the last side. Tony Costa from Rakaya, another man from down south. He's coming down the last side. Darren Ford puts the finishing touches. Out goes Darren Ford on stand number 1. And then we've got Tony Costa, and Peter Jackson is chasing him, the young man from Palmerston. Out goes Tony Costa. Peter Jackson from Palmerston North End. Out goes to Peter Jackson on stand number 3. And then we've got Peter Clendon, the wool buyer from Masterton there on stand number 4. He's putting the finishing touches. Out he goes on stand number 4. And out goes Phil Wedd. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, well, we'll keep the night rolling, ladies and gentlemen. We've got another heat coming up, and then we'll have a little bit of break for some entertainment. And Karen McAnulty has got a few matters to attend to. But this year, Tuma, there is a new president. It is Mr. Phil Morrison. If Mr. Phil Morrison is over here, ladies and gentlemen, Anna is his very fine-looking, beautiful stalwart. So, Mr. Phil Morrison, if you'd like to stand up, people who don't know Phil, he is the new president of the Golden Shears. So give him a good hand, ladies and gentlemen. And the past president is somewhere in there, eh? We know her pretty well.
Yeah.
That's good.
Don't see her very often, though.
All right, so that's the new president. We've got a new wave going, and we'll just keep going. For the folks that didn't hear very well, the lowest points up there is where we need to be. So at this stage, Mark Granger and John Kirkpatrick are the best in the individual heats. It could be that some of these guys will go under the 30. Well, good luck to them tonight. The sheep, they're a challenge tonight, aren't they, Tom? A lot of work in them.
Yeah, they've got a fair bit of wool on. Good Romneys by the looks of them. Wool right out to the toenails, but that's what we want. We don't want these guys to shear sheep with no wool on them. We want to make it a challenge.
All right. So Trust House, the community enterprise, PGG Wrightsons, and I'd like to throw a plug in for Acto Agriculture at this time, the suppliers of the wonderful machinery that we're using here tonight. Let's go, Tuma. Ladies and gentlemen, on stand number 1, this is his second season in the open class. He is a real whirlwind. He's Masterton's own. He's loved by many. Martin M. Mason of the Wairarapa.
On stand number 6, from Dannyvik, but lives down here, married a local girl, Pairata Abraham.
Ooh, he's got the taumoko and he's looking sharp. Another young gun, ladies and gentlemen, from Tautoro in the Northland, Tipene Te Whata.
On stand number 5, the current world champ from Scotland, Gavin Much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the current Golden Shears reigning champion, Roland Smith from Hastings.
And on stand number 4, from Tai Happy TPE, Axel Reed, ladies and gentlemen.
Are these guys onto their game, Tuma? You've watched these guys. There was 75 or 80 odd open shearers came through. We've whittled them down to the top 30. And there's a lot of young shearers in there. That's a real surprise, isn't it?
Oh, it's good to get these young ones in, give the old boys a bit of a nudge out.
David Fagan is still there, though.
Yeah, he takes a bit of getting rid of that, David Fagan.
Well, he's a master in his own right. Well, we're going to go on to our master commentators, but there it is, ladies and gentlemen, our new president, Mr. Phil Morrison, ably and socially toe-talked by Anna. Well done, guys. Back to you, John.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on now to heat number 3. As you said, we will have a little bit of a break after this one. But we have the green light. Gentlemen, could we have you on the board, please? 1 out, all out, I like. Looking pretty sharp up there in their Golden Shears singlets, 2014. 8 minutes and 30 odd for that last heat. 8 minutes and 10 for the first one. So are these youngsters about to set them alight? Could we have the shearers to the board? Mr. Referee. Awesome stuff. 8 sheep to shear again. Beautifully shearing sheep they are. Well presented. The farmer, the truckie, the people out the back. The Taratahi people, the young farmers down there that are tipping the sheep up. Everybody works hard here at Golden Shears to find the pinnacle. Could we have number 2? Okay. Given the all clear from the referee, thank you. Timekeepers are right. Judges, competitors, go. They dare and open the door before I say go, Hugh, but look at them tear through it now.
Yeah, look at them, ladies and gentlemen. I think we'll have to check those hinges because they nearly rip them off when they pull those doors open. Martini Mason, the Masterton man on stand number 1. His second year up in the open grade, and to make the top 30 is a fair ask, ladies and gentlemen. But he's done it, and he's up the neck. He's really going for it. Then we got Tiffany Tafota from a very famous Shearing whānau there on stand number 2. Tiffany was another one that worked his way through the grades. He's been up in the open for about 3, maybe 4 years, and he's settled into it. He's looking very, very fit, but he's very, very able to go with it. Then on stand number 3, we've got the current Golden Shears champion. He's the current Tikawiti champion. That's the man, ladies and gentlemen, that donated his prize money last year to the cancer charity. He said it was about more than the money. It was that yard of purple ribbon. Then we got Axel Reid on stand number 4, a young man from Taihape. He's been travelling around the world learning his craft. Then on stand number 5, we've got the current world champion, the flying Scotsman, Gavin Match. Look at him there, ladies and gentlemen. He's like a train, and it'll be toot toot, he'll be away. Up the neck he goes on stand number 5. Then on stand number 6, we've got Wairarapa Abraham, the local man. We all know him as Pai. He's shown all over the world. He's a terrific ambassador for the shearing industry, and he's sticking to his work. His young family will be out watching him tonight. His little daughter will be shouting, "Come on, Dad!" And he's into it up there on stand number 6. So who's the furthest on? I think it's the current world champion. It's Gavin Match up there on stand number 5, John.
Gavin Match, he did it in 54 seconds, that first one. That's the fastest sheep here tonight. And he goes at 1:51. The closest to him is Inspector Gadget from Hastings on stand number 3. Look at him go now, the big tall fella, a little bit of fluff on the back. It wasn't growing, he said it would have fallen off down the porthole, but he made sure there was no tassels on the middle of the back. In goes Axel Reid from Taihape, going pretty strongly. Down there, Parada Abraham's following suit. Right on the front stand, Martini Mason. Come on, give this young fella a bit of a hoot. He thrives on a little bit of encouragement. Tibaniti Fodder from up in the north, the great Tafodder family. They know all about shearing. It's in their blood, knees down the belly. Working hard as Axel Reid, but down there, all the pace coming from number 5. How do you see it right from your end?
Well, I'm watching this Wairarapa Abraham and I'm thinking, where's his whānau? He married a young lady from down this way and I can't hear anybody cheering for him. Come on, Wairarapa. Gavin Match here on stand number 5. And he goes again, he's hungry. We got Axel Reid there on stand number 4. Come on, Axel. You're up there doing it for Taihape, mate. Roland Smith from Hastings and he sneaks. But it's all this guy here on stand number 5. Gavin Much, undermined time for who he's trying to throw it in. You got to throw it in. I was talking to David Fagan, Johnny, and he reckons some of them are a little bit dry. A little bit dry.
Oh, come on, Cora, what's happening? Let's get at the action here. Timonity Fodder out the last leg. Rolling it out right there is Martini Mason. They're pretty much blow for blow on 1 and 2. But the pace still down there on stand number 5 as he rocks up. He's the boy from Whangamomina as well. More importantly, the Kahuratai Valley and Taranaki comes over the shoulder on the last side now. He's left Rolly Smith for dead as he pokes it down and out to the flank. The big blows coming right out the last leg, right from the middle of the shoulder. The sheep gives a bit of a squirm. Can the tables turn for Rolly Smith? Axel Reed still hanging in there. Down the last side he comes. Ooh, but it's in he goes. 3 and 59 for Gavin Much. 3, 4 blows back as Rolly Smith. He's firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, he's firing on all cylinders. He's had the engine checked before he's coming. And look at him go, the big foot. He's there about 6'6", ladies and gentlemen. He stands about a foot taller than everybody else, and he can swing that steel with those big long arms. Into the undermine goes Roland Smith, but it's still the man is Gavin Much up there on stand number 5. But Roland Smith is coming after him, ladies and gentlemen. Gavin Much steps over on the long blows. Roland Smith is starting the long blows. It's going to be a grandstand finish when we get to sheep number 8. Gavin Much so, look at him, the little flying Scotsman. He's come over to New Zealand, he's married a New Zealander, but he's still a Scotsman at heart. Out the hind leg he goes. He's got 3 blows to do. Roland Smith has turned. He's coming after him, the big fella from Hastings. But in goes Gavin Much for sheep number 6, Tomar.
He certainly is. Gavin Much has got the bit between his teeth. Pine Arts Abraham, come on mate, you're on stand number 6, you need to pick it up because here comes the Scotsman. Roland Smith on stand number 3. His sheep is not going to sit for me today. Come on baby, give me your wool. But it's Gavin Much here on stand number 5. Up the neck he goes. He's got a sheep around Martini Mason. Come on Martini, you need to pull your finger out mate because the Scotsman's not going to go slow for anybody, Johnny.
Right in amongst it, hey. All I want is your nightgown, he says. Just let me take it all blow by blow, and he rocks off the long blow now. One over the backbone, turns onto that last sheet. Look at him strike it off over the shoulder he goes. Rolly Smith just fallen back off the pace a little bit. He felt the pressure of that last sheep as Timonity Fodder comes out the last side. Drops it down the portal. Sheep number 6 coming out for him. Martini Mason still the last side. Much he says, I want a new blade on. And he goes for sheep number 7 now. And he's got the new steel. Can he make a difference? 6 minutes and 5 seconds gone, Hugh. Look at him go down the valley and onto the first unlead.
Yeah, he's gritting his teeth. He's starting to put a bit of energy in now, ladies and gentlemen. The current world champion is swinging that handpiece, but the current Golden Shears champion will be coming after him. He'll start to hunt him down. He's only got 1 sheep left in that pen to do it. Gavin Much goes up the neck, into that front shoulder. Roland Smith goes up the neck. Is this the comeback? They're really going for it now. I know there's people all over the world watching. The Lister factory in Dursley and Gloucester are watching. And Gavin Much has turned. He's coming down the last side. Roland Smith is just about to turn as well. Gavin Much on top of that shoulder. Roland Smith on top of the shoulder. Out the hind leg for Gavin Much. Down the last side comes Roland Smith. Look at him go, ladies and gentlemen. In goes Gavin Much for sheep number 8. In he goes. In goes Roland Smith for 8.
Roland Smith has pegged him back. This is the 8th and final sheep on the board for the Scotsman. And Rolly from Hastings. Here we go, who saved the better sheep for last? Roland Smith's got those long arms, but look at the world champ, Gavin Much, undermine time, up the neck he goes. Roland Smith down there trying to throw the big shots in. Come on, Rolly. Up the neck he goes as well. Round the back of the head goes Gavin Much. He's saying, catch me if you can, I'm out of here. Round the head goes Roland Smith. It's all Gavin Much at the moment. Long low time for Gavin Much, Johnny.
You can hear the wind blowing and Hastings, and he turns for home. There's nothing in as they come across the shoulder on the left side. Look at him go. Axel Reed's trying everything at it as well on stand number 4. But here comes Smith down the last side, the Hastings lad. Rocking it out, look at it go. Oh, beautiful. Gavin Much has been left there in the wake as he rocked that one out in 8 minutes and 8 seconds. Gavin Much not too far behind. Scintillating stuff there from the band from Hastings. He knows he had got to duck when he goes in the pen. That's why he never straightens up when he pulls the sheep out. Under the shoulder and down and out the flank for Martini Mason. Number 8 on the board for Tifotter on stand number 2. Verada Abrahams still got a bit of work at hand down there. He's got sheep number 8 on the board now. Axel Reed's going to be the next to finish, the man from Ty Abbey. Big strong Shearer representing the centre of the North Island. Rocks out the last leg, Hugh, and he shoots it down the chute for the judges.
Yeah, Axel Reed has his time taken. He's half in and he's puffing. He's sucking that oxygen in, ladies and gentlemen. And look at Martini Mason here on stand number 1. He's got his 8th and final sheep out on the board. So too is Tiffany Tafotta and Farata Abraham. Pye and Tiffany, the chain come down that last side together. It's blow for blow, ladies and gentlemen, on stands 2 and 6. Out the hind leg goes Farata. Out the hind leg goes Tiffany. Who's it going to be? Who's going to have the time taken? It's going to be Pirata from Tiffany. And then the young local man. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, help him home. It's a hot, hard shop up there. It's going to take a fair bit of encouragement for this young fella. His arms are red, ladies and gentlemen. That's showing how much energy he's putting into it. His arms will be burning. Down the last side he comes. Cheer him home, ladies and gentlemen. He's got 3 blows left to do. 2 more. 1 more. Out goes Martini Mason up here on stand number 1. Give them all a big round of applause.
Shearing judges, step down, please.
Rightio, ladies and gentlemen, that's 3 heats underway already, and there's only 2 more to go. You can see here Roland Smith, the reigning Golden Shears champion, has come off the board with the lowest points, and the reigning world champion Gavin Much isn't far behind him. Now, there's a break for a few minutes for a bit of entertainment. Make sure you top up your drinks. These girls have come all the way over here to entertain you tonight. I'd like to introduce you to the Hollywoods.
Hello, how's it going? Good. We're the Hollywoods. We want you to have a boogie in your seat tonight. Oh, yeah.
Hey.
smell, girls?
I do. What is it?
Oh, is it candy?
What is it?
Thank you so very much.
Yeah. heartbreaker, don't you mess around with me. You're a heartbreaker, dream maker, love taker, don't you mess around with me. You're a heartbreaker, dream maker, love taker, don't you mess around with me. You're a heartbreaker, dream maker, love taker. Oh, thank you. You guys are awesome. Hey, Casey. Hey, Hayley. Want to sing us a song, girl?